Gast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
Yeah, let's do it. Training Camp 2026 is here, baby. Welcome in, everybody, on a Wednesday morning here on Payne and Pendergast, SportsRadio 610, the official beginning of the 2026 Houston Texans NFL season is here. It's always training camp for me when this thing gets started, and we are live at Texans training camp. I am Sean Pendergast alongside the returning Seth C. Payne.
I'm super excited, Sean. As you know, I'm just right now in the dark where we can't see anything because the sun's not up. You see, and there's some new graphics. They've got a bunch of really cool new stuff, and I'm trying to figure it all out. This is horrible for radio, but listen, you guys are as blind as I am.
Yeah.
All right. The medium is not the obstacle here. It's me not actually being able to see anything.
It's up to us to paint the picture.
Yes, there is no picture.
Paint the picture, guys, listening right now, I'm sure.
So, big day. Yesterday was fun. Yesterday was a lot of fun just because the do a great job covering everything now. Even the day before camp, it feels like camp has already started because for the players, you watch them arrive.
Yes.
And you watch them walk up.
You
watch Kamari walk up with kind of a swagger, kind of scary looking.
Holding his shoulder pads.
Yeah.
He's the only one I saw carrying his shoulder pads.
He's the only one that's got the requisite hustle, Sean, that he takes his shoulder pads home.
Yeah, man.
Because he sleeps
got a little Nick Martin in him.
He sleeps in his shoulder pads, yeah.
He might, actually.
Some might call it fake hustle, but not to his face.
No,
right.
God.
No, I bet he did have it. Guys, you see more guys working out in their helmets and shoulder pads in July these days.
Footage of him doing that popped up on the internet.
So that is actually way more common.
Yep.
But CJ walking in caused
a lot of
little bit of a
attention
stir
yesterday.
as well.
Yeah.
This is what annoyed me about all of that. Like, yeah, that's the way he walks. Yeah, how has anybody not noticed that? Yeah, he's duck-footed. And he walks, and he walks kind of. It's not necessarily the most. Just as Patrick Mahomes has kind of a goofy walk
he does.
too.
He's got a zesty walk.
A zesty walk.
Yeah.
Pat Mahomes is the one guy where you would never guess by his physical appearance and the actual way he walks that you would that he's accomplished the things
he's the greatest player of this generation.
Yeah. Well, you wouldn't guess it from his stats the last couple years either. But likewise with CJ.
Yeah.
Look, so that took the internet by storm, or at least social media.
It did.
People saying he looked like a fourth grader who was showing up for school.
Yeah, not that I'm one to delve into critiquing fashion or look or anything.
Yeah.
But as far as that video not doing him the best of favors, this is what my suggestion would have been: wear shorter shorts. His shorts were long and down past his knees.
Gave him kind of a middle school appearance.
You just look a little slower, too, when you got the baggy shorts on.
Oh,
okay?
yeah. Everything's the baggy's back now, man. I don't know if you noticed from the videos yesterday.
I know, but when you're duck-footed, it doesn't do you any favors. His shoes that he had on also.
He needs to wear shoes that point inward. like a
lean into it.
Like it's kind of... big clown
fake
shoes,
toes?
but angle them in so that the toes are facing forward as he walks.
Into it. His shoes that he had on were very blocky.
Yeah.
They were very rectangular.
Oh, yeah.
That didn't do him any favors either, in my opinion. Now, the fourth grader thing came from the fact that he wore the backpack over both shoulders with a white big baggy T-shirt.
You know what it was? It was a little taste of our own medicine because what were we saying about Bryce Young when he showed up for camp with that oversized backpack?
That's true.
That's
true.
Looking like he had a jam sport with all of his textbooks jammed into it.
And now look who's in the NFL top 100 and who isn't. Bryce Young. 98th.
We don't know for sure.
We don't know for sure. But it's looking a little more. It's looking more and more bleak by the day. How you doing, my friend?
I'm good.
It's good to see you.
I'm sorry I abandoned you for a while. I took my.
Brandon did a great job while you were gone.
What the hell is that supposed to mean?
That you do a great job as well. You guys are tied. Yeah.
No, it was. I started to feel guilty about coming back because the Astros almost win streak, but impressive record pretty much coincides with my absence.
You missed some crazy stuff while you were gone.
Yeah.
Both in the NFL, off the field, on roads. Hashtag Shanahan and Romo.
Well, we didn't. Everybody missed the Shanahan thing. That happened weeks ago. That happened long before my vacation.
You missed the ninth inning of the game on Sunday. I think it was Sunday.
I mean, I didn't miss
it was Monday.
I actually watched the game.
You missed
getting to talk about it.
You missed getting to talk about it where the Astros sent 10 guys to the plate and got one hit.
Yeah. My favorite part of this stretch that the Astros are on right now, the almost win streak, is that Jeremy Pena, when they came back off of that after getting swept coming out of the break, you and I came in on Monday and we were talking about how we don't know these guys. Who are these guys? Where's the sense of urgency? And then you watch on the broadcast after they put a couple away, and Todd and Julia and Jeff are talking about how Pena gave a speech about how they needed to have more urgency.
Yeah, man.
And I didn't even know if Pena was a listener.
I didn't know if anybody had that in them in that clubhouse to give that speech.
I know, right? Like, who's going to be the guy? Who's going to be the Correa? Who's going to be the Bregman?
Yeah.
Who's going to be these guys? The George Springer even.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, Pena's got it in him. It helps when he's playing like one of the greatest. The last week he's been one of the greatest baseball players of all time.
He was Player of the Week last year. 5 home runs, 13 for 26.
Yeah, hell of a lot better than that bum Ted Williams. I'll tell you that much.
You got that right. All right, Seth Payne is back, and he's on fire right now.
I've got 90 minutes of sleep, okay? I told myself this morning, all right, look, you know what? Medical students, medical residents, they do it all the time.
Mm-hmm.
They 36 hours.
Right.
And sure, they're 25 years younger than me and much smarter. But our jobs are just as important.
I was just going to say, and let's face
lives are on the line here.
Doing a more important job.
Yeah.
Oh, man. So we'll get to the Astros. They did win last night, 3-2. Yordan Alvarez with a ninth-inning single to win the game for the Astros last night. So training camp starts today. Let's get to the news first, because there was some interesting stuff yesterday that popped up. Yesterday we got the first injury report, I guess we'll call it. Always comes out the afternoon before the first practice.
Yeah.
There's some newsworthy stuff on here. I'll start with the lesser newsworthy stuff. No disrespect to E.J. Speed and M.J. Stewart, who are both going to start camp on the PUP list. I thought that was interesting just because it's every report we've heard about E.J. Speed is that he's done for the season. But maybe
PUP list is physically unable to perform.
Yep. This was the interesting one. 2 things. A name that wasn't on that email and a name that was on that email. The name that wasn't on that email, and Brandon Scott and I talked about this for a full segment yesterday, is the question we asked was, what will be the most discouraging Tank Dell thing? What could be the most discouraging Tank Dell news on the first day of training camp? Mine was if he's on the PUP list.
Yeah.
Because that would be indicative that there's still something going on with him, or that they're being overly cautious. Good news, Tank Dell not on the PUP list. So now the story with him becomes, what's he doing out here?
Right,
today?
what exactly is he doing? So it doesn't mean that he's cleared, it doesn't necessarily mean that, okay, he's cleared for 11 on 11 and we're going to see that. But in training camp, the players on the PUP list count against the 90-man roster. So if somebody's unable to practice like M.A. Stewart, they'll just put him on the PUP list, and then, at some point, if he progresses along, they can activate him to the...
He could be off in 2 days.
Right.
He could be into the start of the season.
Yeah, so so for Tank Dell, if he weren't going to practice, then they might just say, okay, we'll park him on the PUP list for a little bit. But they're not going to do that. And I think based on everything everybody's been saying, from including Tank Dell immediately after the season and Nick Caserio at the Super Bowl when he talked with us, it feels like they probably could have brought him back a while ago for full participation, but they're just being as careful as possible.
This was Nick Caserio. This was back on June 3rd when he was on with us. And we asked him the question. This is back when Tank had not done anything in OTAs or minicamp yet. They were still being really cautious. On the day after this cut, he was doing 7-on-7 stuff. But this was Nick on our show back on June 3rd giving the forecast for Tank Dell at that time.
Yes. I would say more than likely it'll probably be in training camp. We have about, I don't know, however many days left here in the spring, but there's certain things that he's able to do. He's done some things on the field, maybe separately, kind of off to the side. I think the goal is training camp. So we'll kind of see if he stays on schedule, but nobody's worked harder. Nobody's had a better attitude. Talking about a player that hasn't played football in, almost 18 months or however long it's been, but his attitude, his approach, he's chomping at the bit, and he's certainly anxious and want to be out there. By the same token, we want to make sure that we're taking care of him and doing the right things and putting him in a position where he can go out there and be the best version of himself. So I would say training camp seems like a reasonable time frame in terms of his availability in terms of next steps.
And here we are. Good job, Dr. Caserio. Good forecast back on June 3rd.
Yeah.
Here we are in training camp, and all we know is that he's not Tank is not on the PUP list. So we have yet to see what he's going to do out here today.
Well, and so I guess the risk is that the PUP list gets super confusing.
Yeah.
But teams would put a guy on the PUP list at the beginning of training camp, so in case their injuries don't improve, that they can put him on the PUP list at the beginning of the regular season.
You got to miss 4 games.
Yeah, and they don't seemingly have that concern with Tank Dell.
Without going too deep into it, Tank Dell doesn't have an injury designation.
Yeah,
and that's good news. You know who does have an injury designation? Jalen Knoll.
Yeah.
This surprised
this
a lot of people.
This was a little bit we do one every year, Sean. 2 years ago it was Christian Harris.
Yep.
Which, if I recall correctly, was classified as a minor injury that should reportedly be no big deal by the time.
See you in week 15.
Yeah, for a little bit.
Yeah.
And then barely ever again.
Yep.
So.
And then last year it was Joe Mixon.
Right, but there's plenty of other guys that missed the first week or so of camp with the minor injuries that do come back, obviously. But this is a surprise.
And the comparison to Mixon is the designation.
Yeah.
It's a non-football injury.
Yeah.
So we don't know what that is. That could be something as minimal as he was working out with his
away from the facility
trainer to he was, riding on a jet ski or something like that. But that was a surprise because Jalen Knoll is a very important player for this team this year.
Yeah, or it could have been working out at the facility too. So like EJ Speed got injured working out at the facility.
Yeah.
Jalen Knoll. It's been that, hey, how come the Texans aren't interested in Stephon Diggs? Well, they want to see what they have in Jalen Knoll. That's the answer to that. Yeah, kind of a big deal, and people are expecting a big leap forward, hopefully seeing more of what we saw from him in the Chargers game especially. I'm going to feel agitated about that, and I'm going to feel justified in doing it. Because last year this time, people were telling us that you and I were just nervous Nellies because Joe Mixon wasn't out here. Remember all the people? We'd be like, hey, it's been a few weeks and Joe Mixon still isn't out there. You guys don't know ball. Joe Mixon never does much during training camp. Why don't you got people who know ball know that Joe Mixon's going to be just fine.
And we would be like, no, but he's literally not out here.
Right.
He's not even doing things on the side.
We don't know where he is.
He's a ghost.
He's like off with Dora the Explorer somewhere.
Now there was the report. The only report I've seen is Aaron Wilson saying that he's reporting that I'm paraphrasing, but it doesn't sound. No. Oh. Jalen Knoll doesn't sound like it's serious with Jalen Knoll.
Right.
We'll see.
And again, that's where we'll see.
We'll see. Yep, we'll see.
But that's so hey, Lewis Bond, like Xavier Hutchinson obviously gets some more reps. Like Tank Dell. Yeah. I don't think Tank Dell's not going to get any more or fewer reps based on anybody else's injury status. I think he's going to be on a very limited pitch count early on. Guys like the rookie Lewis Bond, he might get some more reps with the twos as everybody moves up a little bit.
All right, I think as far as things that I get asked about the most and you get asked about the most outside of our little sports radio bubble that we're in, when we're out and about, C.J. Stroud is the headliner. We'll dig more into C.J. Stroud in the next segment, but just to I think to kind of set what the tone is for both the Texans and C.J. Stroud heading into this camp, I thought Dan Orlovsky summed it up on the Pat McAfee show perfectly earlier this week in 30 seconds of audio when he said, basically, if the Texans get good quarterback play, they can win the Super Bowl.
If you told me Houston got good quarterback play, they would be my pick out of the AFC to go to the Super Bowl. But there's a big question mark of kind of like how CJ plays and really performs in his 4th year.
Yeah, you could paraphrase that, and 29 other people in the national media have said the same thing. We've all been saying that same thing. Yep. Immediately after the playoffs, the hot take was that CJ could have just kneeled on the ball and they would have been better off. Which is an exaggeration.
Not in the first half.
But it's not too far off.
That's true in the first half of that game.
If you just Kate Stover pushed.
Yep.
I think the thing that's notable about that quote right there, it's not like that's a hot take or anything, is he just said good quarterback play.
Right.
He didn't even say Sam Darnold level play from last year or anything. He just said good quarterback play. So I think the bar for CJ really has almost been lowered too much. I think for what people are expecting from this team. Look, do I think he's capable of better than what he was in the playoffs? Yes, I've seen it with my own eyes. Do I think he's more capable of more than what he did in the last regular season? Yes, but I think it should be much, much better. And I'm not just hoping for passable quarterback play this year, so you can ride your defense to glory. It's that no, I want to see CJ really come into his own in this offense.
There's two angles to it. One is the Texans as a team, which I think just good quarterback play. I agree with Dan Orlovsky and everybody who said that. It would have worked last year, would have gotten them to a Super Bowl. Then there's the angle of CJ himself, which is he's looking to get a big contract. Is passable quarterback play good enough to get the next 7 generations of Strouds the generational wealth that they want?
7 generations.
Yeah, he's a big contract.
Can CJ's grandson basically be like Johnny Manziel?
Exactly.
Trust fund kid that's spoiled and out there.
That's the big question.
That's the American dream, is that your grandchildren and future generations will be spoiled little brats.
You do well enough so your kids can be a bunch of insolent bastards.
You want to be so financially successful that you would despise your descendants. Yes.
That's exactly right.
Entitled little bastards.
That's why I have such good kids. I got no money.
Yeah.
I always ask you this question the first day of camp. I always compare training camp with all the different drills to Disney World, and you got all the different rides. You walk into Disney World, like, what ride am I going to go on first?
Yeah, that's how I always felt as a player, especially when it was,
you guys are a bunch of circus animals.
If it was triple-digit temperatures, I'd be like, oh, this is better than Disney World.
You're here for our entertainment.
I feel like I'm on the log ride.
Well, now you're on this side of it, so you can. Which position group or drills or whatever are you most interested in?
My favorite to watch, if you ever could actually catch a glimpse of it, is the one-on-one pass rush. They do such a good job of kind of sequestering that away in the far reaches of. I think they do it in town ball. I'm not quite sure, but it's barely on the premises.
They look so tired when they come back to the facility.
I don't think it's covered by their insurance policy. They have to get a separate policy because they're off doing it in one of the parking lots.
You're
or
right.
Something.
That would be a fun one to be able to watch.
But no, I think early on, especially for today, because there are no pads for the first couple days. I like when they do goal line or red zone 7-on-7 and red zone team stuff because then that's where the windows are tightest. And if CJ's getting rid of the ball, and playing it honest and everything, that's where you can still see some good work done even without the physicality.
Yeah.
The biggest thing really, and I said this yesterday when I was stuck at the airport in Atlanta, I just did an impromptu live stream. There's one thing I'm not going to do this year. I'm not going to say if the offense has a good day versus the defense, in pads or out of pads, I'm not going to say, well, listen, you can't read too much into it. By hell, I won't.
Right.
Last year they couldn't pee a drop.
Nope.
It's like they hadn't had water in 6 weeks against the defense. This is the best secondary in the NFL now. Especially they already were, and now they've got Reed Blankenship back there. Anything that the offense can do in pads or out of pads in the passing game, I'm going to get really excited about. So really, to overly simplify it, it's anytime CJ's competing against that defense.
Yep, I'll give you the simple one that I just am very curious and anxious to see, and I'll make it real simple. Left to right, who's the first team offensive line?
Oh, okay.
Just who, personnel-wise, just who are the 5 guys left to right to start out training?
So the favorites in the clubhouse would be Ariante Ursary, Wyatt Teller, Keelan Rutledge, Ed Ingram, and then Braden Smith. And I think that's, by and large, the chalk or what people would just say. So.
I think Braden Smith is the closest one to like a coin flipper with Trent Brown.
Well, especially
Braden Smith is still coming back from injury.
He's coming back from a neck injury, didn't participate much at all in the spring.
Right.
But I do think that's probably just by virtue of they want genuine competition on the offensive line this year, and I think they're capable of having it. So I think that given what Trent Brown did for the team last year and how well they played when they were in there, I think that might be a genuinely competitive situation.
It deserves a shot. Yeah, it deserves a shot. All right, baseball talk, which we mixed in like 3 minutes of in this segment. It's brought to you on Sports Radio 610 by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. All right, our final question. We've done this the last 9 radio days. The final question for Texans training camp. We just touched on it a little bit in the opening segment, but we'll ask it more specifically. What is the one thing you most need to see from C.J. Stroud in this training camp? We'll also hear from some of C.J.'s new teammates about their impressions of the Texans quarterback. We'll do all of that coming up next.
On 222-2222.
Texans training camp is here. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, welcome back. We are live at Texans training camp. Sun coming up. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you.
We were talking in the last segment about how people were crushing C.J. Stroud for how he was walking into this public is going to say something like, Vita Vea is a Buccaneers for life, and we would never do that, but they'll listen to.
Texans are 7th on the odds board to land.
No, they
Vita
just
Vea.
drafted Caden freaking McDonald, and they're like, okay, it's not like because D'Amico said in his press conference after they drafted Caden McDonald. Look, I know a lot of people think that, I'm paraphrasing here, a lot of people think that we only want these smaller, faster defensive tackles, but it's not like we haven't gone out and tried to get some. It's just that it's worked out this time. Yeah. That doesn't mean that all of a sudden they're going to be transitioning into a 3-4 defense and they need nothing but massive space eaters all over the place.
Dude, you and I are on the same side. Yeah. There's a 0% chance Vita Vea is coming to Houston. I just think it's interesting because he won't be the last defensive player out there to request a trade or whatever. I think the Texans, as long as they have this defense, they're always going to show up in the top quartile of teams in the market for good defensive players. Yeah. It's just the way the odds work.
You know, the other thing, you brought an article a few weeks ago and that I thought was really interesting, so I read it after we talked about it on the radio. After you presented it to me. No, I had missed
sales job.
No, I had missed part of it. We were kind of talking about the quarterbacks and everything. I hadn't read the entire article. Mm-hmm. But when they go back and they look at how well players age by position, defensive tackles age really well. And one of the quotes from there is like, hey, your physical strength is the last to go. But when you want to pay a guy, if Vita Vea wants to get paid like those other guys, those guys still have the speed and the pass rush.
Do.
You know, Vita Vea is he's probably more than anything looking at Dexter Lawrence. And Dexter Lawrence might not be the same guy he was before his injury, and he's probably not going to get double-digit sacks again at any point. But he's still really, really valuable, and he might be thinking, okay, yeah, there's people that are desperate for guys like Dexter Lawrence. I'm kind of in that same category right now.
Yep. All right, we'll do headlines coming up next. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you. We're live out at Texans training camp. Astros win last night. If you went to bed before the game was over, yet another exciting game out on the West Coast. We've got updates, news from the Texans, news from around the NFL that we'll get to in headlines coming up next. My news to you is that if you're just getting up right now, a lot of you probably just woke up, and if you're listening and you're tired again, you know, you normally sleep is supposed to help you be refreshed when you wake up. You know, after you rub the sleep out of your eyes and you get going in a couple of minutes, you're ready for your day. Well, some of you may just keep walking around for the entire day in a funk because you don't get good sleep at night. You're snoring. You have sleep apnea, which is really bad. It can kill you. That was me.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
In the 7th. Smash, base hit, Astros take the lead 3-2. Yordan Alvarez continues his MVP season. Astros with the lead in the 9th.
All right, that was Yordan Alvarez last night coming up big in the 9th inning for the Astros. 3-2, they win as we get to headlines here live from Texans training camp. We'll get to some Texans news in just a minute, but let's start with the Astros. 3-2, they win last night. The stories coming out of this game, you got your classic Peter Lambert start, Seth. You got 5 innings of kind of dancing with the devil, 2-run ball. You know, he was very trafficky, a lot of guys on base. But most notably in the 5th inning, he was able to pitch his way out of trouble, striking out. I forget who he struck out, but he struck out somebody to end the inning there. Was really pumped coming off the mound. And then handed it over to the bullpen. And the bullpen's been awesome lately. The bullpen rescued them in Tatsuya Imai's start 2 nights ago, most specifically Christian Javier, who was incredible.
But also, fatigued themselves in doing so, too.
Well, Javier getting 5 innings really helped the rest of this bullpen. But, the bullpen's been very taxed, no question. Last night they were awesome. 4 guys each coming in, pitching an inning. De Los Santos, Abreu, Okert, and then Hader closing it out. So we'll see what availability looks like for guys today. But great job by the bullpen. And Yordan Alvarez getting you 2 of the 3 RBIs. He started you off with a home run, finished it off with an RBI single in between Christian Walker hits a solo.
The Angels had to make a decision whether to load the bases or pitch to Yordan. And so anyway.
2 nights ago,
Yeah, 2 nights ago.
Yeah.
Sean, I've been here. I've been here in the present moment for as far as right now, they're 2 games back from the Rangers in the division. I've got that right?
Yeah, you're
thank
2
you,
games back.
thank you.
Yeah, 2 games
For those
back.
of you just joining us, I had an extreme flight delay last night, so I basically drove straight to to Reliant Park.
I got this text from Seth at 5 in the morning. I'm getting in my rental car right now.
So as far as everything else goes, they're 2 games back from the Rangers, who they, by the way, face this weekend.
They do. It's going to be fun, and 1 game back of the wild card right now. So they're sitting right there outside the velvet rope. This Yordan home run last night, people noticed this. We'll see if this translates on radio. The crack of the bat on Yordan Alvarez's home run in the 1st inning last night.
Yordan Alvarez crushes one high and deep. Forget about it. 44 just mashes the first pitch he sees tonight for his 35th home run of the year.
We're good, Callis. It had like a reverberation to it.
Yeah, it sounded like a
double hit.
Like they had somebody actually, like some intern was up there with a parabolic mic who wasn't supposed to be there. He probably got fired after the game. Yeah,
that was good. So Yordan, his 35th home run last night. He's out in front of every offensive stat right now. Astros try to go for the sweep tonight. 7-1 last 8 games. I just know when we came in after that sweep by the Orioles that following Monday, I just remember being like, man, Espada has got to be on death watch right now, and this team should be in sell mode, and they've responded really, really well.
Yeah, no, they have. They've done this to us in the past where you feel like, there's no way in hell they should be thinking about this. And then all of a sudden, in June or July, they start to do some things. And this entire way, where they're 7-1 in their last 8 games, we've been saying, all right, cool. They won a bunch of series in a row, and they started to look more like a real baseball team. But now they're doing this and getting that almost a streak. You win 7 of your last 8. Yeah. If they can extend this on and then have a good series against the Rangers, I'm going to feel way, way different about this baseball team.
Heading right into the trade deadline on Monday, August the 3rd.
Yeah, you have boy, I'll tell you. You should never read into just a 3-game series as where you are and whether you should be buying heavily or not.
Right.
But if I were a GM or an owner, I'd be swayed by it.
Well,
you sweep the Rangers and take the division lead, and I'd be like, yes, you're going to trade for everybody. Screw these minor leaguers. Never liked any of them.
And it's one thing
we just signed 20 rookies. Don't care.
And it's one thing for you to say, if it were me, I would do this. We know that this owner is more inclined to do that. That's the big thing there. All right. So a couple more things here in headlines. Just quick Texans news because we'll be pretty Texans heavy in the 7 o'clock hour. Jalen Noel on the non-football injury list announced by the team yesterday. Hopefully we'll learn more today. Nick Caserio, Texans GM, is meeting with the media at 8:30 today. I'm sure Jalen Noel will be one of the questions. AJ Stewart, EJ Speed to the physically unable to perform, otherwise known as the PUP list. The good news, Tank Dell, no injury designation for him.
Yeah.
So at least from a label standpoint, he's a go at practice.
We don't know exactly what that means in terms of how much he'll be participating, but there don't seem to be any barriers in his way. And I'm guessing they'll take their time with him and do it piecemeal. But that's if you'd asked me a month or so ago, to forecast, I would have thought, okay, more likely than not that he starts off on the PUP because they can move him off at any point. So this is a really good sign.
It's a good sign. Yep, it's a good sign. We'll have eyes on it today. Keep it tuned to Sports Radio 610 all day long. In the Loop will be out here as well. They're getting Azeez Al-Shaair off the practice field today, so we already know that. So the newly enriched Azeez Al-Shaair and his 4-year contract extension that he got, or 3-year contract extension that he got this offseason. All right, coming up next. Oh, and also a quick reminder, tomorrow will be exactly 2 weeks away from Sports Radio 610 becoming 95.7 The Fan. If you've missed that news, we are moving over to the FM dial on August the 13th at 8 a.m., right in the middle of Payne and Pendergast. Coming up next, Jonathan Alexander of the Houston Chronicle has his 10 players with the most to prove for the Texans. I thought he took an interesting angle to this. There are players that I would either replace or add, in my opinion, and Seth, I'm sure you have some as well, but who are the 10 players with the most to prove? Who's got the most to prove at Texans training camp this summer? We'll do that coming up next.
What are the 10 most important things you need to do with your finances?
to Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Texans training camp is here. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
It is, in my opinion, the best time of the year. I love training camp. Seth Payne, Sean Pendergast with you live here at Texans training camp. This is, they got the mowers out here now, Seth. They just turned on the scoreboard. The sun's coming up.
Yeah.
Pretty soon people are going to be coming out here.
Really?
This isn't
one of the open ones, though, right?
No, Saturday's the first open one. Yeah, Saturday. So the ones during the week this week are all closed, which makes our job all the more important because you and I have to paint the picture for people.
Vitally important, yes.
Vitally important.
As we said earlier, I don't need sleep to do this job because just like a medical student or a medical resident, my job is just as important. Mm-hmm. So I let my sense of duty, carry me through, and that's how I manage to not mix up the medications or amputate the wrong leg after I'm going 4 hours with no sleep.
That's right.
Can you imagine me as a doctor?
No.
I would amputate so many wrong limbs. People would be like, oh, Seth. Dr. Seth. They definitely wouldn't call me by my last name. No, Dr. Seth. At it again.
Dr. Sethers.
It was me and the patient laughing about it.
Patient showing his half an arm that he's got.
Me holding the amputated limb up, acting like I'm sewing it back on. Yeah.
We were joking. Brandon Scott and I were joking yesterday. I think it was yesterday. About the Tony Romo mugshot. We'll talk more about Tony Romo later on in this segment.
Yes.
The mugshot from his DWI arrest. And I said, can you imagine if you're in for a surgery, and when you go in for surgery and they put you under the gas and you remember starting to fade, and then next thing you know you wake up and the surgery's done. But the last face that you see before you really start to fade, can you imagine it being the Tony Romo mugshot? that's the guy that's doing the surgery.
Yeah, right. I don't know. The whole thing about that, we'll get into it later, I guess. When I'm watching it, I'm like, he seems like he might be a little bit drunk, but that's what he seems like all the time.
Yeah.
And I don't know whether he's actually drunk when he's doing games or not, or if he's just that incompetent and dumb sometimes, but having a good time of it. He was having a good time on it during that sobriety check.
He didn't take a breathalyzer, so we don't know technically if he was drunk or not. But just the headline itself, if I had to pick one person in the media or in sports where it's like, okay, they weren't drinking at all, but their persona is that of the town drunk.
Yeah.
I'd have been like, it's Tony Romo. He's going to get picked up based on behavior alone.
What if I told you that the perp was following and understanding instructions about as well as Tony Romo understands Gene Steratore. Gene Steratore might as well have been giving the instructions for how to do the sobriety test, and Romo going okay, yeah, like this, right?
Left.
And he goes, no, you're left. Oh yeah, that's what I meant. I said left. That's exactly where I go, right, Gene? So I'm going to go with my right. No, Romo, we've talked about this.
Dude,
it's your left. Exactly.
I felt, watching the sobriety test, I felt like I was watching the Chiefs and the Bills or something. All right, we'll get to that later.
We're going to explain what a reception is.
We'll get to that in a little bit. So Jonathan Alexander, Seth, has his 10 players with the most to prove.
He took an interesting angle on this.
On a few of them he did. We'll dig into some of Jonathan's here in a second, but I want to start off with you. I'm going to put C.J. Stroud aside because I think that's the obvious one, and we just spent 20 minutes talking about him. I'm going to put Tank Dell aside, too. Those are number 1 and 2 on Jonathan's list. Tank Dell, 2, C.J. Stroud, 1 of the players with the most to prove, because we talked about Tank already today.
Yeah.
So putting those two aside, for you, who would be next on the list?
I think, there's 3 guys, and 2 of them are going to be more financially based, if anything, but I think a couple guys who really like being on this team, on the defensive side of the ball, who are also headed into their free agency year, Tommy Togiai and Henry To'oTo'o. I think Togiai's already proven a whole bunch, and I think that they probably like him a lot, and I don't know if they've had any discussions with him or not, but Togiai, if he continues to play the way he did last year, especially when because of injuries, they had to really rely on him as being the guy that the Texans might not be able to compete with what he's going to get on the open market.
That's an underrated decision they've got coming up.
And then I think Henry To'oTo'o also is headed into his free agency year. There hasn't been any talk of an extension. Maybe there will be. But the Texans also, they traded for a linebacker in the offseason in Marte Mapu. It was a late round pick swap, but I think D'Amico is intrigued by Marte Mapu. And then they draft 2 linebackers in Wade Woodaz and Aiden Fisher. And those are guys who are waiting in the wings and competing for that third linebacker spot. But I think D'Amico's going to play the best linebackers regardless. And so both on the contract side of things and then also in retaining his position, Henry To'oTo'o's got to continue to, he's made progress every year, and he's become a much better player than I thought he could be after his rookie year. But he's just got to keep building on that.
To'oTo'o would be on my list, and I think, look, these are subjective lists. Obviously, these are opinions. The first 3 that Jonathan has on his list, I say first 3, like he counts down from 10. So 10, 9, and 8, the first 3 that show up in the article, are all ones that are sort of contractually related, but on a much higher plane than the ones that you and I are talking about here. At least the first 2 are. Because he's got Kamari Lassiter 10, which was intriguing to me when I saw that name. And his stance on Kamari is he's going to get a chance to cash in after this year. And we know the team loves Kamari Lassiter. He on 1,000% fits the mold of somebody the Texans would pay after year 3.
Yeah.
1,000%. But in the league, Kamari Lassiter, we saw it with that. We've seen it with the NFL Top 100, where I don't think Kamari is going to show up in that. I know that's subjective player stuff. But the ESPN exercise with all the coaches in front offices, I expected Kamari Lassiter to get a little bit more love than he did. I know he's honorable mention, and he's still, in the eyes of the league, a top 10 or 12 cornerback. I think he's got the potential to be like right near that tier that Stingley's on right now.
Yeah.
And so this is, I understand Lassiter being on there if the proving that he needs to do is that he's an elite cornerback.
Right. Well, and I think that's in that poll, he was the 11th ranked, and I think a couple executives had him in the top 5, if I recall correct. His highest vote was in the top 5. I mean, if you think about it that way, like, okay, well, that, if that was strictly mathematically correct, then you've got 21 other teams where he'd be, definitely their best starter and the guy that they want, an improvement over whichever cornerback they have.
Yeah.
I think with Kamari, there's always going to be a perception that, okay, well, Stingley's the guy that we don't have to give safety help to ever, and we can really put all the pressure and stress on him. So I think the game that I'm looking forward to is the Cowboys, because I don't. Who are you gonna focus on and send safety help to with those 2 stud receivers
Pickens
out there
and Lamb,
if they're both healthy, and that's going to be just an awesome test for the defense in general, but also for those 2 cornerbacks facing off against a couple of the most prolific receivers in the league.
3 of their first 4 games, they go against Josh Allen, and then they go against Burrow with Higgins and Chase, and then 2 weeks later, thank God home, but they go against Prescott throwing to CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens.
Boy, I almost said screw your thank God, but that would sound sacrilegious. I don't need any extra bet. I want to see him do it on the road. That's it. Yeah, it's good. Yes, it's good that it's at home. It's to their advantage. I think for Kamari Lassiter proving it, do it on the road.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. The higher ceiling on the opportunity.
What do you think? He's scared, Sean?
No, I don't think. No.
I can't wait until he comes out here.
One guy I don't think is scared.
And I'm going to tell him. You said he was yellow.
Yeah.
Kids all know what that means.
I was going to say, what does that mean? Number 9 on the list, he's got Will Anderson Jr. Again, contractually related. He just got he was just made the highest paid non-quarterback in football. I don't think Will goes into any of this stuff feeling like he's got anything to prove to anybody.
Or that he's always going into anything, wanting to prove it to himself or whatever it is. Yeah, I don't. That's a tough one because honestly. I mean, if Will and others in the team want him to keep improving, and Will probably, Will's got high aspirations, but the level of play that he had last year justifies the contract if that's all he did. Like, he doesn't, if all he did was exactly what he already is, I don't know if I agree with him having to have something to prove.
Yep.
Other than anybody else does, where you certainly can't fall off.
If he's the runner-up for the Defensive Player of the Year for the next 5 years, he's worth the contract.
Yeah, nobody's going to – if he's the runner-up for the Defensive Player of the Year after Myles Garrett has 20 sacks, nobody's going to be saying, I can't believe they gave this guy that money.
Right.
Can you believe they paid this guy that money?
Right. Okay, so now I was – the next couple – he's got Ed Ingram on here. That's a contractual one as well. Ed Ingram just got paid.
Prove that he's worth it.
Yeah, like the next few here on his list, list are kind of in favor that I think of when it's guys that have something to prove. Cade Stover is 7th on this list, and to me, the tight end room is the most intriguing one to me on this team when it comes to the competition in camp, and here's why. There are 5 names at that position, and again, I'm assuming health for everybody. So if everybody's healthy, you've got 3 guys who I think are locks to make the team.
Well, and just to lay it out, there's 5 names, and if you're an NFL team that keeps 4, that's a lot. That's the exception. So most teams keep 3 tight ends.
Most teams keep 3. I think with Nick Caley as the OC, I could see them keeping 4 here. I think Dalton Schultz and Marlon Klein are obviously making the team for totally different reasons. Schultz because he's a starter, Klein because he's a second-round pick.
Yeah.
I think Foster Moreau is making this team. It just feels like he fills a need for them. That felt like a very purposeful signing, which means that one of 2 guys, if not both, of guys that have gotten lauded at various times by the front office and coaching staff here.
Yeah.
At various times, Cade Stover has been highlighted by management here. At various times, Brevin Jordan has been highlighted by management. I think there's a reason they keep bringing Brevin Jordan back. There's an element that he brings when he's healthy that's very unique. One or both of those 2 guys, assuming everybody's healthy, is not going to be on this team in week 1.
Right, I guess the one little asterisk there might be if they really like Cade Stover when he's at fullback. And then you got to make a decision with British Brooks and special teams and all the rest of it. But even then, that's typically something they might do to justify keeping a 4th tight end, and that would mean Brevin Jordan is gone. So
it's like a 95% chance, like one of those 2 guys is gone.
Yeah, and I think Cade Stover, if he just performs to a certain level, I think it's his roster spot to lose, only because of Brevin Jordan's injury history and just everything that's happened, and the fact that, man, they've put a whole lot of emphasis on being tougher and more physical on the offensive side of the ball. And Brevin's just he's not ever going to be a great blocker, and that's not a knock against him. It's just the type of player he is. His athleticism and his versatility is his calling card.
There's a place for a healthy Brevin Jordan.
Oh yeah,
in the
100%.
NFL.
Yeah. Oh, 100%.
Yep.
But I think it just might not be the flavor of what they're going for right now.
Okay, I'm going to ask you kind of a subset to this question. Again, we were kind of cherry picking here with Jonathan Alexander of the Chronicle and his 10 players with the most to prove. The offensive line.
Yeah.
If we use that as if we were just doing an article about the offensive line, who's got the most to prove among that group on the offensive line?
I mean, the less headline-grabbing one, I guess, would be Jake Andrews, the center, but because the people are just assuming at this point that it's going to be. It
looks like they drafted his replacement in the first round.
It looks like they just drafted a guy that had played about 20 snaps at center in a senior All-Star game before he got here. So I've always got a little bit of soft spot for guys like Jake Andrews. Hey, look, he was basically a rookie himself when he started last year and was learning on the fly how to play center in the NFL. You shouldn't just assume that Keelan Rutledge is going to come in and win the spot, no problem. But I think for me it would be Braden Smith, just because he didn't. It's not like he got like earth-shattering money or anything that guarantees him a starting spot at right tackle.
Right. I think he's got less guaranteed money than Cam Robinson's contract was last year.
Yeah, right. And remember, like if when the Texans signed Cam Robinson last year, you'd said, oh, he's probably going to be gone by the 4th or 5th game, you would have.
What are you talking about?
What are you talking about? They got a rookie. He's going to be there as a bridge to the rookie.
Yeah.
And it turns out, no, that's not what he was at all.
No.
But I think for him, I don't see him being off the team, at all. But I think that there's more of a competitive situation with Trent Brown, perhaps, than it feels like there is. Wyatt Teller, I think, just based on the interview he did with Landry and Cody, he himself, I think, sounded like he kind of enjoyed this new challenge of having to prove himself all over again.
Yeah.
And I'm paraphrasing, but that some complacency starts to maybe seep in when you're in the same place for year after year and you're playing along the same guys and everything. So I feel like Wyatt Teller, because of his injury history over the last couple of years too, he said specifically he wants to get back to playing like an all-pro type of guy.
Yep. I'll throw one more in there for me, and this is one I kind of did my own little list of guys Jonathan didn't have on here, because he's got Rutledge on there at 5.
Yeah.
Jonathan's got Wyatt Teller at 4, so he's got a couple of offensive linemen on there. I'm going to throw Ariante Ursary in there, the left tackle, because until we know what Keelan Rutledge is, the rest of these guys are all, relatively speaking, kind of future short-timers. Ed Ingram's going to be here for 3 years, so I guess, he signed a second contract But Ariante Ursery, in a perfect world, is viewed as the next in the lineage of the fixtures they've had at left tackle, really spanning the better part, other than a couple little gaps, the better part of the last decade and a half. You know, they had Dwayne Brown from 2008 till 2017, and then you had the trash they had out there until 2018. But then they trade for Laramie Tunsil, and they had him till last year. You know, there's almost a similar lineage. I'm not saying that any of these guys are the level of Andre Johnson, but it's a little like Andre begat DeAndre, which kind of sort of, with one little gap, begat Nico Collins.
Yeah.
You've had an elite wide receiver for pretty much every season in the history of this team. You've also had pretty elite left tackle play for most of the history of this team. And I think in a perfect world, Ariante Ursery becomes that guy that plays left tackle for you for the next 10 years. I think he still has more to prove that he is that level of guy.
Yeah, I mean, and then, again, a less heralded one, but a guy that really, really has a lot to prove is Blake Fisher.
Oh, yeah. Well, he's just got to make the team.
I mean, you got the offensive coordinator during minicamp basically saying that it sounded like he didn't – they played 6 offensive linemen a lot last year. It didn't sound like that's what the preferred method was. That was as we described it at the time, that was a desperation move. It wasn't because they were a bunch of axe murderers out there when they had 6 offensive linemen on the field. So you go out and you draft a tight end, you sign one in free agency. The offensive coordinator basically says, we don't want to be in jumbo all that much. Yeah. So being the guy that comes in and does an okay job as a blocking tight end every now and then, that's not what should be keeping you on the team when you're in your when you're drafted as a second rounder a few years.
Yep. All right. So those are some guys with some things to prove. Guys at this camp and this preseason and this season as a whole is really important for. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you here live, first day of Texans training camp. All right. We had some things go on around the NFL, and I would say this one that we'll start with here is kind of tied to the Texans in a way. Because Christian Gonzalez, it would appear, the cornerback for the Patriots, is about to get paid. And this was Robert Kraft, the owner of the Patriots, at training camp over the weekend, being asked about the Patriots Pro Bowl cornerback.
We love Christian Gonzalez. We love him as a player, as a person. You know, that's why we've made an offer to him that makes him the highest paid player ever to play that position in the NFL.
Yeah, okay. As soon as I saw that quote, Sean, this is my gut reaction as a player. Like, oh, shut up, you stupid old man. Like, that's stupid baseball tactics. Like when baseball teams used to do that all the time. Like, hey, we made him we gave him this incredible offer. He should be grateful. Like that kind of tactic. That's like, what do you bring this public for? You know, hey, aren't the owners the ones that are always the owners and the coaches want us to keep things in house and keep things quiet? Are you trying to guilt trip me, Bob Kraft?
So was that, in your opinion, then? Was that just an old man who got out over his old man skis, or was that a chess move by Robert Kraft right there?
I think he thought it was a chess move.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it was.
He's a businessman.
He's a very stingy NFL owner. He's known as being one of the stingier guys when it comes to. He tosses nickels around like they're manhole covers, Sean.
Yep.
And maybe there's I think he thinks it's a chess move, but in reality, he probably also hates that he was talked into making this contract offer. That there's a part of him that really doesn't like it at all.
You know who didn't seem to like the tactic?
Yeah.
One Christian Gonzalez.
Yeah.
This was Christian Gonzalez yesterday at Patriot. I'll give you the Texans angle on this in a second, but here was Christian Gonzalez. Didn't seem like he was real happy with what Robert Kraft did.
Yeah, I mean, everybody knows what Mr. Kraft has done. A ton of respect for Mr. Kraft and what he's done with this franchise, and it's just something we don't want to handle to the media. You know, I keep that with the team and my team and go on about that.
Okay. This is something that your head coach says. You know, whether or not your head coach has also been involved in some kind of an alleged sex scandal. Usually, I mean, they've got everything flipped upside down with the Patriots.
Yeah.
NFL head coaches are not supposed to be involved in sex scandals.
Right. That's the owner's job.
That's that's what Bob Kraft's supposed to be doing. The players are told all the time by coaches and owners, like, hey, we don't need to bring this public or whatever. But that's a move by Bob Kraft that specifically tries to pit whether it's the intent or not, it pits the fans against the player.
Yeah.
Because that's when people start saying, oh, this guy's ungrateful. I can't believe it.
Yeah.
I can't believe the team was going to make him the highest paid Patriot, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And you're supposed to be keeping it in-house.
And he's not.
No.
And Gonzalez doesn't like it.
They need this Patriots team. I never thought that I would get so immediately, like right back into the groove of being sick of Patriots fans than last season, and just them having the easiest schedule in the history of the NFL. The fact that they beat the Texans, and there's nothing you can do about that. They were by far the better team that day. But my God, I'm just tired of them already.
I am overloaded on Patriots under 10.5 wins this year.
Yeah,
overloaded. And that was before all the Vrabel stuff off the field. I mean, you know that. I've been saying that since the Super Bowl, that I'm on Patriots under this year. The Texans' angle to this Christian Gonzalez story is that either Gonzalez or Devin Witherspoon are about to be the highest-paid cornerback in football. Now, Denzel Ward just swooped in and took that title yesterday. We're talking about new money. That's what guys look at. Denzel Ward of Cleveland just got a 2-year, $62.2 million extension, $31.1 million a year. It's $100,000 more than Trent McDuffie's making. So Derek Stingley's already fourth down on the list a year into this thing. Kamari Lassiter is going to live in this neighborhood. He is going to be, if he has a season this year like he did last year, where he improved by an incremental amount, like if he improves again and has the same stats that he did last year, there's no better run defender at that position in the NFL. He piled on 4 or 5 picks. He's very good in coverage. He's great in the locker room. The team loves him. Well, he is going to be living in this $30+ million neighborhood next year.
If you look at the way that cornerbacks are being paid right now, it's a pretty stark difference between like the highest paid and the 10th highest paid or 11th highest paid.
Share.
It goes from like Denzel $31 million per year down to Marlon Humphrey. Let's go Alontae Taylor at $19 million per year. And it's just like
where is Alontae Taylor on the where does he
11th.
rank? He's 11th. Okay,
yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So I think that like if you look at quarterbacks, like right now it's weird because quarterbacks are all jam packed right around $50 to $55 million. Yeah. It's like almost all of them are making $50 million or more, and then there's a huge gap. There's only a few that are making somewhere around the 15 to 20, and it's like so. There's
you got Darnold and Mayfield at 30.
Yeah.
And a big jump
that's
up.
what it is. Yeah, and then so there's only like 2 or 3 of those guys.
Yeah.
But there's like with the cornerbacks, it feels like the next few guys that get paid in the offseason are probably going to be up closer to around $30 million. Even though Denzel Ward, is at $31 million right now, that there's a good chance that Kamari's going to be somewhere in that neighborhood.
They're going to find a way to make it work with him, too.
Without even arguing, because people need to be reminded of this sometimes. It's not about whether a guy's better than the other guy. It's that this is the latest contract.
It's timing. Yeah, it's timing. So we talked a little about Tony Romo earlier in this segment. If you missed it, Tony Romo, and I tweeted this the day that the news of his OWI arrest in Wisconsin, I guess it's OWI up there, operating while intoxicated.
Yeah, that annoyed me.
Yeah.
Like, why the hell are you got to be so different? I had to look up, I had to read an article.
It wasted your
Just tell
time.
me if I know what I didn't like when they started doing DUI.
Right.
Instead of DWI.
Right. Hey, Wisconsin government, is your time more valuable than Seth Payne's time?
No,
That's the
I
question.
think not,
Nope.
Wisconsin.
Nope.
What the hell are you doing? You're allowing serial killers to run rampant according to Netflix.
Were you like me? That's true. Were you like me, rubbing your hands together, couldn't wait for the body cam footage to come out of the Tony Romo stoppage on the highway?
I don't. Not necessarily.
I was.
I know you don't. I don't. I don't delight in this stuff as much as you do.
I was.
I know.
I couldn't wait for this one to come out.
This ended up being a pleasant surprise, though, because I don't eagerly anticipate these. I just dread if it's. I don't want to see somebody at their absolute worst, because then you start to feel like, oh boy, this guy's down in a dark place right now.
Yeah,
that's not what it feels like with Romo.
No,
it felt like he was doing an NFL game.
No, I'm gonna try to paint the picture as best I can here.
Yeah.
Okay, so it dropped yesterday. There are 2 pieces of footage. There's about 5 or 6 minutes of him getting pulled over on the highway, interacting with the police officer, who happens to be a female, and there's that. They didn't want him to do the sobriety tests out there where they pulled him over because it was uneven. It was an uneven surface, and it was on a bridge.
Yeah.
So it would have been difficult for even a sober person to do these tests.
Mm-hmm.
So the first 6 minutes is him interacting with the cop.
Yeah, they take him back to this indoor facility.
Like a parking garage.
I don't know if it's a retractable roof or not, but yeah, it felt almost like, okay, it almost felt like you're in a field house doing a workout with a team.
Yeah, a little bit. And so that's about 4 or 5 minutes. So the sobriety test of the second video, I would say this about the first video. I thought he was executing our "you got pulled over" playbook pretty well. The one that you
pulling
and I,
all the way over to the side, had the lights on, all that
being
stuff.
very cordial.
Yeah.
Being asked when he was being educated on what exactly he did, because it was he crossed over a line is what happened.
Yeah.
He wasn't getting pulled over for speeding. It didn't seem like his driving was just a little erratic.
Yeah.
And so he didn't say I wasn't doing that. He asked the officer what her name was. He's being very cordial. I thought the first video, if you had just shown me that and said, do you think Tony Romo got an OWI based on this, I would have said, no, he just seems like Tony Romo. He's being pretty friendly. He's being very cooperative.
The one thing real quick about the crossing the line, the thing you always got to remember that is when you see the camera footage, you're like, oh, that doesn't seem that bad. Remember, you should be aware that there's a cop behind you.
Yes.
So that's the best you can do when you've got, if you're checking your rearview mirror like you should be, like this is the best you can do when you've got a cop behind you. I think that that's why I always give the cops the benefit of the doubt with that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
This clown can't even say between the lines when he's got a cruiser behind him. Yeah.
Right. And then they walk up like, oh God, it's Tony Romo.
This guy probably can't even hold a field goal kick
can't
properly.
Even catch a snap. Yeah. So the first video, I'm like, okay, this seems all right. It was actually interesting because at the end of that video, when they were in the highway, they actually cuffed him to bring him to where they would do the sobriety test. So I got confused by that a little bit. I'm like, wait, are they arresting him? He didn't even do any tests. But I guess by law they have to cuff him if he gets into a police cruiser.
It's really because of OJ.
Maybe.
That's what, ever since then, it's like, wait a second, former NFL player, don't act like, hey, this is no big deal. Put him in cuffs. Otherwise, we're going to have a slow-moving chase through the wilds of Wisconsin.
Right. Okay, so the actual sobriety test, which I know you've seen.
Yeah.
Vintage Romo. Vintage Romo.
Didn't understand
a thing.
Explanations from Gene's territory.
Okay, I don't know how this. I close my eyes in playing this part of the video, to see, does this translate on the radio? So I'm going to take a shot here.
Yeah, okay. And I'm going to stick up for him based on a presentation that we used to get back in the day as NFL players.
Okay, so this is Romo Romo is the faint voice you hear. The big voice you're going to hear is the cop administering the sobriety test. And keep in mind, the test she's asking him to do is take your right foot and put the heel next to the toe of your left foot. And then we're going to do some steps. Tony Romo is not grasping this here. This is what it sounded like.
Do not start to walk until you're told to do so.
Okay.
Do you understand the instructions so far?
So put my left foot down, right foot in front on the line, and then I'm going to wait for you. Okay.
Do you understand the instructions?
No, I don't. There's too many. We got to go step by step.
Okay. All right. So take your left foot, put it on the line, the straight line, real or imaginary.
So you can show me how to do it real quick.
Take your right foot.
So left foot, put the right foot in front.
Left foot on the line, right foot in front, heel to toe touching.
So right here?
Yep. Heel to toe touching.
Here?
Yep, just like this. Left foot on the line, right foot directly in front of it, arms down at your side while she explains the rest of the instructions.
Got it. So stay here.
Yep.
Okay. Got it.
Okay. I'm going to let you do your thing.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, this is what it's.
I want the player version.
Tony Romo's first year in the NFL was 2004. My last year in the NFL was 2006.
Yep.
And so I can remember the last time, at the beginning during training camp, they have different former cops, former FBI agents coming to talk to you about various things.
Sure.
Gambling, all of that stuff. But they also, covered drunk driving.
That's smart.
And I'm wondering, I can't remember who it was that gave the last speech. It would have been when Romo was in the league, and maybe it was the same law enforcement group that would go up to Dallas to give it. I can remember them specifically talking about that part of the test, the left in front of the right foot, and basically they were showing and demonstrating to us that it's really hard to do if you're sober. Which leads a lot of people to say, officer, I couldn't do this if I was sober. Oh, no. Oh, no. Crap.
Oh.
No, but it is that there is, one of the things that they're using as a potential check against you is that you're not following instructions.
Yeah.
That a lot of people think, I'm just going to walk down this line, left foot in front of the right foot. So I feel like he's had that training or he's been in those seminars, and he was trying to be extra careful about just knowing that you got to follow the instructions very specifically.
Okay.
I can remember them telling us, don't start walking until they tell you to start walking.
Right.
And that's what she said there. She's like, don't start until I say start.
Okay, fair enough. and I understand your point.
Yeah.
There was nothing in that video that I watched where it seemed like she was trying to get over on him.
Oh, no, I'm not trying to paint it out like it's a dirty thing or anything. I think he was, but I think that's what was in his brain is he was like trying to get the instructions 100% proper. Yeah.
Okay. But you kind of
I'm not saying it's a nefarious tactic.
No. Okay, that's how I kind of took it. When you were
because you're a known criminal. That's how you get around the fuzz.
Well, I'm good at it, obviously, because I've never been arrested. So here's where Tony failed the test, and this is the visual part of it. You're supposed to go heel to toe.
Yeah.
He just starts walking.
That's how I knew he was drunk, allegedly. Because that's it, Sean. So I'm thinking that I'm watching the presentation, like all this stuff that he used to give in the presentation.
Were you having flashbacks?
No. Well,
not to a DUI. I'm saying to when the league was educating.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I'm watching. I was like, oh yeah, I remember the heel to toe part, and then. So I'm trying to give him the benefit of the doubt, saying like, oh okay, well that's what he's trying to do, and then he blows past the heel to toe part. Yeah.
Just starts walking. I mean, not even close. It's not even like the heel missed and grazed the toe.
Yeah.
He just starts strolling.
I can't wait until the part in the trial where his lawyer is like, Your Honor, I know that he might seem drunk, but let's bring up some footage from the AFC playoffs this year. And Gene Steratore tries to explain to Tony some of the very basic rules of football.
It's so true.
And Tony flip-flops 29 times pretending to understand. And to which, if I were the prosecuting attorney, I would say, Mr. Romo, were you drinking it all on that day?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I want answers.
Yes.
If anything comes out of this, thank God nobody was hurt. We can find out whether he's actually drunk as hell on game days.
Do you think that this arrest of Tony Romo had the CBS executives running to the files to start thumbing through his contract to see if he had a morals clause in there or not?
I think they're
to see if they could get out from underneath however many years of $18 million of Tony Romo they've got left.
I think they're like, oh, this is just another thing. It happened with Mark Sanchez. It can happen with Tony Romo, too. Who was Mark Sanchez with? Was he Fox?
Fox.
He was Fox,
He was Fox, yeah.
Like,
now, his was wild.
His was wild, yeah, and it remains so.
Yeah.
But he also wasn't making as much as Tony Romo.
No,
that's been a ridiculously bad contract.
It's been a bad contract, and they've got a guy waiting in the wings in J.J. Watt that everybody really seems to like and does a good job. So, yeah. As long as we're talking about automotive escapades around the NFL, how weird is this Kyle Shanahan thing to you?
Okay. This is my confession.
Should I tell people what the latest is on it real quick?
So, go ahead.
So I think most people know that Kyle Shanahan got into a car accident all the way back on July 14th.
Mm-hmm.
Most of society...
Is that Bastille Day?
It is Bastille Day, yeah. Maybe he was out celebrating.
It's the day they invented the croissant, right?
Mm-hmm. Indeed, yes, and French fries. So the most of society didn't learn about this accident until the Niners put out a statement 11 days later.
They were too busy with the Bastille Day celebration.
Kyle Shanahan was in this accident.
Yeah.
Immediately after the statement was put out by the 49ers, like a minute later, Adam Schefter's got all the details.
Yeah.
He had 2 broken ribs, he had a broken nose, he's got a concussion.
It's amazing he dug into it so well,
so quickly,
effectively.
In 60 seconds, he was able to get all this. So there's all sorts of conjecture that the Niners asked for all kinds of favors for the media to sit on this thing.
Yeah.
Then it finally gets reported, and now here we are at the beginning of training camp, and apparently yesterday the report had been that Kyle Shanahan hit head-on with a 21-year-old woman, and the accident was her fault.
Yeah.
Kyle Shanahan...
That's what the police report said.
That was what the report said, yeah. Kyle Shanahan pulls 8 reporters into his office yesterday to tell them, like, hey, it was actually my fault. The phone fell between the seats in my car, and I was reaching down to get it, and I look down, I look up, and blammo, I get into this accident. I was only going 20 miles an hour, he said, and I got into this accident. It was a clerical error, according to Shanahan, and maybe according to the police office, too, that had them flag the wrong person in the system at being at fault.
Yeah.
It was supposed to be Shanahan. Something is fishy.
Something is fishy?
Something's fishy.
The fact that the clerical error was all that. Listen, okay, this is my unpopular opinion on this.
Something was fishy when it took 11 days for this thing to come out.
You know what I loved? I loved that Florio was one of the people that were going off on everybody about how could you not report this? How can you not report this? And then the next day he's on with his co-host, Chris Sims, who's talking about all the conversations he had with Kyle Shanahan's wife and everything following the...
We've got some Sims audio. We just don't have time to play it.
So, okay. there's a part of me where I was kind of like this with Sorsby. I'm like, you know what? I kind of like it when a local police department kind of takes up for the guy. Like, all right, they just kind of, it's a car, it's basically a fender bender, okay? Like, what's the big deal?
What if he was
This
drinking?
is an unpopular opinion amongst my brethren in the media.
Yeah. What if he was drinking?
Oh, well, no, that's a whole different scenario. Yeah, then he's a danger to society.
Yeah.
And he should be, dragged across the asphalt.
And I know the report was that there was no alcohol or drugs involved, but the report was also that it wasn't his fault. And it turns out it was.
Sean, life's not always cut and dry the way we want it to be.
Something's fishy.
There's a place, whether it's Brendan Sorsby or Kyle Shanahan, there's a place for like, hey, look, the fall coach got in a little bit of a tough. Yeah, you know what? Let's just move along here. Let's move along here. Okay, this is what's pathetic though. Yeah. So Kyle Shanahan comes out and says, okay, this is what actually happened.
Yeah.
You know, didn't want this young woman to be taking the brunt of all this criticism or anything. All these reporters, Grant Cohn out of San Francisco, says Kyle Shanahan just called the beat writers into his office to tell us that he was at fault for the car crash, not the other driver. He swerved into her lane.
Dude.
I have so much respect for Shanahan for setting the record straight. He's a stand-up guy. Another writer or media person, Chase Sr., Kyle Shanahan just did what Mike Vrabel didn't do. Took accountability.
Oh, my
Props.
God.
Like, all right, look, this was going to come out at some point.
Yeah.
You know, like, I don't know if the family, the woman's family or herself might sue him if it keeps getting presented this way. Like, it's going to come out. Like, good for him not trying to bury it completely, but let's not act like he threw himself in front of a locomotive.
Kyle Shanahan admitted to the truth on the story that the team sat on for 11 days.
He threw himself in front of the bus because he had dropped his cell phone in front of the bus.
Yes, perfect metaphor. Perfect metaphor.
He knocked a little kid out of the way of the path of a bus, but it was only because he was trying to retrieve his own cell phone.
That's my phone! All right, coming up next, it's the final segment. All right, we did a Pender poll while Seth was out on media decorum, I'll call it, press conference decorum. I'm very interested.
Cheated on.
I'm interested to see what side of the aisle Seth is on this one. Who was worse, Vrabel with the puppy dog or Joel Embiid with his little kid? We've got that coming up next.
Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Texans training camp is here. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, Payne and Pendergast with you on a training camp Wednesday. Happy training camp day, everybody.
Training camp day one.
Training camp day one.
This is where I understand the Roman numerals, and after one, I start losing track. Yeah. That's why in the 10 questions leading up to training camp, I'm glad that you used the
regular numbers.
Yeah, instead of the Roman numerals. I don't like doing subtraction when I'm trying to.
You're kind of snobby when you use Roman numerals. If you want to know the truth, I'm
looking at you, NFL.
I'm a blue collar numbers guy.
No. Once I got past look, the Roman numerals in the Super Bowl are just absurd. That's just ridiculous.
We need numbers, all right. We need numbers.
We don't need to bring Zeus into this crap.
Okay, so let me ask you this.
Sorry.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Brandon Scott and I debated this. We were on the opposite sides of this argument. As far as press conference deflection tactics go.
Yeah.
Joel Embiid bringing his young son to a post-game press conference after getting swept by the Knicks.
Let's call it what it is. It's human shield tactics.
To face the Philadelphia
you're
media.
using your child as a human shield.
I'm with you on that.
Yeah.
Or Mike Vrabel bringing a cute little puppy dog under his arm to his
puppy shield
to his first press conference of training camp.
Oh, human shield versus canine shield.
Which, as every Patriots fan pointed out to me, it's part of a charitable endeavor called Patriots.
Yeah,
where they're trying to get homes for these puppies. You must hate dogs.
It's Bob Kraft's wife, who I'm guessing Bob thinks is some kind of a trophy, has this charity where they give away dogs.
Yeah.
Thing looked like a little purebred something. I don't know what kind of we're sheltering misplaced pedigreed animals.
Okay.
That's what the Kraft family is up to.
Have you looked at the poll I put up about this yet?
I have not.
Okay, good. Okay, so I want to know what your answer is, and I want you to guess what the people think.
Okay.
So I said Brandon Scott and I differ greatly on this today, which was a couple days ago. So I'll put it to the people. Which is worse, Joel Embiid bringing his kid to a post-series loss presser, or Mike Vrabel going through some PR stuff right now, bringing a cute little puppy to his first training camp presser? What's your answer? People say?
You usually know that I'm pretty plugged in with the masses.
Yes.
I walk lockstep with them.
Yes.
That means usually I'm like 70% left foot, 30% right foot.
Right.
I walk in circles with the masses. I think with Embiid, you could look at it as, hey, he's also, he's trying to teach his kid a life lesson about handling failure with dignity. Where I feel like Vrabel can't teach that puppy crap, except that she's probably better off being neutered. No attachments, no problems. You know, let's just.
You won't have any offspring that wind up being a Patriots.
Yeah, I was really upset to find out that the dog was a female because
it is.
Yeah,
I didn't know that either.
Vrabel would have been. Then it could really be like, let's talk some sense, young man.
So it sounds like you think the Vrabel thing was worse.
The optics of it. If you don't
which is worse?
So he is doing it because the boss's wife asks him to.
Yeah.
And what are you going to do? Say no, especially when you're in the situation you're in. So I still think, Vrabel. You know what? Yeah, Vrabel should have said, at some point, Mrs. Kraft, I'm actually going to stand up and give some real answers about this whole scenario.
Yeah.
So I think day one would be the time to do it, and I'm not going to use a puppy shield to deflect myself. I would say I think most people, especially because it's more A, it's the NFL, B, it's the Patriots, C, it's more scandalous. The majority of people are going to say Mike Vrabel.
Yeah, well, there's adultery involved in that one tangentially, right? Vrabel.
We don't know how that kid was conceived.
What percentage do you think said Vrabel?
65.
73. 73%.
I wasn't within 5.
But it's still a vast majority, though. Like you were on the, you're generally on the right side of everything. This we know about Vrabel. He will do whatever any owner asks him to do. Amy Adams Strunk asked him to cosplay Bum Phillips, and he didn't.
Yeah, and he ended up looking like the worst. It was an insult to Bum Phillips is what it was.
And they lost that day, too.
I'm a cowboy. I live in West U.
That was my favorite part. All right, so Nick Caserio is going to meet with the media today. What are the things you're most hoping to hear Nick Caserio talk about with the media today?
I really hope he takes John Harris to task for some of his antics. I'm just this John Harris.
It's about time.
John Harris just walking up on the table.
So, yeah, Johnny's right there. You know he's going to be here in a minute. Yeah.
Okay, so as far as Caserio and what are the driving issues of what we want to address? I think Tank Dell, we'll find in due time exactly what their plans are with Tank Dell. I'm kind of enjoying the suspense of it. I don't want them to lay out what they think the plan is for Tank Dell necessarily.
So you want the answer to be you guys will see in a minute.
Yeah,
You'll see shortly.
I don't want to walk into a strip club and have the women just buck naked right at the...
Right.
Well, okay, that's a bad comparison.
No,
so,
the timeless art of seduction.
But no, I think that, for one, Jalen Nolan, what exactly is up. But the problem is I don't think we'll probably get all of that revealing an answer. The GMs don't have to say, GMs and coaches don't have to divulge much information at all right now, and we know how Caserio operates with this stuff. We'll probably get a pretty vague answer.
I'll give you one. What's the plan for Keelich?
Yeah.
What's the plan for him? Is he being treated as a center? Is he being treated as the number one center?
I think the problem is he already gave an answer. I think he'll be asked again, and he already gave an answer to that. But because this is what happens with GMs and politicians, because they don't give the answer you want, we pretend that they never answered the question before. Yeah. He said during OTAs and minicamps that they're going to work him at both spots, as they do with a lot of other guys, because it's a good time to figure out exactly what guys can and can't do.
So here would be a question.
Okay, you know what? Can I tell you honestly?
Yeah.
If I'm the GM, what I'm also saying is, and people don't like hearing this, we don't know. The players, just like players cut themselves, you either play well or you don't. If Keelan Rutledge, we don't know if Keelan Rutledge can play center, so this is what training camp is for, is finding out.
Do you feel like... this is what I would ask Nick. I'm asking you, do you feel like there needs to be a sort of a deadline set for determining who the center is going to be, given the connective tissue of that position to the quarterback?
That's a really good point, because they did give a definitive answer with somebody last year, and I can't recall who it was, but I want to say it was on the offensive line, that they said they would basically know by the second preseason game. So I think that's a very good way to look at it.
Yeah. Maybe something a little more specific.
Yeah, when are you going to try to make this decision by?
Especially considering it's a rookie who's never played the position before. Mm-hmm. So that'll be at 8:30. I would assume that that's going to be carried on Texans All Access, which John Harris is chomping at the bit to do here in a moment, and Mark Van be here shortly. So that'll be good, man. Very excited for first day of training camp.
Yeah, no, this will be good. No pads for the first couple days, but that just puts that much more scrutiny on the passing game. Because I don't look. Other than mental errors, you can't really see a whole lot of what the interior offensive linemen are doing with no pads on. So I think you watch a whole lot of the 7-on-7 type action today.
Yep, should be good. First fan open practice is on Saturday this week. So we are your eyes and ears here at Sports Radio 610. Seth, myself, Reggie, and John from 10 to 2. And then obviously the drive. The drive won't be out here, but they'll be covering Texans training camp and everything coming out of it throughout the afternoon. And, of course, Area 45 at night. Seth, antibodies to you.
Antibodies in left foot, right foot, left foot, Sean.
Can you repeat that for me?
One and the other, okay?
I need you to do it again.
Heel to toe.
Heel to toe. As I stroll like Tony Romo. All right, West Point, Lincoln.
Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
It's time.
Here we go!
To get back to the grind.
Let's go to work, baby!
And prepare for the season.
Go, 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 go!
It's Texans Training Camp Live. Here's Mark Vandermeer and John Harris.
The National Football League originated in the 1920s in rural America, then moved to the cities to flourish and prosper. Each summer, the game relives its heritage. Towns across the country witness the first bloom of the NFL season. There's glory in the legends of this hard-muscle life, and there's poetry in each season made of sweat and strife. But now's the time to work and strain at a sport that tests the spirit and challenges the brain. All sights are set on one glittering goal, the chance to play and win in the Super Bowl.
And we're off. Good morning, Texans. Hello. From the Houston Methodist Training Center, Mark Vandermeer and John Harris with you as we are live at the 25th training camp in the history of the franchise. The Texans embarking on a very promising campaign. A season that projects to be one of their best, if not their best ever, and that's what we're certainly gunning for, hoping for, coming off a 12-win campaign last year, tying an all-time best in victories. But all that is history compared to what is happening right now. This is the best team they have ever had, with the best coach they have ever had and the best general manager they have ever had. Can they put it all together? It all starts today. Practice number one. Johnny, this is a ramp-up situation with practice, right? We're not going to see pads today, obviously, but we're not even going to see, I think, a full practice. I think it'll be a little bit abbreviated. I don't mean 45 minutes. I just mean they are going to ramp up because that's the way the league does it these days. First 2-3 days, and you'll get into pads maybe Saturday, probably Monday. We'll find out more soon enough about that. But it's very exciting to be here because now you're on the runway. The season starts 2 weeks from tomorrow with the preseason game against the Chargers at Reliant Stadium, a night game. And looking forward to that very much. Looking forward to being on the FM dial 95.7 The Fan with our flagship. Very exciting to be here. And I am so fired up. I'm as fired up as I've ever been, maybe more, because of how good this team can be.
Yeah, I think I've said it to I've been across the United States all summer. And when people find out what I do or, my work or where I'm from and, the Texans, they got a shot for the Super Bowl, and I'm like, yeah, this is one of those years where I haven't denied it. I'm like, yeah, we're really freaking good. We're good at a lot of positions, and we're good at a lot of positions that we haven't been good at in the past, at least on paper.
Right.
We've seen this thing before on paper turn into dust. We've also seen this thing on paper not look very good, and all of a sudden we end up winning the division. But if this team stays healthy, I think it's got a great shot of doing things that the city hasn't seen often, this organization has never seen. I thought Reggie and John on In the Loop yesterday had a really good segment along with Figgy. They had a great segment. Like what's your floor that you'll accept of this team? And as they went back and forth, it was a really interesting conversation.
What was it?
Well, it was complicated because it was kind of tied into. It was tied into a lot of different things. It was tied into CJ, but Lopez was like, "Look, I've lived here for 36 years, and I have not seen this team. I have not seen this I have not seen a championship game. I have not seen a championship game for this organization ever. My floor is the AFC Championship game, no matter what."
Okay.
Now Reggie and Figgy were kind of looking at kind of bringing in the quarterback and bringing in CJ and that into the conversation and all that kind of stuff. But the premise is hey, you need to do something after 3 years of really ramping this thing up, of building the team in 23, adding pieces in 24, getting so close in 25, now in 26, pushed over the top. You've got the talent to do it. You've got the roster to do it. You've got the coaching staff. You've got the personnel. You've got the organization. In the 25th year, this is the time to, at a minimum, get to the AFC Championship game, and then you're 60 minutes away of playing in the big one. And this team, for 60 minutes, when as healthy as you're going to be, can beat anybody in this league, can go toe-to-toe with anybody in this league. We did that the other day when we were talking about the core five. Fox Sports did an article, core five around the league. They did, top 10. Texans were 4, without even mentioning C.J. Stroud.
Without
they
mentioning
were
the quarterback.
4.
Yeah.
So that tells you what talent is on this team. But you know and I know, we've seen this team before be very, very talented and get the divisional round and can't get it done in that moment.
Well, you were on the road.
That's right.
In every game
that's a great point.
You've played in the divisional round, you've been on the road.
Right.
I think you want to talk about floor or goals or whatever. I think a huge goal is find a way to play that second game at home.
That's right.
Now, you got to win the first game.
Right.
Or
get a bye.
Talk about
get a bye.
You know who would not like this kind of talk?
I know. Yeah,
the coach, the general manager, because you guys are talking about postseason. Playoffs.
It's day one of training camp. What y'all do?
It's day one of training camp.
That's what we do.
It's day one, and I liken it to climbing a mountain, right? You got to where you got last year. You got close to the peak. You weren't there.
Right.
You didn't get there.
Right.
So now you're bottoming. We're at base camp here.
That's right.
And you got to start the climb again. The climb is difficult.
Yeah.
There is rocky terrain. There are a lot of different steep parts along the way. You could slip and fall and have to reset like they did last year at 0-3. You could have a lot of situations that come up that we're not even thinking about right now in order to get back to that moment.
That's right.
Back to the moment you were in the second half against New England when you were down 5. With a great chance to win that game despite everything that had happened prior to that. But obviously they didn't get it done. They fell behind by 2 scores, and that was it. It felt like an insurmountable lead at that point. So get back to that moment, and preferably get back to that moment at home, where I don't think this city, this fan base will let you lose at Reliance Stadium, at a packed, vociferous Reliance Stadium. You're not going to lose. That's how I feel in this building in the playoffs. They are 6-2. 6-2 in the playoffs at Reliance Stadium. The 2 losses were a 9-7 team in 2015, and what was the 2018 team? Oh, they won 11. They won 11. Yeah. But that team was starting to get on fumes after the big 9-game winning streak and the Colts, and it was a horrible day, right? Sorry, Bill, but you coached both of those teams to the only playoff losses at home in Texans history. But, you know, he got there a lot, so I give him credit for that. Not picking on him. What I'm saying is this team, 3 consecutive playoff appearances for the first time ever. Obviously, you won a playoff game in each of those seasons. D'Amico Ryans is off to a piping hot start. That's why people say, oh, he's the best coach. Yeah, look, Gary Kubiak's amazing. Bill O'Brien did a really good job. D'Amico Ryans begins his career hot. Playoffs, 2 divisions, 3 playoff victories. That is a hot start to your coaching career. You can't get much hotter than that.
But what that does is
he wants to get to the next level.
Exactly. What that does, that success, 32-19 in regular season games, 3 playoff wins, 1 in each year, it raises the expectation. And the expectation when we went to New England last year was they're going to go get it done. You can exercise a lot of demons. You can exercise, Gillette Stadium demons, the Patriots in the playoff demons. And when it didn't happen, and in the manner that it happened, I think there was a lot of anger. There was a lot of frustration because the expectations have built. And the expectations for this team are going to be even higher. We've seen them be even higher. Dan Orlovsky goes on ESPN the other day, and he's one of many, and said the same words a lot of people have said, look, if the Texans get good quarterback play from C.J. Stroud, they're a Super Bowl winner. I mean, those are amazing words to hear.
Yeah.
But to your point about going and starting all over, I think one of the things that, as we sat on that plane in Providence for a long time, I thought about was how hard the climb up actually is. And because the climb up is so difficult, you can't get to a point where you're bored with the details.
Oh,
you have to be locked in.
Thank you.
You got to be locked in to every rep of of training camp. You got to be locked into the reps you're taking in preseason.
Are you talking to the fans or the players right now?
Everybody.
Okay.
Everybody.
I think it's important to point out, and I always say the joy is in the journey, right? If you can't enjoy week 3,
right,
then what are you doing? Right? It can't all be about.
Absolutely.
Look, I know we all want to win the championship. I feel like Giannis right now in that one speech he gave about falling short of winning a championship.
Did you have a good year?
Let's have a great season.
Yeah.
Let's have some fun. I don't want to go 0-3 again. That was really tough. I think they kept it really loose, and obviously that was a big factor in their ability to turn that thing around and eventually, win 10 games in a row. That was amazing.
Right.
But you don't want to have to go through that again.
No, that's right.
The year before, what were you, 5-1?
Yeah, 5-1.
5-1 in
2024. Going to Green Bay.
Now, the excitement level at 5-1 is ridiculous, off the chain, right? So you are really enjoying that, but that went into its stumbles, and obviously we liked last year better because it had the huge winning streak and all of that, and the first road playoff game ever that you won. So that was cool. My point is this. You enjoy the moments. You enjoy the moments along the way. We all want to get back to the divisional round and see what happens next. But you can't get there from here.
Right.
You've got to take the journey. And that's the whole point of this whole thing.
And that's because I hear that a lot from fans. Hey, wake me up in January. Wake me up in January. Like, no. Like, this with this organization and this team right now at this point, this is when you soak it all in. When you read you look at the power rankings and you're in the top 7. You read the Fox Sports article and you're fourth, having one of the best cores of 5 players in the NFL. Like I'm not saying that you lie with every training camp practice rep like we will, like I will when I have Harris Hits, which will be out later today from day one, which are always a great read from training camp. I get eyes on a lot of stuff, so you definitely want to read that. I understand you maybe not. You might miss a training camp practice here. You might not be able to get out here for one, or look, you might have a wedding during the week and miss a preseason game or whatever. But you can't just just wake me when we get to the play.
Who's getting married on Thursday night?
I don't know. I forgot we're playing on Thursday.
You know what?
I forgot we're playing on Thursday night.
Well, I'm psyched because that.
I do too.
better TV ratings. More people are going to watch. We've been playing these noon Saturday preseason games, which for us, for radio, I like that.
Yeah,
because
the
radio audience
liked him a lot, and he's your head coach.
He liked that.
He liked that
body clock. Get ready for the noon starts.
Yes.
For radio, that's a huge audience during the day. People are driving around doing stuff. The night audience, though, for TV, much better.
Yeah.
But maybe. Wedding venues are really expensive these days, John.
I just
Getting
forgot
married
we
on a
played on
Thursday
Thursday,
night is actually a pretty good idea. And then we got a Friday nighter at Carolina.
I mean, maybe you're watching Cheers and, whatever else came on Thursday nights back in the day. I don't know. But
must-see TV lineup, baby.
The point being, obviously it's our job every single day to come out, tell you the story of the Texans, bring you the story of the Texans in the 25th season here. And we want to be able to tell that story of I dream of having the headphones on at the AFC Championship game and you saying the Texans are going to the Super Bowl for the first time. But to get there for that moment, there's so much that you can live through and have happen in front of you and watch this team and watch guys that you've grown to love, guys that all you have to do is say their first name and exactly, hey, we say Nico, exactly what we're talking about. This team is easily one that you can fall in love with.
Well, absolutely. People have already fallen in love with it, no doubt about it. And the characters on this team, the players, this era of Texans football with this Nick Caserio-developed crop when you start with 2021 and, Davis Mills and Nico Collins.
6th year for Davis and Nico.
Nico's 6th year.
Good grief.
Wow. It's humming along here. And you start looking at the career. I remember talking to Watt when he was 5-6 years in. I said, all right, so you're not old, but you're not that young anymore either. Right. How do you feel about the passage of time, the passage of time in your career here? And he said, you feel like, am I halfway through? Am I more than halfway through? Right. Where am I? Because most guys don't get to play that long. And it's an interesting reflection right there. Okay, let's get to some hot reads here on Texans Training Camp Live. All right, first thing, the PUP list is not long. That's a really good thing.
Yeah.
We've seen it long. And this is not long. EJ Speed, we knew about him.
Yeah.
We knew that EJ was not going to be available, and they can wait to put him on IR or whatever. I don't know how all that works, but they put him on PUP.
Right.
Maybe he's making a miraculous recovery. That would be awesome, because I think that's a sneaky bit of a concern there.
A little bit.
Linebacking depth behind Henry and Aziz. I'm eager to see how they line up today, because that's going to tell you everything about the entire season. No, I'm eager to see how they divvy up the snaps at reserve linebacker. And finally, teams are posting their depth charts. Now, there's no depth chart in the preseason, but what I'm talking about is when we get to the regular season, teams are posting their depth charts with 2 linebackers because they admit, we are in nickel. It's been out there forever that you're in nickel the majority of the time in this league as opposed to base. So why not just post 2 linebackers and come up with your starting nickel? Give that DB a little credit, like Jalen Petrie. Give him a little credit. Anyway, EJ and MJ Stewart also on PUP. I don't know about MJ's situation. That's interesting to follow. You need MJ.
Right.
MJ's top reserve safety on this team. Started a bunch last year before getting hurt. And you have Reed Blankenship. Front line is phenomenal. But you want that depth. You want MJ to be available, so he's on PUP. We're not going to freak out. Let's hope he can get back in action fast enough. We interviewed him at Media Day. So that was right before minicamp.
Right.
And Dr. Vandermeer declares that MJ is going to be okay at some point. How about that for a prediction? At some point, he'll be okay. Is that good?
Yeah. I mean,
he'll play professional football at some point.
I mean, obviously, he's such a big factor on special teams, but when he had to step in, the Baltimore Ravens game, I thought was one of the best games I've seen him play. And I've seen him play since his days back to college. I thought he played extremely well in that game. And then, I'll tell you this. And then on NFI, and this is worth discussing.
This is definitely worth discussing.
No. Yeah. Now, I know the reaction out there when you see somebody go on NFI that you weren't expecting to see go on NFI.
What happened?
Like last year, people were like Joe Mixon, and then with the whole Joe Mixon saga and everything.
Did somebody go water skiing?
We don't know.
Did somebody go mountain biking? Oh, wait, that was me.
Or could have been they're walking down the street and they tweaked an ankle. I mean, that it could be anything. But NFI, it can be something that happened away from the building, and that's essentially what it is. Now, hopefully it's minor. NFI can be a day, it can be 2, it can be the year, apparently.
Well, I think it's important to point this out, though, Johnny, that it could be minor.
Right.
And it's probably, if it's NFI, it's definitely something that happened away from the facility.
Right.
I think the designation of that injury is why he's on NFI at the very least.
That's right.
To say, okay, this is an injury. It was suffered away from the building. In case it turns into something more, he aggravates it.
Yeah.
This was originally suffered away from the building.
Right.
They need to point that stuff out and log it and document it, and that's the way it is.
And that's the designation part of it. And so we don't know. But I think, and this happens for, I think, a lot of different cities as it pertains to different categories. But for us, in the Texans, I think that NFI list, in particular, Joe Mixon last year, the Christian Harris situation, I think people just get worried because they're like, well, hey, look at those 2 situations. Okay, every situation's different. Jalen Noel might be a week, it might be 2. We'll figure it out. We'll be patient with it. However, when we got that list, I saw Ian Rappaport tweet about something later on. I was like, wait, did we not get a list? Because a lot of times when we get that list before the training camp starts,
the roster's with it.
It's, well, not only is the roster with it, but its PUP is much longer. NFI is much longer.
Yeah,
so I got confused. I was like, is this it?
Right.
Like, in a good way. Like, is it? I texted you, like, wait a second, did I miss it? Or is this it?
Yep.
2 on PUP and 1 on NFI?
Yep.
Holy cow.
No, it's pretty good.
And that meant there was one name not.
And that
on
would
list.
be one Nathaniel Tank Dell.
That's right.
Who doesn't like the name Nathaniel? He doesn't look like a Nate. He doesn't look like a Nathaniel. He looks like Tank. Wait a minute. It's kind of an oxymoron, but it works for him, and he's a beloved Houston Texan already. From day one, he was a beloved Texan. I can't think of too many guys who step on the practice field day one. This is his 4th year now, Tank.
Yeah.
I can't think of too many guys who are as loved as Tank Dell from minute one. Just adored. Just adored. A fan favorite from minute one. Now, the Cougs obviously have a great deal to do with that, but there was something about him. Right. I think his size, his speed, the charisma that he has.
Riz, as the kids like to say.
He's got it.
He's got the Riz.
He might not be the largest man you've ever seen, but he walks down the hallway, and the personality, the aura is larger than life.
That's exactly
right. And he plays big. I mean, think about how he got hurt against Denver in 2023, like making a dive block or whatever the heck that was. And then, obviously, the brutal injury against the Chiefs a year later. But Tank is not on PUP, which means he's good to go, you would think. Now, we'll see what that means out here, because sometimes guys aren't on the list and they bring them along slowly. They just don't want to have them on PUP. They want to have them do some things with the team. And if you're PUP, you can't do anything with the team, right, Johnny?
That's
believe.
Correct. I believe that is
Maybe
correct.
You can side field it, but you can't
can side field it, but you can't do anything with the team. NFI, I think, is the same way. Those designations,
no way.
You can't do anything with the team. But I think it's a great point you make, because last year I remember when that list came out, a lot of people wanted to know where Christian Harris was, and he wasn't on that list. And then we came out to practice, and Christian did individual. He might have done a couple other things, but he wasn't doing any team. And so people were like, whoa, wait, what's going on? He's not on PUP. So look, they're going to be ramping up a few guys. Tank is not going to be the only one that my guest tells me that they're going to be ramping up. I think Logan Hall might fall in that category, maybe Dylan Horton. There might be some guys that are going to not be on the PUP list, but are going to be a ramp-up situation, a little bit more even than some of the other guys.
And the media is going to have to ask D'Amico questions.
That's right.
So, but obviously,
the first question today. Okay, what's the first question today from the media? Well, we're going to hear from Nick Caserio here in a little bit.
Yeah.
I guarantee you that first question is going to be Tank.
You think first question?
Yeah. First question.
Do you think Nick makes a statement? Well, does Nick say something about Mrs. McNair?
Oh, yeah, totally. He doesn't even need a question for that.
He begins his press conference.
That's what I don't think there's going to be a question
banner
for that.
Here in the end zone.
It's right to our left.
Honoring Mrs. McNair. And, Johnny, I as we were talking, I didn't want to bring it up mid-conversation in another topic, but Mrs. McNair's tent is over there. And, obviously, they'll could use it, and it's a great tent between fields 1 and 2. It's air-conditioned. Now, I want to point something out about Janice McNair. She'd come to practice, and, the tent is air-conditioned, but, hey, she'd wave that off.
Right.
Like, I'm sitting outside, folks. Yep. I'm sitting outside the AC tent. I don't know. Maybe she'd go in there for a break every once in a while. I don't even know. But she'd sit outside, have her notes, and watch practice.
Yeah.
And, eyes on the field, eyes on the players. But you come over to say hello to her, she gives you a great greeting and makes you feel like $1 million. after you leave because she's one of those people that you feel better after having contact with her than before. Yep. And if you have that magical quality that I'm going to say she has, I'm not even going to say it in the past tense because the McNairs, Bob and Janice, their presence is felt everywhere in this facility still. To me, I've been here. This is my 25th training camp. I've been to them all. And the McNair energy, you want to talk about aura? It's there. And it's there with Hannah and Cal, of course. But it all started with Bob and Janice, and it's wonderful to see her tent here, yet it makes my heart heavy to see it. I get emotional just looking at it because you think about her not being here for this camp number 25. And you and I eulogized her 2 weeks ago last night, the day of her passing, and talked about how when Bob passed 3 days later, they beat the Tennessee Titans, and it was so dramatic, and what a tribute. And here she is passing on basically the eve of the 25th season, and we can only hope that this season is the kind of tribute fitting for Mrs. McNair. So that's what I'll say about that.
This is year 13, and we've done these Texans training camp live shows, and obviously we've done radio and games and all that for the last 13 years. And I think about, and I said it that night, I'll say it again, the stands will be filled with fans. We have a team. We have quality people that are around us, but you and I get to do what we love to do because of Bob and Janice McNair.
Oh, yeah.
This team, this organization, this thing exists. Our Sundays are filled with joy and love and fun and tailgating and football because they felt the civic responsibility to bring football, one of the most uniting aspects anybody can have in their lives, to look forward to those Sundays. They brought it back. And, you're right. I see the tent down there, and there are a couple umbrellas outside the tent, and it would be 100 degrees, and she would be sitting outside.
Yep.
And she'd be taking notes during special teams while people I know don't watch special teams.
That would be me, but I'm going to watch today a little bit.
Yeah,
okay?
you will. I know you will. When did the dynamic kickoff rule come into play? Was it 2 or 3 years ago? It was 2 years ago.
So I was going to ask you a couple of benchmarks.
Because the first game was the Hall of Fame game. Remember that, Jake?
Right.
Jake went down to make a tackle.
So I was watching that stuff, Johnny.
Yeah.
Because the dynamic kickoff was definitely something I've needed to understand well.
Yeah, of course.
Don't ask me to explain it to you right now.
I still think we all
need to review my notes.
Exactly. We still need to go back.
The 5-yard thing and the 35, and they kick off, and you can't move, but then you can, and it's fine.
Try explaining that to Dre in 5 minutes in a break before we start. Wait a second. If it bounces here, it does this. If it's like what?
It's complex, but it's led to a lot more returns, a lot more excitement. I think it's good for the game. I actually do. I like that they made it a play again because it was just such a snooze fest. They had the one Super Bowl where there were no returns, and they said, we can't have this. Why even do it? Just spot the ball flag football style and start scrimmaging, and that's just not a great way to do tackle football.
That's right.
Anyway, all right. How are we doing on time? All right, we have Nick Caserio coming up in the tent doing a press conference, and we're going to carry that live. What does the executive vice president and GM have to say? We're going to have him on this show tomorrow at 8:30, but you're going to hear him with the media next. All the late-breaking news from Texans Training Camp. It's Texans Training Camp Live.
More training camp coverage is coming up on Texans Radio.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal.
We got a big deal, too. Right, Mom?
Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid...
Nice.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or 1.9% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Tucson, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry, offer ends August 3rd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
It's bigger. It's better. It's Coshada Casino Resort like you've never seen it before. Introducing the all-new Legacy Tower with 204 beautiful rooms, 100 suites, and a stunning new lobby entrance. Just steps from the largest gaming floor in the Lake Charles area with new gaming, better slots, top rated, and the dream pool and lazy river. It's all at Coshada, Louisiana's best bet.
Coshada.
In Texas, we say yeehaw.
In Monaco, we say enchanté.
We got pickup trucks.
We have super yachts.
But now you can have both. Get the best of both worlds with Monaco scratch tickets from the Texas Lottery. Play for a shot at top prizes up to $1 million. Or enter for a chance to win a VIP trip to Monaco where you could become a millionaire.
That is a lot of money.
You've got that right. Au revoir.
Must be 18 or older. Play responsibly.
Want to take trips with the Texans on the road this season while building your network with executive peers? As a Houston Texans Lux member, we take you and your guests beyond the game with access to the Texans organization that money can't buy, which will leave colleagues and clients wanting more. From the moment you arrive, we guarantee you and your guests will have an unforgettable luxury experience. Ready to learn more? Visit HoustonTexansLux.com or call 832-667-2299 to speak to a representative today.
More Texans Radio is on the way.
We believe in possibilities at Texas Children's. As the nation's largest women's and pediatric healthcare system, we believe all lives can be changed for the better. We're inventing revolutionary in utero surgical procedures, finding a cure for difficult-to-treat brain tumors, solving the world's most complex neurological disorders, developing life-saving cardiac technology, and so much more. Texas Children's, the difference life-changing. Come see why at texaschildrens.org today.
When the Houston Texans take to the gridiron this season, Reliant will be there to bring the energy. That's because Reliant is the only energy provider the Texans trust to power every electric moment, every punt, pass, and kick, every touchdown or takeaway. Reliant will be there, powering every game day. And when you have Reliant and Vivint, they're smarter together, giving you the power to manage your electricity and your smart home all in one place. Reliant, proud to be the official energy provider of the Houston Texans.
PUCT number 10007.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now at Mattress Firm, save up to $700, plus get a free adjustable base with select Sealy Posturepedic mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Reset your presets.
Initialize sequence.
And tell your friends. August 13th, we become 95.7 The Fan. A place for fans, built by fans. Texans, Rockets, Astros. Doesn't matter. Everyone's invited. Louder, clearer, better than ever. Houston sports leader 95.7 The Fan is coming soon.
We're back with a front row seat. It's Texans Training Camp Live.
At the Houston Methodist Training Center, Mark Vandermeer, John Harris with you. Aaron Raybold, our engineer. Byron is producing back at the studio, and players are starting to file in. I think Jack Stonehouse was the first one that I saw.
Yeah.
Johnny says punters don't count.
Well, they count, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, Nick Casario's making his way into the tent, and Byron's going to let us know when he's talking so we can pot him up and get him on the air, talking with the media about the 25th training camp in Texans history. Rod Wright just walked by us, defensive line coach, hot property around this league. Forget about that. It's the beginning of the season. Yeah. Let's just focus on what's ahead of us, and what's ahead of us is a promising campaign, like we said. Obviously, a lot of eyes on the offense. How's the offensive line going to look? How the quarterback's going to look? How's C.J. Stroud going to look in year 4 for him? Davis Mills just walked by us, and we'll probably hear a cut from him later. We talked to him right before minicamp about the progress of the offense last year to this year. All right, let's get Nick Casario from the podium right now live.
Good. Morning. Welcome to training camp. Appreciate everybody being here. Hopefully everybody had a good summer. Excited to get started with this team, with this season. 25th season for the organization, so that's a key marker there. I'd say personally, begins my 26th season in the NFL. Honestly, it's really a blessing to be in this situation, to be in the position that I'm in, to have the opportunity that I have in front of me. Certainly don't take it for granted. Every year is important. 26 seasons means I'm just getting older. But we're looking forward to getting started here. I'd say, really training camp starts Monday. This for a few days is to kind of get everybody back moving around. But training camp really starts on Monday. Once we put the pads on. As far as the team is concerned, a couple just housekeeping items I figured I'd just address here. So we've got a couple players on the physically unable to perform list, NFI list. So those are league-determined lists just based on their situation or category. The two players, obviously, EJ, is probably a little bit more longer term. Kind of see where he is later in the season. And MJ really kind of working his way back there from the injury he sustained against Jacksonville, I believe, there, mid-season or whatever it was. So making progress. There's a chance we'll see him in training camp, kind of see how it goes there. And then Jay Knoll, honestly, it happened 3-4 days ago. I mean, he's got a little bit of an issue with his finger. He's catching passes. He must have caught it the wrong way. So short term, not real concerned. Probably be a few weeks, kind of see how he progresses. As it pertains to Tank, so he's not on a PUP list. I'd say Tank's worked really hard to put himself in a position. I'd say he still has some work to do. So you're not going to see him practice, like he won't be on the practice field. He still has some things that he has to go through. But the reason that we're kind of keeping him alive and keeping him off the list, because it enables him to participate in some drill activities that you otherwise wouldn't be able to participate if you were on a reserve list or active PUP list. So whether it's our walkthrough, whether it's our precision check, some other things. So, like, you won't see him practice. Like, you're going to watch practice and wonder where Tank is and say, wait a minute, Tank's not practicing. Well, it's by design. So he's got some ramp-up work that he's still going to do, but there's some other things that we can do with him to kind of incorporate him into some, I would say, team/crossover/walkthrough type situation. So I'd say I just want to have some clarification just so you guys had kind of an understanding of kind of those particular situations. With that, I'll take some questions. I mean, Jonathan, go ahead and take the first question.
For Tank to get this far, what was the approach to get him back, and what would you say about how he's progressing?
Yeah, really just one day at a time. Obviously, he sustained a pretty significant injury. Hasn't played football in a really long time. There's been some ups and downs. I'm sure once you have the opportunity to visit with him, he might express those. But his attitude has been great. I mean, he's been in the building every day. There's some stops and starts, but I think when you endure an injury of that nature, how significant it was, I mean, it's a long road to come back. It's credit to him. It's credit to our training staff. The fact that he's even in a position where he's probably going to have an opportunity here at some point here to practice. So Tank's a great kid. From the day we drafted him to where he is now, his attitude hasn't changed. I think he's probably more anxious than anything else to go back out there, but we never pushed it, we never pressed it, we never put any timetable on anything. And kind of the player, work with this training staff, and when they're able to do something, what can they do? Then we'll keep the progression moving. So, but yeah, like I said, he's probably got another week or so here of work until we actually see him on a practice field. But it's credit to him, and it's a credit to a lot of people in the organization. Go ahead, Aaron.
When it comes to CJ Stroud, Nico Ryan's a lot of teammates on the race this offseason. What have you seen from CJ? He is on the fifth year option, he does exercise. What's the thing in the big picture as you guys look at him as a player and contractual?
Yeah, he's had a really good offseason. It's probably the best offseason he's had since he's been here. He's had a good attitude. He's been consistent. He's got the right mindset. I'd say we've definitely had productive conversations over the course of the spring. So, there's a possibility that something could come to fruition. So we'll work through it and, see what happens.
After the progress the team has made over the past 3 years, there's a lot of outside expectations for the next step. What are your expectations for this team?
Yeah, the expectations are the same. We can't control what people say outside of the building. I think we're proud of the program that we built. I think we've been one of the most consistent programs in the NFL over the last 3 seasons. So what's this season going to look like? I have no idea. Nobody really has any idea. I don't think last year as we were sitting up here, anybody thought, Seattle and New England would be playing in the Super Bowl. So our approach is try to have a good training camp, try to take it one day at a time, be consistent with our performance. We want to play with precision, effort, and physicality, so we want to try to work on those things here in training camp. All we can control is our performance day to day. Worry about a month from now, 2 months from now, 4 months from now. So what's said outside of the building, we can't control that. That's for all the talk shows and the radio shows. So we try to keep our focus short term and kind of where we are right now, and just take it one day at a time.
Nick, when you say that CJ's had the best offseason you've seen, what makes you say that?
Yeah, I mean, he was here. He was healthy. He's had a good attitude. He's had a good approach. I mean, I think he started working in February. Was here for the full off season. Every off season is a little bit different. So I'd say year 2 in the system. So kind of build on some of the things that we did last season. So, I mean, he's had the right approach. He's had the right mindset. He practiced well. Training camp is kind of another step for our team. I'd say the spring was kind of a foundation, just kind of get everybody ready for training camp. So this is kind of a next step for our team in terms of our overall preparation. The reality is 19 practices and 3 preseason games before we play one of the best teams in the NFL right in the home opener. So I think, we just want to keep the whole team moving forward, and there's an individual component. A player has to improve, and the team has to improve, and the unit has to improve, and hopefully we make enough improvement as a team to put ourselves in a position, where we have an opportunity to be competitive, each Sunday.
How would you assess year 1 of Nick Hughley on offense, and what's the next step? What does the offense need to do better this year compared to last year? What do y'all want to get?
Yeah, did a lot of good things offensively. Kind of got off to a slow start as a team. I think kind of midway, probably from about midpoint of the season to the end, for the better offenses in the league. We played more consistent. We'll see. I mean, just go out there and, put a foundation in place here, systems in place. Kind of make a couple tweaks and adjustments here, but Nick's a really good coach. He's got a good attitude. He's got good energy. Has a lot of respect for the players. So, go out there. And training camp, it's about the players, but it's about the coaches as well. So getting back into your routine, calling plays, reacting to the situation. We have a lot of unscripted periods where D'Amico will have the coordinators just call plays. So you just try to prepare. Then you go back, hey, what, this worked. All right, maybe go.
Employee appreciation. Okay, Nick Caserio at the podium. We're streaming a little bit. You might get a pop-up here, and this is a pop-up telling you that Nick Caserio is at the podium. Let's go back.
So what do the players do well, and then we're going to build a game plan and the offense accordingly. So, excited about the opportunity Nick has in front of him, excited about the opportunity, for the whole coaching staff.
Why does elevating Jerry to quarterback coach help make that goal maybe get achieved?
Yeah, we'll see. Jerry has a lot of experience. Jerry's a smart coach. He's got a varied background in a number of different systems. So, in the end, D'Amico felt like that was the right thing for us to do. So, excited about the opportunity Jerry has in front of him.
We know that CJ's contract has been one of the biggest stories around this team. When you go into these contract negotiations, not just CJ specifically, but when you go into contract negotiation extensions with these players, how much of it is based off of the past, and how much of it is based off of the future when you're getting into the years and the amount of life?
Yeah, you take all the information in and just try to make the best decision possible. Have an understanding of what the market is, what are the dynamics. It's not necessarily about what other teams are doing. Like, we're focused on the Texans, and we're focused on doing what we feel is best for our team. So there's a lot of contracts that get done in the offseason. You have free agency, you have extensions, you have contracts that get done in training camp, you have contracts that get done during the course of the season. I think one of the things that we've shown is we're pretty flexible. So engage in the discussions. Try to figure out if we can agree upon a certain level that everybody's comfortable with, and if we can arrive at that end point, great. If we can't, then maybe it's at a further point down the road. So I'd say to your question, Star, we try not to overcomplicate it. Don't overthink it. Just take the information, and we're making an assessment about what we think potentially we have in the player, what it's going to look like moving forward. Doesn't mean we're going to be right on everything. Absolutely not. But we just try to make the right decision with the information that we have in real time. And if we got to make an adjustment along the way, then we'll make an adjustment.
The investments you made in the offensive line in the offseason, is there a point in training camp where you hope 5 guys sort of emerge? And is there sort of a moment where you hope that's already occurred?
Yeah, it's a good question. Probably take a little bit of time here, a few weeks, because the reality is the inside positions, you're going to have a lot of movement. You're going to have multiple players with their hands on the ball. You're going to have multiple players kind of rotating at the guard spots. I'd say to a certain extent, probably the same at tackle. I think Tay, unless something were to happen, he's probably going to be left tackle. I feel like we got pretty good competition there, right tackle, and Trent and Braden Smith. And then we have a number of players that we think that can help us inside. So it'll take a little bit of time. Probably wouldn't read too much into who lines up where the first day of training camp. And it's going to be an evolution. It's going to be organic. And there's going to be things that happen. The guy gets injured, something happens, we're going to have to make an adjustment. So at some point here, hopefully towards the end, we have an idea of who the 5 are going to be. But the reality is, probably going to need 8, and there's probably going to be a lot of players that rotate not. But at some point, as we start to think about getting ready for Buffalo, there's some things that are going to be in place practice-wise. So focus on Buffalo. So hopefully, we have a group in place that we think we're going to be able to play with, the first week against Buffalo.
You talked about the implementation of the offense. Starting off, is that going to be an excessive amount of emphasis on the running game? You try to sort of balance out. You just going to have to work it out with the 5 or the 8 that you just mentioned.
Yeah, you emphasize everything. I think every team kind of goes through an installation. You have kind of core runs, you have your core passes, and you try to marry those up, and then try to figure out, well, you know what, looks like we might be pretty good at this, and maybe we're not going to be as good as that at that. So it's a process. It's no different this year than it is any other year. So what can the players do? What are the players good at? What are some of the things that we feel we can emphasize? You're always going to have a core foundation that you're going to want to be able to utilize, especially the first 3 or 4 weeks of the season. You're probably going to focus on your core, make some game plan adjustments specific to who the opponent is. So, hopefully, we're good in the running game. Hopefully we're good in the passing game. And, we take care of the football. Ultimately, it's moving the ball, scoring points, and taking care of the ball. So however we do that, some games we might have to run it 50 times. Some games we might have to throw it 50 times. Whatever the game calls for, whoever the opponent is, then hopefully we can bob and weave and play accordingly.
Following up on something you said earlier, if this negotiations with C.J. Stroud representation continue, would you continue that through the season, or is that something you table after?
Yeah, we'll see. I think we'll take it one day at a time. Like I said, we've had pretty constructive discussions here over the course of the spring, so I'd say, it's a possibility something can happen in training camp. If it doesn't happen in training camp, then we'll probably have to make a decision about, what we feel makes the most sense. So, like I said, try to take it one day at a time, and, if we reach an end point, great. If we don't, I think everybody understands what that, will entail as well.
Last year, it's kind of a follow-up to the offensive line question. I think your offensive answer that I apologize. Is the ultimate goal to end up with knowing who the starting 5 are, with him being able to have some visibility, versatility? Is that the goal, that you have a starting 5?
Well, yeah, you're going to have 5 players that you're going to put out there week 1. So you're going to have 5 starters, and then you're going to have whoever 6, 7, and 8 are, they're going to have to fill the backup roles, understanding that those players might have to go in and play extensive snaps 2, 3, 4, 5 games or whatever the case may be. So, again, you're going to see a lot of people, a lot of players in and out at multiple positions. So talking about the offensive line, there's competition there.
From hoses to hand tools.
A little pop-up ad for you there. We're streaming the Nick Caserio press conference live from training camp. Let's get back to the executive vice president and GM.
Get through the first couple of weeks of camp, get a lot of people in and out. We'll evaluate, the coaching staff will evaluate, the personnel staff will evaluate, and just making sure that, we're making the right decision, understanding that whoever is in this building, the expectation is that they're going to probably play meaningful football for us at some point. So we'll try to keep those players in the building as best we can.
You mentioned the punting competition. That's a rarity across the league. How many teams have a punting competition? What goes into deciding to have a punting competition versus maybe having a veteran in it?
Yeah, I'd say in our particular case, you have 2 young players. So Kai is going into his 2nd year. He kind of was in this situation last year's competition in New Orleans and ended up winning or wherever he was. Jack, was a player that we identified there, we wanted to work with. So they're 2 young players that have a good attitude. At some point, we're probably going to have to make a decision here just so we can allocate time, reps, holding. That's a big part of it as well relative to Kaimi. We feel they're 2 young guys that we want to work with here. At some point, we're probably going to have to make a determination, probably before the end of training camp, just so that we can allocate time and resources into that particular individual to get them ready to go.
Yes. C.J. Stroud has taken a lot of heat nationally. The criticism based on that last playoff game. I know you've spoken a little bit about what happened in the past, but how do you think he's handled that in particular this offseason?
Yeah, I think he's handled it well. I think human nature is people are going to form opinions, good or bad, of you. That's just the nature of the world in which we live. So, how you choose to handle that, we all handle it differently individually. So, CJ's a good kid. He cares a lot about playing good football. He cares a lot about this team and this organization. However he chooses to handle it, I'm sure he's got a good team around him, and that's, counseled him about how to handle things. Our job as a coach, general manager, organization is to support our players. We're always going to support our players, and we're going to be there for whatever they need. So, look, everybody's got an opinion this day and age, right, wrong, or indifferent. I'm sure people have an opinion of me. No problem. Respectfully, I don't really care. I'm not really in the opinion business. So what I try to do is just show up, have a good attitude, do the best I can every day. And I think that's all anybody can ask of anybody else. What else is said? I would just say this, when you're not in a building, when you're not with an individual on a day-to-day basis, you really don't have all the information. So you can make judgments and cast aspersions and say whatever you're going to say, but sometimes it's out of context. So, look, that's just the world in which we live, and how every individual handles that and how they process that. They're going to do whatever they feel, is the best thing for them. So, love having CJ here. I'm glad he's our quarterback, and, we're going to support him like we're going to support our other players and do whatever we can, to help them and make them the best version of themselves.
All right, there's Nick Caserio, Executive Vice President and General Manager. We will continue to monitor him to let you know anything he says that could be news breaking, but he did have a couple of tidbits we want to shed some light, and we're going to do that next as we continue to be live here from the Houston Methodist Training Center. It's Texans Training Camp Live.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
At Amity Bank, we believe in customer conversations. You'll get a dedicated banker and their phone number so you can keep their personal guidance clear.
Flash Campeón to nominate a deserving leader in the Hispanic community who's making a positive impact in Houston today. Don't wait, nominations close on Monday, August 10th.
It's Texans Training Camp Live.
Here we go.
Now, back to the show.
All right, FIFA is out of the facility, and they left a few weeks ago, but it took them a few weeks to clear out because it was so elaborate what they put together here. But Ka'imi Fairbairn is kicking around a soccer ball. That's what he does. That's part of his warm-up deal, and he's pretty handy with it. You get the feeling that he'd be pretty good at that sport, and probably was, but here he is, the longest-tenured Texan. Now, the position player who's the longest tenured is Davis Mills, along with Nico, drafted moments later.
Yep.
But Fairbairn's been here the longest of anybody, and that job or that designation used to belong to John Weeks, who is now in San Francisco.
What's Fairbairn's first name?
Ka'imi Nua A'alua Meki'iki Yoki Kumupa'a Fairbairn.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good to pull that on the
Sometimes
fly,
I ask him to spell it.
Like he wants
No,
to be
I can't
prepared
spell
for
it.
it.
It's got a bunch of apostrophes and dashes and like hashtags and whatever else in there. That's the general's voice, but we're going to have him on at 9. Johnny, quickly here on Nick Caserio. As the general manager, executive vice president, talked about a number of things. I think the Jalen Knoll NFI designation, that's non-football injury, got hurt. He had some things to say about that.
Yeah, absolutely. It was good to hear exactly what it was. So there, Jalen Petrie and John McClain giving the Baylor, the little Baylor sick'em, little secret handshake society thing. It was good to hear, not good to hear that he's injured, but it was good to hear that it's how it happened, what happened, being very transparent about it. Look, happened a couple days ago, just catching balls, just finger, it's going to be okay.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as I heard that, I was like, oh, we're good. We're good. And then I saw him walking across here. So you did an event with him
last week.
Yeah, last week. Yeah. So I mean, it happened just a few days ago, kind of in between then and now. So look, nope, I'm not worried about it. It was good to hear that.
He said a few weeks though. So this, you know what this is? An opportunity, right? They signed DJ Turner, who's kind of a journeyman wide receiver, but for the other guys, to step up. Now, unfortunately, Tank is not full go yet,
right?
Because he could step into that spot. You would think, not as a return guy. I know Tank can return punts, but they wouldn't put him out there in full contact.
Right.
But he is not on the pup list. However, Tank is not full yet.
Right. If you didn't get a chance to hear Nick Caserio's answer to the Tank Dell situation, Tank is not on pup. They wanted him to be off of pup so that he could participate in certain aspects of practice.
Mm-hmm.
And to be able to do that, he has to be off pup. And they're going to ramp him up, and hopefully in the next week and a half, 2 weeks. So if you missed that from Nick Caserio, that was probably the biggest revelatory answer that we got from him, being very like, okay, here's the deal. It's not on pup. There's a reason for that. Here's where we sit with it. And I think what it does is, I mean, hopefully not like for fans like, oh, our social media team is going to have to react. But other than that,
they love Tank.
They love Tank.
Tank gets clicks.
Tank is like
no question
magnet. But he at least was clear about, hey, this is how we're treating this.
Right.
And I think to his point, because you don't know with an injury like that, there was such a gruesome, overwhelming injury. You just don't know. So, yeah, Tank is chomping at the bit. He wants to get out there, and there will be some things that they want to do in different walkthroughs and things like that. But it is good to hear that he's on the right track, that they're being very safe and cautious. But they at least were, upfront here. Here's the deal. They weren't going to leave anybody speculating. It's like, here it is, deal with it. And I thought that was good.
We hypothesized this could be the case. If you listen to segment 1, we talked about Tank and said the exact thing that's happening.
Yes.
Okay? He's available to do some things, not everything, and that's why he's not on PUP. You can't do team stuff if you're on the PUP, the physically unable to perform list. And we were all educated about this stuff years ago from, hey, see, Charlie Castle, I told you all about it when the franchise began, you see? It was great to have him on in the offseason. Man, the 25th season content we did in the offseason, great. To have John Granato on, the first sideline reporter. We still have a visit with Rich Lord to do at some point. We'll get that done. And obviously, you're the third guy in, Johnny.
Yeah,
and John McClain, who's been covering professional football in Houston for a long time. Okay, I just saw The Odyssey, and I think McClain, he was featured in that movie. Yeah, there we go. 50 years. 50 years. We're going to have him on next. He's going to talk about a bunch of things, including They're honoring Mrs. McNair here. Of course, we talked about that in segment 1. And it's the 25th camp in Houston Texans history. So pumped up. The General next here on Texans Radio.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
Hey, Texans fans. It's C.J. Stroud. Every quarterback.
HoustonTexans.com/share and stop by for exclusive items only available at our team shop.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
We're a few feet away from your Texans.
Nice! Way to run!
On Texans Training Camp Live.
Methodist Training Center, Mark Vandermeer, John Harris with you, and In the Loop is coming up in an hour. John Lopez is already here, swinging the headset in the on-deck circle as they will bring you coverage of practice and a player afterwards. I think it's Aziz today, right? It's Aziz Al-Shire.
Wow, what did you do?
Great get.
Man, you
right
must be
out of the
living
gate.
right, man. Get
Great
Aziz.
get out of the gate.
That's
and
awesome.
Here comes the head coach of the franchise, passing by our broadcast position as D'Amico Ryans. You know, we had the social media post of the D'Amico highlights.
Oh, wait a
I
second.
saw it.
Hey, Coach, happy birthday.
Happy birthday to you, Coach. All right. But we ran that, right, with all the highlights?
Yeah.
I got so pumped up watching that. I was thinking they got to show that to the team. I know they've probably showed highlights of him playing before, but, man, that got me so – and I commented. I just said, we are blessed. I mean, this guy was a hell of a player for us, all-time leading solo tackler in the history of the franchise, and he's now the head coach of the franchise, off to the hottest start of any coach we've ever had. And the general, always off to a hot start, and I mean literally hot because it's going to be 97 here today. General John McClain. What?
Well, I like the sign that they put up, Mrs. McNair always in our hearts, because she would have been out here today with Karen Richards pushing her wheelchair, putting her in position to see the field, with taking out her roster and her notebook and her pen and taking notes. I asked Janice one time, I said, what are you writing down? She said, things that just pop in my mind. I might want to ask Cal, or I might want to ask D'Amico, and I thought she should have saved them.
Yes.
Maybe she did. I don't know. But anyway, she will always be in everybody's hearts, because if it wasn't for Janice and Bob McNair, we wouldn't have pro football in Houston, because not one other person stepped up to try to bring a team here, because everybody, including me, thought they were going to L.A.
You know, it's an interesting point, John, because let's say they don't get it or they don't exist and L.A. just gets the 32nd franchise. They're not going to pass out expansion franchises that easily. And then maybe Kroenke would move the Rams here, although I doubt it. He really wanted to go back to L.A. with that franchise.
About L.A.
So even with another team in L.A., that would have put the Chargers in a bind. Who knows what would have happened historically, but you got outstanding people to own this franchise. And I think that's a key point. And the pastor pointed it out during the Janice McNair funeral celebration last week. And he said, look, so many people have had their lives changed for the better because of the McNairs in so many different ways. And I'm one of them. So God bless. It's a fantastic thing.
That's right. I remember, John, they had tapes from people. They asked me to listen to these tapes for potential broadcasters. And everybody wanted the job.
Yep.
And one of the guys heavily involved, Chip Namias, was a longtime media relations director with the Oilers. And Bob used him early on in just a freelance capacity. And they had so many tapes. And Chip said, listen to this guy. He's in Miami. I said, oh, you were in Miami, so you want this guy from Miami just because you were in Miami? He said, no, I think he sounds good. Let me play it. And he did, and I said, I can't believe you'd hire this guy.
And then they ended up hiring that guy.
Yeah,
and you've been doing radio with him for 25 years.
One of the greatest moves they ever made.
Absolutely.
Mr. Longevity, 25 years.
Listen,
I don't know anybody who doesn't like Mark Vandermeer.
Oh, that's very nice.
Well, that's true.
I could probably name a couple, but we won't get into it right now.
I'm not
Lopez put up
I'm
his
not
hand.
talking about your family. Who doesn't like Mark Vandermeer?
Lopez still put up his hand.
Lopez speaking for a group of people that's very, very small.
He's like,
at
I know
that
a few.
point. I mean, I mentioned it earlier, John. We were talking about Janice and talking about the McNairs and how we don't have football. I mean, hell, I'm not standing here if it isn't for the guy to my left. So I'm glad that you guys enjoyed what you heard when he was with the Miami Hurricanes. Let's dive into some football and some of the things that Nick mentioned in his press conference, John. I want you to react to. Let's start with CJ. One of the things that everybody across the country, maybe even internationally, has been talking about is the contract. Is it a contract? What do you think when Nick was asked that question and his response to that?
First of all, Adam Schefter put out a couple months ago he expected him to get a new one. And there's only two people could have told Adam Schefter that. The agent or somebody with the Texans. So as soon as I saw that, I started telling people, if Adam's putting that out there, that tells me there's a good chance that it gets done at some point. I don't know if they'd want to get – I'm guessing they'd want to get it done before the season.
Yep.
I'm not so sure. If they could get him for a good deal, I'm all for it. But if I'm CJ and I'm thinking I have a great season with the running game, with the improvements in the line, with the best defense in the NFL, I'm going to take my chances and see if I can set the new mark and surpass Dak Prescott next year. But the thing is, if he signs before the season, he's not going to the poorhouse. Nick Caserio gives a lot of money to his best players. That's one reason so many players want to come here. It's one reason so many agents want to come here. So I think if they do, then we won't have to speculate on it anymore. And I think a lot of that depends on David Mulligetta.
What are we going to talk about then? What are we going to talk about? What are we going to talk about in this city if we can't talk about the contract? I don't know. I mean, think there's a Lopez lot. Has got 4 hours. What the hell is he going to talk about for 4 hours?
I think there's
Amari
plenty.
Lassiter.
I think there's plenty, and I don't think people have been as focused on it as they might have been. I don't know. Once Will got signed, people thought, all right, maybe it's just not happening. Let's
more
talk
of a deal nationally than locally.
You think so?
Yes.
I don't know. I feel like lately I've heard
a lot more
about that.
A lot more about it.
Yeah.
Well, to me, it's an interesting situation because if they do sign him, they're probably getting a good deal. You know, presuming everything works out great with CJ performing well as a quarterback.
Correct.
Now, for CJ, I think the general's right. You know, you gamble on yourself. Maybe you make a whole lot more if you wait. So who knows? It's one of those touchy situations. But here we are embarking on this campaign, General, and I think that it's safe to say it's the best team they've ever had. Is that how you see it?
The only other team I was this high on was the team going into 2012 and then coming out of 2012, which, of course, was one of the biggest disappointments in Houston football history. But this is the greatest defense the Texans have ever had, one of the three best in Houston history. And I think Nick Caley will be better. C.J. Stroud will be better. I think Jerry Saplinski stepping up. Obviously, they wouldn't have made that move for Gerard Johnson if they didn't think he was going to do a good job. And I think one of the best trades made in all season by anybody was David Montgomery, touchdown machine, which is what they need. And everything should be better. You know, the way, and I did a national show last night, and they were talking about Stroud. I said, you know, he won 10 games last year. Davis Mills won 3. He's won a playoff game in each of the last 3 years. Saw a stat that only one other quarterback, and I even thought about who it is, has won a playoff game in each of the last 3 years. So this team, I'm picking them to go to the AFC Championship game. First time we've had a team in the championship game since the 79 Oilers, and I think the defense will take its place with the Love You Blue Oilers, Buddy Ryan's defense in 93, and then this one, does this have a chance to be the best? Yes, it does. It's got great athletes at every level. Injuries, of course, will tell the tale, but I can't wait to watch this defense.
You know, the 2012 team, you were talking about the feeling going in, and I can understand the feeling going in, but the way the performance played out, first of all, that schedule was a lot easier than this schedule. There's no question. You weren't opening with Buffalo and Cincinnati and then Indy on the road. And then, I mean, Indy on the road was a big problem for the 2012 team. And then week 4 with the Cowboys. The schedule this year is freaking brutal. The Titans are going to be better, General, right? The Titans are going to win 6-7 games probably. And then the Colts will be no pushover. The Jags could be really good. I mean, they'll definitely contend for the division championship again. What do you think of the schedule?
First of all, I think it's good that you're playing those quarterbacks early because we all know what they've done to Josh Allen the last 2 years, including sacking him 8 times last year. He's got a lot to prove. Last time they played Joe Burrow, it was in Cincinnati. They beat him. And Daniel Jones, that being the first road game, that'll be a big one in the division. They finished the division so early. Aren't they done in a division in early November?
Well, they're done with road division games by the time they come back from Wembley.
Right, and they don't have to – it's just amazing. I've never seen that, especially since they always put some of them at the end. Of course, they play the Titans here in the last game. I heard Charles Davis on NFL radio predict that the Titans were capable of winning the division. And I'm like, what? And I would say if you win 3 and you could win 6, people ought to be ecstatic. And then last week I heard somebody else on NFL radio, another former player, say he thought the Titans could win 8 games. And I'm like, where are you getting that? You know, what have you watched them? Have you checked their roster? Is it about Robert Saleh? Maybe they do, but winning 6 would be a big improvement. The last time the Jaguars won the division, won a playoff game, they went down the toilet the next season. So would that happen again? I think Liam Cohen's too good of a coach. And in Indy, I saw at the coaches convention here last week one of your all-time favorite players. I was walking, I hear him call my name, I look over, Andrew Luck. You know, how many ADs were smart enough to come to Houston for where every coach, high school coach in the state is?
Yeah.
And Andrew was there, and Stanford has got a lot of NIL money. I thought that was so smart of him to do.
Oh,
and
what
maybe
a
there
move.
were others, but you'd think ADs would be all over our coaches' convention.
Oh, great point, General.
Well,
I was at that convention, too.
He's not an AD. He's a GM.
He's a GM,
I don't mind if ADs aren't here, but a GM should be here. You know, GMs like Mike Lombardi.
What is Andrew the GM or the AD?
He's the GM.
Okay.
He's the GM.
Yeah.
He runs everything.
I'm
with
sure he's got a
Stanford
lot of
football.
influence over everything.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You
We
don't
need
think anything-
Maples Pavilion for football. Okay,
Heck yeah.
done.
General.
He said, does Mark Vandermeer still hate me? I said, no.
No, I never hated
That's the thing.
him.
We never hated him.
You
That's what was
tore
so
him
frustrating.
up.
We were so
You said
frustrated
terrible
facing
things.
him.
I did. Well, I encouraged him to retire, and he finally did.
He listened.
So he
He's one of the
listened to me
few
because
that
I was
have listened.
concerned about his health and safety. I like Andrew as a person. Look, a lot of Colts I like as people. I just hate the Colts, okay?
Yeah.
You can have that. Both things can be possible. You can like some of the people in that organization and hate the team. I think it's very healthy.
Yes.
This is the way it should be.
I really
It's
like
sports.
Jonathan Taylor, but every time I see him, I'm like, I'm done with this.
He's
General,
more likable after the game.
who, Jonathan Taylor? Yeah, absolutely. Especially when we hold him to 50 yards, which hasn't happened often. General, you talk about athletes and injuries. A big talking point for Nick's presser was Tank Dell. Kind of what's your thought process after hearing what Nick had to say about Tank and the ramp up to the season? Does it change anything that you were thinking about him going into the season?
Hopefully he'll be able to play when they begin the season against the Bills. I can't wait till the fans are out here and Tank walks through this gate for the first time.
Oh, God.
And he'll have, well, I guess he may not be out here. He might be on another field, but say when he introduced for, say, the Buffalo game,
Yep.
they've got him in the lineup as one of the 3 receivers. The roof better be open or it'll break some eardrums. People love him so much. And y'all were talking about why. Of course, U of H has a big deal to do with it. But he's 5'9", and he shrunk 2 inches when he went to the combine for U of H. He went from 5'10" to 5'8". But it's his size. Everybody loves the little guy, especially when the little guy is so productive. And now, John, you called it right. That gruesome injury, I don't know that I've ever seen one worse. And the fact that he could come back for that would just be almost miraculous because he's a fan favorite. Jalen Noel, broken finger. Nick said weeks. That means I'm guessing he broke it, and as long as he's ready for the regular season, they got big plans for him too.
General, you're going to do something with Kenny Houston on Friday. It's the 40th anniversary? Saturday. 40th anniversary celebration of his going into the Hall of Fame?
Kenny Houston went in on the first ballot in 1986, one of the greatest players in NFL history, class act all the way. They're giving him a party led by his wife, Gusty, and Rob Lynch from the Gridiron Legends, and Steve Underwood representing the Titans because it's going to be there's players coming in, Hall of Famers coming in. I think there's going to be 250. And David Preisler, who owns Oakhurst Golf, has turned over the whole club to us, and Kenny will just be blown away, and he deserves it. And one of the nicest guys I've ever known, such a gentleman. And, man, I hated him when he was a player because I loved the Cowboys, and I hated the Redskins, and he made some of his biggest plays when he went up against the Cowboys. And, of course, now one of the reasons I like him so much is because he did make those big plays.
John, back in the day, and you've talked about this in the past, but when training camp was 6 weeks or whatever, and you were in San Angelo and
6 weeks, there were 6 preseason games.
All right, that's
Good
crazy.
Lord.
But it would
So how
start
long was it?
right after July 4th. It would start something like that. It was crazy, right? You started
it was a
so
week
early
with rookies. Vets could come in if they wanted. They didn't want. But remember, back then they had terrible facilities. Nobody stayed in great shape because they didn't have any place to go unless you wanted to pay a health club membership, which cost you money. And but yeah, they'd come out, and the first day, coaches would say, "We're going to do 3 hours full pads. We're going to do Oklahoma drill. This is how we get them in shape."
Yeah.
I knew one guy beat on his knee with a Bible in his dorm room, so it would swell to he didn't have to do double days.
Yeah.
Then when they went to single days, he quit beating on his knee, and then he was able to practice.
So your knee gets the biblical message and swells up so you don't have to practice at the same time.
I know so many great training camp stories. I miss that, being on the road.
Right.
And the media being.
Where would you stay?
Same. I stayed in the 10th floor in San Angelo, where the longest with the Oilers. The 10th floor was media, ball boys, and all that. Most media stayed at motels. I stayed up there because I could mingle with players and coaches.
And they didn't mind that.
They didn't care at all. And that's the only time I won an award one time for a story I wrote, which Mike Rozier, their running back, who was a wild man, Mike somehow met a guy from the circus who had a leopard. And Mike talked him into bringing the leopard right before curfew when all the rookies would be on their floor in the foyer area with a black and white TV on a shelf on the wall, and the leopard's name was Cowboy, and they opened the doors of the elevator. That leopard went charging, scared to death. Players were screaming, scattering, jumping on each other, and Cowboy had a muzzle so he couldn't do anything. And I heard it. I was on the 10th floor. I ran down a level, went and saw what happened, dictated a quick story about Cowboy beats up Oilers, and won an award for short story on Deadline.
Oh, that's beautiful.
So when you look at training camp now, General, going through all of that and seeing how it's changed, I mean, look, things change. You think back to what's been posted on our site the other day, 2-a-days. We don't have 2 days anymore. Does it change the way that you look at training camp, or you still get as excited because it is the start of the season?
Well, I get excited because I want the season to start. I wish the season started Sunday.
Yep.
But because of the great facilities, because players can work out here anytime, they get meals, healthy meals, and they stay in shape because they know you got a chance to make a lot of money. Your career is going to last longer. Used to, you hit 30, you better have another job.
Yep.
So they do a great job. You better not show up overweight. They used to have a fat man's table. It was always linemen. They would even let the media eat where the coaches met, right off the players' area. And the players at the fat man's table, you better not even talk to them because they're over there eating lettuce and they're mad and they're just in a terrible mood because they're getting starved. And but now nobody shows up out of shape, I don't think. And I'm never forgetting, it's some old story, all-season program, running everybody through drills. Earl Campbell couldn't complete the mile. All the media runs over to Bum Phillips and says, Bum, Earl couldn't complete the mile. What are you going to do? Well, when it's third in the mile, we won't give it to him. And back then, players used camp to get in shape.
Yeah.
And it was hot, and 36 players had to spend a night in the hospital in their 1 year in Nacogdoches, 77, which was my first camp. Now they just take them to inside the stadium and give them an IV because of the heat. And those guys at the end of the day, boy, you didn't want to talk to them if you didn't want to have to, because after going through all that,
they didn't want to talk.
They did not want to talk. All they wanted to eat and sleep.
Yeah, I can imagine. Boy, that's frightening. And you're right. Now, off season, they can eat 2 meals a day here, work out. They can pack up a dinner to go if they want, because they're eating the healthy food and they're working out here. They make it as appetizing and appealing as possible to work out in the building as much as possible. Even with FIFA here, they were able to get it done.
They used to make rookies go to McDonald's and get like 20 bags of burgers for the veterans.
Can you imagine
that was their lunch?
Can you imagine saying that to Ladd?
Burgers.
Our buddy Aaron, our engineer, brought his annual tradition He brings the donuts. I reached over, I'm a little hungry. Let me grab a little snack. So I grabbed a donut. Literally, as Lad is walking over, I'm like, man, I better finish this thing. Even I am trying to be like, no, Lad, you can't see this. Can you imagine Lad telling his rookies, go to McDonald's and get 20 bags of English McMuffins?
We got offensive linemen walking by, and Aaron's got 3 boxes of donuts over here.
Yeah, and they weren't even tempted.
Poor
They
guy.
just
At the end of the night, players' meetings will be over about 9:30. Curfew's 11.
Mm-hmm.
I saw guys like Mike Munchak and Bruce Matthews, and if Bruce is listening, he's never liked this story going out. They could drink a case of beer in an hour and a half. All those linemen parked their Broncos in a garage, and they would go over there and in the back open up the bags of their Broncos where they'd have ice chests full of beer, and just after 2 days, they would sit there and guzzle beers and then be in by 11 o'clock. And one time, Jack Pardee was the head coach, and he told Steve Watterson, strength and rehab coach, go over there and tell Munchak and Matthews quit throwing that furniture in the pool. They were having a contest. They were really competitive, especially Bruce, and he would invent all these little games, and it was about the dorm furniture could get it the closest to the pool. So they used to have big times like that, and then I won't even bring up all the stories about women.
Yeah. Although,
those are stories for a different day.
Yeah, maybe that's a podcast.
Different channel.
Get a lot of clicks on that one, too.
Steve Watterson, the strength and rehab coach, learned to tell different kinds of perfume because he'd go in a room and the player would be like that. And then he'd follow it over to the shower, pull back the curtain or look under the bed.
Oh, my gosh.
And he could say, Chanel number 5.
Oh, my God.
Times have changed.
Yes.
A little bit.
Oh, that's so good. And the guys were wearing English leather and high karate. Okay, General, thanks so much for joining us here today at training camp, and we'll visit again soon.
Guys, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Enjoy camp, and it's going to be a great season, and Mrs. McNair will be everywhere.
God bless her, and her tent is still here. I'm sure they'll have some use for it, no question. It's a great facility, and as I said earlier, it's air conditioned, but she would wave that off all the time and want to sit outside, write notes. She was out here for OTAs, write notes and keep track of her Texans. Nice banner in the end zone area here, always in our hearts, Janice McNair. Here's what's happening with the team. They were in the bubble for a long time here at the Houston Methodist Training Center doing activation type stuff. Now they've come out onto the field, so we'll let you know what is happening here as we continue our coverage. It's Texans Training Camp Live.
More training camp coverage is coming up on Texans Radio.
Chef and the Houston Texans are proud to call Houston home. That's
Mark Vandermeer, John Harris with you at the Houston Methodist Training Center as we are covering camp for you. Team on the field, individual drills in progress. Fields 2 and 3, field 1 right in front of us. Open practice Saturday, and we are just locked and loaded on all the camp stuff. Now, Nick Caserio was on about an hour ago. We ran the entirety of the press conference, pretty much the whole thing.
Yeah.
C.J. Stroud, a topic, obviously, and Nick said that, and this has made its way to PFT now, that the Texans have had productive conversations with C.J. Stroud. I believe he did use the word productive.
Yeah,
now, we'll see what that yields, if anything, as far as a new deal. So we'll continue to monitor that situation. Now, Jalen Noel has a hand problem. What did he say? Finger problem, and he used the word weeks. Not John, but the amount of time that Noel could be sidelined. Now, Noel, it's a hand, it's a finger. His hand was heavily wrapped when he made his way in front of our broadcast position here on the field. So he's good to work out, do a ton of stuff, but not participate with the team because he's on PUP, physically unable to perform. MJ Stewart, same thing. Don't know about his timetable. I don't know if Nick was asked about MJ.
I don't know.
If anybody asked that specifically, and I wish they did.
I don't think so.
But we'll ask him tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll ask him.
He'll be on with us at 8:30. We go deep. We
pump that up. We haven't said that. He'll be here tomorrow, 8:30.
8:30 live, and we do the deep album cuts with Nick, okay? Yeah. We're not playing the hits. I mean, we play some of the hits.
Yeah.
But we're going to go deep.
B-side stuff?
Yeah, we want the B-sides. We want the second side, third cut. We want all that stuff.
What's the best B-side that became a hit?
Oh, you know what? There are a lot of them, Johnny. There are a lot of them. You know, when I was a DJ, now you got me going. 30 seconds.
I love, man.
30 seconds. DJ in Clearfield, Pennsylvania, playing 45s, and it was an oldie station. And I got sick of all the records after a while, so I started looking at the B-sides, which were kind of like magic markered out, but I could see underneath, like Harmony by Elton John was a B-side to one of his hits, I forget. I'm like, Harmony's a pretty good Elton John song. I'm going to play it. I started rebelling and just playing some of those B-sides because I thought they were pretty good, and I was discovering some good tunes that probably didn't chart that great, but I knew them. You get sick of it after a while, you know, playing all those hits. But that's it. That's radio back in the day, and it's radio now, really. You gotta stick to the big stories, of course, but we like to go deep on occasion. It's Texans radio. That's what we do. Also, Tank Dell, obviously big topic. Tank not on the PUP, but he's not full either. So he's able to do some things with the team, not everything, some side field, some team stuff. I don't think it'll be full physical, everything that the team is doing, at least for the first, what did he say, couple of weeks?
Couple of weeks.
Okay, we'll see. Look, in 2 weeks you play a preseason game. Dr. Vandermeer says that Tank probably won't play in that game. But maybe he plays in the second one or the third one, and you get him going for opening day.
So let me ask you this.
Yeah.
I want to make sure I have the calendar date correct. But
by the way, when I say Dr. Vandermeer, it means this is just a guess, a hypothetical guess,
right?
Not based on actual medical opinion, because I'm not really a doctor. If anybody needed me to clear that up, maybe you need medical attention yourself. Anyway, go on.
You've helped me before with that.
Okay.
The second week of the preseason, we play the Las Vegas Raiders here.
Correct.
And we have a joint practice with them.
We do. I forgot about that.
Do you think that might be an opportunity? Now, we play the game on Thursday, correct?
So the practice will be no later than Tuesday.
Yes, it will be no later than Tuesday. So it's a couple days early because you're not doing it on Saturday, the game on Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that's a target date? I mean, I can see this in so many number of ways. I mean, I was standing at the goal line watching almost right in line with that whole thing, and I will never forget as we're celebrating, we're about to tie the game, and I'm in y'all's ears because I'm like, Tank is down,
massive
Tank
collision.
is down.
Yeah.
And, then we started seeing the one, I think they played one replay. We're not shut to you again.
But what did he do? He held on to the ball.
He did hang on to the ball. It was amazing. And the thing about it, there have been a lot of people out there, well, in 2024, he wasn't having a great. That game against the Chiefs, he was turning back into Tank. He had a tremendous game.
I don't think there's – well, look, there's always a doubt. It's the Chiefs up there. They're really good. But Tank stays healthy. Tank gets up, celebrates with his team. I think the Texans win that game.
I think so, too.
I just think it's one of those –
I think so, too.
It's not like an instant replay Renfro moment, but it's a moment.
It's a turning point.
That's a regular season game, though. You look at the ability to win that would have been huge, and then you had to go a few weeks later back there in the playoffs, and obviously that didn't go great either, but you were in the game for sure. Anyway, Tank, we'd love to see him a lot is made of Tank. I get it because he's so beloved. He's so effective. I think he's really great for CJ psychologically and whatnot. But with the absence of Noel, Johnny, I wanted to get into this a little bit here. Okay. With the absence of Noel, what are they going to do? Now, Noel, it's not like Noel is number 1 or number 2.
Right.
But, 3, 4, he's in that.
Sure.
And you got Xavier Hutchinson. So Higgins, Nico, X, those are your first 3 guys here.
Watson.
You have a number of guys. Watson looked good in OTAs. You have a number of guys who can do a bunch of things for you. But I think it creates opportunities for, everybody kind of rises up. Right. The tide rises with somebody else out. And Lewis Bond, another guy, a rookie from Boston College, we talked about a bunch during OTAs. In fact, he had a great quote about Coach O'Brien, and he credited him with helping him really mature and grow into an NFL-type receiver at Boston College. I actually sent the cut to Bill. Mm-hmm. I said, hey, this is your guy. He loves you. He credits you a lot. He goes, he's a great kid, no question about it. So, Lewis Bond, I'm eager to see him out here. You brought up Watson, veteran receiver, former Chief, Buccaneer, guy who's got rings. He can do some things for you. And our old buddy Jared Wayne, who's been in the league for 10 years. No, he hasn't, but it feels like it in a way. What is it, 2023 for Jared Wayne?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So this is his 4th season. He's got 2 accredited seasons.
Yeah.
And you bring that up, and it says something because that's the amount of league time you have as a union member, and it affects whether you get the pension or not. I think you need 4. Maybe it's different now. Maybe it's 3.5 or something. But
4 or 5.
He's fighting for that. But more importantly, he's fighting for a roster spot, fighting to make a contribution on this team.
Well, I think when it comes to receivers, look, I brought up Justin Watson. You bring up Jared Wayne. You're like, well, wait a second. There's Jalen Noel playing the slot and all that kind of stuff. The way that offenses work now, there might be some guys that you think about purely outside. Some are purely inside. Some are both. Nico, you can line up anywhere, and Nico's your biggest receiver that you have, and he can line up anywhere. But Justin Watson, because of his presence on the outside, that might move, X to the inside a little bit more. Right. Lewis Bond, you brought up, I think, when you're talking about just a man-for-man replacement seemingly up front. You're talking about slot receiver, different ways. Jalen's very sudden. Gets in and out of his breaks very quickly, very explosively. Lewis is the crafty route runner. Like, he can get to open spots. He knows where the open spots are. He knows what his route adjustment has to be able to get open. And then he's got great hands. He has got tremendous hands. So Lewis Bond is going to be well worth the watch. But it's your undrafted guys that get a chance now. Daniel Sobkowitz, who I love from Illinois State. I love that we signed him. When you watch him run his routes, and if you just took the name off the back and the numbers off the back, you wouldn't know that's an undrafted rookie. You're like, he is smooth.
Yeah.
He's got great hands. Listen. Instead of watch guys catch the ball, just listen. Because the receivers that struggle catch the ball, it sounds like a large knock or clap when they catch it. But guys that have really good hands, like you watch Nico, and it just kind of
Oh, yeah, we talk about that.
Sobkowitz is the same way. Like, soft hands, ball just kind of finds his hands. He gets open. He gets open deep. He's got good speed. As an undrafted free agent, that's a guy. Trayvon Saunders, another guy. Now, he is a Jalen Noel, not clone, but 5'8", 5'9", kind of whip it quick and get in and out of its cuts, kind of do those things. He's going to get a lot of opportunities at that point. So this receiver group up and down, just one guy, just Jalen being out for a few weeks. And because Tank's not practicing, hey, if another guy gets kind of a tweak here or there, that just moves everybody up, and it just gets more visibility. How the hell do you think Puka Nacua got to be a starter by day one with the Rams? It was like a couple of guys got banged up. This guy was not there. And all of a sudden, before you know it, Nakua's getting reps, and Stafford's like, he kept throwing it to him, and he's productive as hell, and now he's one of the better receivers in the league.
It's ridiculous with him. It just looks so easy the way they do it. The great ones make it look easy. It's like, throw and catch. That's all you got to do. Hey, just run over there, get open. I got it. I got you. But what you brought up about catching the ball and the sound of sports, Johnny, that's one of those sounds. Like baseball has sounds like the ball going into the mitt, certain fastballs, like, ooh, that's good.
Yeah. Did you hear Jordan's home run last night?
Oh, yeah. Crack.
Oh, it was awesome.
Well, I used to like Carlos Lee at batting practice because I haven't been to batting practice with these Astros. Yeah. But back in the day, I'd go, right?
Yeah.
And guys like that hitting the ball in batting practice, you wouldn't even look, and all of a sudden, like, oh, that's Lee.
Yeah, you
like,
know.
Pap.
Yeah, you knew.
Anyway, joining us right now and putting on a headset, she didn't even know it, is the sideline reporter for Texans preseason TV broadcasts. That would be Shelby Coppage. Yay. Also, national play-by-play announcer for Love Volleyball. Yes. How about it? How's it going, Shelby?
Always ran him for a ruddy throw to me, Mark.
Yeah.
Love
Here
it.
Here we go. So, yeah, you've done so much. I mean, how do you keep track of it all? Because national announcer for Love Volleyball and obviously the football stuff and everything else you do. There's so much.
It's so much, but it sounds you and John understand that it's so fun.
Yeah.
And so even on the days where I'm like, I have to like get up in this hotel and go to work. Like, oh wait, my job is to cover League One volleyball or whatever team it is on the road. So it's so much fun. I'm so blessed. But it's definitely like it's a lot, as you know.
So you do the Astros studio stuff too sometimes, which is really interesting, and we'll forgive you for that.
Hey, when you can't use me, I want someone else.
Yeah,
but you know, right when the Astros called me, I called Mark first. I was like, hey, Mark, can I still do the Texans games if I cover for the Astros here and there? He said yes.
Yeah.
So.
If the Colts call, then there'll be a fight.
Yeah. Goodbye. We're not doing that.
Then there'll be a fight at that point.
That's totally understandable.
So what would you say, Shelby, is your downtime of the year? I think for Mark and I, it's pretty easy. It's like when they leave for OT and minicamp until today, that's called our downtime, if you will. What's your downtime?
So I actually just got 2 puppies this off season.
You have no downtime.
So basically, even when I don't have calls or anything, I'm just with puppies all day. I'm stimulated all day. It's been so much fun and like good, timing for summer to be able to train them before the fall starts. So it's been a really fun summer.
Wow, puppies.
What kind of dogs?
A German Shepherd.
Oh boy. Yeah.
And then a mutt.
Right.
So kind of Cane Corso mutt.
Oh God,
he's huge.
So wait, why does it get to? Now I know you lost your longtime beloved Padme this offseason.
Yep.
And condolences about that. I know that's very tough. And Johnny lost 2 dogs last year.
I know Johnny
it's very
knows.
tough.
Yeah.
But you went to the well pretty quickly to get a new set, as it turns out, not just one.
I literally got the puppies the day after I was done traveling for the spring. So like I called breeders, like, when do you have an 8-week-old ready? Like, timed it. So I had a few months after Padme just traveling and everything. But, like, you need your attention, used. I can't be at home doing nothing, when I'm waiting for my games and stuff.
Yep.
So Leia, the German Shepherd, was a little expensive of a breeder. Then Coupon Rescue, the joke is his name's Coupon because he was so cheap compared to Leia.
Coop.
So, people like adopt, don't shop. Well, I did adopt. And also the ones that are already born need homes too. The breeders, like, what do you do with these puppies? They need a home too.
That's a good point. They exist.
Yeah.
There's my daughter and her little guy, Domino, that she just got.
Oh, I wasn't aware of this.
He was a rescue.
He's a little guy.
When I went out to he's tiny, but he's a sweetheart. And my daughter just she was fostering him.
Yeah.
And I didn't realize they called it this, a foster fail, when she adopts. So she just fell in love with him. And she's like,
foster fail.
She fell in love with him. And so literally Saturday, went in, signed the papers, paid her $250, and Domino is hers. And I'm like.
And Domino's also yours too, whenever daughter is busy.
Yes, that's exactly right. And she was worried about how, and I never really thought about this, but how rescues in particular react to men.
And
really? So, yeah.
Oh, because men could be jerks to dogs or whatever, I guess.
And so I walked in, and he just kind of sniffed me, and he jumped up on me. I was like,
well, yeah, because
we're all good.
Because you're you.
Oh, and also, like, hats scare dogs, too, sometimes. So, like, if you're having a adopt hat, don't wear, like, hat or sunglasses to help. But.
It's training camp, so we're talking about puppies.
That's
Blame Mike Vrabel.
Vrabel, it's on you.
That's all we'll say about that. Shelby, let me ask you about League One volleyball.
Yeah.
All right, so we have the Houston franchise and going through a lot of different things with that. It's awesome. This will be the second season that the Texans have control of the franchise, and things are evolving because you had 6 teams, now you're going to have 10. And tell us, I like to point this out about, it's training camp, so we're talking about volleyball. Just briefly, though. But
Texans own it, so it's important.
Tell me about the caliber of play, because what strikes me is you might think, is this a minor league thing? It's not a minor league. These are major league players, but you get that access that you have with minor league teams where they can sign autographs and things like that. Your thoughts?
Yeah, so it has over 20 Olympians. That was just last season, so this year they've added even more. So imagine like the best players in the world overseas coming here. So much less the USA Olympians, but we got the Brazil, the Japan, like the best of the best. And the best thing about volleyball is, unlike baseball, you can know when it's an awesome play. So you can walk in knowing zero about volleyball and know, dang, that was a crazy hit or a crazy dig. Like baseball, to me, all the pitches look the same. Like I can't tell. Like when Nico Collins makes a huge catch in the end zone, we can all appreciate how magnificent that is. That's volleyball every single play. And so that's okay if no one really knows. Like League One, it's pretty new. But when you come to a game, like you will understand how important this is. We have the best of the best athletes. And also the Barry Center, I know the Texans are building a new place for the team to play. But it was insane. Like thousands of people, hundreds if not thousands of girls waiting after the game was over to get autographs. Like this girl, if you might not know her, Madison Skinner, she's going to be an Olympian, played at Texas. She's everything. When she walked out, girls were screaming like they're One Direction. Like if you have daughters or whoever, like take them to these volleyball games. And especially Texans, the Texans can see how important it is. Like they literally wanted in on this team. You have to go. It's awesome.
Yeah, I like that. That's cool. A good plug right there.
I've said this. This was many, many years ago. It's almost 15 years ago. I was doing national radio, and the guy that was on the show, we were doing our crosstalk, and he did this thing every Wednesday at the end of the show called some draft he would do. And so the topic was things people would be surprised that you love. And my first one at the time was Us Magazine because I love to read the gossip magazine.
Oh, I love that you admit that.
Yes.
Thank you, John.
I don't read it as much anymore because I get the People and the Entertainment Weekly right to my email, so I don't have to go out and get the articles.
This is awesome.
Or the magazine. But my second one was volleyball. I absolutely love to watch volleyball.
Amazing.
Whether it's beach volleyball, whether 2-on-2, and when I first started coaching, one of my buddies was a former volleyball player at University of North Florida, so we would go and play. I didn't know how to play volleyball, I didn't at all, but I love the bump set spike aspect of it, and just being able to spike and just and it never really worked, but the times that it did, and I said that was my second one. I was like, I love volleyball, and it left everybody speechless. I was like, why? Like I remember back in 1984, Karch Karai. He would. Yeah. I mean,
he's
and when
different breed.
When you see some of these guys, say guys, but women too, but you see in women's volleyball 5'10", 5'11", 6 foot, and they rise and they bring it down. It's like, my God,
It's really good.
it's really cool. So
by the way, the USA head coach Eric Sullivan he got the job last year. He's the head coach of Love Austin.
Oh, nice.
It's like the Brazilian assistant coach is the head coach at Miami. Anyways, it's just like stacked. So
That's
it's
very
so
cool.
fun. Yeah.
All right, thoughts on being here at camp and Texans preseason TV rolling in 2 weeks from tomorrow?
For me first.
Yeah.
My first thought was it's kind of cool. There's a breeze.
Okay.
Like I'm not yet
Hold my
dripping
beer.
in sweat.
Yeah, you just got here,
sounds
Shelby.
nice. I just got here.
us.
Yes, I did just get here, but like it's been a little cooler. I see. I'm really loving already seeing like CJ. Get connections. I love the handshakes already. Excited to see him with the helmet off, the haircut. But the vibes are super high. Media is so excited to be here. Yeah, it's awesome.
Shelby, thanks so much for joining us. We'll catch up again,
Mark.
okay? I know
Can't
you're going to be
wait.
at practice. She's on the sideline for Texans TV preseason coverage 1 week from tomorrow night. It'll be a 7 o'clock kick, Texans and Chargers on ABC 13 and the entire statewide, and now in Louisiana, too, Texans TV network, the biggest network we've ever had for the best team that the Texans have ever had. All right, wrapping it up next, what did Mills have to say offense year 1 to year 2? How does it apply to what we're going to see today and tomorrow and the following days at training camp? It's Texans Radio.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
It's the summer sales event with the Ford crew.
Anna, what says summer to you?
Every night we are on the air with Texans All Access, and you want to listen tonight as John Harris and I recap practice because they're about to get into it hot and heavy.
Yeah.
7-on-7 about to start in a couple of minutes, and I know you're going for that, Johnny.
Yeah, I'm watching the clock.
I'll probably get J-Lo on the show because we'll have like a 2-minute reunion of our morning program.
Here, I'll tell you what. Watch this.
Watch this.
Start
Okay.
it now.
All right, you want to start it now? All right, you go on over there. Okay, this is John Lopez, who's the co-host of In the Loop.
Getting overtime?
Yeah, and you and I used to work together. I don't know if you remember that.
That was you.
Yeah, that was me.
That
was
was
me.
you.
Those are the most glorious years of your career,
Hey.
and mine too.
Hey! You're actually I don't want to say it too loud, but yeah.
Yeah. It was fun. It was fun back in the day. We had a good time.
It was a blast.
You know what's interesting about when we did the show together? All the comedians we had on. I don't think you guys do that anymore, but all those improv guys. Because I forget how many real famous people we had on. We had Norm Macdonald, Kevin Nealon.
Yep.
I mean, I'm gonna miss guys. I saw you get all these throwback pictures from Facebook. Pauly Shore.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. Pauly Shore was kind of admittedly on the way down, way on the way down. But a lot of guys
I'm trying to think of it. It was like just name a monster comedian back in the day.
And we had Paul Mooney, who's a legendary comedian.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't we have David Allen Greer was on the show live? These guys were live, not on the phone. They were in front of us.
Yeah.
It was awesome.
Yeah, it was awesome. And
Charlie Murphy.
And
we had not Chris Rock, but Tony Rock, his brother.
Well, it's all right.
The lesser Rock.
The lesser Rock.
I saw him, and I remember he was terrible on the air, right? I'm just sorry, Tony, but you were.
Yeah.
Because it was morning. These poor comedians, they might be hungover or whatever.
Or didn't
they're
sleep.
up all night.
Yeah.
But I saw Tony. Chris Rock played the Smart Financial Center. Tony was in the lineup. They had 3 comedians before Chris.
Yeah.
And Tony was awesome on stage.
Yeah.
I thought he was really good.
Yeah.
But I was thinking, why was he so terrible with us?
Yeah.
Because, when you have the comedian on, it's pulling teeth when they're not good. It's like, you're not funny. What are we talking to you about?
And sometimes you're there, you almost try to set them up as okay, say something funny.
Yeah.
And then, but you got to be better than that. You got to do more.
Who was the guy, Francisco, the guy who did the Arnold imitation?
Yes.
I'm forgetting his last name, but he was because he would just go.
Yes.
It's just like, arr.
Oh, yeah, some of them would just sit down and you're like, okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Just listen.
we're getting a set.
Okay, so I know you guys have the show coming up with Aziz Al-Shire, et cetera. Your thoughts on what you're seeing, not yet here because it just got going, but here we are, 25th season training camp. You covered Houston sports since the beginning of time.
I think this is my 29th camp, including
That's
the
crazy.
Yeah,
That's
including
crazy.
the
Okay, so what do you think of this year's unit going in?
Hey, it's the best team the Texans have ever had. I heard you talking with McClain earlier, and I get it. The 2012 team, you were there, obviously. This is the best team that I've ever been able to cover.
That's great.
Period.
That's high praise,
And
right there.
that's including all the qualifiers. Including number 7.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think, obviously you want to see a better performance in the postseason and even the regular season, but we'll see where it all goes. He's got a lot to work with, though. My whole take on the offensive line and everything they did is they'll be better. We just don't know how much better.
Yeah,
but they should be better than last year.
How much better is necessary?
Yeah, that's a good question, too.
Yeah.
It's a good question, too. How much better is necessary? Anyway, that's going to wrap up the Day 1 program of Texans Training Camp Live. Thank you, John. And we'll visit again, of course, before these shows run out here. We're going to go 2 weeks of this stuff. So we'll go through Tuesday in 2 weeks, a couple of days before the preseason opener. Aaron Rabel, thank you so much for engineering. And Byron doing a terrific job back in the studio. Reggie and John coming up on In the Loop. And we'll be back at 6 with Texans All Access, players, etc. Can't wait. Have a great day. As always, go Texans.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
Balancing your work, family, and health is a lot to manage. Houston Methodist.
insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
What do you say? I don't care about the labor, show me the baby.
Don't tell me about the waves. Just bring the ship in.
Okay, that's a different one.
What did you say about a baby?
You said that one specifically. Don't get out. Figgy, help me out.
I have not said
He's
that
gaslighting me right now.
You're in the loop on Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
J-Lo is here.
Man, am I here.
Is here, yes
Man,
indeed.
am I here.
You are indeed in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Wednesday to you. Sorry, let me say that right. Happy first day of Houston Texans Training Camp 2026 to you. Yes, indeed, we are at the Houston Methodist Training Center live for Houston Texans Training Camp. And, J-Lo, I don't know how excited you are, but I feel good to be back out here.
Oh, you know how excited I am. This is terrific. Just that the horns, the sounds, the grass, the players walking out here, the familiar faces.
The heat, the sweat.
Oh my God, ready?
It's not that hot.
Yes,
it's not that hot.
You shut up.
Don't do that.
It's hot. It is hot. Which is going to tie into one of the passing thoughts I have in a little bit. But the scene here is, I was just talking with Mark Vandermeer, and he just kind of said, put it in perspective. 25 here, another 4 I did with the Oilers. 29 camps altogether. What do you think? And I'm not going to, try to couch it or mince words or whatever. This has the potential to be the best Texans team, the best team I have ever covered, including some of those Oilers teams from the early 90s, including the 2012 Texans, including, the Deshaun optimism and good play. This has the potential to be the best team in the history of football in Houston, and that alone is exciting, much less getting out here on the first day.
Absolutely. As always, we want you to get involved with the program. The text line is 713-572-4610, and we always have to appreciate the Mo Caramel Jewelers for the live streams.
We keep it 100.
The YouTube page is Sports Radio 610. The Twitch chat is actually 95.7 The Fan. I got to remember that one has indeed shifted already. But of the things that have happened, we started it off with Nick Caserio giving us, I would call it a State of the Texans, but it really was just a regular press conference and some of the notable things that happened within it. First and foremost, I don't know if this is the most important one, but it's the first one that he mentioned, at least as far as I was paying attention to, and that's Tank Dell. Mm-hmm. Obviously, we saw yesterday the physically unable to perform and the NFI out, and somebody that was not there was Tank Dell. Tank Dell is not on any of these lists, but he isn't out here doing work. At least I have not seen him yet. I don't know if you have, John. And that is because Nick Caserio said that he still has some ramp up, some things that he can do, and that he'll be incorporated in for sure. But the expectation is like within a week, I imagine, a week or so.
A week or so is what he said, yeah.
Are the words that Nick Caserio used. He said they're taking it one day at a time, which, of course, is one of those cliches that you get during this time of year. But, they're looking at – there's been some fits and starts when it comes to his rehab. But in about a week or so, we should hopefully see Tank Dell out here and going through the motions with his teammates.
Well, when it comes to Tank Dell this offseason, all we've had is either signs or reports or online videos that we've seen. And this is the latest one. Every sign that we've gotten when it comes to Tank Dell is a positive sign. Whether it's the videos or, him being out here walking around, some of the stuff that he's done, some of the things they've said. The fact that he is active, even though he won't practice for a week. So that's yet another good sign. He will be out here. There is no more sort of keeping him, in the back rooms until we get another report. No, this is just another good sign with him.
Yeah, and kind of important, especially when you saw who was on the NFI list and the physically unable to perform list. The PUP list was less surprising. MJ Stewart, EJ Speed, who we knew, is probably lost for the season due to reporting. It was the non-football injury list that caught my attention. Jalen Knoll, the probably fastest wide that you have on this team, the dude who looked like he had a potential to be a breakout, and still does. I'm not trying to make it seem like he doesn't, but he still has potential to be a breakout star. He is on the non-football injury list, which, I don't think he gets on the list if you're not
if you're not a little concerned about it. Now, Aaron Wilson yesterday was reporting that it is a undisclosed but not that serious injury is kind of what they're using here. What did that do for you when you saw Jalen Noel on that list, especially considering that you saw Tank Dell not on there?
Obviously, somewhat of an eyebrow raiser, but not real overly concerned. Every indication is that he'll be out here in a few days. So, yeah, that's one that, you can interpret and read into these things, all you want. But I think that one, if you're reading it, is not going to be a big concern.
Yeah, I'm with you there. But I think that these early portions, depending on how long it takes, right?
Yeah.
That is honestly the question that is still out there. I think there's an opportunity to see some other things, like to maybe almost force, for lack of a better way of saying it, the likes of like Nick Caley and all the other offensive coaches to try some different things. I'm very intrigued to see what are some of the different things that they do. But the other thing, so now that we've gotten those out, I wanted to make sure that those are happening there. And, of course, as you mentioned, going back to the Tank Dell thing, it will be awesome to see if all these positive things that we're seeing are indeed the reality, and our hesitation and our unwillingness to get over our skis was just caution.
Yes.
If we do see Tank Dell, that is what you've been looking for in the wide receiver room. That is another explosive guy, a guy that defenses have to consider. Not exactly on the same level as like Nico, in a different way for sure, that factors into things. However, did you hear this when Nick Caserio was talking?
What's that?
As it pertains to the quarterback of the team, C.J. Stroud, who got a lot of people kind of talking about him yesterday for things that had nothing to do with football. It seems like there's conversations that do have to do with football happening, as that conversations was the word that Nick Caserio used, seemingly talking about conversations with C.J. Stroud and possibly towards a contract maybe being done, which, we had heard some of the national newsbreakers, Adam Schefter, kind of talking about it. I had leaned towards that being more speculation. It sounds like there have been conversations. I don't know to what degree, and I imagine if they were to a degree that was a little bit more, of a fervor pitch, we might be able to get some feeling on that. But what did you make of the idea that C.J. Stroud and the Texans seemingly having conversations to the end of maybe getting a contract done?
I want to be – this is going to be so bad because I'm so excited and happy just sitting here. I want to be optimistic about that. I just cannot. I just cannot. Like if you're playing the role of C.J. Stroud and I'm playing the role of Nick Caserio, and I say, or let's say you're playing the role of David Mulligetta, okay? And I'm Nick Caserio. And I say, so how does $20 million a year grab you? What would you say?
Call me back when you're serious.
All right, that's a conversation. That's a conversation right there. So you can call a conversation a conversation if you do something like that.
Sure.
That doesn't necessarily mean that contract is going to happen. I would be beyond shocked if a contract is done before this training camp or even this year.
I've got to be honest, that's probably a little bit closer to where I land on it as well, because again, these factors that happen in this conversation still lean towards, I can't imagine C.J. Stroud's team, David Mulligetta in particularly, going for one of these deals that has kind of been put out there that's below what the market is for the top tier group of quarterbacks, where next man up gets maybe even market setting money or around that number. The only thing that I can maybe see is maybe we need to take the Texans more at their word when they talk about CJ being their guy. Like that would be the thing that if we're talking about having conversations and getting that dude signed up, that would maybe make me think, is that the Texans more willing to pay more than we have probably given them credit for? Now, of course, the deal isn't done, so the answer isn't like completely yes.
Yeah.
But the idea that there are conversations, that honestly is just, for me, that's encouraging. I know that we're probably not in that place where where it's done, obviously, but I don't know that we're in a place where it's in the red zone, on the goal line, anything to that sort. But the idea that there's conversations does tell me that again, everybody's operating in good faith and moving towards that place where they are trying to work together and make sure that he is the quarterback of the Texans.
Yeah, look, I'm not going to say it's encouraging, but I will say it's not discouraging because the talks are, there have been some, to use his word, conversations. It just seems at this point they kind of know this is how they're going to play it, and that's not to say it can't happen. It might happen this afternoon. Who knows? It might never. But I just don't see where it will. Not right now. Not with all that's on the line and all that he has to prove.
Some other things that came out of the Nick Caserio press conference that happened earlier today before we got actually some work on the field get going. Was there anything that jumped out to you? Because one of the things that I found to be interesting was he was asked about the offensive line.
That's it.
I mean, if you remember 365 days ago, a year ago when we were out here, there's a number of weeks where we're looking over and going, all right, so when are we finding your best five? That, you know, the proverbial best five that we heard about a whole bunch. When are we going to find the configuration of an offensive line that you're good with going out there? And it took a while, baby. It took a while. It feels like going into this year, we had the conversation or the thought that, okay, this is a lot more settled. Well, Nick Caserio, you know, pumping the brakes on that and giving us a little bit of a – I mean, I think they always want to operate with the level of caution. But he was asked specifically, hey, about when in camp would you want to know the five that, or want it to be known when it comes to the offensive line? And he said it will probably take a few weeks. He said they'll have multiple guys that will likely be rotating, especially on the interior and at those guard spots. How did that hit you, John?
The few weeks is something that I think you agree with this. I'm not going to put words in your mouth. Let's call it a week. Let's call it a week where you can really – a week after pads.
Sure.
A week after pads.
And maybe that's the few weeks that he's talking about, right?
Yeah, maybe. We've gone down that road before. This offensive line, it's not just new to us; it's new to each other. Everybody talks about the 5 fingers in a glove, and you got to work together. He mentioned it. He mentioned we do want to get that continuity going into, as he put it, one of the best teams in the league to open the season against Buffalo. So I would hope. And we will keep you up to date. I mean, we didn't even set this part of the scene. What do you say, 40 feet from the corner of the end zone? Probably 50, maybe?
Oh, our broadcast position?
Yeah, our broadcast position. Probably 40.
Corner of the end zone? Ain't no way that's 40, but big dog. We are mere like 20 feet away from the corner of the end zone.
Okay. I think you're wrong, but I'll take 20. And either way,
I'm going to measure.
We'll keep you informed on everything we see. I want to see it happen, and I want to see it happen quick. And the other reason for that is the old thing about it, if you have 2 quarterbacks, you have no quarterbacks. If you got 8 starting offensive linemen, I'm not going to say you have no starting offensive linemen, but there's no real separation of the 5 dudes that are going to maul. And so that's what we want to see. We want to see 5 dudes that separate themselves, Oh,
shout out to producer Aaron, or engineer Aaron, who is getting out there, and he's going to bring us a number back here in a second because
now he did it from the front of the table.
13 yards. Okay.
Yeah.
That's about 30 feet.
40 feet, huh? If you add 4 feet from where we're sitting, go figure.
What am I supposed to say now?
You're supposed to say you're
Figgy,
right.
what am I supposed to do now?
Nothing.
I guess so.
Just say you were right.
I don't want to do that. What I'd rather do is talk more about what we've seen today and what we've heard from Nick Caserio. But yeah, like the offensive line, it feels like you should have a good idea of like who the starters are.
You want guys that are good to go.
But I hear what he's saying, right? You want to we talk about this every year, honestly, to some degree, and around the NFL. Offensive linemen, man, they're going to get hurt. You're going to have some guys moving around there. It is indeed the car crash sport. So I understand where he's coming from there. But I do want, as you're mentioning, I want the cream to rise to the top pretty early, and especially if we're talking about that interior, I want to have some level of, not full answers. I think that would be an unreasonable expectation. But I want to start getting some clarity on what's happening here at center. And, I mean, we're already seeing some mixing and some matching, some unusual names taking snaps.
One, and for sure, and we can talk about it. I mean, I'll have my passing thoughts in a minute, and that was going to be one of them. But it's worth mentioning right here because the offensive line is so important this year. Jake Andrews started out. If you talk about first reps,
which is not too unusual, I think that he has earned the deference of being the starter for. Was it the entirety of last year? Yeah, the entirety of last year,
pretty much. And then obviously you had some Keelan Rutledge in there,
of course.
Wyatt Teller took a snap.
I don't know what to do with this.
I don't either.
Considering you have 5 dudes on this roster who are like nominally centers, Wyatt Teller's not one of those 5.
Unless I just flat out missed it, but I did a double take and I was like, that is 75, isn't it?
All right, let me just 75 is indeed Wyatt Teller, and it ain't no 76 that would be a center in there unless they were somehow putting Sam Hagan, who I think is more of a tackle, guard tackle type of guy. That would be interesting. I mean, to what end, I don't know. Like, I don't think that they're getting out here even on day one and just messing about. But that's that. I don't know exactly what the thought process was there.
But basically, it's going to be Jake Andrews, I'm sure, and Keelan Rutledge. They like, to Casario's point,
Mix some things up.
He said all the guys on the inside.
Cross-training.
Yeah, cross-train all the guys on the inside. So it could just be, get a rep in there.
Yeah. How about this punting thing?
Dude.
We've not given a lot of credence to it, at least on this program, but it is notable. And special teams is a side of the football, right? We often focus on offense and defense, but special teams matters. And Tommy Townsend last year was, he was good.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there were some instances where I felt like he outkicked his coverage because he had such a big leg. But he was on the better side of punters in the league.
Mm-hmm.
He's not here, and you have a couple of young guys here in a bona fide punting competition, something that we haven't seen here in Houston for a while.
Talked about that as well. And I want to get into that a little bit more later because I did write down some notes on that. But the competition at the punting position, don't think for a second, punters. What are they talking, punters? Keep in mind what the calling card of this entire team is. Defense.
Yeah.
Defense. And defensive-minded head coaches consider the punting game the first step toward them dominating on defense because of field position, because of coffin corners, which is an old term. I don't even, what do they call the inside the 10-yard line punts these days? But anyway, those types of punts.
I haven't thought about that, actually.
Yeah, we need to come up with a term because coffin corner, they very rarely even use the corner anymore. But anyway, those types of punts, don't think for a second that is not immensely important to D'Amico Ryans.
Yeah, no, it's going to be important.
Yeah.
I did find it funny, though, John,
Mm-hmm.
to actually, and of course, I was taking my notes and kind of trying to capture what Nick Caserio said as much as I could, but I'm not going to be exact, so I'll be careful about that. He did say that, they're just allocating reps to young players. Holding is also a part of this, which does matter, right?
Yeah.
The punter has become the de facto holder. Long gone are the days of the backup quarterback doing that.
Mm-hmm.
And so they're going to have to hold, and that matters a decent amount when we talk about field goals on this team, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
But also he's like, at some point we'll have to make a determination, probably at the end of camp. And I'm like, I would hope so.
Yeah, you don't want to carry two punters. I'm no expert.
You cannot use on a 53-man roster. You can't have two punters. I feel like that's probably a good thing to say. So we didn't get much in that way, which I don't know what that says to you, but I also feel like this is like a true competition where I don't even know how to fully judge it. Right when it comes to the punters, I guess who looks more consistent, and obviously if you get a little bit of leg out of one of them.
And then there's the defense. They were just to kind of set the scene again. Where we're sitting, there's this is field one, I guess we'll call it that. Then
Correct.
2 in the middle, then 3 on the far end. They were on the far end. I was, just trying to get a good feel for what's happening out there on the far end with the defense. And the only thing that I can say truly jumped out, and this isn't exactly breaking news, but the way that it's not just swarm and closing to the ball. It's just the collective speed of this defense when they were running some drills and the way they were closing on running backs, etc. It's just next level stuff. The speed on this team, and I'm talking about defensive line as well. It's pretty incredible.
Yeah, it's day one. The fellas spent time doing their activation and warming up and everything, and it seems like they got out on the field, they did their work, and it seems like they're wrapping this thing up pretty quickly. But we're just getting going here on Sports Radio 610. You're in the loop here. And coming up next, let's give you some passing thoughts. The OG's passing thoughts from day one of Houston Texans training camp. We'll get that next on Sports Radio 610.
How about fishing? Let's go fishing with the Pasadena Livestock Show and Rodeo's annual fishing tournament.
Training camp is here. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right, big voice guy. Texans training camp is in effect, and next to the OG John Lopez, I'm Reginald Atatula. Appreciate Figgy Fig back at the studio making it sound good, but we are out here, and it seems like day one.
That's a wrap.
Day one is a wrap, at least when it comes to on-the-field work. The gentlemen have called it up. I'm looking at Nick Casario right now, walking his way in to the building. He's talked already today. We mentioned some of the things that we got from that. Some months ago, talk in the tent, right? When it comes to availability, I think we might actually we should get Azeez Al-Shaair today as well, and he's always a fun to talk to. So expect that during the course of this program. But until we get that, because this is the thing, I know as soon as we start this next segment, Azeez will make his way over to the table. That's how it seems like it works.
We can adjust.
No, we'll give it a pause if we need to. But I'm very intrigued to get into the OG's passing thoughts.
Experience, wisdom, opinions, barbecue sauce. Our guy Lopez has it all and shares it with you.
I used to go into the clubhouse and I just
It's time for the OG's passing thoughts.
Tell me a story, OG.
I will tell you a story. Number 29 for me personally in terms of training camp. 4 with the Oilers, 25 now with the Texans. That's neither here nor there in terms of these passing thoughts, this training camp. Just a little scene setting. I'll kind of go through the day as we've seen it so far. The Janice McNair tent is still here. How about that?
Yeah,
the Janice McNair tent is still here. And there are signs, including one right up here to our left, that says Janice always in our hearts. Just really, really cool. I know it had to be really, really tough on Cal and Hannah, who were here for the first day of training camp. And they're generally here just about every day. That had to be really, really hard.
Did you see Cal?
I did see Cal.
He looks like he is ready to put in work.
Oh, he's in good shape.
He's in good shape. But he's also dead. I know some of the coaches will have the long sleeves or the hoodies even.
Yeah.
Cal had on the long sleeves and the hoodie.
Yeah.
And I was like, is that a good idea?
Hey, man, he's ready to go.
He is.
So that was kind of cool. How about the soccer ball out on the field before practice started?
I missed that.
Yeah. It was Kaimi Fairbairn and I believe Kai Kroger were kicking the soccer ball around, and I was like, yeah, that old World Cup left a lasting impression. Yeah, they were kicking it around a lot here. There it is right there.
Oh, yeah, I see the soccer ball.
And
it looks like a classic one. The generic white ball with the small black panels in it. That's it.
So now let's get into some of the stuff with the Texans themselves.
Very good.
I think is important. And I mentioned this to you off air. Some people are saying, well, they got out on the field a little late. They got out on the field a little late. Did you notice that they didn't do, this is me, sort of just thinking about it, they didn't do their normal stretching and as much, up and back and forth sort of warming up. They did like one quick little thing. I think they did.
Oh, the ball warm up?
Yeah. I think they did all their stretching and warm-ups in the bubble.
They did.
Yeah, and so I'm wondering, is that a heat factor? Is that, D'Amico's sort of like saying, hey, let's minimize it, the actual time of actual work on the field rather than the warming up and you're just sitting there in the heat and you're waiting in line and all that other stuff.
Yeah, I don't know. It's possible. It's day one as well, so I don't know how much of this is establishing a tone for what the actual training camp will be. There's only 19 of these, as Nick Caserio said. Or I also don't know if it's just getting some guys acclimated, right, showing everybody to make sure exactly
ramping up.
We're doing this the right way. Yeah. I know that obviously everybody's in town as of yesterday, so you imagine meetings and those types of things get done the day prior, but only God knows the ways that they're getting guys into form. But yeah, maybe that is a new thing. They're going to make sure that they get all the stretching and preparedness in the bubble, and then when they hit the fields, they are hitting the fields for work. Maybe that's the way it goes.
To work on the field. So I thought that was rather interesting. Just a little bit of a change, at least from this point last year. So we talked a little bit about punting, and I was standing over here watching them when they were getting most of their work done, the punters, and I'm not going to overreact, so I'll just say it very straightforward. I see now why they brought Jack Stonehouse in. I think, and I'm not going to say, oh, he's the guy to watch or whatever. All I'm telling you is his punts inside the 10-yard line were perfect, like perfect, and it got me thinking about something I mentioned to you in the last segment. That's the first sort of flashpoint of playing great defense. And he is so good, at least today, he was so good at hitting the ball on the 4 or 5 yard line and then boom, dead. Just dead. I couldn't even, I started to count them after a while, but it was at least a dozen that none of them just, how sometimes they just go right through the end zone.
Yeah.
He was really good at killing the punts inside the 10-yard line.
Yeah, that's one of the criticisms that I had for Townsend last year, which it always feels funny to have criticisms of a punter who is not just shanking it a whole bunch, even though he had a few of them that he shanked, was that, yeah, man, you punt that ball and you want to make sure that there's an assuredness as to where we're going there. Sometimes we kick it too long, which sounds like a weird criticism, but there was times where
for this defense it's crucial.
There was times where there was returns because you outkicked your coverage quite literally. And the idea, and now this isn't exactly the same, but if Stonehouse is putting that ball down there and has a precision with the way that he is kicking the football, sometimes that precision is better than just the might and the force. And so it's one day, right? We'll have more of this, and it seems like we might have the whole camp of getting a feel for these guys. But no, that's a good thing to see, at least that one of them has that in a very precise way.
All right, eye test time.
Yeah.
First day, you're just kind of glancing around, looking at everybody. At the wide receiver position, Jared Wayne looks the part. He might not even make the team, but that dude looks like an NFL central casting wide receiver, made a nice little spinning grab on a ball that was behind him. And again, just temper it, but just eye test. Looked pretty good. Looked pretty good. Here's the other thing. Once they got into 11 on 11, and this is one of those that you just hesitate to say, but you have to.
Was that install or was that team?
Team.
Okay.
11 on 11 team. I hate to say it. C.J. Stroud threw an interception to Kamari Lassiter. So feel free to overreact however you want, but the main thing for me was Kamari Lassiter just playing on the ball. I mean, just big time.
I mean,
yeah.
Kamari is that dude. He is on that level of being a cornerback that you consider amongst one of the great ones in the league. It's kind of wild that we have not seen him on the NFL top 100, but maybe that's just we're waiting for everybody to acknowledge we know.
Yeah.
When it comes to CJ, I mean,
people can overreact. You can also just give credit to the cornerback,
right?
But
that's the ever-present conversation in training camp.
Yeah.
Was the offense good or the defense bad or vice versa?
Yeah.
Was it which side of the football then did maybe not show up in the way that you wanted to? That's always the conversation. But as of right now, I'm not concerned for CJ, but it is cool to it's always good to see your defense being able to get their hands on the football.
Another passing thought here. Did you notice how many Guardian caps?
I did.
A lot of Guardian caps. I don't know. I like it.
And they're the new ones. Now, this is something that I'm going to say, and I realize that I've not gone and double-checked on it. So just saying that up front. I think that there is a little bit more of a push for, especially in practice and training camp, for these guys to have some of these things out here. But obviously, it's not on everybody, so you've got to imagine that it's not mandated. No, these are the Guardian caps that are a lot sleeker.
Yeah.
Right? They don't look like you don't look like the Spaceballs, giant helmet circumstance. These are sleeker. You can almost not notice if you look real quick.
Right.
But no, it's always a good thing to have that protection for these guys. Anything that you can do to help protect these guys, which is generally something that the NFL at least pushes forward. I believe it even more so with the Texans because they do walk that walk in a lot of different ways. Some of the ways that honestly are annoying to us media. They say that they want to protect their players and they try and go by that. And it feels kind of cool to see all of the helmets with the Guardian caps.
Yeah.
You see who's walking by us right now?
I sure do. One more thing, and right on cue.
Oh,
this is why you had. Go ahead.
No, just for the listener because I said it.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Tank Dell. Tank Dell was buying his #1 jersey. I didn't see how much work he got and what things that he got because I was looking for the one and I didn't catch it. But, I mean, he's walking off the field, so I know that he was doing some stuff out here.
And this is why I hesitate to say what I just said. 832 says, so let me get this right. C.J. Stroud is throwing interceptions and throwing behind the wide receiver. It wasn't him that threw behind the wide receiver on the catch that that Wayne got. Did you notice the running back rotation right out of the chute?
I did, especially because that was the time where, as you know, right, there's been a lot of guys who've changed numbers, but in training camp, there's just a lot of new numbers in general, a lot of dudes. So I am constantly looking up, looking down on my sheet, looking up, looking down on my sheet. And so I was like, all right, 4 I know. That's Woody Marks.
Yep.
32, David Montgomery. Wait. Huh.
Yep.
But, I mean, they got through a whole bunch of guys. Obviously, Jawar is wearing 25 now.
He was third.
And then I saw, what was it, Noah Whittington is wearing Jawar's old number in 26. And then Pittsburgher came in behind everybody else, at least from what I was seeing in the very early individual, just kind of getting guys transferring the football. Like, I don't know that the actual drill itself
First one's up. I mean, that's all you can say right now.
Right.
Who knows what it means, but in order, the running backs were Woody Marks first, David Montgomery second, and Jawar Jordan, which I thought to be the most interesting.
Jawar, the most interesting?
Yeah, was third.
Interesting. I felt pretty confident that he would be that your third back, and of course, again, how much does this say about anything?
Yeah.
I mean, but it felt very confident. I felt very confident in him as third running back. But yeah, we'll see what it ultimately looks like as we continue to get more insights and what we've seen on day one. I mean, only getting started here with Texas training camp. But let's take a quick break. Hopefully we can get Azeez Al-Shaair.
Or both of them.
If we can swing it, let's see what we can get going here, and we'll do that next on Sports Radio 610.
Houston, starting
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Texans training camp is here. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Wednesday to you and happy day one of Houston Texans Training Camp 2026. The boys have wrapped up work here on the field at the Houston Methodist Training Center. Most of the guys are walking in. We've seen we've seen all of them walk past us. Yeah. In all honesty, waiting to hear from Azeez Al-Shaair, the middle linebacker for the team. We'll get a chance to chop it up with him in not too long. You want to get to some question of the day here?
Let's get to question of the day.
It's funny because I think we had two questions of the day. Both of them are fun. I'm just thinking about, in general, what the cliches are that we should be prepared for. Because training camp, start of any season, is a cliche gold mine. Mm-hmm. And so if you want to get into those, you can do that. But question of the day, I think it pertains to baseball, interestingly enough, and shout out to the Astros getting yet another victory. They are, 8th out of 9 games?
7 out of 8?
Seventh out of 8 games. There we go.
Yeah.
And we'll talk more about that here a little bit. But not pursuant to the Astros, the Red Sox, who made the first kind of big move of the trade deadline season.
Yeah.
They acquired Curtis Mead, and he has gone to the IL already.
2 days later.
Broken wrist.
Yeah.
And so he himself is not a lemon, however. The circumstance is very lemon-like, mm-hmm. And so that gets us to the question of the day. What's something that you acquired that wound up being a lemon? 713-572-4610. And if you want to go football-wise, I could think of one.
Yeah?
His name is Ed Reed.
Oh, perfect. You can do sports, non-sports. Ed Reed was a lemon. I mean, flat out. There's no doubt about it.
Especially because of, the expectation that you have when
mm-hmm.
he is clearly a Hall of Fame safety.
Mm-hmm.
And you bring him in, you're like, boom, here he comes. He's going to bring that experience. He's going to bring that leadership. He's going to still be able to play. And no, he's not. Apparently, no, he's not. Apparently, he felt like he was scamming. Really,
yeah,
truly.
Yeah. And I'm also thinking non-sports. That's the first one. Because a lot of times when you think of a lemon, you think of a vehicle, a car or a truck.
I think I've had one of those.
Boy, did I have one of those. I was so excited. It was my first car ever. Junior year of high school. A hand-me-down from my sister. It was a 1976 Mercury Monarch. Piece of crap. But, God, I was proud of it. My goodness, I was proud of it. I had my own car. It was maroon on white. And just
maroon on white. So you went full
I didn't even
A&M?
know. No, I didn't know.
But
at that point, I wasn't even really. I didn't even know I was going to end up at A&M. It just happened to be those colors, a burgundy, whatever you want to call it. But my goodness, that thing, it rattled. A lot of times, people call them like a rattle trap or whatever. Mm-hmm. It literally rattled when you drove. I never figured out what exactly. I think it was a little bit of everything rattling. it's just kind of making noises.
The engine too.
So I did the smart thing that every teenage boy should do. I just got a better sound system put into it, so
you can rattle it apart quicker.
Drown out the rattling. But yeah, obviously that would be one right there. There are a lot of Astros have picked up some lemons here and there. So 713-572-4610. What ended up being a lemon? Figgy, do you have one?
The first one I thought about is actually sports related. Mm-hmm. So, and I know in real time I didn't think this until he left and had a better season, but I feel like Stephon Diggs was kind of a lemon to me, man, because I was expecting a lot from him, and I know he got hurt and all that stuff, but shoot, think about what you gave up. You shortened his contract, so he pretty much had a 1-year deal. You gave up a first-round pick. I felt like that was kind of a lemon.
That was the issue, was the shortening of the contract, really and truly, right? And I don't know if that was going to be necessary to get the best out of him. Like, I can't really speak to that. But, I mean, once he gets injured, you feel the effects of that. And then, as you mentioned, he went over and he was really good with the Patriots. I'm not going to lie. Yesterday, for a split second, when I see the NFI designation on Jalen Noel, and I start thinking about what this roster looks like, the only other, true slot guy, even though I think we're moving into a world where we got some more of these power slots and that is more of the thing that we're looking at. I was like, is this one of those things where maybe, just maybe, Could a reuniting be in the offing? Now, it does not seem like the injury with Jalen Noel that has him on the NFI list is significant enough for them to need to make an actual move. I think DJ Turner comes in, and he feels more like camp body than anything else, with all due respect to DJ Turner. Like, literally, if you want to find receiving snaps of him, because, of course, I tried to go watch film, you have to go back to 2024, with the Raiders. But I say all that to say, like, it did make me think, ooh, the Stephon Diggs, could the return happen? But no, I think I feel good about what's happening here. But all that to say, yeah, man, it feels like you didn't get as much as you bargained for with Stephon Diggs, all things considered.
I was thinking Jose Abreu. I mean, what you put out there, what you needed, really kind of derailed everything. Jose Abreu was one. I almost said David Culley, but you kind of knew you were getting a lemon.
That was the game coming in,
right?
I don't even know if it was a
what
lemon.
You were getting.
I wouldn't call him a lemon. You know what I call him? A cash car. Were you ever one of those people that's like, we just gonna get the auction? Yeah. We gonna drop $2,000 on this cash
Not
car.
knowing what you're getting, but you know it ain't gonna be great.
It's like, I know what I'm getting. I know I'm getting A to B for a short period of time until I can get something else.
Yes.
And that's what David Culley was we are going A to B because we technically have to have a head coach.
Yes.
Until we can get to the point that we need to go. Honestly, it makes it a lot easier for me to laugh off all the Culley stuff. Now, I wasn't also sitting in the seat at that time, so maybe I feel a little bit different about it if I was in that circumstance. But yeah, I mean, it's a lot easier for me to laugh off all the David Culley stuff, because going in, I was like, this is the game. The game is, he knows he had no job opportunities, at least when it came to head coaches. He took this because the money is this is what the money is for, and we will just make our way through this, and we will part ways when the time comes. Yeah,
and again, as far as the Texans, I think actually more of a lemon might not have been Culley. It might have been the next coach.
Lovey?
It might have been Lovey.
Yeah, because
Lovey had some pelts on the wall. Yeah, he had some pelts on the wall.
Yeah, there was more belief that Lovey could be the coach that sees this thing through, and it didn't quite go the way that you wanted, I think is one way to say it. Is there anyone around the NFL this year that you look at like, that feels like they got a lemon? Because I definitely saw, and we could talk when we go around the NFL as well. Did you see the news that is happening right this moment, or at least earlier this morning, that that the Atlanta Falcons, Tua Tagovailoa is dealing with the tight back. Michael Penix is still not practicing, so they had to go pick up Cooper Rush in order to have a quarterback?
My goodness. Already? See, that's the thing. That's the worry. That was one of the passing thoughts I didn't get to. Everybody's upright. I get, what happened with Jalen Noel and all that, but good news with Tank Dell. Everybody else seems to be, just walk off the field, man. At this point, we just want you to walk off the field under your own power. But already, 2 quarterbacks down.
Yeah, and Penix is still dealing with some stuff, but a tight back, and I don't think that that's going to take Tua Tagovailoa entirely off the board, but is a tight back big enough, or I guess important enough or impactful enough where they were like, yeah, we're going to sit you down and we're going to make sure we have another quarterback here to help us get these arms, this camp throwing done. So yeah, no, that it is good that you don't have one of those. I don't think there's even close to an answer for the Texans where you can go, yeah, Mike could possibly be a lemon, which that's probably a good sign, right? No, offensive line is actually probably the place where you're on any level of some sort of lemon watch, and it's because of the downturn that you've seen with Wyatt Teller in the last couple of years. But you can explain that away as he's.
Well, we'll find out.
Done that.
Yeah.
We'll find out. Ed Ingram is a signing that you literally had him last year, right? So I don't think you could even get close to calling him a lemon. There's not a lot of lemon potential on this team right now.
We'll find out, of course, on some of these guys. But you can go back. You can go back to the Laken Tomlinsons and the Kenyon Greens, and I think Laken. Was that a lemon? I think Kenyon Green might have fit that category a little more.
I think Laken counts as a lemon, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. But that's one of those where if you just if you had lifted up the hood, you would have seen it. Like, he was. I vividly remember how poor that Seattle Seahawks line was the year prior. Which, honestly,
you talked about it, to your credit. Yeah.
That should give us some level of hope. Is if you take your job seriously on rebuilding an offensive line, look how you could turn it around. Like, the Seattle Seahawks win a Super Bowl. Now, they didn't have the best line in football. They had a line that was very much good enough to make these things happen. Like, that should be some level of, hope, for lack of a better way of saying it, for the Texans. And I know that we all have that hope in this offensive line in general, but you look over there and you go, they went from a bad offensive line to the next year a line that is capable of winning a Super Bowl. That is something that you're trying to replicate here in Houston.
Yeah, we'll find out on some of these offensive linemen. I don't know If any of them have that same characteristic, I mean, I get the downturn in Wyatt Teller, but still pretty good. I get, some of these others that have come in, but still pretty good.
Braden Smith
would be the other one.
Especially when you're talking about like back type stuff.
Yeah.
You know what I like saying is trick backs don't stop tricking.
They don't.
But you've got to hope that he can be right. And honestly, you look up and you go, Trent Brown is a nice insurance policy to have there. Honestly, it feels like Trent Brown is is the number one guy at right tackle right this moment.
Actually, look, and we all have talked about how monstrous he is. He actually looked
slimmed down a little bit, right?
A little bit,
just a little bit.
A little bit. He walked by. I mean, he's not slim. Don't get me wrong.
He's still a monster of a man.
And on the other side of the coin, here comes Aziz right coming to us. Doesn't have anybody with him.
He should be coming to us.
Yeah, but our guy right here looks like he's a lot bigger.
Oh yeah, Brev.
Yeah.
Shout out to Brev.
Yeah. Looks in good shape.
All right, so how do you want to play this? You want to take a quick break and come back with Aziz Al-Shire? All right, we take a quick break right here on Sports Radio 610. We'll come back with the linebacker for your Houston Texans, Aziz Al-Shire, next.
Reset your presets.
Initialize sequence.
Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, we might go around the NFL later. Right now, live from the Houston Methodist Training Center here on Sports Radio 610. We're sitting down with the middle linebacker for the Houston Texans for the foreseeable future, Azeez Al-Shaair. Azeez, what's happening, man?
What's up, brother? How you doing?
Man, I'm doing well, but not as good as you, brother. You've had quite the summer, obviously. Not trying to pocket watch, but you got a little bit of money in your pocket. But to that end, actually, I always, and we were talking about this off air before we came back, I'm always so appreciative of the fact that, like, that money, it only serves to, like, further boost who you are, because you spent this summer, obviously I'm sure you had some good times, but you spent this summer continuing to be of service to your community, whether here or abroad.
Yes, sir. Just doing a lot of work. I think, it's just been something that's been instilled in me, really from an early age with my mother, with my faith. Being Muslim, you understand that, to give is better than to receive. And then on top of that, just the blessings. When you give to someone, it's like planting a seed. If I plant this seed, it might not do anything for me in this moment, but you just never know. If it's something that I did for someone, whether it's a kind word or helping somebody with their groceries, whatever the case may be, however small or big, you never know what that can impact and do for them in their life. Some people that are literally on their last leg might have their last worst moment of their life, and you just give them that one lifeline that just changes everything. And for me, I just think that's special because I think about my life as a kid, and there was so many people who were that for me that, you never forget. And, to be where I'm at with enough people willing to pour into me, whether it was a kind word, whether it was a lunch lady when I was in high school, giving me the extra chocolate milks after we got out of lunch, like those things, they matter. So I never try to take them for granted. I always try to pay it forward now, especially with the immense amount of blessings that I have.
So while you were, going around the globe, helping people, I imagine having a little fun, did you save a little time to get better at football?
Yeah, bro. It was the coolest thing in the world. Going to Jordan, I went with an organization I work with, HDF, it's called Human Development Fund, but I do a lot of work with them, and we did work in Jamaica, we did work in Jordan, overseas, and when I went out there, man, going to these camps that were in the middle of the desert, and literally, like, these families had nothing. They were living in tents. We were able to provide, like, housing for them. Some of them didn't even have bathrooms. It was an orphan family, 7 kids, 5 girls, 2 little boys, and the mother. She's taking care of kids. The women don't have a bathroom to use. I couldn't even imagine, me growing up homeless, the things that I endured and experienced. I would go through 1,000 times over before the stuff that they went through. But even while I was out there, it was crazy. The royal family of Jordan reached out to me. And ended up meeting with them and having lunch with them, specifically the Princess Zayn and her daughter, Jamana, who's like a huge fan of mine since like 2023. Wow. So she showed me, like, off her Instagram burner account, like messaging me like every week about how great I'm doing in the community, and she loves the player that I am, all this crazy stuff, and just been a fan of mine since then. So they actually hooked me up. They got me in the, like, official Jordanian soccer stadium. So I'm practicing in their stadium every day. Mind you, they had a game the next day. So the grounds crew is literally looking at me pissed off. I'm just tearing up the grass. And they're talking, and they're like, we really don't want him out here, but it came from the royal family, so we have no choice. And it was, just amazing, because it just showed me you never know who's watching you and the impact that you make. Yes, her first game was watching me when I was in Tennessee playing in the game. And she said she looked me up, and then she saw the work that I did, and that's what made her a real fan of mine. And she's tracked me ever since. And just to think that, the royal family of Jordan, what the hell, like, all the way on the other side of the world, it's a 16-hour plane ride, was watching me from the work that I'm doing in the United States, abroad. It was special. So I definitely made time for football, and they definitely helped me with that, with the facilities and stuff that they gave me access to.
That is incredible. I have football questions, but I can't leave this. This is Jordan. Yeah. This is the king, you said?
The royal family.
The royal family.
The princess.
They're Texans fans, clearly.
Yeah. Well, now they are.
Right.
Now they are. I mean, that has to be not just humbling, but almost sort of lifts you up more into the role you already have, as a leader, as someone who knows the importance of what you do in the community.
Yes, sir. I think it just shows me that, I'm doing the right stuff and just staying on track. I think the whole the whole process of it is, yes, is that an inconvenience, 2 weeks out from training camp, one of the biggest camps of my life, the biggest moments of my current, life and my stage of where I'm at.
Yeah.
But to still make the time to go out there, take that 16-hour flight. Of course, it's a little bit inconveniencing, but, when you're doing something for the sake of God, you're sacrificing in that way, he'll replace it with something better. And what I was able to experience, with dealing with the families and the kids that the perspective I have is so different.
Right.
And, I've already experienced all these things, being homeless and all this stuff, and I've helped people everywhere. But just when you're in it and you're experiencing it with the people, just knowing their stories and everything they went through, it just gives you a different sense of humility and a different drive. You know that people in the middle of the desert are motivated by African-American, kid from Tampa, Florida, who grew up homeless, and that they inspired all the way across the world because of what I do and who I am. Every time I step on this grass, it's an obligation, not to just myself, but everybody that is looking up to me. And so it's definitely just motivating.
You got to go back.
100%. Every year.
You got to go back.
Every year, as soon as the season
You got to
ends,
do some sort of celebration or something, some sort of salute.
I still keep in contact with those kids and with the families and just constantly still helping them. So it's not something that is like a one-off at all. Even the organization that I work with, they already have things in place and programs in place. And for me, it's just turning a ripple into a wave. So I'm just help supporting them, and a lot of it has been just sending the money and things like that. But this was an opportunity where I actually got to go out there and actually do the work myself. I've talked to these families, but never actually got to be there and experience it. So experiencing it for myself and seeing how they were living just gives me a different sense of gratitude. You talk about the heat. They're in the middle of the desert.
Yeah.
AC is one thing. They don't got no fans.
Talk about perspective.
You know what I'm saying? They have no fans. They don't have a bathroom. So every day I'm out here, I'm working. I was working out there in the middle of the desert. So I'm not tripping about the sun or the heat. It's hot as heck. But, man, I'm grateful that I get these nice little Gatorades.
Hey, you got a little fan working.
You know what I'm saying? I'm going to be good. We got the little ice box. So, I'm blessed, man. I'm grateful. I'm grateful to be in the position I'm in and do the stuff that I do.
It's KLTAM, KLTFM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Sports Radio 610, we're talking to Aziz Al-Shaair here. You mentioned, turning a ripple into a wave.
Sir.
How do you turn a wave into a tsunami? Because you had your best season of your career, I think, last year. I mean, you're out here covering, looking like you're in Tampa too, pulling down interceptions. Like, how do you build upon that? What are you looking to improve on when you're seeming like you're, at least to me, it feels like you're reaching a peak to some degree?
Yeah, it's crazy because there's a book that has been on my shelf at my home in Florida, and I wish I could remember who gave me this book because I can't remember because I hadn't read it. I read a lot of books, and it was one of the books that's probably been there for a couple of years. And it's the book, I think, Jim Collins, Good to Great. And I'm reading it right now. And for me, I just feel like I'm in a space where, you always see really good players. There's good players in the league. There's good companies all over the world. There's good people. But how do you take that transition from good to great? And I feel like it's just the consistency of doing the right stuff, of the great things, of the good things that you're doing. And you're stacking those things and trying to push the limits. Because a lot of people, you get comfortable, you get complacent with, you know what, I did a good job. If I just do exactly what I did last year, that'd be good, right? But no, there's so many things that you can keep climbing. And I think the humility of life is that something that you do for a whole year that got you this result, the following year you could do the exact same thing and it could not even be good enough to get the bare minimum.
Right.
You just never know what it requires. So you have to push yourself to heights that you've never experienced, to new uncomfortable positions that you've never experienced. So for me, that's what I'm just trying to do.
Yeah. What are those heights? I mean, I'm not talking about goals. I mean, everybody talks about that. But when you look at this team and you're looking around, you know what it was. You just said it. Good. You want to get to another level. In your mind's eye, what are you seeing with this defense in terms of big picture, first day, hopefully playing into January, February? What are those heights in your mind's eye that you see with this team, specifically the defense?
I think specifically when you talk about the defense, it's just stacking the clean plays. You stack these things up. Even breaking it down today, that was the message I kept telling the guys, and the day before the linebacker group. It's like, man, you can't look at the top of the mountain. I remember trying to figure out the schedule for the training camp, and I'm looking at it, and honestly, when I'm seeing like the practices, and I'm saying, man, we only got this many days until a game, like it's so short, and I started to feel myself get overwhelmed a little bit, and then I had to stop myself and remember, I can't look that far ahead. There's no guarantee I even make it to my birthday. Birthday's August 4th. There's no
Let's talk about July 29th.
Exactly.
And now it's 30th.
You said August 4th, right?
Yes,
All right, let's write that down.
So I slow it down to say, okay, I can't look at any other day. What's the schedule for today? Okay, what's the next thing we got on the schedule? Let me focus there, because that's how you get better, is by being in the moment. If you try to look ahead, you're going to skip steps along the way. But just look right where you're at and just focus on that. And then once that's over, go to the next thing.
So how much does that impact you when you see your messaging and you are revered by this team and the management and coaches and everything else? Dalton Schultz walked by and called you the mayor. Will Anderson walked by and he said, hey, he replaced me. Like, you are revered by the best of the best on this team. Where do you get the satisfaction? Forget about play. Like, your message, you just said, when you hear it back, you know what I'm saying? Like, what makes you satisfied in terms of being a leader and that message resonating?
Going to, Miss Janice McNair's funeral, God rest her soul. And there was one of the pastors who was talking. It was a beautiful service. Obviously, I've only got to know him for a couple years. And the things that resonated for me, the one thing that I heard, everybody talked about who went up there and spoke, whether it was Cal, Andre, or this pastor, specifically this pastor talked, and he was talking about the little pieces of heaven that she brought down to earth. And the last thing that he talked about that just, sits with me heavy is her being attentive and her presence with everybody that she interacted with. She made me feel special. And I only known her for a couple years. And, obviously the stroke and everything that she had, like, I caught her on the back end. So I can only imagine, the compound interest of who she's been for all those years prior, So just to me, I think of that legacy. So I think of, man, like, when you die, what are people going to say about you? It's great when you're in the face. A lot of people are going to say good things about you. But, like, she's no longer here. And to hear the things that people that were closest to her spoke about her, that's in my mind. It's in the back of my head since that day. Like, man, how can I leave that impact on the field, off the field, everything that I'm doing to make sure that, one day I am going to pass away just like everybody else. Yeah. And so who's going to be there at my field? Who's going to make time for me and my day where I'm being rested? Who's going to say, man, I got this thing going on. Yeah. But that's Aziz, man. Aziz meant so much to me. I got to go and pay my respects. So for me, that's kind of just my mentality since that day is just like, man, how can I make sure I'm doing everything I can on the field, off the field, to match what God gave me and to leave that impact and that legacy for all the people that I got to be around.
Now, Aziz, I know it's not going to make you complacent. Feels like you're doing a pretty damn good job at that right now. You're like an incredible leader from what we can tell. But this team is full of dudes that want to become leaders and are becoming leaders. And hell, you add in a Reed Blankenship, who is a green dot type of guy. What does it do for you as kind of the central leader, the hub of this all, to see so many leaders up and playing with like a guy maybe like Reed, who also can do some of the things that you also feelingly bring to the defense?
I think, even going back to that book that I'm reading, Good to Great, one of the things it talked about is when you have the discipline and the leadership, when you have a community, a disciplined culture where all the guys, I'm literally reading the book and I'm like, damn, did Nick and D'Amico they must have took this and just copy paste. Because I swear, I'm only in the first chapter. I just finished the first chapter yesterday. And I'm like, bro, this is literally like I'm reading a Houston Texan, manual of how to build a team. No, I swear. So I'm sitting there, I'm thinking like, man, I got to send this book to D'Amico. He had to have read this book. Like, just the way that, him and Nick have put together the pieces, offense, defense, special teams, coaching staff, like the right people. When you have the right people, it's like it's seamless. Like, what you have to do. So we talk about trying to be a leader. Everybody is a leader in their own right. I just had this conversation with Henry. He's like, man, I'm trying to get to that point where I can run the show too. Bro, you're already doing it. You can't wait to rise to the occasion to become you got to do it and live it right now. And I think everybody on our team and our defense specifically, we talked about Reed. Reed came in first day. He didn't care saying the wrong thing. He was saying something. And the thing is like, he knows his stuff. But obviously when you come into a new scheme, there's little intricacies and stuff like that. So there's times he's saying something and he's saying the wrong thing, and I yell at him like the right thing. But it's not personal. It's like, bro, please don't stop talking. Please do exactly what you're doing. And we're all going to get on the same page, because in December and January it's going to be that communication that we started in OTAs that's going to carry us to where we're trying to get to. So, I mean, I love it because, like I said, Nick and D'Amico bring all the right people in here, and then it just builds a culture, and we just build off of that as an entire team.
We need launching the podcast, man.
When I start doing podcasts, my stomach's going to be bigger than my arm. I'll tell you like that.
Oh, what are you saying? What are you saying?
Hey, man, I didn't say it. They can't see you. They can't see you.
Yeah, they can.
We got a camera right there.
Damn, my bad, bro.
I guess I don't want to, but I guess we got to talk a little bit of football just on the first day. What did you see on your side of the ball and the opposite side of the ball today?
Man, just iron sharpening iron. Day one, fundamental stuff, basic stuff. But, I think what was cool is, D'Amico talked about the team meeting. We're not going back to ground zero. Like, we built a foundation from OTAs of what this team is going to be. So day one, it's not, riding a bike like tricycles. Like, no, we're getting going. And you saw that, with the plays, some of the plays that we had in offensively and defensively, just working our techniques. And there was plays made on both sides. Even there was one play that, specifically for me was Graham. He threw a deep out. And I want to say Brandon covered, and he had great coverage. It was a great throw, great catch, great coverage, but that's NFL football.
Yeah.
So it's like you saw that all day. So, it was just great competition all over the board, and just excited because, again, it's day one. So we just got to keep stacking.
Aziz, I want to play a little word association with you because the linebacker room, there's a lot of dudes in there, and there's going to be a role that I know E.J. Speed was kind of holding that's now kind of vacated. So I want to get a better feel for the rest of your room like only you know. So I'm just going to say a name. You give me a word or a quick phrase. You don't even have to explain it if you don't want to.
Okay.
All right? You ready?
Yeah.
All right. Wade Woodass.
Brian Bosworth.
Bosworth. Okay.
Wow.
All right. Okay.
So he's got a little something.
Yeah. I like Wade. Wade from Tampa, man. I got it.
Okay, very good. All right. How about Marte Mapu?
Marte. Smooth assassin.
Ooh, okay. All right. Jake Hummel?
Jake Hummel. That's Iron Man.
All right.
Okay. Jake Hansen?
Jake Hansen. That's Captain America.
Okay, all right. I see what we're doing here. Jamal Hill?
Jamal Hill. That's baby DeMario Davis. That's what I call him.
Ooh, okay. Aiden Fisher?
Aiden Fisher. That's like I see Aiden Fisher as like the Winter Soldier. I see him on that type of vibe.
All right. And Casey Osai?
Casey Osai. That's the Black Panther right there.
I love it. And then I don't want to leave him out. Your partner, Henry Toto.
Come on, now, that's Big Oos, man. Big Oos.
I love it. I love it.
He is really so. What about Aziz?
Man, just trying to figure it out. He's trying to figure it out.
Hey, you say you're trying. I think you've got some things figured out. We always appreciate you giving us some time. Honestly, I would like to talk to you for as long as you're willing to stay, but you've already worked today. You got to go
meetings,
get yourself.
Yeah,
you
cool
got stuff. Aziz, we greatly appreciate you. Not just who you are on the football field, because you're fantastic, but who you are in every facet of life. Always appreciate you giving us some of your time.
No, I appreciate you guys having me, man.
Thank you, man.
There he is, middle linebacker for the Houston Texans. Aziz Al-Shaair joins us here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. You want to take a quick break here, J-Lo?
Yeah, man.
All right, we'll take a quick break. We'll come back, talk about some more here on Sports Radio 610.
Reset your presets.
Initialize sequence.
And tell your friends. August 13th, we become 95.7 The Fan. A place for fans, built by fans. Texans, Rockets, Astros. Doesn't matter. Everyone's invited. Louder, clearer, better than ever. Houston sports leader 95.7 The Fan is coming soon.
Voted #1 Best Boutique Fitness by Newsweek Reader's Choice. Experience the science-backed workout at Orange Theory Fitness. Right now, get $50 off your first month of unlimited classes. Visit your local Orange Theory Fitness for details.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is
95.7 The Fan. Texans training camp is here. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center here in sunny, delightful Houston, Texas. It is John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Day one in the books. Fellas are off the field. I mean, now it's just the likes of us, media, getting their last stuff for the day. The fellas are all in the building, whether it's doing meetings or getting themselves ready to, rest up and get ready for day number 2 of everything that's going on. Maybe getting a lift in as well. Obviously, the fellas just getting ready for some good football here. Not a ton of takeaway to get from day one, but the guys got out, got a sweat in. Everybody's upright, as you mentioned, J-Lo.
Yeah.
But hey, let's talk about camp even more in depth. What are your priorities for the next month? Actually, what are your non-CJ priorities? I think the CJ can take the air out of the room here, as I imagine any quarterback should on a football team. But I mean, there's a lot more to this football team with all the 90-some-odd guys that they have out here right now. What are some of your non-CJ priorities at this point?
And I was telling you off air, more like just generalities, because we can talk about, hey, Keelan Rutledge, which is going to be part of this discussion, I'm sure. But not like this guy needs to do that, but just like when we get out of here in 18 days, what do you want to see accomplished? We all know the answer to number one. You just referenced it: health. So we can set that aside. This team has got to stay healthy. It's the only thing that could derail this team, at least on the defensive side of the ball. It's the only thing that can derail any team. Is a slew of injuries. So let's set health aside. But that is something that is clearly priority number one.
Yeah, and I feel like maybe I should knock on wood, or maybe I shouldn't even bring it up, but I feel like that's one of those things that you don't have to worry about to the same degree until you start getting into, like, when the pads are on and then the physicality of football comes into play, right? The car crash sport will remain the car crash sport, barring some freak injury, which, of course, you very much hope against. But it feels like and I know that it's not about doing things right, but it feels like they do these things really, really well. They have it drawn up in a way where freak accidents have to be truly free in order for them to happen.
The other thing, and again, we can talk about individuals in the context of this, and one of them is Tank Dell, who, if you hadn't heard, he's on the active roster, not necessarily participating in everything, but will. For me, the kind of the broad stroke on this is. And it's priority number 2 for me, especially when you consider C.J. Stroud, and this is a non-C.J. category, is wide receivers. We've talked about what they've put in at tight end, and the offensive line, how it's going to help them. But you still got to have those guys. And I thought of this when wasn't this past rewatch that you had, but the one where there just weren't a lot of catches by wide receivers. Was it the Cardinals game maybe even? I don't know. But anyway, you got to have contributors at the wide receiver position. If you're going to have any of these explosive type plays, and they're not going to, by design, really go out trying to have a lot of explosive plays, but you are going to take your shots, you got to have someone more than Nico Collins. Tank is part of that. Higgins is part of that. Just go down the list. The wide receiver position, to me, as it pertains to CJ and everything else, I think that's a big priority.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair, and especially within that, it's for me, it's the relationship with Jaden Higgins and C.J. Stroud. We'll talk about this a little bit later when I get into the notes and the takeaways that I had from rewatching the game versus the Chargers, Week 17. And things that when they are connecting, buddy, Jaden Higgins is such an explosive player. Like, you see why D'Amico Ryans was downright giddy when he was talking about what Jaden Higgins brings to the football team. But it just felt like too many times last year, C.J. Stroud and Jaden Higgins could not quite connect. And you go, hey, man, this feels like there's explosive potential there and possibilities that you're just not quite getting to the right place. And so, yeah, man, that feels like this is the place where you get that. And I think about that to some extent because, last year he was a rookie. And training camp was just him getting a lay of the land and trying to find his footing. And then during the year, you saw like that particular kind of growth that was necessary. This is the time where I imagine it's easier to facilitate those relationships and have that growth happen. And I'm very, very invested in that one in particular. Jalen Noel as well, but obviously he starts on the NFI list, so he's not going to be out here for whatever period of time. But Tank Dell falls into that because, man, I'll be honest. I try not to. We've all tried not to put too much into the workout videos, but the fact that he is cutting the way that he does, getting in and out of breaks, that is something that is special in the league, right? The way that he gets in and out of breaks, the separation that he can create from those types of route running, that is something that could very well be useful to this team, especially in circumstances where sometimes you go, all right, the combinations aren't great, but if he just wins, winning is winning. And Tank is that kind of dude that can win on any route combination that you put him out on. So if he's really ready to go, man, it can mean so much.
Wide receivers, man, you got to have more than Nico. The other one ties in with this as well, and I've been somewhat skeptical about just having two guys at the running back position that are going to be there, because it's the NFL. And we've seen it the last 2-3 years. One of these guys goes down, that really limits you. To me, it's running back depth. Jawar Jordan was the third running back today. They have a couple of undrafted guys that are out here in Whittington and Pitsenberger, and those guys, I think maybe you'll find something there. But you got to have more than two. I know you can get by with it, but for how long?
I've bounced back and forth on this because I hear your point, right? Obviously, David Montgomery, Woody Marks, you are one injury away from this being not as strong of a running back room as you want. And, of course, knock on wood, because nobody wants one of those types of injuries. That being said, if this is some level of what you're talking about, especially as these, running backs are by committee now, very rarely do you see a room that is just one kind of dude. All these guys have shown a little bit of something, or at least the top three guys, and then you add in, it seems like there's some belief that Noah Whittington can bring you a little something, that Pittsburgh can bring you a little something. And if you're talking about guys that are on the practice squad that you could even bring up and elevate and make something feel better, I think that's great. Plus, I think that so much of the running game is also predicated on what this line looks like anyways, especially the way that they want to run it. But I hear you on that. I don't think that's wrong. This is about where I'd probably put in a different priority from the ones that you have.
Well, how about this one? Go ahead.
I think that this is where I start talking about the defensive line, in particular to the edge rushers. Do you have one in here?
I have DTs, the rotation at DT.
Well, I think that these can tie together because as we're getting closer to camp and as we're seeing what they have at defensive end and edge rusher, do you feel like Logan Hall might bounce outside more than
100%?
Because he's basically, at least in my imagination and maybe yours as well, been kind of he is the Danico Autry for this season. Yeah. And Danico Autry played more defensive tackle, right? He got out there on the edge sparingly, but he played more defensive tackle.
And made big plays.
And huge plays. Yeah. Blocked kicks, a lot of
returns,
fumble recoveries, pressure up the middle. All of that, right? He absolutely showed up. Number 96 was called a number of times, a lot of them in the positive. Logan Hall can do that up the middle, but you added another defensive tackle that needs to get some burn when you talk about, obviously Togiai made it undeniable he needs to play. Sheldon Rankins is the dude that leads the line. K-Mac, Big Mac as I want to start calling him. Goodness gracious, I keep calling him Caden McDonald. There we go. I'm mixing Keelan Rutledge and Caden McDonald together, but Caden McDonald is going to need to play in that, and you want him to. I think the Naquan Jones can hold some of the line in there as well. Logan Hall his services might be more necessary on the edge to give that feel of there is a Derek Barnett that slides everybody else into the right place that makes this all go with the deep rotation that you have at edge.
I think that could be huge. I'm with you on that 100%. I absolutely I think they have high expectations for Logan Hall to fill that role. Here's one more for you that I think is really, really important. And, we've talked about it here and there, but maybe it's something we need to really focus on more. Coaches on the offensive side not named Nick Caley. We tend to forget Jerry Shaplinski and C.J. Stroud. Obviously they parted ways with Gerard. Very, very close with C.J. One of the guys that was more adept and had more experience with the West Coast style offense. Shaplinski has a hugely, hugely important job to be that guy attached at the hip as they were today, really being able to communicate what they want to do and convince CJ of some of the things that, we've wondered about. And then the other one, we do know how good a coach he is. We think we do anyway. But with a new offensive line, Cole Popovich, we tend to forget this, as much as he did last year in terms of getting respect from players, now he's got to do it all over again with a bunch of new guys, including a rookie. Cole Popovich and Jerry Shaplinski, those two coaches have a lot on their plate this spring,
yeah,
this summer.
I mean, but there's varying degrees of confidence in that, right? Cole Popovich has earned a level of confidence in that. But you're right. Like, I do think that what you have on the offensive line with Cole Popovich, like, so much of this feels like it's more determined. You know that they have the heft. Those guys, you saw them today, physically, behemoths that you have on this offensive line. You know they have the heft. It is, can that technique grow even from what it was last year? Because there were still enough instances where guys get beat or, you know, like the technique doesn't show to the level that you want. And they would say that, like they themselves. How much more can you get of that? I think that shows up. The thing that I find interesting is you mentioned Jerry Shaplinski, and I don't know how to evaluate that. I don't know how to quantify that, right? Even being out here as we're watching them, like, do you have any feeling on how you determine that besides when CJ is out here playing football? That is the barometer or the metric that you use?
With Shaplinski?
Yeah.
It's really hard. It's really difficult to see, you know, what that, because that's meeting rooms. That's, as I mentioned, you know, standing next to him when he's not taking a rep, talking to him about what he's seeing, talking about. But I think what you ultimately see is over the course of time, and I'm not talking about into the regular season, even over the course of time here at training camp, you'll see the connection start to sort of come to life on the field with some of the plays that he's making and how they react. But it's hard to say, oh, Shaplinski's doing a great job from where we're sitting, you know?
Yeah.
It's a relationship.
It is, but and then also, like, how does he help serve Nick Caley? Like, but that's all. I think that starts getting to game planning stuff that we see more in the season. It feels like that's the type of stuff that we're not going to be able to evaluate, even though I imagine that, or not imagine, you say this is one of the priorities that you're hoping kind of cultivates out here. It's not one of those things that I think you can evaluate in this time period. That's one of the ones that's frustrating. That's why it's such a big conversation point about C.J. Stroud, is that it's one that can be in part determined out here, but it's not one that you can be answered out here, if that makes any sense.
I think Shaplinski has to be more counselor, psychologist, whatever, influencer than anything with C.J., because it is all about the buy-in and the confidence and how he executes the offense. That can be Nick Caley as well, but in terms of, like, from the quarterback's eyes, I think Shaplinski's going to be huge for him.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Day one of Houston, Texas training camp in the books for the fellas out here, but we keep it rolling here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, where we've been talking all about the Texans. The Astros continue to make their run as they've been playing out in Anaheim. We talk about that and more next.
Jeremy Pena is the American League. biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into what's popping here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Day one of Houston Texans training camp. In the books, Ella's gotten a little bit of work. Nothing too crazy to note, I imagine. Nick Caserio, in his press conference to start the day, made mention of the fact that Tank Dell, it'll be about a week or so until you really see him getting some work done. But that is the thought process, and we know that he did not end up on either the PUP list or the NFI list, which is a good thing. Jalen Noel obviously did. If you missed that, rather, Aaron Wilson of KPRC2 making mention, or reporting rather, that it is one that is undisclosed, but it is not expected to be a major injury or anything of the sort. So hopefully we will see him sooner rather than later. But outside of that, the thing that you would note out of Nick Caserio is that he said something that caught people's attention, and that is that it sounds like the Texans and C.J. Stroud have had conversations towards the ends of a contract.
Who knows to what degree? We're going to hear from C.J. Stroud. I'm sure he'll be talking about that as well. I have my doubts that this is actually going to happen. We can all hope, maybe some of us are not hoping.
During training camp or this time period,
Yeah, I mean, maybe there's people that are not hoping it happens. They want to see him, and I'm quite sure that's the case, sort of prove it. But the conversations thing, it's just hard, that is wide open for interpretation. To what level are those conversations? Are they negotiations or just sort of a feeling out of how they're going to play this, this year?
Yeah. Some other things that are popping. Shout out to the Houston Astros. They win their 7th out of 8 games as they were in Anaheim last night, and they managed to squeak one out, it seemed.
And it was one of those games that I thought was going to be a lot easier than it was, but they got really good effort. Peter Lambert left the game, and they were tied at 2. Pretty good effort from their bullpen. And then Jordan did what Jordan does, home run early and the go-ahead RBI late. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous how good he is.
What was that, the 8th inning where he ends up, what a decision, though, by the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim to have Jordan Alvarez, the most red-hot hittingest hitter in all of baseball, and go, we have a base for him? Nah.
Let's go ahead and pitch,
we'll pitch to him.
Yeah.
I just can't imagine the thought process that says, I want to pitch to Jordan Alvarez with a runner in scoring position. Or, honestly, it doesn't have to be a runner in scoring position because he'll send that to the third deck and touch all the bases himself, right?
Yeah.
In this instance, he is able to bring home the eventual winning run to help you do that. I just can't. I walk him. Like, in the moment, I'm talking with a friend.
Especially in that particular – because lesser offensive threats than Jordan would have been walked in that situation.
Right.
But for him in particular, it's just dumb. Of course, they're the worst team in the American League.
Yes. And
they've earned that right.
Very, very appreciated that they show up on the schedule at this time. The Astros, get this, only a game back from 500 right now.
One game, baby.
And so tonight they have the opportunity to get themselves that.
And Rangers coming in. Rangers as well, so it could get really interesting here.
Yes, this is a place where it gets really, really interesting. Maybe we'll take the time to get into this take because you gave me a take, but I'm fascinated by it. Unfortunately, the Rangers won last night as well, so you are still 2 games back in the AL West, but you're playing some pretty good baseball. It helps that who you're competing against, but we don't look gift horses in the mouth.
No, not in the least bit.
Around these parts, but it was great to have Peter Lambert out there. You mentioned the bullpen. I would like to salute Brian Abreu, who I think his ERA in the month of July is somewhere in the ones. I think it's like a 2.31. Let me be clear about it. 2.31 in 29 appearances since May 1st, actually.
Yeah.
He's been, like, early on, it was problematic. He settled himself back in.
It's really weird watching him pitch because he's still, and this is life in the major leagues, I get it, but he still has those moments where you're like, ooh, a little struggle here, a walk there, base hit there, but he doesn't give up the runs or very many. So that's been something that they've absolutely needed, and I frankly didn't expect from him at this point.
Yeah, but I mean, it feels like the nature of this team being roaches, right? Obviously, you could say that and try and mean it in a negative way. I still look at this and I go, hey, man, this is a team that refuses to give up. And they play to, I was going to say the final whistle, not really accurate here, but to the final out. Hayden Wesneski.
Yeah.
His debut this year is tonight versus the Angels. 8:38 first pitch. He goes up against Grayson Rodriguez. I don't know what to expect at all. In fact, yesterday he said that he was a little nervous. This is his first time pitching since May of last year.
Crazy. And he should be nervous. But it goes back to some of the things, if you you still got to find pitching. Yeah, you don't know where, obviously Imai, who knows what's going to happen with him. Oh, by the way, whatever happened to that conversation they were going to have?
Oh, actually, it seems like the answer that Joe Espada gave was that they did not have a conversation about him going down.
Yeah.
So that was not a part of the conversation, but he gave him some advice. And I do think that, really and truly, I think they're trying to convince him to utilize a more diverse pitch mix. I think that's when he says they're
trying to convince him.
Well, they're trying even more. Like they are continuing to push in that effort. That's the way that I view it. I could be reading it incorrectly. I think that is those, unless they're just flatly lying to us, which is also possible.
Yeah.
I think that's the way that Joe Espada is playing. Is, hey, we believe in you, and we know that when you mix your pitches, you have the stuff to get it done. You just have to believe it enough to actually do it out there on the bump.
It's just the stakes at this point, which we didn't think they would have these stakes, but if you're going to have a chance to make the playoffs, you do everything you can to do it. They have to make. Is it just pride? Is it just the general manager saying, "Hey, we're paying him a lot of money. We got to do everything we can to keep him out there"? Because that's the wrong reason at this point.
I don't think it's pride inherently. I know what you're saying.
No.
I think this is, hey man, he has the capability within himself to be a impactful player. You talk about needing pitching. That is pitching in the rough right there.
Yeah.
Are you willing to do the work to find the diamond? I think that is the way that they look at it. Now, the immediacy of the circumstance, because they were in such a hole, and because you look at the way that the playoff race stacks up for you, makes it so that is this the most pragmatic thing to do to stay with him in this moment? But I can easily see the logic within it. This is a dude that's a diamond in the rough. You see it every time he throws one of them sliders, and you're like, what the hell is happening right there? Because that's also what the batter is thinking.
It's also almost August. That's a problem.
Not all diamonds are made immediately.
It takes a while.
Sometimes you got to shine them up a little bit more. You got to put them on whatever that buffing wheel is. I ain't nobody's diamond maker, but you get what I'm saying.
If he wasn't making $18 million, he'd be gone.
Agreed.
Right.
Agreed.
So if that's the case,
but he also has $18 million talent. Like, we can't deny that.
Yeah. Well, we think.
And he might also have $18 million mental issues. Who knows, right? Like, all of these things can happen simultaneously. But I understand that we end up being on slightly different sides of this, because I'm always going to see that potential and be like, I think we can get it out of there. Yeah. And it does feel like if there was a team that you would bet on getting it out of there, historically speaking, the Astros are one of those teams.
Historically, yes. Absolutely, yes.
So, thankfully, that's not a tonight issue. Tonight, it's just, can Hayden Wesneski get back to the feeling that you were getting early on into him coming in from Chicago off of that Kyle Tucker trade? Can he give you that? But there's little runway. I feel bad for him. There's such a little runway, because if he does not look like tip-top, we'll feel bad, even though that's kind of one of those things that you expect with a guy coming back off of this long of a I mean, he didn't have that many rehab starts either.
No, not at all. So we'll see. They're in it, and we'll see, especially with the Rangers, how that plays out. But they're there right now. And Wesneski, get back to how we started here. What I said is, you're still looking for pitching. There might be one right under your nose. We'll have to see.
Yeah, we will indeed have to see. Around the NFL, though, did you see people coming up, quote unquote, injured on day one of camp? As remember, the holdout has been effectively gotten rid of in the NFL. They can find you to Kingdom Come, and there's no way that they can take that off. So the hold in has become the way to go, and it seems like that might be happening with a few running backs. Both Bijan Robinson of Atlanta, Jahmyr Gibbs of Detroit, both of them appear to have developed some level of bumps or injuries that are precluding them.
Oh, my arm!
Oh, Vita Vea too.
Yes.
Now he's 31, so maybe his contract bone got hurt. I don't know, but all three of them seeming to do the hold in right now around the NFL.
Very predictable and probably deserved. I think both those guys are going to end up getting what they want.
Yeah, they're both of those guys. If we're talking about tiering, putting a tier list together of running backs in the league right now, Bijan is definitely in the top tier. Jahmyr Gibbs, if he's not in there, he is right near it.
He's in the top tier for me.
And then Vita Vea, I mean, what's there to say? Like, I think he's just looking over at the Jeffrey Simmons contract that came down.
Said, hey.
And he was like, guys, he is not twice the player that I am. And he's right.
Yeah.
He is right.
Absolutely right.
So we'll see how those things come about. Hey, Fig, I know you saw this because you were the one who sent it to me. You want to talk a little about Antonio Romo?
Hey, we can, man. It's a lot going on there, man.
Yeah, Tony Romo, if you'll remember, the lead analyst for CBS and their NFL broadcasting, he was in Wisconsin and he caught what is called an OWA operating with the influence or something like that. I can't remember exactly what it was. I apologize. We now have a body cam footage from the incident on two different, I guess, places. Whether it's the actual stop and then where the field sobriety test,
which is weird, was taken. I've never seen that. I always thought they did it out there. I mean, out on the scene, so to speak.
It's worth noting that he's pulled over on a highway, and so he pulls over on the shoulder. It was loud. And there wasn't a lot of room for a field sobriety test to take place. Yeah. There wasn't a lot of room, and so it seems like he was taken to a second location to conduct the field sobriety test. This audio that we have here, Fig, I don't know if you see it in there, is from the actual second location, the field sobriety test itself. This is what it sounds like with the
Wait, hold on, let me grab it real quick. Hold on.
You're getting it? You're getting it? Yeah, so it's worth noting that when he's first stopped, and I know you saw this video. Yeah. I think it's like 6 minutes of video, and TMZ, of course, is who gets this because, of course, they are. You can hear, or you kind of can't hear, but you can hear the interchange that's happening between Tony in his driver's seat and the officer, and they are right there on the shoulder of humming traffic, and there's just a whole bunch of, what was that?
Yeah,
I can't hear you. And so I think in that moment, in watching it, if you want to tell me that Tony Romo was not drunk, you might be able to get me.
The eyes, though, man.
You think the eyes?
The eyes were... Wow. Yeah. No, I'll just say this.
Y'all ready?
I would have been suspicious just on the eyes alone. I'll put it that way.
Well, yeah, the eyes were darting around a little bit, but he just felt like he was being a little odd more than anything in the circumstance. I don't know that the speech was not particularly slurred.
No, that's true.
Now, he didn't help himself because one of the first things he said is headed to go see Grandma and Grandpa because apparently they live out there in Wisconsin for him. He's like, just leaving the golf course. And I was like, oh, no, buddy.
Don't say that.
Oh, no, buddy.
Don't say that.
Because if there's one thing that I think a majority of golfers do on the golf course, clearly not all of them, but I would probably venture to guess 65% of golfers
it's a red flag.
Have a brewski on the course when they're playing. Is that a fair number to throw out here?
Number.
Yeah. It felt like that was the particular time that the officer was like, "Oh, I know what's happening here." This is actually, again, I mentioned she got him out of the car. She took him to a second location to actually conduct the field sobriety test. This is a little bit of the audio there that TMZ procured.
Do not start to walk until you're told to do so.
Okay.
Do you understand the instructions so far?
So put my left foot down, right foot in front on the line, and then I'm going to wait for you. Okay.
Do you understand the instructions?
No, I don't. There's too many. We got to go step by step.
Okay. All right. So take your left foot, put it on the line, the straight line, real or imaginary.
So you can show me how to do it real quick.
Take your right foot.
Put the right foot in front.
Left foot on the line, right foot in front, heel to toe touching.
So here?
Yep. Heel to toe touching.
Here.
Yep, just like this. Left foot on the line, right foot directly in front of it, arms down at your side while she explains the rest of the instructions.
Got it. So stay here.
Yep.
Okay, got it.
Good Lord. Good Lord. He was toast 2 seconds in. No, I don't. I don't understand.
I will say, it did feel like, and Fig, tell me how you read this, because I think you were also doing a good amount of looking over this film as it came out. It felt like he was annoyed at this point, because one of the things that he tried to do early on was when she was very clearly accelerating this up to, like, oh, it's clear we think you're drunk. He was like, can I call my lawyer? And she was like, no. And you could tell he became annoyed instantly at that point. So everything that's going on, he's saying it with a smile and trying to be whatever level of charming Tony Romo can be. You could tell underneath, at least for me, it felt like he was a little annoyed. Is that how you read it, Fig, as well?
Yeah, it seemed like he was kind of annoyed, especially at the very beginning. They couldn't hear each other. They were on the highway. And both of them were just like, "Huh, what you say?" I think the officer said, "I can't hear you, bro." I think she said that, and once she said, can we have you take a test? That's when he was like, "Oh, let me call my lawyer real quick," and she kind of got a little defensive. She was just like, at that point, she was just like, "No, step out the car, step out the car." So that's when it got a little tricky.
Yeah. The part you didn't hear there, and it was just funny. I mean, it's sad, in a lot of ways that he did this, first of all, and that he's going through this, of course. But at the very end, he goes, "Did I pass?" And she goes, "Turn around." Oh, so that's a no. So that's a no.
Very much feels like a no. Very much feels like a no.
Yeah.
I will say, Fig, you made a point yesterday that I thought was interesting. With that annoyance, that could have been why his mugshot looked like with that kind of smug grin, as if to say, "Man, this is all BS. I'm gonna beat this case."
Yeah.
Like he might have been coming with that level of confidence. Like, man, this has all been real silly. And part of the silliness is, at one point when the officer is trying to start the field sobriety test, he's like, "Can I stretch?" And so he's doing all this, and I'm like, I bet if you are just, and especially if you don't know who Tony Romo is, but even if maybe you do, you're like, this dude is acting real weird. Mm-hmm. But also, I'm like, he did play football and take a whole bunch of hits and have back issues. So
I'm glad you said that.
He might actually need to do this stretching in order to do any of this.
I'm glad you said that, because I thought his biggest mistake was when she, in terms of like fighting this, when she said, "Have you had any concussions?" He goes, "Oh, not any recently." I was like, "What are you doing?" The right answer.
He's trying to comply.
No, but the right answer is, "I've had multiple," because that's the out. Once you get to the court, his attorney would say, "Look, this is a guy that's had multiple," because he did say, "Not any recently, but I've had some or many," or however he put it. No, the right answer is, "Oh, I've had multiple concussions."
He was trying to be compliant. Like, I will give him that. Whatever you say, I thought he was trying to be maximum compliant. The way he did this, aside from the little kind of, I don't know if it was quirky or snarky ways that he was delivering some of the information.
Yeah.
I think some of this was an awkward interaction between two people that just kept getting more awkward, and it's only going to get more so, as I imagine. I could easily see a lawsuit coming from this. Easily.
Well, he's certainly going to go to court to try to fight it, but yeah, maybe a lawsuit as well.
I don't know if they'd win. I'm just saying I could easily see it progressing to that point.
Yeah.
So I say all that to say, I didn't really get a definitive whether he was drunk or not on it, but it was funny to watch him do all this stretching.
Did I pass? Turn around.
No.
So that's a no.
All right, that's some of what's popping here in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Day one of Texans training camp in the books here at the Houston Methodist Training Center. So coming up next, let's hear from the head coach of the Houston Texans. How is he feeling? It's the first time hearing from him since OTAs. Let's get those responses next on Sports Radio 610.
Houston, starting Thursday, August 13th. Sports Radio 610. content. Sports Radio 610 Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. Texans training camp is here. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Day one of Houston Texans training camp in the books. Looked like some good work, as much as you can get on day one. Obviously, this is the foundation that they'll build on in the next few days. Open practice is on Saturday, and I'm excited for that. Shout out to the fellas getting work. I did not take enough of an accounting of what the young cats are, right? What the young cats look like in the heat. I'll do more of that tomorrow. One thing I can tell you, Big Mac, K-Mac, he's a big boy. And he felt what big boys feel in the heat. I tell you that if you just were looking at his face walking off the field.
Oh, but it's hot in Georgia. It ain't hot like this.
Not like this, baby. We got it special.
It ain't hot like this.
All right, let's. What is hot though is the way that this Texans, I know the forecast of what this Texas team looks like for this year is indeed hot. And to talk about that and more after day one of training camp, we get to hear from D'Amico Ryans. You'll hear that right now.
Good morning. Fire away.
When it comes to the first day, what's some things that you hope to accomplish, kind of instill the standard of what you want to practice?
And from our first day of practice today, I thought it was a lot of good back and forth. Offense made some plays, defense made some plays, special teams guys did a really good job of executing as well. So from what I look for the first day about communication, guys working together, being on the same page, we achieved that today. Now, as I mentioned to our guys, is how do you build on the next day? And that's what you look for in camp. It's a steady build. And how do you continue to improve each day?
You made a lot about the pre-snap for OTAs. How did you see the success you said you had that carry over here compared to last year?
Offensively, we've done a really good job today. Pre-snap was excellent. Guys were on it. Guys were getting the line properly. Guys were playing fast, and that's all I expect from all three phases. We want to be a fast, aggressive team. To do that, you really have to own the communication, the huddle. That's where it starts. We own that process the right way. We'll get to the line of scrimmage. We'll play fast.
With the progress your team has made over the last 3 years, what are your expectations for the squad entering this year?
Each year for me is different when we speak about expectations, right? My expectations have been high. Year one, they were high. Year two is when you guys ask me about expectations, the only thing I know is high expectations. That's why we do what we do, right, to achieve the ultimate goal. So it's a process, it's a build to get there, and we're not afraid of the work that it takes to be put in to get there, and that's what we're achieving day by day. We'll keep chopping one day at a time to be our best come week one.
Okay, I know it's early, but what are some of the things you're looking forward to seeing from the running back group?
From the running back group, I'm excited to see the guys, just how fast they're playing. I see Woody, he looks faster, making more decisive decisions like cuts. Jawar's looking good. Of course, Montgomery's done a really good job. So a really good room of running backs, and I'm just excited to see them continue to improve on those fine details. Like, can we improve in our reads? Can we improve in our pass protection? Can we improve in the screen game as well? So I'm just excited to see the growth of that group throughout camp.
Nico, what are the challenges that Keelan faces as he tries to compete for a starting job and possibly at a position he hasn't quite played before?
When you come out to camp, everybody's competing. So our rookies, if you just attack it the right way, as I tell somebody has to be rookie of the year. All right, rookies play well every single year, and it's not where you're trying to go out and attain that. It's just, are you just locked in on the small details, what the coaches are asking you to do every day? You have a competitive spirit, right? You have a willingness and a want to succeed and do great, you're going to do that. So for all of our rookies, Keelan, Marlon, everybody, right, they just have to come out and just work hard at their craft, and they'll be exactly where we need them to be.
Your linebacker, you've got a bunch of guys behind his ease, and Henry, what's kind of the charge for those guys as you try to figure out who slots in behind his ease and Henry?
With the linebacker spot, we're in a really good situation with Azeez and Henry. Those guys have played a lot of ball together. They're very tight. You can see the connection on the field that they have off the field. A really great group of guys. I enjoy seeing those guys work. I enjoy seeing their leadership, to see the way Henry and Aziz communicate daily. It's been fantastic to watch. So those guys who are taking reps behind them, they just have to look at those two guys and see their leadership, see how they approach every day with a positive attitude. They want to be great every play. If those guys attack that, the
products you need, right when it matters.
When it comes to contracts, I really don't get into a lot of deep discussions with guys when it comes to the contract situation, because I truly believe the contract is, you get the contract by what you do on the field. It doesn't matter about what you say, what I say. It's about how you perform on the field. If you're worthy of getting a contract and you deserve it, it'll happen for you. But if you're worried about it, worrying is not going to change anything, right? It's about the actions, about you put in, and it's about your body of work and experience of what you've shown. It's not about just one moment. When you get into contract negotiations, it's about the entirety of your work. Wide receiver room, they continue to impress every day. Someone different making a play, every day. So it's an exciting room, I think, for us to see how they develop throughout camp. But I'm excited to see, not only them perform in camp, but also just to see them get into some live preseason games. Right, we put a lot on our wide receivers. When they're coming out of the huddle, a line in motion, we put a lot on their plate. So your mental game has to be on point to play wide receiver, and then you have to be physical and grimy enough to block in the running game to make our team. So we have a lot of guys who have that mindset, so it's just, it all sort itself out.
It's not quite ready to fully practice with you guys. But how impressed have you been with the work that he's put in to even get back to this point after all this been through? Tank.
Oh, Tank. Yeah, Tank. We're excited for Tank to just get back out here in the training camp. He's on his own ramp-up schedule, but it's excited to just have him. He's eager to go. And the thing for Tank is, Tank is a smart player. We know how dynamic Tank was when he was out there, but again, he hasn't played ball in over 2 years. So it's important for him, and to get those, we do our walkthroughs, to get those reps, get in the huddle, get the call, get out of the huddle, go line up fast, adjust, and motion. So it's important for him to get all of those reps because he's missed so much time of playing football. So, my mindset there is to get him as much football as possible and build him up until he's able to get into our team drills, and we'll see how he progresses next week to see if he's able to get out there or not.
Going back to March, when it first became known to you all that David Montgomery might become available, what in particular intrigued you about him?
What intrigued me most about David Montgomery was going against him, seeing the success he's had, seeing the nature at which he runs the ball. He fits the brand of football that I want to play. And we know it's no secret that we needed to improve our running game. It's not been good enough since I've been here. It hasn't been good enough. So to make improvements in the running game, you have to get players who can run it. And that's what David, he's shown the success. No matter where he's been, he's always been successful running the football. And just to see the way he works every day, positive guy, dialed in, on the details, a great guy. Right? We couldn't have added a better guy for our running back room, for our offense, just the way he's as business-like with his approach.
Excellent on the side of this offense. What are some of the differences you've seen from last year coming into this year?
From last year to this year, I can see Nick truly growing, as a leader, as a play caller. We've added more volume to our offense, right? And it's basically on what our guys have been capable of doing. Offensive guys, that's a second time around, going through an install, learning. It's easier for those guys to get moving at a faster pace. And so the volume is up, guys are executing at a high level, and he's able to do more things, more creative things. And he's been studying all off season, been calling me, blowing my phone up, but I had to not answer him. I told him it's break time. I want some break time with my family, and he's still dialed in on football. So I'm excited to see Kaylee's growth and his this process. We all first time calling plays. It's like any job you do, right? The more time on task, the more experience you get, the better you get at it, and he'll be much better this year.
The run game, what does it take to run the ball effectively? What do you think needs to be done for that to be executed?
Block well, run well. It's not that hard. It's a mindset when it comes to the run game. You got to play physical, right? O-line, starting with those guys, you got to be physical. You got to play with the proper hat placement. Your footwork has to be dialed in. It has to be right. The backs have to run great tracks. They have to know when to make the right decision with their cuts, with their vision, their reads. So it's a lot that goes into it, but not to overcomplicate it. You got to block the guys in front of you. You got to run like you want to get every single yard that's out there.
When we talk about the offensive line, there were a lot of obviously focus and attention on that with the offseason changes made. What are your, I don't want to say expectations, but what are your thoughts about that group and what do you expect?
Our offensive line, I feel like we have a deep group. I feel like we have a lot of guys who are capable of going out and starting for us. We got a lot of guys with experience, and it's a good problem to have. For us, it's a matter of figuring out who that best 5 guys will be, right? And it's exciting for me to try to see guys in different positions, to see how it all gels together. And with the O-line, every year in ball, someone goes down, somebody has to step up and plug in. So the versatility that we have is unique as well. We have guys who can play multiple spots inside. We got tackles who can play on both sides. So I'm excited just as well as everyone is excited about how the O-line is going to shape out, because when we talk about the run game, how we can improve, it starts there. And I think we have the guys who can do it.
Would you say Will has picked up where he left off from the offseason program,
Will has definitely picked up, disrupting plays left and right. So he's definitely wrecking havoc again, as he always does. And I can talk about Will all day, but his mindset, his approach, how intense he is on the field, you guys see it, but it's the same way in my meeting rooms. He's on the edge of his seat. He's locked in to every single word that I say in the meeting, and he's taking it to heart. It means a lot to Will. He's truly passionate. He cares a lot. He cares about seeing Houston be a successful franchise, and there's no guy that cares more than him, and I want all our guys to see how he operates every single day. I can highlight him every day because that's how I believe it should look when any job you're doing, right? The passion that Will exudes about his love for the game and his love to continue to exceed and get better, I think we all can learn from it. I learn from it. You bring that passion and juice every day to what you do.
We talked previously about Jerry Shaflinski when you went and made him the quarterbacks coach. Since that time, work with CJ, their collaboration, what have you seen from Jerry's coaching style, his impact with CJ?
Jerry's done a really good job of his communication skills. He's done a great job of communicating with the quarterbacks, communicating with myself on just the daily meeting structure, what they're doing, like very detailed coach. And you'll see that in our quarterbacks play this year. They're bonding. Jerry's done a great job. Even when he was working with those guys last year, he did a really great job. Jerry has a really cool demeanor about himself. He's been in the game for a long time, coached for a long time, coached a lot of great guys. And I just love his approach. I love his demeanor. It's never too high. It's never too low. It's exactly where he needs to be for those guys. And those quarterbacks can lean on Jerry at any given time for the support that they need.
Players have been really pushing for grass versus dirt. They saw that's possible in stadiums. Do you have that conversation with your players? Are you asked about that by anybody in the building? What's your take on grass?
Whatever's out there, grass or turf, whatever we play on, I'm happy I don't make those decisions. So we'll play fast on whatever it is, grass or turf. We just need to play fast. Go ahead, bud.
You notice anything different from the tight end group this year? You guys got a little bit, also added Ben Foster. And what's your overall expectation for that position?
I expect our tight ends to play much better this year, starting with our coach, James Ferentz, passionate coach, guy who's played the game for 10 years. He brings that energy, brings that passion, knowing what it's like as a player, right? And he's done a great job pouring those guys. Kaylee's working with the tight ends as well. And the group, we have a really deep group. I mean, we have 6, 7 guys there who can go play for us. So that's the exciting part about it. All different guys. When you talk about passing game, blocking game, we got a plethora of guys who should allow us to do some cool things when it comes to 12, 13 personnel. So I'm excited to see our usage and how guys just thrive in camp, see what they do well, and see how we can use them to our advantage in our offense. Always. I love Brevin. I'm always excited to see Brevin out on the field. Brevin never has a bad day. So, just knowing what he's been through as a player, the difficult spots, the hardships that he's went through, and with the injuries, to see him back on the field rolling, it's always a fun sight to see for me.
We'll close it, DJ. More question. Going into year 4, what's the biggest difference for you as a coach, and what's been the biggest learning lesson for you as a coach?
Great question. Biggest difference for me, as a head coach is truly just leaning on my assistants more. Understanding that, man, we're all in this together. I got great people who work around me, and I don't have to do it all. Right? And I can truly lean on our guys, truly assist our coaches as best as I can, and just be more open to moving around, working with our entire team. So that's a little more freedom, I would say, as the 4th-year head coach of doing it. The guys are doing a great job in all phases, being able to sit in different meetings, offense, defense, special teams, just being able to move around. And it's been a cool growth process for me, just learning that you can less is more at times, and that's what I'm learning most.
Rico, obviously you're just getting started, but you got to feel really good about the free agency acquisitions and the draft picks you got, potentially getting you where you get over the hump and winning championships.
Getting us there right now, huh? No, it's definitely positive. Yeah, we're excited about the guys that we've added to our team. Each year you have to build a team each and every year, right? So we'll see how this team gels, how this team comes together, and it's always, in my mind, it's always a goal of coming together to do something special, right? And how quickly can we bond, how quickly can we grow throughout camp, and we'll see how far we can take it.
Thank you, Coach.
All right, appreciate it, guys.
That's D'Amico Ryans, head coach of the Houston Texans after day 1 of Houston Texans training camp. Man, Brevin Jordan doesn't have a bad day is also becoming a Texans cliche.
Yeah.
I don't think it's wrong. I'm just saying we hear it a lot.
Yeah, we do.
When we hear from Brevin Jordan. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we'll do our lunchtime confessions. How about we do a D'Amico Ryans themed confessions on what he talked about there? Let's do that next on Sports Radio 610.
Reset your presets.
Initialize sequence.
And tell your clearer and better than ever. A new era begins on August 13th with Houston's sports leader, 95.7 The Fan. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, day one of Texans camp in the books. You just heard D'Amico Ryan. How about we do a D'Amico Ryans themed confession segment? Because there was a couple things he said that I got to confess, so to speak. I was like, And the first one was when he was asked about C.J. Stroud's contract. And, he said doesn't really worry about it. But then he goes, it's about what you do on the field and your body of work. And I went, that's not exactly what C.J. wants to hear, because his argument, his counterpoint would be, I've done it on the field. My body of work has been pretty good. I don't think that's exactly what C.J. would want to hear.
Well, I found that to be interesting, very much so. With you, I'm glad you mentioned this, because you take that, right? It's more about your body of work, not like one play.
Yeah.
That felt like a comfort to C.J. Stroud. I don't know if it lands that way, but it felt like that was kind of the intent.
Mm-hmm.
But then you pair that with, again, what Nick Caserio said this morning, where he said there's a possibility that the team and C.J. can reach a contract extension, and saying that there have been productive talks. And if you pair those two things together, which maybe is not the right thing to do, but if you were to do that, that does paint the picture of us maybe been too hasty in talking about like whatever disparity there is between the two sides on working out a deal. Maybe they really just did. Hey, you go don't worry about your offseason. We'll talk about this when we come back and get these things together. Is that the possibility? Yes. Is it the way that I think it's working? Probably not. But it is interesting that today, on this first day, we got two different sides of the brain trust with the Texas team that seemingly point towards the positive side of C.J. Stroud remaining the quarterback of the Texans beyond that fifth-year option.
Still comes down to the dollars,
of course,
and
still got to dot I's and cross T's.
And that's where I'm more skeptical than you are.
Fair enough.
And frankly, I would treat it the same way. I need to see something. I need to see more. We need to make sure, everything from system to your play in the postseason and all that. So, yeah, you're right. Conversations is better than no conversations.
That's right.
But I think they're going to be playing this very slowly. And even if they don't, even if they try to get a deal done, I'm not so sure it's the kind of deal that D'Amico and David Mulligetta want.
We'll see.
These are my confessions.
Well, I have to admit, I allowed myself, and maybe I'm, adding to the problem of we're talking about CJ too much. Jerry Shaplinski came up in the D'Amico press conference, and I bought this one, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I say that not to say that I don't buy when D'Amico talks or any of these people talk, but sometimes there's various different degrees of it. More believable, it hits me. I'm like, yeah, I'm really feeling that one. What he said about Jerry Shaplinski, he said it in such a way that was kind of convincing. One of the things he said is Jerry's a very detailed coach, and you'll see that in our quarterbacks play this year.
Mm-hmm.
That is something that was said with a lot of confidence and bravado. That's not something you just throw around.
Yeah.
Now, again, I'm going to need to see it, right? They have been doing a lot of lip service towards the command of the offense and the details and all of those. I can tell you, it's needed, right? When you watch this team, it is needed to get down to those details. And so maybe it was just he struck a nerve in that, yes, I'm glad that you are saying something that points to the idea that, yes, indeed, this is something that we know we need to address. The confidence which he says, you're going to see it in the quarterback, it was something for me.
You're well, and we talked about it earlier. I was talking about like sort of the broad stroke stories here, not necessarily individuals, but coaches like Jerry Shaplinski and Cole Popovich are absolutely, I think, going to be key this year. Figgy, you got one?
No, y'all can keep going with the camp or from D'Amico.
All right. Offensive line depth, he talked about. We'll see how it plays out. He talked about something along the lines, I'm paraphrasing, of we've got 8 guys we feel that can start. Not going to lie. Didn't hit me well. We've heard that before. We got to see 5 dudes, man. We've got to see 5 dudes that you feel are the 5 dudes, and barring injury are going to be those 5 dudes.
Who are the 8 guys?
That's a great question.
Who are the 8 guys? Count them out.
Yeah.
All right, Ariante Ursery, Wyatt Teller, Ed Ingram, Both of your right tackles in Braden Smith, Trent Brown, right? That's 5.
That's 5.
Keelan Rutledge, it feels like, obviously, you take him in the first round, you believe him to be a starter,
Sure,
right? Jake
6.
Andrews can start, 7. Who's your 8th? Who's your 8th can start?
Evan Brown, Blake Fisher. You got guys like
Well, I guess Evan Brown would be the guy because he has started recently.
There you go.
Like, that's the way that you have to do this, right? I don't think he's wrong.
I don't like to hear that.
Okay.
I just don't like to hear that. We've heard it before. And maybe I'm just jaded, scarred, whatever it is. It's 3 years in a row now where we're trying to mix and match and anybody can start. We don't want anybody can start. We don't want guys see moving around. We've done that. We've read that book.
We might be doing the PTSD response,
right.
And
I
not
agree.
to make light of PTSD, right? But we are doing a reactionary response because of the way this is played. He's not wrong. We see this with damn near every team in the NFL where injuries, and you need to be able to have your secondary plans. And honestly, I was thinking about it. If we get to week 7, hopefully later, and somebody like there's an injury, and then they're trying to figure it out on the fly. I would have the reaction of, that is what training camp is for. Why did you not find these answers out?
Sure.
And so for me to sit here and to bash them on this side would not be fair in the slightest.
Mm-hmm.
I understand how you're saying with the feel, though. I understand what you're saying.
Exactly. We've been there.
All right.
These are my confessions.
This is another one where I had to stop and go, am I just doing hopium?
How's that?
Who have I been most critical on in this entire organization over the last year?
Who?
Nick Haley.
Oh, yeah.
Right? I've been very critical of him. D'Amico Ryans, all it took was an anecdote for me to be like, well, maybe.
Yeah, the phone?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Nick Haley, because what D'Amico said about Nick was that he's grown a lot as a leader and a play caller, said that they added volume to the offense, which I'd love to see because there's definitely times last year where I was like, oh, did they just run out of plays? Like, do we not have some variety of things to get to? That's more neither here nor there. Now, the thing that he gets to is he said because Haley, rather, has been studying all offseason and calling D'Amico during the break to the point where D'Amico, jokingly it seems like, said that he wasn't answering his phone, like, hey, we need to put it away. And I just love the idea that Nick Haley clearly, whether it's he didn't feel like he did good enough or he just recognized that there's more growth, was like, this offseason, I am hitting the books. Yeah. I will be studying. I will make sure that we are better by hook or by crook. Because whether or not I think he has it as a play caller, I like the idea that it's not going to be for lack of trying and a lack of work. And if there's nothing else, I can respect that in Nick Haley. Absolutely.
No, listen, and we've heard this just being around the organization. Nick Haley is obsessed. I'm not talking about like obsessed just casually, like truly on days, off days, at work, at home, obsessed with getting it right. And that I'm not going to say it's half the battle, but that's a big part of the battle.
G.I. Joe.
Yeah, is just getting it right, being obsessed with it and working and all that. We'll see how it plays out, but there's never been any doubt about that. I got one more.
Go ahead.
These are my confessions.
And this is sort of D'Amico Ryans adjacent. He mentioned Brevin Jordan. Brevin never has a bad day. And I'm here to tell you, he walked by us earlier, and we've all seen Brevin Jordan for multiple years now. I've never seen him look bigger. Like we've talked about how the running backs have kind of gotten a little sleeker, a little faster, lost a couple of pounds. Brevin Jordan, I don't know if you noticed it, Aaron, our engineer, he's much bigger than I've seen him ever. I don't know what it means. Maybe, he's trying to be more, of a blocker, using more in the 21s and all that stuff. But he's bigger than I've ever seen him.
You mentioned personnels. Yeah. D'Amico threw it out there real casual. 12, 13. I was like,
I meant 12. Yeah.
I was joking a little bit when I said 13. Are we really going to run 3 10s? All right.
Yeah.
Okay. But, I don't think I noticed the Brevin Jordan, size. I'll be on the lookout tomorrow especially because I remember last year feeling like, man, that's an impressive physique dude.
Yeah.
It's the weirdest that I feel all year long when we are just out here ogling the dudes.
Yeah. That's what we do.
Really and truly, right? Yeah. Like, he is an impressive dude. And if you're telling me that he looks even more impressive to your eye, I've got to check this out tomorrow.
Yeah.
All due respect to Brevin Jordan, I do it in a professional capacity.
I'll be watching you.
I do it in a professional capacity, but I will understand if the Texans have an HR complaint for me. I will understand that completely. One more thing here before we go here. I just want to slide this in here. Did you hear D'Amico talking about the running backs and how he feels like they're faster?
Yes.
I was like, okay, so this was like a concerted effort, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We've talked about that, and it seems like that is the concerted effort. So we'll see. And they've got Day one, they've got a 1-2-3 that they like right now.
Yeah, if we're talking about the idea of how does D'Amico translate fast and physical to the offense, it sounds like what they went with. Running backs fast, offensive line physical. Like they just split it up, divide and conquer. We will have this group handle the fast, this group handle the physical, and we'll go play football. And that's what it's been. Day one of Houston Texans training camp done on the fields here at the Houston Methodist Training Center, and that was a little bit of confessions coming off of D'Amico Ryans speaking to the media. Talking about speaking to the media, you always want to hear when Azeez Al-Shaair speaks to the media, and he spoke to us earlier. You'll get to hear that conversation next on Sports Radio 610.
You get to hear about D&M Auto Leasing right now, and D&M
Riders, 281-222-2222.
Texans training camp is here. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Day one of Houston Texans training camp 2026 is in the books. And no better person to talk to on a day like than the middle linebacker for the Houston Texans, Azeez Al-Shaair. It's a fantastic conversation, and you get to hear it right now. You've had quite the summer, obviously. Not trying to pocket watch, but you got a little bit of money in your pocket. But to that end, actually, I always, and we were talking about this off air before we came back, I'm always so appreciative of the fact that, like, that money, it only serves to, like, further boost who you are, because you spent this summer, obviously I'm sure you had some good times, but you spent this summer continuing to be of service to your community, whether here or abroad.
Yes, sir. Just doing a lot of work. I think, it's just been something that's been instilled in me, really from an early age with my mother, with my faith. Being Muslim, you understand that, to give is better than to receive. And then on top of that, just the blessings. When you give to someone, it's like planting a seed. If I plant this seed, it might not do anything for me in this moment, but you just never know. If it's something that I did for someone, whether it's a kind word or helping somebody with their groceries, whatever the case may be, however small or big, you never know what that can impact and do for them in their life. Some people that are literally on their last leg might have their last worst moment of their life, and you just give them that one lifeline that just changes everything. And for me, I just think that's special because I think about my life as a kid, and there was so many people who were that for me that, you never forget. And, to be where I'm at with enough people willing to pour into me, whether it was a kind word, whether it was a lunch lady when I was in high school, giving me the extra chocolate milks after we got out of lunch, like those things, they mattered to me. So I never try to take them for granted. I always try to pay it forward now, especially with the immense amount of blessings that I have.
So while you were going around the globe helping people, I imagine having a little fun, did you save a little time to get better at football?
Yeah, no, it was the coolest thing in the world. Going to Jordan, I went with an organization I work with, HDF, it's called Human Development Fund, but I do a lot of work with them, and we did work in Jamaica, we did work in Jordan, overseas, and when I went out there, man, going to these camps that were in the middle of the desert, and literally, like, these families had nothing. They were living in tents. We were able to provide, like, housing for them. Some of them didn't even have bathrooms. It was an orphan family, 7 kids, 5 girls, 2 little boys, and the mother. She's taking care of her kids. The women don't have a bathroom to use. I couldn't even imagine, me growing up homeless, the things that I endured and experienced. I would go through 1,000 times over before the stuff that they went through. But even while I was out there, it was crazy. The royal family of Jordan reached out to me. And ended up meeting with them and having lunch with them, specifically the Princess Zayn and her daughter, Jemana, who's like a huge fan of mine since like 2023. Wow. So she showed me, like, off her Instagram burner account, like, messaging me like every week about how great I'm doing in the community, and she loves the player that I am, all this crazy stuff, and just been a fan of mine since then. So they actually hooked me up. They got me in the, like, official Jordanian soccer stadium. So I'm practicing in their stadium every day. Mind you, they had a game the next day. So the grounds crew is literally looking at me pissed off. I'm just tearing up the grass, and they're talking, and they're like, we really don't want him out here, but it came from the royal family, so we have no choice. And it was, just because it showed me you never know who's watching you and the impact that you make. Yes, her first game was watching me when I was in Tennessee playing in the game. And she said she looked me up, and then she saw the work that I did, and that's what made her a real fan of mine. And she's tracked me ever since. And just to think that, the royal family of Jordan, what the hell, like, all over on the other side of the world, it's a 16-hour plane ride, was watching me from the work that I'm doing in the United States, abroad. It was special. So I definitely made time for football, and they definitely helped me with that, with the facilities and stuff that they gave me access to.
That is incredible. I have football questions, but I can't leave this. This is Jordan. Yeah. This is the king, you said?
The royal family.
The royal family.
They're Texans fans, clearly.
Yeah. Well, now they are.
Right.
Now they are. I mean, that has to be not just humbling, but almost sort of lifts you up more into the role you already have, as a leader, as someone who knows the importance of what you do in the community.
Yes, sir. I think it just shows me that, I'm doing the right stuff and just staying on track. I think the whole process of it is, yes, is that an inconvenience, 2 weeks out from training camp, one of the biggest camps of my life, the biggest moments of my current, life and my stage and where I'm at.
Yeah.
But to still make the time to go out there, take that 16-hour flight. Of course, it's a little bit inconveniencing, but when you're doing something for the sake of God, you're sacrificing in that way. He'll replace it with something better. And what I was able to experience, with dealing with the families and the kids that the perspective that I have is so different.
Right.
And I've already experienced all these things, being homeless and all this stuff, and I've helped people everywhere. But it's when you're in it and you're experiencing it with the people, just knowing their stories and everything they went through. It just gives you a different sense of humility and a different drive. You know that people in the middle of the desert are motivated by African-American, kid from Tampa, Florida, who grew up homeless, and that they inspired all the way across the world because of what I do and who I am. Every time I step on this grass, it's an obligation, not to just myself, but everybody that is looking up to me. And so it's definitely just motivating.
You got to go back.
100%. Every year.
You got to go back.
Every year. As soon as the season
you got to
ends,
do some sort of celebration or something, some sort of salute.
I still keep in contact with those kids and with the families and just constantly still helping them. So it's not something that is like a one-off at all. Even the organization that I work with, they already have things in place and programs in place. And for me, it's just turning a ripple into a wave. So I'm just help supporting them, and a lot of it has been just sending the money and things like that. But this was an opportunity where I actually got to go out there and actually do the work myself. I've talked to these families, but never actually got to be there and experience it. So experiencing it for myself and seeing how they were living just gives me a different sense of gratitude. You talk about the heat. They're in the middle of the desert.
Yeah.
AC is one thing. They don't got no fans.
Talk about perspective.
You know what I'm saying? They have no fans. They don't have a bathroom. So every day I'm out here, I'm working. I was working out there in the middle of the desert. So I'm not tripping about the sun or the heat. It's hot as heck. But, man, I'm grateful that I get these nice little Gatorades.
Hey, you got a little fan working.
You know what I'm saying? I'm going to be good. We got the little ice box. So, I'm blessed, man. I'm grateful. I'm grateful to be able to be in the position that I'm in and do the stuff that I do.
It's KLTAM, KLTFM, HD2. Houston and Sports Station. Sports Radio 610, we're talking to Aziz Al-Shaair here. You mentioned, turning a ripple into a wave.
Sir.
How do you turn a wave into a tsunami? Because you had your best season of your career, I think, last year. I mean, you're out here covering, looking like you're in Tampa too, pulling down interceptions. Like, how do you build upon that? What are you looking to improve on when you're seeming like at least to me, it feels like you're reaching a peak to some degree?
Yeah, it's crazy because there's a book that has been on my shelf at my home in Florida, and I wish I could remember who gave me this book because I can't remember because I hadn't read it. I read a lot of books, and it was one of the books that's probably been there for a couple years. And it's the book, I think, Jim Collins, Good to Great. And I'm reading it right now. And for me, I just feel like I'm in a space where, you always see really good players. There's good players in the league. There's good companies all over the world. There's good people. But how do you take that transition from good to great? And I feel like it's just the consistency of doing the right stuff, of the great things, of the good things that you're doing. And you're stacking those things and trying to push the limits. Because a lot of people, you get comfortable, you get complacent with, you know what, I did a good job. If I just do exactly what I did last year, that'd be good, right? But no, there's so many things that you can keep climbing. And I think the humility of life is that something that you do for a whole year that got you this result, the following year you could do the exact same thing and it could not even be good enough to get the bare minimum.
Right.
You just never know what it requires. So you have to push yourself to heights that you've never experienced, to new uncomfortable positions that you never experienced. So for me, that's what I'm just trying to do.
Yeah. What are those heights, specifically? I mean, I'm not talking about goals. I mean, it talks about that. But when you look at this team and you're looking around, you know what it was. You just said it. Good. You want to get to another level. In your mind's eye, what are you seeing with this defense in terms of big picture, first day, hopefully playing into January, February? What are those heights in your mind's eye that you see with this team, specifically the defense?
I think specifically when you talk about the defense, it's just stacking the clean plays. You stack these things up. Even breaking it down today, that was the message I kept telling the guys, and the day before the linebacker group. It's like, man, you can't look at the top of the mountain. I remember trying to figure out the schedule for the training camp, and I'm looking at it, and honestly, when I'm seeing like the practices, and I'm saying, man, we only got this many days until a game, like it's so short, and I started to feel myself get overwhelmed a little bit, and then I had to stop myself and remember. I can't look that far ahead. There's no guarantee I even make it to my birthday. Birthday's August 4th.
Let's talk about July 29th.
Exactly.
And now it's 30th.
You said August 4th, right?
Yes,
all right, let's write that down.
So I slow it down to say, okay, I can't look at any other day. What's the schedule for today? Okay, what's the next thing we got on the schedule? Let me focus there, because that's how you get better, is by being in the moment. If you try to look ahead, you're going to skip steps along the way. But just look right where you're at and just focus on that. And then once that's over, go to the next thing.
I don't want to, but I guess we got to talk a little bit of football just on the first day. What did you see on your side of the ball and on the opposite side of the ball today?
Man, just iron sharpening iron. Day one, fundamental stuff, basic stuff. But, I think what was cool is, D'Amico talked about in the team meeting, we're not going back to ground zero. Like, we built a foundation from OTAs of what this is going to be. So day one, it's not, riding a bike like tricycles. Like, no, we're getting going. And you saw that, with some of the plays that we had in offensively and defensively, just working our techniques. And there was plays made on both sides. Even there was one play that, specifically for me was Graham. He threw a deep out, and I want to say it was Brandon covering. He had great coverage. It was a great throw, great catch, great coverage. But that's NFL football.
Yeah.
So it's like you saw that all day. So, it was just great competition all over the board, and just excited because, again, it's day one. So we just got to keep stacking.
Aziz, I want to play a little word association with you because the linebacker room, there's a lot of dudes in there, and there's going to be a role that I know EJ Speed was kind of holding that's now kind of vacated. So I want to get a better feel for the rest of your room like only you know. So I'm just going to say a name. You give me a word or a quick phrase. You don't even have to explain it if you don't want to.
Okay.
All right? You ready?
Yeah.
All right. Wade Woodass.
Brian Bosworth.
Bosworth. Okay.
Wow.
All right. Okay.
So he's got a little something.
Yeah. I like Wade. Wade's from Tampa, man. I got it.
Okay, very good. All right. How about Marte Mapu?
Marte. Smooth assassin.
Ooh, okay. All right. Jake Hummel?
Jake Hummel. That's Iron Man.
All right.
Okay. Jake Hansen?
Jake Hansen. That's Captain America.
Okay, all right. I see what we're doing here. Jamal Hill?
Jamal Hill. That's baby Demario Davis. That's what I call him.
Ooh, okay. Aiden Fisher.
Aiden Fisher. That's like Aiden Fisher is like the Winter Soldier. I see him on that type of vibe.
All right. And Casey Osai?
Casey Osai. That's the Black Panther right there.
I love it. I love it. And then I don't want to leave him out. Your partner, Henry Toto.
Come on, now, that's Big Oos, man. Big Oos.
I love it. I love it.
He's something.
Oh, yeah.
He is really something. What about Aziz?
Man, just trying to figure it out.
Hey, you say you're trying. I think you've got some things figured out. We always appreciate you giving us some time. Honestly, I would like to talk to you for as long as you'd willing to stay, but you've already worked today. You got to go
meetings,
get yourself.
Yeah, you
cool
got
stuff. Aziz, we greatly appreciate you. Not just who you are on the football field, because you're fantastic, but who you are in every facet of life. Always appreciate you giving us some of your time.
No, I appreciate you guys having me.
There you go. Aziz Al-Shaair. Fantastic conversation. Anytime you can have it. I wanted to go, as you might have heard there, I wanted to go for hours and hours on end, but some incredible insight, including Reed Blankenship out here really, really letting people know what's happening. All right, coming up next, we get ready to get some more into some of our takeaways from the Houston Texans training camp day one. We'll do that next on Sports Radio.
Jeremy Pena is the American League Player of the Week.
20% off your first order. Head to dripdrop.com now and use promo code Radio20.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Texans training camp is here. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Hope your Wednesday is going well. What a day one of Houston Texans training camp, John Lopez. It has been.
It has been just an incredible day because it's just, the start. Where we're all excited out there. It was really fun seeing there's going to be a progression. Like today was like Media Central, baby. Like everybody was there. And even, as you just heard, Azeez Al-Shaair just really taking stock in the day. It was just good all around.
What'd you make of? I tried to play a little word association with them there to try and see if there's another way into getting a little bit of a feel for the linebackers. Obviously, we will just have to wait and see and watch them on the field to get a more full accounting. But he started going with a little bit of a superhero theme with Captain America and Black Panther and everything. What did you do? You recall these names that we were talking about, and what did you make of some of those? Like, was there one that stood out to you? Like, okay, this might be meaningful in some way.
Well, I think the takeaway. What did he call Toa Toa?
Well, he called him Oos, which obviously speaks to his heritage specifically. And I think that one of the things for me that showed up, that showed like the very clear relationship that they have.
That's what I'm going with.
As a partnership.
That's where I'm going.
That was really cool to see. I know that Henry is a very interesting figure on a larger scale. It's not on the immediate scale, but he is one of two presumptive starters on this team that is not under contract after this season. It is him and Tommy Togiai. Togiai feels like they love him. They love what he does. And not to say that they don't love Henry, but he seems like he might be the one that is the most odd man out if there was indeed one. But you can see the ways in which Azeez values his partnership. I found it very interesting that Henry has been talking about, hey, I want to be able to do more of those things. And it sounds like Azeez is encouraging him, saying, hey, you're not that far away. You're kind of already doing that.
And that was my takeaway. Like, that's his guy. And I get it. That's the one that he played so many games with already. But remember when we weren't sure what Toa Toa's role was going to be? It wasn't that long ago. I mean, obviously we were wondering what was he going to be? What was the mix? Christian Harris, all that stuff. No, it's Toa Toa, and he loves him some Henry Toa Toa.
At least in the immediate term, I'm still very, very excited to see if we can get more insight into this linebacker room. Very, very, very excited to see that because D'Amico Ryans is a linebacker at heart. It's the heart of what they do here. It's so much. You talk about fast and physical. That linebacker level of the defense brings a lot of that to the fore. So excited about that. But yeah. It's also worth noting C.J. Stroud talked today.
Yeah, it is.
And I honestly feel like there's people listening going, Reggie, it is dereliction of duty that you waited to this point to bring up the fact that C.J. Stroud talked today. He did indeed, the quarterback of the team. I'll start with cut one here because if you remember, we were talking about one of the things that was caught people's attention. It ended up as an ESPN headline was General Manager Nick Caserio in the morning saying, there have been positive talks in the way of contracts with C.J. Stroud. And he seemed to I don't know that he said it really explicitly, but he seemed to kind of intimate that, he could see a deal getting done in the relatively near future. Now, what does that actually mean remains to be thought about. But this was C.J. Stroud talking about focusing on football and letting his agent handle his contract negotiation.
I think, everything has been great. I'm focused on ball, trying to do trying to just hold my bargain down on just the football side and do what I can, and what I should be doing as a quarterback of this team. So I'm letting them handle it, and it seems like everything is going great.
And they're all in lockstep right now. Yeah, it's what obviously what Caserio said today and in the past. It's what D'Amico Ryan said today. Now he's saying it. Just play ball. Just play ball. I feel behind the scenes might be a little more direct than that, but right now they're all on the same page.
Actually, I disagree. I think that behind the scenes for him in particular, I think it is easy. I think that is why you have an agent like David Mulgeta. It's like, okay, you are full service. You got this all?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, but he wants a contract.
Oh, sure.
I mean, he wants a contract.
Sure.
Period. And so I think I'm talking about behind the scenes, like when he talks with Mulgeta, it's like, where are we? Right now, I'll play ball. I'll play ball. I'll play the game. I'm gonna do what I need to do. But he wouldn't be human. This isn't a criticism. He wouldn't be human if he didn't.
I hear you. Way. Yeah. I continue to look at the situation that he finds himself in. He is the caliber player. At least he's demonstrated to himself to have the stuff of the caliber of player that should feel comfortable that the payday is coming. It is a win situation rather than an if situation. Now, I mean, I can't say that this is where his headspace is or where it's not, right? Yeah. Clearly and truly, I don't have that kind of insight. But I would easily advise C.J. Stroud, and I imagine this what David Mulgeta says, the money's coming at some point, so don't even worry about it. You do the football, whether it's the Texans getting it done before the football season this year, whether it's the Texans deciding to get it done after the football season this year, and even worst case scenario, whether it is somebody trading to acquire you and then giving you the money there. The contract's coming. And so I can easily see him being like, yeah, why worry about it?
Yeah, I don't. I mean, right now he wants to play ball. This is what's in front of him. This is what he knows that this is a means to an end as well. But he saw Will Anderson get paid. He saw Aziz get paid. And I know it's a different situation, but no. Look, and I'm not. It's not a criticism. I would be that way.
I'm not saying
I would want to do my job, but when I'm away from the job, hey, how's it going, man? Hey, how's it going? And because it's not just a win. As you just alluded to, it's a where, and that. So I want to find out.
And I'd be curious to find out like how much that where matters to him in a real way. But then also maybe I'm just also too in the weeds of the contract situation around the NFL as well, because all that time means is that the price of the brick goes up on quarterback.
That's the good part if he plays.
He's on the side where I am selling good quarterback. You know what's always in demand?
Good quarterback.
So it's like if you got gold in any economy, I would be able to sell for a good amount of money.
Yeah.
Right? And so I get what you're saying there, but that's the way that I continue to look at it. And maybe C.J. Stroud, maybe this answer would not be at all surprising to you because remember, D'Amico, you heard earlier, talked about what it takes to get a contract, in essence, saying that it's really more based on your full body of work. This is C.J. Stroud in response to that sentiment.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. I think, what I've done is what I've done on the field, and what I will do, we'll see. So I think, I've had some success, and I think, I'll continue to have success as a quarterback in this league. So I'm excited for the future, and past all the contract stuff. I love playing football.
Man, he wants to get this season going so bad. You can just hear it.
Can you blame him?
No, not at all. Not in the least bit.
And I'm raising my hand. I'm part of the problem, right? I'm not going to make it seem like I am somewhat above all the fray.
Yeah.
But C.J. Stroud, and talking about him, has been the thing that's been there to discuss, right? Like it is, what is C.J. Stroud going to do? What is it going to look like? This has all been a part of it. And so, I don't blame him. And honestly, I would share in that sentiment. Can't wait to see what it is on the field because all this has been speculation.
Yeah.
That's all we've had the capability to do is speculate about offseason and, contract negotiation. It's great when you have actual football there to talk about, and we're fast approaching that.
And speaking of, speculation, Adam Schefter, who kind of got some of this conversation going,
right?
Actually said today on the McAfee show that he thinks, quote, he's their quarterback moving forward, and I think they're going to try to move ahead with a contract extension this summer. We'll see.
Amen.
We'll see.
The pace is quickening, and like I said, I had previously thought, like, what's the difference from earlier on in the summer to later on in the summer? I could easily be wrong. I've been wrong before. I'll be wrong again in my life. I am human in that way. But I think that, honestly, everybody's in a better circumstance if this gets done. Now, of course, I say that, and I know there's a lot of people that are like, wait a minute, I don't know how much I believe in C.J. Stroud. Well, let's talk about C.J. Stroud on the field, because that's the portion of this that's important. C.J. Stroud, this was him, and this is cut 7 fig. This is him talking about how his off seasons have evolved throughout his career.
I think I've been kind of consistent. I don't know. I feel like when I was coming off my rookie year, my first off season, so I really didn't know what to do. Second one, you're trying to tailor it to like exactly what that looks like, and then this last one is like, okay, I have an idea. So I think anything in life, it just takes time, but I think I just was consistent the whole time, and just focused on me and getting better as my faith, my family, and then with football.
He's going into this season. We talked about it. He's been into a second season with an offensive coordinator before. I think he's going into this season maybe buying in. Certainly all appearances are he's buying in, and that's half the battle. I mean, that's half the battle. We'll see how it plays out.
I do find it funny that he's like, no, I've been consistent, and Nick Caserio, not that these things have to be mutually exclusive, but Nick Caserio is like, no, this is probably the best offseason that he's put on tape.
Yeah.
Funny enough, going back to Nick Caserio, when he was kind of asked what makes it the best offseason, the answers were also similarly nebulous. Do you remember that? Do you recall hearing that?
With Caserio?
Yeah.
Like what?
All right, so the answers were, and let me make sure that I get this right because I don't want to misquote him about CJ Stroud in the offseason. Just like, people. Let me see where was it? It just felt like, oh, he was here, he was healthy, year 2 in the same system, which is okay. So what makes that so specifically better than the other off seasons that he's had? Is the question that I asked myself as I was listening to it. And now there might be some more definitive answers that give specific things away, obviously that they would not want to do. But at least as of what they've given us, it is no, you don't get it. This has absolutely been his best off season. Why? Trust me, it just has. And so,
it is.
It is funny to see that come together in that way. This is Stroud 8, though. This is him talking about the improvement in the offseason. And let's see how willing he is to divulge in the same way that we're talking about Nick Caserio.
I think I'll probably keep that to myself. But there's a bunch of things that I worked on, pocket movement, a bunch of different things like that.
Keep it to yourself.
I'm intrigued.
Yes, why? I mean, he knows that he's been criticized. Maybe it's that chip on the shoulder that he's putting.
It's possible, and
I'll show you.
Right, trying to see it from his side, I do think that you immediately set up the rubric for, all right, let's check and see. Yeah. Right, let's go back and check. If you say I worked on this, and this, now it is another avenue for someone like me to go, okay, so this, and this, what does it look like coming back from it, right?
Maybe.
He did let one slide in there, which is pocket movement, which I actually think that he'd been pretty good about last year. Now it falters in various different times, whether you're talking about the ways that the pockets collapse. I thought he managed pockets pretty well last year, but if he gets better at it, I'm not going to be upset. What are the other things that you maybe would want to see on that list, even though he doesn't give us answers?
Well, clearly just mastery of the concept of what they're doing. Being again, you've heard me say this multiple times, bought in, but showing it, like understanding I may not take these shots. And that ties in a little bit with pocket movement. Better offensive line means better pocket, and that means better pocket movement, stepping up, et cetera. And that's what they want him to do.
Yeah. I mean, all of that comes together. And speaking of wanting him to do, one of the things that we know about this offense that is here is it is intensive pre-snap. This is CJ responding to, I guess asserting his ability when it comes to pre-snap recognition.
I think I've always kind of been talented in that area, so I don't think I really had an issue in that. But I think I can grow always. So, I mean, I see myself getting better at it and just, getting the guys lined up and in the right position to make plays.
Yes, and yes. Now, I think some people might argue, about he's always been good at it. I think that's part of the criticism that he's taken. But if that's something that he has mastered, to use that word again, then we're onto something.
Yeah, that's the one that gets real interesting, because that is the one where you kind of wonder how this all comes together, right? How do you end up in circumstances that happen enough when you're watching this team where you go, it doesn't feel like you guys are, have the protections correct, right?
Yeah.
D'Amico has made criticisms of it. Now, is that about his capability? Is that about the responsibilities that are being placed on him? We've talked to Clint about it yesterday. He was even limping in when I'm asking about, some of the very clear misses that CJ had last didn't feel like they were mechanics, and I was trying to figure out what. Clint looks at this and he lumps that also in with the amount of stuff that is placed on CJ. So maybe it's not even, to hit CJ's point, maybe it isn't about his capabilities. It's just the load and the amount that's on him.
As I said, mastery.
Yeah.
Second nature, being able to just do it and not think about it.
No, I mean, it's a lot of it. I mean, and you have to find your way into being able to handle all these things. Like, he was trying to walk, chew gum, juggle, ride a unicycle all at the same time. And there are people that can do that, but it takes the working up to it.
Yeah.
Maybe year 2 is what helps him get there. I'm very intrigued to see how that comes together with this as well, because that matters so much for what this offense is. You hear Tom Brady talk about it. It's an indelible image in my head when he's sitting there watching a more modern iteration of NFL, and he goes, exactly what that play looks like. Why are you snapping it? Well, Tom, you have that muscle built up to a point where you can play out the play in your head and know exactly what happens. And I wonder how long it takes for quarterbacks to find that level of aptitude, that level of comfort as they step to the line. And I'm hoping that C.J. Stroud is significantly further along in that portion of it, because that makes you. I mean, that is the difference between a really good quarterback and an incredible quarterback. Is the reason why Phillip Rivers was able to keep doing it. When you look at him and you go, the noodle arm is there, and he's not really physically imposing. It's because the mind is on a whole nother level. Did CJ find that leap or something that looks like that this offseason?
Well, and I'm glad you said that, because when he said it's something I've always been good at, I'm not doubting him. I feel as if he's always felt know what to do. It goes back to what you're just talking about, like not only seeing it, but being able to do it quickly. D'Amico's talked about that, being able to do it smartly, knowing where you need to get the ball, and that's something that we're all going to be watching.
Yeah, it's because it's weird. I'm with you. I don't doubt him on it, but I want to see it more definitively. And again, familiarity with the system, and a system that is familiar with itself, because I'm not sure how certain they were in what they were doing with the system last year in general.
Yes.
And so you hope that all of these things are together and it helps show up all the way around. But this is the reason why there's so many clouds swirling around CJ Stroud. And not to say that is inherently a him problem, but it's where all the attention is. So it was fun to hear from CJ. There's a lot more that he talked about as well. I'd encourage you to get a chance to check some of that out as well. But you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. It's about that time where we hand things over to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What's happening?
We got a special guest, man. We got a comedian hopping on, right?
We do indeed. I don't know if you remember the Chappelle Show. Donnell Rawlings, who played Ashley Larry there, he's done a lot more. He's going to jump on with us and have a little fun. We'll do that next.
Houston, starting.
first in this seat, there was no sports talk. Zero. Then this station took a sledgehammer to the way sports was consumed. Now, we're taking a blowtorch. Every corner of the city, no static, no dropouts, 100,000 watts of power for you, Houston sports fans.
Louder, clearer, and better than ever. A new era begins on August 13th with Houston sports leader, 95.7 The Fan. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape. Presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers, the official personal injury law firm of the Houston Texans. On Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the mixtape presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. If you've been hurt in an accident, let the Sheriff team fight for you. Visit callthesheriff.com today. We are waiting on Donnell Rollins to hop on with us shortly, but in the meanwhile, it's the mixtape. And I got to do this, man. I know it's the first day of camp and all that stuff. Cool, but more importantly, it is National Chicken Wing Day. Yeah. This is the real holiday right here.
This is your Christmas.
Yeah. So, in honor of that, I actually have a list of different chicken wing places I love to go to. So if you're around, you got pen and paper, take some right here.
Figgy knows.
Because I'm going to give it to you one time and that's it. So don't you hit me up on social media like, what's the name of that place? I'm giving it to you right now.
Only one time?
Yeah, only one time.
Wow.
This is my secret little list right here. So this is no order, all right? I'm going to just throw them out there. Frenchies, Gus's Fried Chicken.
Yes, sir.
Pluckers, Atomic Wings, Boiling Dragon, which is an Asian, Cajun type of place. Really good seafood too, by the way. Wing Boss, Dream Wings. Shout out to the Shake Joint, Dream Nightclub or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
for some reason, I was like, Dream Wing, sure. And I was like, oh, okay, I got
that place.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
We're on the same
Although
page.
you don't have to go to the actual place, you could go to the food truck.
Oh, okay.
Yep. So,
but what if we want to go to the place?
Well, then that's your decision.
I was just checking. Not for me, though. Not for me,
their
though.
wings taste better in that place rather than the food truck.
Is there a reason why?
I have no idea. I have no idea. Big City Wings. Shout out to Big City Wings. You got Breakfast Club. They got some really great wings. Stuffed wings. G-Ville Seafood and Chicken. Got some really good wings. Southern Jerk. Harold's Chicken, and Day and Night.
Well, you're going to have to tweet something. That's a big list.
Yeah, I was like, he's like, just write it down.
Should have been taking notes.
Just write it down.
Should have been taking notes.
Yes.
With no further ado, we got our guest on the line, comedian Donnell Rollins. What's going on, man? How you doing?
Donnell, can you hear us? You got us?
Check 111.
We got you. We got you. What's happening, man? How you living?
I can't hear you. What is it?
Oh man. We're gonna see if we can get Donnell on here with us.
I can't hear you.
He can't hear us right now here on Sports Radio 610. We'll see if we can make sure that we get that figured out. I'm excited to see what Donnell Rollins has on.
You hear me?
I hear you.
We can hear you.
I hear you, but you can't hear us.
Hey, babe.
This is good right here.
This is excellent. How does a comedian go through technical support? That is what we about to try and figure out here on Sports Radio 610 as he's trying to get us figured out right now. But in the meantime, Fig, I think you're handling that, trying to get us figured out there.
Yeah, I'm trying to get it figured out.
I appreciate you, big dog. Yeah, man, Chicken Wing Day has got me. Here's the thing. I don't know if I want to go get chicken wings. Like I do, but also, is this the day that it's better to get chicken wings, or is it because I feel like more people will go out to try and get chicken wings?
Oh, no, you got to.
And does that,
it's like one of those other holidays where everybody gets Mexican food on Cinco de Mayo. Those who partake
but that's what
get
I'm saying.
high on 420.
But do you end up with too many folks there?
No, man, it's part of the fun. It's part of the fun, no doubt.
Are you going to get in?
You know what? I actually am. Sometimes I'm like, I don't know. No, Figgy got me going with some of those places that I hadn't heard of and been to yet.
By the way, it's another place. Shout out to Kate and Kenny over at the Deck on Fountain View. It's that place right next to Prospect Park.
Yeah.
They got a wing. They celebrating wing night as well. 75-cent wings. So they usually do a wing night every Thursday, but they extended it to Wednesday and Thursdays. If you're looking for a place with a good wing night, check them out, man.
And I know you had at least a couple of these on your list. Don't sleep on the Asian places and their wings, man. They generally are pretty strong.
Korean wings are always really good because the Korean wings come with the they come with the rice flour. I don't know what about the rice flour makes the chicken wing better.
Yeah,
but it makes it like crunchier and more delicious. I'm telling you, that's the way to go. I mean, Korean wings. What I was thinking about in Thailand.
It's another place, a Korean wing place called Dak Pop.
Is it still around?
I think so.
Because last time I tried to go.
Really?
Yeah.
Man, you went to the location downtown?
Over there, yeah. Like over there, my museum district, or is it downtown?
I think it's in museum. I can't remember. It's been a minute since it might not be gone.
Fig, can we check on Donnell right quick? I want to see if he's got us. Donnell, can you hear us here on Sports Radio 610 in Houston?
That would be a no.
Yeah, that feels like a no.
Yeah.
Man, the technical it's always when you need technology to show up for you that it decides that it doesn't want to work the way that you want it to work. That's the thing that I absolutely hate. We wanted to have Donnell Rollins on as he's on his Unspeakable tour.
But we do want to mention that.
Yeah, he's got 5 showings happening this weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I think a couple on Saturday, a couple on Sunday at the Improv that was hoping to chat with him about, and hopefully we can get him on. Also, I know Donnell is a huge sports fan, so I wanted to get like what a comedian's advice would be for CJ Stroud. You know what I mean? Because obviously CJ Stroud has been for lack of a way of saying, the butt of jokes, you know? And so,
dude,
how do you handle being the butt of jokes is something that I wanted to see.
Are we going to talk about the reaction to his walk-in?
Yeah, there was a lot of conversation about CJ Stroud walking. Were you surprised to see that it got to that level? We made our own like good-natured fun about like, you know, he was real comfortable, I guess is the way that I would say it. He was swaggering in a way, or maybe sauntering in, or lumbering in. I don't know what the right word is, but he walked in there, and people decided to make fun of our guy.
I could not believe. You know what I think it was mostly is once it got rolling, then everybody had to get in on it. And if you haven't seen it, and most of them are actually on the Houston Texans account, the Houston Texans account of him walking in yesterday as they reported. I mean, I felt bad for him, but it doesn't mean you don't have to laugh because there was some funny stuff going on with that. It just started feeding on itself.
Yeah,
everybody had to weigh in.
This is another reason why I'm super excited for the opportunity to get football season going. Is CJ Stroud is getting way too much of the idea of the way that he walked in. Admittedly, it wasn't like he was walking the most, like, I guess for lack of a better way, normal, right? But he was walking in, and he seemed like he was. Yeah, I mean, we've seen players walk in with that similar gait.
Like that. Yeah, exactly like that. But when it's C.J. Stroud, and you know, you as you mentioned, you know, the butt of a lot of jokes, people start saying things like, you know, he looks like a toddler that's been swimming all day. He looks, you know, like this or that. It just started going on. I mean, there was hundreds of comments.
Yeah, it really does suck that it's reached this fever pitch. It really does. Because, I mean, yes, he played bad in 2 games last year. Everything is this? Somebody said the walk-up was worse than him crying and laying on a coach's chest. All right. See, this is the thing. It wasn't. There's no way.
Yeah.
There's no way that, like, walking like, I mean, hell, we've seen great players walk kind of funny, haven't we?
Well, he does walk kind of with. Actually, one of the ones that made me laugh the most was that somebody just posted the GIF of the Joker walking after he bombed.
He did. It did look a little bit like that.
A little bit like that.
It did look a little bit.
Definitely looked a little bit.
Do you think it is beneficial at all to just lean into it?
I think ignore this one. It'll go away. Hell, by today, it probably did.
Maybe so.
Except for us, because we hadn't mentioned it. Yeah.
We hadn't. Fig, is there anything else you got going here in the mixtape?
Yeah, I got some other stuff.
Let's go.
As I continue on the mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610 presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers. So I want you guys to name some of the nastiest stuff that was going on. I think it kind of happened yesterday or a couple days ago. I want y'all to rank these. I'm going to play some of the audio from random people that was just admitting some stuff. It was some people from media and broadcasting admitted some weird stuff. Let's start with Dan Orlowski. So I'm sure you probably saw this, but Dan Orlowski, Texans training camp legend, by the way, per John Lopez. He was on Get Up, and he admitted this.
You never get a pedicure?
I have never gotten a pedicure.
Oh, it's a delight.
I never will.
Yeah, no, it's
I am
great.
completely against pedicures for dudes.
What for?
You're a dude. You're not supposed to get pedicures.
Yes, you are.
Nah,
Nothing
man.
wrong with being pampered. Oh, it's a delight.
No. I am so against this. This is a thing for me.
You're coming with me.
Dudes should not be getting pedicures.
Nasty feet, Dan. Just nasty feet.
My feet are awful. I totally agree. But I'd rather have awful feet than get pedicures.
Oh, come on.
Why not? That's just so Neanderthal.
See, now we're doing toxic masculinity.
Yes.
One thing I could tell you, man, when the feet skin feel good, man,
Yes.
you feel like $100. And I see Donnell Rollins giving me big eyes after hearing me say that.
I don't know why I've been having technical difficulties. And then when you say feet and skin, now that's my introduction. Well, I got to always be associated with how the regimen of my skin. Everybody knows.
Oh, that's right. Oh, that's right. Yes.
Everybody knows. I used to be like this. Go ahead. I retired from Ashley. It's Ashford Lawrence now.
There you go.
I used to use baby oil, but Diddy ruined that for my people in our culture forever.
Mm-hmm.
You know how hard it is to go into Target? I mean, I don't go to Target. I didn't mean to say Target. I'm sorry. To go into CVS and try to get baby oil, the looks that you get when you go to the checkout counter, you only can buy one bottle at a time. Anything past bottles of baby oil, they think you went to a Diddy party.
That's right. And honestly, I do too, because what are you doing with why are you buying that in bulk?
Listen, I'm telling you, I wasn't good at math, but I'll put it like this. He had 1,000 bottles. I've had one bottle of baby oil for the last 18 years of my life, bro. I don't know what to do with it. My baby oil, you don't even know what company made it. The label is completely gone. Looks like a bottle of moonshine with a dirty pink top. That's the only way you know that it's baby oil. But we got to try something else. Thank you, Diddy.
Yeah.
Ruining things for everybody. That's Donnell Rollins. He's bringing the Unspeakable Tour to Houston. 5 shows this weekend from the 31st to the 2nd. Appreciate you jumping on with us. I wanted to because you're a very funny dude that has done a lot more than the Ashley Larry on Chappelle show.
Yes, thank you.
And I know you're also a big sports fan, so I know that you've been seeing the C.J. Stroud memes that have been going around. What advice would you give as a comedian to C.J. Stroud as he is currently in the middle of a roast storm all off season long?
You just gotta. What I was saying, this would apply to anybody who's getting roasted. Like they say, never let them see you sweat. Don't respond to it. Don't respond to it. And I'll put like this. And what you do is just leave it out on the field. You know what I'm saying? You silence people by your performance and what you do, and they're going to try to bait you. And the internet is just a horrible place. The internet is just a horrible place, period. And you're never going to satisfy people. So I would figure out a way not to take it personal and keep it moving.
Yeah, but you are in the business of not just being funny, but roasting. So I'm curious, who's the player for?
I hate roasting. Yo, I don't do roasts. Mm-hmm. I'm too sensitive. I know I'll start a fight. I know 1,000% I'm going to start a fight. I'm going to say this. I don't want to make this racial thing, but I leave the rice roasted to the white guys. That's it, bro. Y'all can have that. The big one that just had Kevin Hart's roast, right? And some people was like this, I think that so-and-so is probably racist. I'm like, you're probably right. And what's the best platform for a racist? A roast where you can hide under the disguise of it just being jokes. That's why I don't do it. I know I'm sensitive, and it will be a fight.
Oh, so you remind me then of Shaq. Shaq is always, you watch Inside the NBA, and Chuck is funny. Kenny pretty funny. EJ a little funny himself. They'll throw jokes. When Shaq starts feeling himself, it's, oh, yo, that's why I got rings. I got rings, though.
Yeah, but when you getting beat up like that, you got to pick on something. That's just like when you growing up around the way, somebody destroy you, and you can't do nothing about it. You just pick on somebody out of nowhere, like, I don't know why you laughing. It's like, no, focusing right here. But you just got to take. Then you got to also understand, you're a public figure. People always gonna come at you, and the internet is filled with people that only want to be negative. Negativity is the best way to engage any audience on social media right now.
Yeah.
All right, so alternative, you obviously are engaging audiences all the time. Hopefully you'll have 5 full shows here in the great city of Houston. What's your plan for engagement when you go out and you're doing shows?
First off, usually when people heckle, I don't really deal. Early in my career, before I established myself, or people were actually like, it's one thing to go to a show like, hey, it's comedy night. I don't know who to expect. I can get anybody, right? But it's another thing when you've been on the bill for months, people are making you part of their date night plans and everything. I don't really go to, I know a lot of comics now just a roasting thing. It's not my thing. I have the skill set to do it, but I like when I've worked on material that I want to do. I always like to keep myself open for improv and things on the moment. You know what I'm saying? I would say 50% of my show is something that happens in the moment, and 50% is not. But I've been doing it over 30 years, so 100% professional. It's probably not a scenario that I haven't seen that I couldn't get myself out of the situation. But my comedy is feel-good comedy. I just want people to feel good. Somebody, not somebody, but my good friend, Dave Chappelle, not name dropping because that is my man, but he said something to me that resonated with me almost every time I go on stage. He said, it's our job to make fun of the things that are troubling the world.
Yeah.
So my stand-up is filled with some pop culture stuff, things that are happening in the news. I kind of stay away from the political stuff because I don't really want to divide my audience. And as long as I've been doing it, I've been lucky enough to build an audience, not just Black, not just Republican, not just Democrat, but just everybody. So it's going to be a good night. I'm ready to rock out.
Yeah.
All right, one more thing before we let you go here. Again, want to let people know that you're going to be at the Improv 5 dates, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I might see about which one of these days I come out and see you. What's been your take on the way that LeBron decided that he was going to Philadelphia, on top of the fact that he decided to go to Philadelphia?
It's a tough one, man, because, again, it's damned if you do, damned if you don't. I'm not a person that has all this personal interest in, like, LeBron deciding he wants to go to Miami, whatever is going to ruin my day. I do feel like he's at the point now he shouldn't have to work hard. You know what I mean? You look at it.
Yeah.
You look at it, he's like this. Oh, yeah, man, I want to bring this team up. And I've been in the league over 20-some years, not even 45 years old. I am considered to be one of the GOATs. I can do whatever I want to do, and I'm trying to be on a team that's going to win. We want to win.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to see, but I know one thing, Philly's excited about it. And then the interesting for me, like, to go from what he made last year to, like, what is it, like $6 or $8 million?
It's like $8 million on 2 years, so he's $4 million a year. That's a pay cut. I'm sorry. Like, I know that he's making a lot more money elsewhere. I don't know how much I like that.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, it's like, how much money can you make? You can make a lot, but also it's just also telling you it should send a signal that he feels like he still got it. It should send a signal that he feels like he's still competitive. He still wants to play. And it's also sending a signal that he's not ready to be around his wife every day.
Fair.
He moves smooth across the country to keep playing basketball.
Home, son. I'm not going home, man. Oh, man. That's bad. He tried to let me get 2 more years of this somewhat street life. I don't want to go home. That's exactly what LeBron is saying.
Yeah, because he'll have to be. This is when you're at your grandma's house, and she was like, inside or outside. But once you come inside, you can't go back outside. So he's like, give me 2 more years outside.
And we tried to stay outside until the street lights came on.
Donnell Rollins. What was that, Donnell?
No, it's going to be exciting to see it. Whatever anybody wants to say, people are still going to be excited to see LeBron James play basketball. And what they're doing over in Philly and everything, it could be a good look for the city. I hate Philly. I don't know. I can't stand a Philly fan. The Eagles can die, fly, die. Can't stand Philadelphia. But we'll see. And makes the Eastern Conference is going to be super competitive, but we'll see how Jalen feels about that.
Yeah, we will see. Donnell Rollins, he'll be at the Improv here in Houston all weekend long, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, improvtx.com/Houston.
I got one more thing to say before I go.
Yes, sir.
I won't say the end of it. If you watch the Chappelle Show, you know how we end. If you like to be on the wire, BMF, The Corner, Spider-Man 2, any of the things I've done, make sure you come see me do live stand-up comedy, and I guarantee you'll be a fan for life.
There you
Thank
go.
You.
All right.
Can't wait.
Hey, we appreciate you giving us a little bit of your time. Sorry about the technical difficulties, but excited to see you
It was
this
my
weekend,
fault.
brother.
Old man problem.
I appreciate you. Have a good one, brother.
All right, thanks.
There you go. Donnell Rollins jumping on with us here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. All right, coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive. But before we do that, J-Lo has a take when it comes to the Astros, and I think that it's going to be very intriguing, and it relates to Yordan Alvarez. Let's do that next.
Reset your presets.
Find a store or buy online at metalsupermarkets.com.
Thank you, Figgy.
Texans training camp is here. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Been a good day here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610 as it is opening day for training camp 2026 in the city of Houston. A good day of work. It seemed like a fantastic talk with Azeez Al-Shaair, who has made the most of his summer.
Yes, he has.
My man commandeered the Jordanian our national stadium to work out the day before the nation of Jordan was going to have a soccer match. He's like, don't worry about it. I won't tear up the grass too much.
I mean, the royal family told him it was all right.
You know what I mean? When you get that kind of okay.
That's right.
Who else could tell you or check you in any various way? But yeah, that was great. Got a chance to be out there. Heard from D'Amico, Nick Caserio, seemingly intimating that there might be some movement on C.J. Stroud talks. All sorts of interesting things on day, and it's just day one. Day one, it felt like they were just kind of getting stretching going. Really, tomorrow is a whole nother day where I imagine we get more opportunities to see more from this Texans team. But we can't forget the Astros. The Astros have an opportunity to continue on their streak. They have an opportunity to they've already won the series versus the Angels, but they have an opportunity to sweep 2 out of 3 series in this stretch, which was huge for them. And they have an opportunity to get Hayden Wesneski going, right? His debut of the season and his first outing pitching for the Astros, the big league club, since May of last year. And then they have the opportunity also to set themselves up playing really good baseball headed into a decisive series versus the Rangers. But with all of that, they're barreling towards the trade deadline, right? And what kind of trades can they make? Because they've made it clear that they want to make trades. But you've got an interesting take here.
Well, yes, and it's just a question that occurred to me as I'm watching this game. I'll put it this way. Is Jordan so good that he's actually going to affect your strategy come the trade deadline? And by that I mean people are asking the question, are they going to take a big swing? Or are they going to, we know they say they're going to be are they going to take a big swing? And my big, reluctance on it is I don't want to gut the organization, the farm system for the sake of maybe making the playoffs and maybe, getting past the first round when there's some big holes on this squad. I think Jordan is so good, and we kind of saw it play out last night. A game where, Lambert was good, I think 2 runs, 5 innings, and then you had some good efforts out of the bullpen. You got not a lot of offense, but Jordan was the offense. It was the key, part of the offense with the home run early and then the go-ahead RBI in the 9th. And I'm sitting here going like, as long as you got that guy, maybe tweaks is all you really need. A little bit of bullpen help.
Oh, he's believing.
A little bit
here to believe.
No, I'm talking about in terms of like their strategy.
Hopium back, baby.
Like, do they?
Hopium is on the menu. Let's go.
Well, let me ask you: do you think they need to take a big swing when you got that dude, and you can maybe just tweak around him and still have a shot?
For various different ways, no. Like various different ways. No, they can't take a big swing. Obviously, the one that is closest and nearest dearest to your heart is the idea of, hey, what could they possibly do with what their circumstances are, and what does that do to the timeline on when next you're going to be bona fide, legitimate contender in the way that you had been in the past? Because even this year, I don't know that we feel like bona fide, legitimate contender. Obviously, Jim Crane has a mandate that we are going to try and contend no matter what. But trying and contending and being a bona fide contender are different things, and I think we can acknowledge that in a real way. I still think, as much as what you're talking about, last night, is that the formula? I would say you won a 3-2 game versus the bleeping Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim. And I
but it made me think about it.
I hear you. And this is
He's that good.
Agreed.
Yeah.
And so the way that I view it is, can you raise the floor? Because this is the thing with the Astros. Right now we're seeing, I don't know if it's the ceiling or just general some level of the upside, but we know what it looks like when it goes wrong, whether it's the starter doesn't give you depth, if maybe the bullpen has a bad day or something. We know how ugly it can be.
Yeah.
Can you raise that? And that does feel like where you go to the Rockies and go, let me get a Mickey Moniak, left-handed hitter that, at least when it comes to his certain splits, he can hit against a very particular certain type of pitcher, and he can help you not have the days where it's just Jordan and the pips, right? Have fewer of the days where it's like, hey, it doesn't feel like he can get anything, and more of the days where we can get ourselves to Jordan, right?
Yeah.
More possibility to get yourself to Jordan to do the incredible and the extraordinary.
Mm-hmm.
I think that it feels very clearly that that's the path that they're going to walk. How feasible that is to win on the backside still remains to be seen in my eyes, but that feels like that is absolutely the way. I don't know that you could go for this with like just not a move, right? And just be like, well, we're just going to keep this run where now that we're getting pitching back, it's going to be enough. It feels like they need a little bit to get themselves, but weirdly enough, because of the AL, I don't know that it's a crazy amount.
Yeah, and then I think that's maybe the path that is the best, smartest one, because you're in the race. I mean, they could come out of the weekend in first place. They can get to 500 tonight.
That's right.
So you're in that place where, hey, man, he's good. Let's just find, the little art of building around him.
Now, it's worth noting, you do have to do the building around him, because the 409 makes a fantastic point, is that when the smart teams are playing, the good teams are playing, Jordan is not seeing that pitch last night.
No, that's more than fair. Yeah.
The pitch that helps you win. And now maybe you can make the argument that coming up after him, Isaac Paredes gets the hit. Or maybe you can make even though he doesn't strike out. Right, Walker,
we'll see.
Altuve, right? You have guys that at least you are trusting that they're supposed to be able to do that. But Jordan Alvarez, having the opportunity to even swing at that is not something you can guarantee, especially if the guys around him aren't more menacing than they currently are. So I think that, now I do say more menacing and also at the same time talk about Mickey Moniak, right? I'm talking out of both sides of my mouth here. Yeah. But it does feel like, hey, you got to find some level of something, especially as the team themselves on the diamond has kind of forced your hands, even though you're not really bending the arm of Dana Brown or Jim Crane. They want to be in this place as well, but the team has made it so that you got to make a move to some level, get yourself better. It can't be that big. I don't think it's even possible to be that big, but it's got to be something that helps Jordan. I don't think it can just be like, hey, he has the big arm, a big bat, and we'll make it.
You just don't want to waste it. An MVP season, a Triple Crown season, you have to do something. But I think you can also say he is that good this year, and he has carried us in these games. Maybe, we don't need a whole lot, around him.
I'm just, honestly, the thing that I'm intrigued by, because I think we are locked in to the idea that this is going to be a move of some sort. How it happens is the thing I want to see. Like, is it the AJ blue ball being sent? Because that's one of the arms that you actually trust out of the pen right now. Yeah. Do they find a team, like if we're talking about the Colorado Rockies, do they want a high A ball player? Like, is that what gets the job done and on some level of move? It's the how really that's more intriguing to me now than the whether or not they do that.
Yeah.
But appreciation to D&M Auto Leasing as we look to crosstalk with the fellas of the drive as Clint is Ron. And as I remind you rather that you're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston and Odyssey Sports Station. I also celebrate with my fellas. Happy first day of training camp.
It is, ain't it?
It was great, man. It was hot, but great.
Dang it, John.
It was hot, man.
We don't need to talk about that.
He just has to be honest.
We don't need to talk about
you want me to not talk about it?
Don't talk about that.
He out here bugging, man.
It ain't.
Okay, let's pretend it wasn't hot.
It wasn't hot.
I mean, don't get me wrong. It's generally hot.
I was over in the shade. It wasn't hot, man. Come on. Yeah, man. Good day, man. Good day to get out there. I mean, our day's significantly longer than any Texans player. That was a quick practice, but boy, do they baby them nowadays, man.
Yeah. Woo. Did that get under your skin a little bit?
No. Hell, look, to each their own, man. I mean, I just don't know. As a quarterback, man, it's just one of them. And then I know they all do it. This isn't a get on my high horse about CJ or Nick Taylor or anything. It's just, boy, as a quarterback, man, to go out there and first day of training camp you've been building to, and what did CJ get? Max. Team drill, max 10 reps.
Yeah.
There's 2 team periods.
Yep.
And he got max 5 reps in each one of them that I saw. I sat in my car and got a little work done instead of watching stretch. And I think because of Reg, I missed individual. But
apologies, my bad.
I ask you one thing, Reg. You got one job, man. You and Fairbairn have one job, and you left me out.
I'm getting back into the flow of things. I gotta. Sorry, my bad.
But yeah, it happens fast, man. There's today's practice was surprising. It's one thing to be slow pace and kind of shells. What's another thing to be? I mean, they weren't working for an hour.
No, they were not.
I mean, you take the stretching out of it, and maybe they did some stuff obviously indoors they didn't want us to see, but I mean there was 2 team periods and a couple special teams periods.
Yeah,
walk-through period to start with.
What'd you get out of it?
I mean, it's
you're taking the show away. They're about to talk about it.
Well, okay. No. Look, there's a couple of things, man. I think there's we got a bunch of different angles being the first time that we saw him, but obviously Tank Dell, with the news yesterday that he wasn't going to be on the PUP list, all of a sudden I think a lot of folks, including myself, got excited about maybe he's ahead of schedule. In reality, I don't know what kind of game they're playing without putting him on the PUP list, but then to not put him on the PUP list and then go out there and
not do a lot.
My man ain't doing nothing.
Yeah.
My man was sitting in the bleachers on during the special teams period. He ain't even catching kickoffs.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and that's Tank Dale. Hell, he used to do that just for fun.
Yeah.
So the Tank Dale situation, the O-line particularly, there's a lot of rotating going on. Big Trent Brown out there when I first got there with the ones, and then all of a sudden Braden Smith switched over in that last one. But Keelan Rutledge getting the 1 reps in the very last team. But a lot of rotation at center. I think I saw 4 or 5 different centers taking reps today.
So I was there, and then we, I was at a distance because I was in our little tent.
Yep.
I could have sworn I saw Wyatt Teller taking some center snaps. Was that wrong?
I did not see it. No, I did not. I'm all over the place. So and in those team drills, half the time they put the team between us so you can't see.
Yeah.
Like the first 3 plays of the first set of team. I couldn't see because I was moving because the offense was literally their backs were between us. So I went to the other corner of the field so I could see. So yeah, I don't know what I don't know. I know Neil. What was his name? The kid from Arizona. What's his name?
Brown. Evan Brown.
Evan Brown. I don't know Evan Neal. I don't know why I want to get him.
I did that myself.
Evan Brown. I saw him getting some. Obviously, old buddy from last year was getting some.
Jake Andrews.
Yeah, and Keelan Rutledge was getting some, and then the Cox kid was getting some with the third team.
Yeah.
So, but a lot of rotation across the board on the offensive line, and then look, I know it's the C.J. Stroud. Interception counter is real this year. It's unfortunate. I don't want to make a mountain out of a molehill with C.J. Stroud and these practice interceptions, but it's hard not to given the pressure's not the right word, but given the microscope he's under, man.
Yeah.
And today was one of those where you just. Guys, I don't know. It's got to drive a head coach crazy. I mean, we literally gave you 10 reps today and you turned it over. Mm-hmm. I mean, it couldn't be any easier than a bootleg, man. We just boot out there, somebody in the flats, it's not there, here comes a crosser, and you throw it.
Oh, you're going to do this, Clint. Are you going to
What?
Are you going to do this? This is the time to mess around and do stuff. Are you going to do this?
There ain't no messing around. He been running bootlegs. I'm gonna do it. Absolutely 100%.
There it is.
He had 10 plays. He had 10 plays. We're in shells. It's a bootleg, and the ball gets turned over somehow. I mean, we can ignore it if we want to. We can talk about how great of a play it was by Kamari Lassiter if we want to, but the reality of it is he's under a microscope, man, and every one of these things are going to be analyzed and overanalyzed. Absolutely.
Now, Ron, if you ever want to just hit,
we got one. So we counting interceptions.
Oh boy.
In the training camp. So we got one.
By the way, Ron,
so far.
Okay.
If
Is
you
it just in team, or is it 7-on-7 and team, where we just count any picks?
Oh, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'd go 7-on-7 and team.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I'd probably count them all, man. I think it's all a gauge. It's a habit, man. It's a habit.
I'm going to see if I can find a way to count Nick Caley blunders, play call blunders, to see if I can get a count on that.
Hey, keep me up to date with that number. I think I've somehow become a Nick Caley hater. I don't know how it happened.
Oh man, I'm putting it down. We got one in.
Very good. Very good.
It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun, baby.
Fellas. I don't want to stand in the way of what the counter is going and all the other observations that happen. So fun day 1. Excited for day 2. I'll catch you back out at the Houston Methodist Training Center tomorrow. J-Lo.
You sure will.
All right. Appreciation again to D&M Auto Lease for the crosstalk. But right now, the drive is live.
That's right. The drive is live. Our guy Tyler is a little under the weather. I would say I gave it to him, but I ain't seen Tyler since I had my little fiasco. So Tyler, I think, then got this all on his own. But our guy Bryson is in the building, rolling with us, and he'll take care of us as we'll get you through this afternoon drive. If you're on YouTube and Twitch, you can see us and have a good time with us. As I see many of you, I see you, Cornbread and Brandon and Frank and J-Rock, all the folks. Joseph, I see you in there having a good time. And always the text line 713-572-4610 is there for you, because I do want to get your thoughts, Clint. I want to get your thoughts on CJ. I want to get your thoughts on the offensive line, the major players, the major things that happened today. But, Bryson, I need your help because I want to hear an update on the things we were talking about, right? Clint, we saw yesterday that Jalen Noel popped up on the non-football injury list, and that's the same thing that Joe Mixon popped up on, and we were concerned, and that was a big thing today to figure out what that was about. Right, that was as big as hearing that Tank wasn't on the PUP list, which, as you stated, I don't know what list he's on, but what he's doing looks eerily similar to what people on the PUP list are doing. But here is Nick Caserio. He addressed the Jalen Noel thing early as he spoke with the media. Here's him giving an update on his second-year receiver.
And Jay Noel, honestly, it happened 3-4 days ago. I mean, he's got a little bit of issue with his finger. He's catching passes. He must have caught it the wrong way. So short term, not real concerned. Probably be a few weeks, kind of see how he progresses.
All right, so listen, you were hoping to hear something like that, Clint. That's what we were all hoping to hear. He was practicing away from the facility, hurt his finger. He even put a timetable on it, Clint, which is a few weeks. And I know for you, Jalen Noel is a hugely important piece potentially to this offense. This is nothing like, according to Nick Caserio, and we know them, Clint, they wouldn't tell us a damn thing if it was. This is nothing like the Joe Mixon situation when he was put on that same list last year.
Yeah, look, this was, according to their email, this was the non-football injury list, and they act, and I don't know the difference, but they actually made a separate section with the physically unable to perform list for E.J. Speed and M.J. Stewart. So I'm guessing there is some level of difference, but who cares at this point? We get the news that we wanted, right? We get the news that, hey, man, one, they're willing to talk about it, but two, it's short term. It's at most a couple of weeks. It's a finger injury, so he's going to be fine. Now, again, as I said yesterday, to me, he is such a big part. Or was going to be such a big part of this offense, and he's a young player that I'm not going to sit here and talk about missing 2 weeks of camp is not a big deal. 2 weeks of camp, those reps, that quote-unquote time on task that they all talk about, there's a lot to be had there in a 2-week period. And so this isn't great news from that perspective, but from the side of things of Jay Noel will be in a Texans uniform in training camp this year, and we will see if he can become a bigger part of this offense, and he'll have plenty of time given that we got camp for 5 or 6 weeks before rubber meets the road, if you will. So good news, Ron, that they're just willing to talk about it and it's not a longer-term deal.
Yeah. I mean, we've heard them become very vague over the past couple of years with Mixon and Christian Harris in these situations. Nope, he came right out, told you what the injury was, told you when it happened, and told you the time frame. So Jalen Noel, or as we hear him, Jay Noel, he looks like he's going to be back. All right, I do want to get to Tank here in just a bit. Because we got a kind of an update from Nick Caserio on that too. But I do want to get to your observations. The two, I would say, biggest stories to me, Clint, and you touched it a little bit on the handoff, but I want to get a little deeper, is obviously the quarterback, C.J. Stroud. We've been talking about it all offseason. And then the offensive line. They have made not just changes to the front line, but they've made changes to the depth as well. Those two big things. Then we'll get to Tank if we have time. But CJ overall, I know we talked about the interception that he threw in team. I thought it was a big deal that you talked about the lack of reps. I feel like this should be like you talked about with Troy Aikman, who, hey man, good luck. Rolling you, y'all ain't get nothing with him in terms of.
Randall started stealing my scout team reps. I said, "Damn, old head, come on, man, let your boy get a little run." I'm out there having to be tight end and receiver in scout team. Ron, just get a little cardio in.
Yeah, Troy didn't care if you got 2 reps a week. But what did you see overall on how they're handling CJ and what you saw from CJ?
Oh, they're handling CJ the way that you would expect them to handle the starting quarterback. Obviously, I mean it was just overall. A super light day. They were in shells. It happened really quick. Like I said, they were out there. I think they, Ron, I'm not joking. I think there was 9 periods. I mean, practices typically are in the high teens, but I think that last team period was period 9, and they were calling that thing up. So it really happened really fast. There wasn't a whole lot of substance to today. As D'Amico Ryans said in his post-practice presser was, hey, man, I wanted guys out there moving fast, communicating, and just setting a base layer of something we can build off of. And so that's exactly what they did, is there was not a whole hell of a lot going on today. It wasn't super fast-paced. It wasn't super intense. It was in and out. And it left a lot to be desired, if I'm being honest. I mean, from a boy, we drove all the way over here to see this because it happened so fast. Obvious emphasis on the run game, and there's definitely going to be a competition at that running back room. I saw just as obviously David Montgomery at the top of it, but I saw just as much Jawar Jordan as I did Woody Marks today, kind of thing. And so there's going to be a competition in that room, and it appears to be a little healthier than I thought. Jawar Jordan is one that there's just something about him, Ron, that looks a little bit different, man. Not different from last year, but just looks a little different than your normal depth running back. But to your point about C.J. Stroud, there really wasn't. I mean, there was a total of maybe 10 reps, and I bet 6 of them were runs. So, I mean, there really wasn't a whole lot to just to hone in on from CJ's perspective.
Yeah. But I think, as you said, the play that sticks out, the interception. And listen, I'm being silly with the interception counter. But I think there's obviously a mix and understanding of you want him to make the decisions that he should make. But I also don't want him – like the worst thing – one of the worst things to me to happen is that he gets into the shell in a mentality of just safe all the time. Now, I'll take your word for it if the throw just wasn't there and it's just him trying to fit something in. I get that, but also in training camp, I've seen quarterbacks try to get things in. I'll never forget Patrick Mahomes threw 7 interceptions one day in a training camp practice, right? I mean, I don't think you love it, but, I'm not going to quite say that it's like spring training and sometimes pitchers are just working on certain pitches, but I wonder if there is any thought of, all right, let me see if I plays like this in, or or do you just feel like he needs to just run this thing as if he is out there on the field week 1 every time against Buffalo and not really take any chances that aren't there?
Well, but it's not. It's like I think there's different interceptions, right? And look, I don't want to make a mountain out of a molehill. To me, this is just one of them that you look up, and if it becomes part of an everyday practice, and it seems like Seven's just turning the ball over, this is going to be one of them that you go, look, man, on that first day we had 10 snaps. And he threw the ball 4 times and somehow threw a damn interception on a bootleg. We tried to make it as simplest elementary football as we can. And instead of just tucking the ball and running and going and getting a yard or throwing it out of bounds, throwing it to grandma like we do in high school, he throws it back, not completely back across his body, but you've seen it a million times. You got the flat route. You may got somebody running somebody off, and then you got the backside tight end dragging over the top. 10 yards down the field, and the quarterback's even with him and tries to flip it to him, and a linebacker or a DB undercuts it. It happens every Sunday, right? And the NFL happens every Saturday in college. It's part of it, but it's not. The interception itself is not anything to rant and rave about. It's just one of those that, boy, if you look up in the first 3 or 4 days of practice, you've had 1 or 2 of those every single day that were just basic bootlegs. It's one thing to go into, hey, man, we're in 2-minute drill and we got 30 seconds left and we got to go 48 yards and hey, man, I tried to squeeze one in there, it got picked, or throwing a middle and it got tipped and safety caught it or something like that. But if it becomes one of those deals where, damn, the ball ends up in the defense's hands every time we do a walkthrough. How the hell is this going on? I think that's the reality of where the Texans are right now is man, he's got to be clean. And it's little stuff like that I think adds up if you let it get out of control. So not a major ordeal, but these things are could become big deals if it happens too consistently.
The other big thing, the offensive line, Clint, I'll just put it to you like this. From the way in your mind you think they should approach the offensive line situation? I know we saw a lot of Trent Brown out there today, the center switching. The way they should, in your mind, they should approach it, do you like what they're doing, how they're handling the offensive line from what you saw day one?
Well, I mean, look, I don't – I'm not privy to enough information to like or not like. I feel like – and I don't know what their plan is with Keelan Rutledge. It's not obvious yet, and maybe they don't know what their plan is with Keelan Rutledge. That's the thing is you got an offensive line that you're trying to rebuild. You draft a guy with your first-round draft pick, and your immediate response is this guy's got the mentality that we want to build our offensive line around, the physicality, the dog, the guy that plays with a different level of physicality. And then, all of a sudden that guy's in there and center and kind of rotating with the ones and the twos. And so I don't know what the plan is for Keelan Rutledge. I know what I would like for it to be as a Texans fan. If you're going to use a first-round pick, if you're going to use 2 of your 3 top draft picks, first and second-round picks on the offensive side of the football, I would like for either of those guys to help us change our identity or help us fix problems. And I don't know if either one of those guys are, right? I don't know exactly what their plan is with Keelan Rutledge or Marlon Klein at this point in time. So, right now it looks like it's going to be like we saw last year. We're going to rotate this thing to death, and then at some point it's going to work itself out. So, I just don't know.
By the way, also, Clint, I don't know about you and what you saw today. I'm kind of surprised that it looks like the right tackle situation looks like there's a real competition there, but at least potentially. I thought it was for the money they paid Braden Smith. I thought he would be the guy there, but it looks like Trent Brown has a chance to take that job.
Yeah, I don't know. Again, the rotation stuff, it's happening so often. I don't know that I'd put a lot of stock into whose job is what. I think right now if you had to play a game, I think Braden Smith would be your right tackle, and I think obviously Trent Brown would be your emergency guy at probably either tackle. So that's what I would think. But I mean, hell, you're talking about Caserio, man. Crazier things have happened, but I don't the overall just rotating these guys through on the offensive line doesn't tell us much. And it shouldn't on day one. But I do wonder what their expectations are for Keelan Rutledge. If the expectations was they said, hey, he's going to be a center, then I'd want his ass in there for all 10 reps that C.J. Stroud got today and getting them all with him. But that doesn't seem like that's what they're what the plan is right now. They're going to let that work itself out instead of plug and play Kamari Lassiter that thing.
All right, a lot getting down. We'll let you hear. What D'Amico had to say about the first day of camp coming up here at the bottom of the hour. We'll also let you hear what Nick had to say about Tank Dell and what he looked like day one of training camp coming up. And the Angels are the latest lines of idiots who dare themselves to pitch to Yordan Alvarez with the game is on the line with bases open. And they paid for it, of course, like everyone else who's done it. We'll do all that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
Reset your presets.
Initialize.
Best sports talk around anytime, anywhere. Hear your favorite Sports Radio 610 hosts wherever you go. Live, podcasts, video. It's all at your fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, TuneIn, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Texans training camp is here. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. The Drive is live. Day one of training camp here in Houston as the Texans get out on the field. You'll hear from D'Amico Ryans here in just a bit. I did want to play this for you from Nick Caserio. All the big guns spoke today. Will spoke, CJ spoke, Nick Caserio spoke, D'Amico spoke. Azeez Alshire was on In the Loop. Evan Brown or Everett Neal, whatever Clint wants to call him, I think he may have spoke to somebody today. All the big guns spoke today. And here was Nick Caserio giving the latest update on Tank Dell.
And as it pertains to Tank, so he's not on a PUP list. I'd say Tank's worked really hard to put himself in a position. I'd say he still has some work to do. So you're not going to see him practice like he'd be on the practice field. He still has some things that he has to go through. But the reason that we're kind of keeping him alive and keeping him off the list because it enables him to participate in some drills or activities that you otherwise wouldn't be able to participate if you were on a reserve list or active PUP list. So whether it's our walkthrough, whether it's our precision check, some other things. So, like, you won't see him practice. Like, you're going to watch practice and wonder where Tank is and say, wait a minute, Tank's not practicing. Well, it's by design, so he's got some ramp-up work that he's still going to do, but there's some other things that we can do with him to kind of incorporate him into some, I would say, team/crossover/walkthrough type situation. So,
and I saw him run down them stairs, Clint. I thought, boy, you got a shot here. He's ready to rock and roll. But as you said earlier, the process. You seem a little bit less excited than you were yesterday, actually seeing him and how he was used today.
Yeah, look, I think it's a reality check. I think I mean, hell, he was literally sitting in the bleachers while they were doing kickoff return, and I mean, if anything, like with anybody not named Nico and maybe Higgins on this team in the receiver room, you might want to play special teams in order to make the team. And hell, he's over there on the bleachers, chit chatting with Nico, kind of deal. And so. The thought that, hey, he's not on the PUP list, boy, I thought, boy, he must be ahead of schedule. This dude's gonna get a little bit of run. Hell, we saw him get more run in OTAs than he got today. In that accelerated walkthrough piece or whatever they did. So, yeah, man, I don't. I just think, again, if Tank were close, I would think that Tank would at least be down there with the returners instead of sitting in the bleachers. You know what I mean? I mean, like that's one of those that's like, hey, man, at least plug into a position that you might one day in the next year be asked to do instead of sit on the bleachers, right? And so that's just the kind of thing to me that I went, boy, he must not even be close. Now, I could be wrong, but we're in a ramp-up period. We're 5 weeks. We got about 5 weeks of camp, I think, is what I saw on the schedule. And so, if we're not participating day one when it's a quick in and out practice, I think you got a long way to go before you get in there and start blocking DBs and sealing linebackers and that kind of thing in the run game.
Yeah, it may be a little slow. At first when he returns and gets back in. So,
well, you hope, Ron, too. I didn't think about this until you just started talking. You hope that there wasn't some kind of setback between that mini camp when he was getting when he's getting a couple of balls thrown to him in an accelerated walkthrough type drill to, hey, we're not even going to participate day one. That's kind of one of those like, boy, you just hope this is kind of a ramp up, as Nick said, and not one of those deals where there's a little bit of a setback somewhere over the last month since we saw. We shall see. But yeah, man, all eyes on Tank Dell, and can he make a difference and get on the field this year for the Texans?
Yeah. I'm glad you said you might have to back up a little bit when it comes to the next time he will actually be involved in contact, because that does seem like that may be a little bit off. All right, last night, Clint, the Angels. Listen, seriously, Clint. I think we're going to have to start talking to old managers or manager. I wish we had some kind of contact with Dusty. Sparky Anderson's dead. But I wish we had some, because I need to understand that maybe we're the crazy ones, Clint. I don't understand what the Angels, their manager, everybody was thinking to even allow Jordan to do what he did. The Astros get another big dub as they are still right in it. They're a game away from getting to 500, Clint. It is 2-2. Shout out to Peter Lambert. I believe Peter maybe could have gone a little bit longer, but Peter Lambert, 5 innings, 2 earned runs, kept you in the game. But it is top 9, Clint, a 2-2 game. 2 outs, runners on the corners. Jordan is at the plate. Paredes behind him is 0 for 4 for the day. And they decide to pitch to him. First pitch, fastball right down the middle. And he deposited. They're lucky he didn't hit it out. He deposited it for a base hit to give them the lead. By the way, he'd already hit a home run in the game. And they pitched to him. I just don't understand how they could do it. Before he even got the hit, as he was about to hit it, Todd Callis said, they're actually going to pitch to him. And those idiots did. I just don't even understand in anybody's right mind it wouldn't be to just put his ass on.
Well, I don't understand with a tie ball game in the 9th inning with a base open, why it's a fireable offense. I mean, it is.
I don't care where the base is open. I don't care where it's open.
Well, you can't. Open. I mean, I don't know that I can. I mean, even though I would consider it, I don't know that I would walk in a run. Is what I'm saying. I mean, at the end of the day, like I'm just painting best case scenario, trying to give the guy the benefit of the doubt. Like I can't find one. I can't find one for the Angels manager. I mean, it's just 9th inning, 2-2 ball game, open base, and you throw a ball up there that this guy can get a barrel on, and I mean, you ought to be fired today. He should no longer have a job. There's no doubt about it. I mean, he's got to be trying to lose, right?
But Miami did it. People keep doing it.
There's one thing to say. There's one thing, Ron, to say. Maybe an organization is arrogant and thinks that they can, and I mean, this appears to be just one of those like, hey man, to hell with it, man. F it. Let's go.
Text line does make a point. They were traumatized for walking him yesterday, the day before. Which, yeah, but that was the right move. Just because your pitcher's an idiot and he hit the guy that came up next and then walked the guy after that, don't mean the next day the move is, all right, well, we might as well just pitch to him. No, the game, as you said, was tied. You walked him. Yes, you would have walked the bases loaded, but I would take my chances with Paredes with the bases loaded that I'm even going to do anything. And, of course, I mean, Clint, he went out there and was Altuve. He didn't even take a pitch. First pitch, 95 down the middle. he just drilled it. I mean, good for the Astros. I just don't understand it. I just don't even. I mean, I think people want him to win the MVP. I'm convinced of it. I think other teams are coming together to help to make sure that he does everything he can to win the MVP.
Well, they're damn sure doing it, man. I mean, that is my man is absolute nails, man.
To Clint, as soon as he struck out Pena, I thought, all right, man, Paredes, all right, you gotta nope.
Hey, by the way, we got to talk about it. That Pena's walk back to the dugout after getting struck out is a tad bit annoying. Y'all got to agree with me. It's like he's tough man walking back. But you just struck out, man. I mean, loosen up a little bit and throw your bat or something. That whole pull my sleeves up and walk to the dugout, almost like peacocking back to the dugout. I'm like, God, come on, man. What are we doing here?
And he also looks like he's just squatted a lot.
Oh, squatted a lot. I mean, it's full of blood, no question.
Baseball Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. Coming up next, we'll hear from the head coach on day one, D'Amico, in full, coming up next.
All right, y'all, look, summer's arrived, man. The days are
Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as it is training camp, man. The season is full bore. I knew we had a ton of folks out there from Payne and Pendergast got started early this morning. I saw Mark and John out there doing their thing, and Payne and Pendergast out there, and so much content, conversations as Sports Radio 610, soon to be 95.7 The Fan. Holding it down for you. Aziz Alshire joined the fellas. If you missed that, you can go back on the Odyssey and listen to that on In the Loop or the podcast page as well. We'll have for you, if you missed, D'Amico Ryan's coming up here in just a second, and C.J. Stroud a little bit later. But a lot happening today. Big updates, Jalen Noel. If you missed it earlier today, Jalen Noel is a finger issue. They expect him to be back maybe in a few weeks. So that's good news there, as, you know, that could have been anything. Tank Dell, as we just talked about in the last segment, not a ton of action today, and maybe whatever you thought he was to start, if you thought like maybe it may be slow for him, that's probably where he is. I know there was some excitement in the thinking that maybe it was a better deal than where he was, or he's a little further along than where he was. As we await to get to D'Amico here, your thoughts, Clint, on some other guys maybe we haven't gotten a chance to really talk about, some guys that you saw today that kind of surprised you. I remember when you went to mandatory minicamp, Clint, it was the guy that I can't wait to get out there and see myself, Cade Stover. I did see a little bit of the tape of Cade Stover in that number 8. But who was the Cade Stover or the Cade Stovers for you today?
For me, I'm going to go with Marlon Klein and Jawar Jordan. Look, again, there was not a ton of work out there, but Marlon Klein caught a ball on the sideline, and I did not know what number he was wearing, but it was one of those where it was a big athletic dude snatching the ball out of the air and kind of dragging, making sure he got his feet in. It wasn't like laying out and keeping his toes in or anything, but it was just a super athletic catch from a big dude wearing a high 80s number. And I was like, damn, who is that? And I looked down, and it was Marlon Klein on the sideline. So he's one of them. He's one of those guys that just kind of makes you look at your roster. Some of those guys, when Will makes a play, you're like, yeah, that's Will. Right? Daniil Hunter, yes. That's Kamari Lassiter. He changed his number. And the minute he had that interception, I knew, yeah, that's 3. That's Kamari Lassiter. But sometimes you got to look down at your roster that they give you and go, oh, okay, well, this is a little different. Marlon Klein is one of them. And then I'm going to tell you, this probably is not going to surprise many folks because, hell, he did rush for 100 yards in a game last year. Jawar Jordan, as I said today, I mean, I wasn't watching the running backs just every single snap, but I noticed, David Montgomery running through the 80 yards to the end zone kind of deals, moving well. British Brooks comes through there, and I tell you, he's a brick outhouse. I mean, if he lost 17 pounds, I don't know where the hell he lost it from, but he still looks like
you still see it.
Yeah, he's still going to kill folks on special teams. But I don't even recall seeing Woody Marks, and not that he wasn't out there. I did see him returning some kicks, but I don't recall him seeing him get a handoff. But the one I did see was Jawar Jordan, and there's just something different about Jawar Jordan. I had to look at my roster just to make sure it was him because they changed numbers so damn much. But there's just something different there. He doesn't look like a guy that's just hanging on to a roster spot, or a guy that's just, well, he's here because he's on special teams, or, man, he's a good depth running back. The way he moves, and you couple that with the fact that when he got the opportunity last year, he went for 100+. I think there's something there with Jawar Jordan, and I probably hadn't given enough respect to him potentially being that quote-unquote number 2 back, and then Woody being the third down back that can handle pass protections and some of the situational stuff. So those two guys, Marlon Klein and Jawar Jordan, were two of them that made me look at my roster today and just let me make sure this is who I think it is, because that's awfully impressive. So I'd go with those two guys today.
Yeah, that's interesting. See, Marlon Klein, same position as Cade Stover, who was impressive as well to you. I actually heard many people talk about the size of Brevin Jordan, that he looked bigger to somebody else in that tight end room. And we know the issue for him, Clint, is he going to be able to be big enough to be believable that he is going to, when he's in the game, that you're going to run the football? Is he going to tip you off enough, and can he be physical enough? So that's another thing in that tight end room as well.
Well, the interesting thing about Brevin Jordan is kind of the opposite of like Dalton Schultz. Like, I think Dalton Schultz, he really had us in a bad spot for about a year, but he's become a willing blocker that's going to do his damnedest. It is what it is. I mean, he's going to at least give you effort. Brevin Jordan's a guy that I remember when we had Rhett Lashley, his college coach, on, and he was like, look, this guy's the development is going to be crazy at the NFL level because he's so talented, and he hadn't peaked yet, and obviously we see the athletic ability and think, oh, Brevin Jordan, the athletic ability is going to peak, but the reality of it is, I do wonder. Now he's got to stay healthy either way it goes, but I do wonder if Brevin Jordan is a little bit more moldable than, say, a Dalton Schultz is where I'm going with this. Like, I wonder if Brevin Jordan, like, I don't care what offensive line coach you bring in, I don't care what offensive scheme you bring in, I don't care what tight ends coach you bring in here. I don't think Dalton Schultz is going to get any more physical than he is. You're not going to move Dalton Schultz is who Dalton Schultz is at this point, right? I think the rest of those guys, including Cade Stover, but we're talking about Brevin Jordan, I think whatever D'Amico asks of this offense from a physicality perspective, I think there's a chance we could see those guys making leaps, growing leaps and bounds in that department. And it would be really nice if Brevin Jordan is the one that makes that jump, because that, coupled with the athletic ability and the explosiveness that he has, would be a hell of a combination in this offense. If all of a sudden he becomes more than just a willing blocker, a guy that actually has some thump and embraces the physicality side of it as well as that super athletic, that's a guy you just can't keep off the field.
Yep. All right, other big news. We'll get to D'Amico here coming up at the top of the hour. The other big news was, and this is starting to be a national thing, was Casario's comments about C.J. Stroud and the contract. And we've talked about what we thought would happen with him this year. They're going to wait till after this year. Seemed like that was the case from both sides. Here was Nick Caserio discussing C.J. Stroud's contract situation.
Yeah, you take all the information in and just try to make the best decision possible. Have an understanding of what the market is, what are the dynamics. It's not necessarily about what other teams are doing. Like, we're focused on the Texans, and we're focused on doing what we feel is best for our team. So there's a lot of contracts that get done in the offseason. You have free agency, you have extensions, you have contracts that get done in training camp, you have contracts that get done during the course of the season. I think one of the things that we've shown is we're pretty flexible. So engage in the discussions, try to figure out if we can agree upon a certain level that everybody's comfortable with, and if we could arrive at that end point, great. If we can't, then maybe it's at a further point down the road. So I'd say, to your question, Sarge, we try not to overcomplicate it. Don't overthink it. Just take the information, and we're making an assessment about what we think potentially we have in the player, what it's going to look like moving forward. Doesn't mean we're going to be right on everything. Absolutely not. But we just try to make the right decision with the information that we have in real time. And if we got to make an adjustment along the way, then we'll make an adjustment.
All right, man. They talked about negotiations. They have had talks with David Mulugeta, his agent. This is a different conversation and a thing that they were saying prior. And we talked about it a bit yesterday with all the big contracts to players that happened right before training camp. It at least by his words and from the national media, Adam Schefter reporting that they want to get something done. It sounds like there is at least a potential of something happening. I still don't know if I believe it, but there sounds like there's much more of a potential of something happening with the new contract for CJ before this season starts than maybe it ever sounded in the offseason.
Yeah, look, I'd be shocked if it happened. As I said before, I just don't know and I know this organization operates a little bit differently, but I just don't know the why behind. Nothing has changed in the last 3 months of whether CJ is from a play perspective. They know who he is better than anybody. They know whether they want CJ here or not long term. Are they convinced that this is he mentioned the body of work and kind of projecting the future of a player? If you had the answers to those things, you had them 3 months ago, right? And you knew what you would have been willing to pay that particular player, and it didn't get done then. I just don't know why you would want the distraction of it being a thing now if everybody were close enough to potentially make a deal. Again, this is a hill that I'll die on. I don't think the Texans are convinced that they're ready to pay a quarterback $55 to $60 million a year, and I don't think that C.J. Stroud is willing to take 40. And so it's and I think both of them are.
Yeah, I would say the price is probably 60, right? I would think. I mean, maybe not jumping over Mahomes, but I would think the price would be, all right, well, I'll come in around Dak.
Well, even if CJ, which I would argue, I know a lot of people think this is crazy, but if I were CJ, I would be, or anybody that was going to quarterback the Texans, I would realize I got a much better chance of winning a championship if I can keep as many of these guys on the defensive side of the ball as I can. And so if it's 55 instead of 60, sign me up, man. We'll make it on the back end of this thing. I'll figure out a way to make that extra $5, and I know that's easy for me to say sitting behind this mic and not even touching that kind of money ever. But even if CJ were to be of the thought of hey man, I ain't gonna be the first quarterback to take less and be in a great situation, and even if he were, you're still talking huge money. And I just don't believe the Texans are in a spot right now. That part of Nick Caserio saying projecting the future of a player, I think that's the piece. Yeah. That's the piece that they struggle the most with right now with C.J. Stroud. And so I would be shocked if they get a deal done before next year, before this time next year. Well, not this time, but next offseason.
Yep. All right, let's hear what D'Amico had to say about it, his thoughts about it. D'Amico gives an update from his perspective on the C.J. Stroud contract situation and much, much more. D'Amico speaks day one of training camp coming up next right here live on The Drive.
Houston. Thursday, August 13th. Sports. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Texans training camp is here. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, it is a big day. Football is here. It is here. They are practicing. They're going to be practicing every single day for the most part, every single week at least until the season comes to an end. So it is back. Training camp started today, and we got to hear from the head coach, D'Amico Ryans, as he is reacting to the first day of camp. Here's the head coach.
And from our first day of practice today, it was a lot good back and forth. Offense made some plays, defense made some plays, special teams guys did a really good job of executing as well. So from what I look for the first day, when you talk about communication, guys working together, being on the same page, we achieved that today. Now, as I mentioned to our guys, is how do you build on the next day? And that's what you look for in camp. It's a steady build. And how do you continue to improve each day? Offensively, we've done a really good job today. Pre-snap was excellent. Guys were on it. Guys were getting the line properly. Guys were playing fast. And that's all I expect from all three phases. We want to be a fast, aggressive team. To do that, you really have to own the communication, the huddle. That's where it starts. We own that process the right way. We'll get to the line of scrimmage and we'll play fast. Each year for me is different when we speak about expectations, right? My expectations have been high. Year one, they were high. Year two is, when you guys ask me about expectations, the only thing I know is high expectations. That's why we do what we do, right, to achieve the ultimate goal. So it's a process, it's a build to get there, and we're not afraid of the work that it takes to be put in to get there, and that's what we're achieving day by day. We'll keep chopping one day at a time to be our best come week one. When you come out to camp, everybody's competing. So our rookies, if you just attack it the right way, as I tell somebody has to be rookie of the year. All right, rookies play well every single year, and it's not where you're trying to go out and attain that. It's just, are you just locked in on the small details coaches are asking you to do every day? You have a competitive spirit, right? You have a willingness and a want to succeed and do great. You're going to do that. So for all of our rookies, Keelan, Marlon, everybody, right? They just have to come out and just work hard at their craft, and they'll be exactly where we need them to be. With the linebacker spot, we're in a really good situation with Aziz and Henry. Those guys have played a lot of ball together. They're very tight. You can see the connection on the field that they have off the field. That's a really great group of guys. I enjoy seeing those guys work. I enjoy seeing their leadership, to see the way Henry and Aziz communicate daily. It's been fantastic to watch. So those guys who are taking reps behind them they just have to look at those two guys and see their leadership, see how they approach every day with a positive attitude. They want to be great every play. If those guys attack that, the roster, it'll sort itself out. When it comes to contracts, I really don't get into a lot of deep discussions with guys when it comes to the contract situation, because I truly believe the contract is, you get the contract by what you do on the field. It doesn't matter about what you say, what I say. It's about how you perform on the field. If you're worthy of getting a contract and you deserve it, it'll happen for you. But if you're worried about it, worrying is not going to change anything, right? It's about the actions, about you put in, and it's about your body of work and experience of what you've shown. It's not about just one moment. When you get into contract negotiations, it's about the entirety of your work. The wide receiver room, they continue to impress every day. Someone different making a play every day. So it's an exciting room, I think, for us to see how they develop throughout camp. But I'm excited to see, not only them perform in camp, but also just to see them get into some live preseason games. Right? We put a lot on our wide receivers when it comes to coming out of the huddle, a line in motion. We put a lot on their plate. So your mental game has to be on point to play wide receiver, and then you have to be physical and grimy enough to block in a running game to make our team. So we have a lot of guys who have that mindset, so it's just, it all sort itself out. Tank, we're excited for Tank to just get back out here in the training camp. He's on his own ramp-up schedule, but it's excited to just have him. He's eager to go. And the thing for Tank is, Tank is a smart player. We know how dynamic Tank was when he was out there, but again, he hasn't played ball in over 2 years. So it's important for him and to get those, we do our walkthroughs, to get those reps, get in the huddle, get the call, get out of the huddle, go line up fast, adjust, and motion. So it's important for him to get all of those reps because he's missed so much time of playing football. So, my mindset there is to get him as much football as possible and build him up until he's able to get into our team drills, and we'll see how he progresses next week to see if he's able to get out there or not. What intrigued me most about David Montgomery was going against him, seeing the success that he's had, seeing the nature at which he runs the ball. He fits the brand of football that I want to play. And we know it's no secret that we needed to improve our running game. It's not been good enough since I've been here. It hasn't been good enough. So to make improvements in the running game, you have to get players who can run it. And that's what David, he's shown the success. No matter where he's been, he's always been successful running the football. And just to see the way he works every day, positive guy, dialed in, on the details, a great guy. We couldn't have added a better guy for our running back room, for our offense, just the way he's as business-like with his approach. From last year to this year, I can see Nick truly growing, as a leader, as a play caller. We've added more volume to our offense, right? And it's basically on what our guys have been capable of doing. Offensive guys, that's the second time around, going through install learning. It's easier for those guys to get moving at a faster pace. And so the volume is up, guys are executing at a high level, and he's able to do more things, more creative things, and he's been studying all off season, been calling me, blowing my phone up, and I had to not answer him. I told him it's break time. I want some break time with my family, and he's still dialed in on football. So I'm excited to see Kaylee's growth and his process, as we all. Your first time calling plays, it's like any job you do, right? The more time on task, the more experience you get, the better you get at it, and he'll be much better this year. Block well. It's not that hard. It's a mindset when it comes to the run game. You got to play physical, right? O-line, starting with those guys, you got to be physical. You got to play with the proper hat placement. Your footwork has to be dialed in. It has to be right. The backs have to run great tracks. They have to know when to make the right decision with their cuts, with their vision, their reads. So it's a lot that goes into it, but not to overcomplicate it. You got to block the guys in front of you. You got to run like you want to get every single yard that's out there. Our offensive line, I feel like we have a deep group. I feel like we have a lot of guys who are capable of going out and starting for us. We got a lot of guys with experience, and it's a good problem to have. For us, it's a matter of figuring out who that best 5 guys will be, right? And it's exciting for me to try to see guys in different positions, to see how it all gels together. And with the O-line, every year that I've been in ball, someone goes down, somebody has to step up and plug in. So the versatility that we have is unique as well. We have guys who can play multiple spots inside. We got tackles who can play on both sides. So I'm excited just as well as everyone is excited about how the O-line is going to shape out, because when we talk about the run game, how we can improve, it starts there. And I think we have the guys who can do it. Will has definitely picked up, disrupting plays left and right. So he's definitely wrecking havoc again, as he always does. And I can talk about Will, his mindset, his approach, how intense he is on the field. You guys see it, but it's the same way in my meeting rooms. He's on the edge of his seat. He's locked in to every single word that I say in the meeting, and he's taking it to heart. It means a lot to Will. He's truly passionate. He cares a lot. He cares about seeing Houston be a successful franchise, and there's no guy that cares more than him. And I want all our guys to see how he operates every single day. I can highlight him every day because that's how I believe it should look when any job you're doing. Right, the passion that Will exudes about his love for the game and his love to continue to exceed and get better, I think we all can learn from it. I learn from it. You bring that passion and juice every day to what you do. Jerry's done a really good job of his communication skills. He's done a great job of communicating with the quarterbacks, communicating with myself on just the daily meeting structure, what they're doing, like very detailed coach. And I think you'll see that in our quarterbacks play this year. They're bonding. Jerry's done a great job. Even when he was working with those guys last year, he did a really great job. Jerry has a really cool demeanor about himself. He's been in the game for a long time, coached for a long time, coached a lot of great guys. And I just love his approach. I love his demeanor. It's never too high. It's never too low. It's exactly where he needs to be for those guys. And those quarterbacks can lean on Jerry at any given time for the support that they need. I expect our tight ends to play much better this year, starting with our coach, James, passionate coach, guy who's played the game for 10 years. He brings that energy, brings that passion, knowing what it's like as a player, right? And he's done a great job pouring into those guys. Kaylee's working with the tight ends as well. And the group, we have a really deep group. I mean, we have 6, 7 guys there who can go play for us. So that's the exciting part about it. All different guys. When you talk about passing game, blocking game, we got a plethora of guys who should allow us to do some cool things when it comes to 12, 13 personnel. So I'm excited to see our usage and how guys, just thrive in camp, see what they do well, and see how we can use them to our advantage in our offense. Always. I love Brevin. I'm always excited to see Brevin out on the field. Brevin never has a bad day. So, just knowing what he's been through as a player, the difficult spots, the hardships that he's went through, and with the injuries, to see him back on the field rolling, it's always a fun sight to see for me. Biggest difference for me, as a head coach is truly just leaning on my assistants more. Understanding that, man, we're all in this together. I got great people who work around me, and I don't have to do it all, right? And I can truly lean on our guys, truly assist our coaches as best as I can, and just be more open to moving around, working with our entire team. So that's a little more freedom, I would say, as the 4th-year head coach of doing it. The guys are doing a great job in all phases, being able to end in different meetings, offense, defense, special teams, just being able to move around. And it's been a cool growth process for me, just learning that you can less is more at times, and that's what I'm learning most.
All right, that's the head coach, D'Amico Ryans, as he speaks to the media day 1 of training camp. Clint, there was a lot that he said there, a lot of things that stuck out. The physicality part, not surprising there. He talked about the run game, very candid there, Clint, when he said there's no secret. The running game hasn't been good enough. David Montgomery has shown success running the football, positive guy, great guy, couldn't have added a better guy. And then he talked about the volume, more volume in the offense. I wonder specifically what he meant. What jumped out to you, Clint, coming from the head coach there.
Well, I mean, look, there's a lot there. I mean, there's a lot of, from all of them, for whether it's CJ or D'Amico or Nick Caserio, all talking about the contract situation or the lack thereof, the growth of the play caller from year 1 to year 2, setting some big expectations, expecting him to be better. As you mentioned, the volume of offense. Last year we were having trouble getting out of the huddle and getting plays called within the necessary time with the play clock. Now all of a sudden we're adding volume, so that's a good sign if it is spot on. I tell you, the one thing that stuck out to me goes back to one of the main headlines coming out of today's practice, or just coming out of training camp starting in itself, is with Tank Dell. The head coach talking about, man, it's been 2+ years since he's played ball, and we're just trying to ramp him up, kind of deal. And when he was asked about the receiver group, he specifically said guys that are physical and grimy enough ultimately to block in a run game are going to make our team. I couldn't help but because it was right before he talked about Tank Dell, I couldn't help but think, boy, Tank doesn't fit that mold. That sticks out. It kind of reiterates something that we already knew about this team, is they really want their wide receivers to be able to block in the run game. And kind of how does Tank, if and when he is healthy, fit that mold, so to speak. We haven't seen it in this particular offense, obviously. So I don't know exactly how they're going to embrace that particular player with that particular skill set. But yeah, man, the audio today was live from all these guys, addressing all the major topics that we've discussed this offseason.
Yeah, and the way they talk it up is like he said, Nick Caley is ate up with it. Now calling him, during this time to break, just the one to talk ball, and he's just obsessed with it, which, you would hope that's a good thing. That's a good thing with what this team needs. I do wonder exactly what he means, Clint, when he says more volume. Is that meaning like we're going to see a bigger part of the playbook that we didn't see before? Do you feel handcuffed on what he couldn't add and what he could add? I do wonder in particular exactly what we're going to see that is so different from last year.
You've got a significantly stronger base built in whatever your identity is, and now when you've got guys like Braden Smith and Wyatt Teller and a guy, Trent Brown, obviously, if he's going to get some run, and Ed Ingram again, you got all these guys that are veterans. And even if you want to talk about the rotation at center and some of the different depth pieces, you've still got a more veteran team. You've still got some guys that have played some football, and so you should be able to do more and install more, just whether it be adjustments to plays that you already have in, or if it's all new plays. So the volume, it should ramp up, a good amount in how you can call your playbook. Now we'll see the communication piece throughout camp if it continues to be a positive, like D'Amico said. But the volume should pick up, significantly in year 2, and with the improvement in veterans that have been there and done that kind of thing. Instead of rotating left guards and centers and trying to figure that out, it seems like you've got a little bit more veteran group that knows what's going on, or should know what's going on. Right. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. That should, yeah, it should. All right, coming up a little bit later on in the 4 o'clock hour, we'll hear from our guy Brandon Scott as he joins us, as he's obviously been covering this team all off season and in today. But it's Wednesday, a little stock up, stock down. We're going to do this Texans going into training camp. You can participate as well. Stock up, stock down coming up next on The Drive.
Reset your presets.
Initialize sequence.
And tell your friends. August 13th, we become 95.7 The Fan. A place for fans, built by fans. Texans, Rockets, Astros. Doesn't matter. Everyone's invited. Louder, clearer, better than ever. Houston sports leader 95.7 The Fan is coming soon.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Hey, Albert, can you help us plan and budget for a bathroom renovation?
I certainly can.
Let me review your finances.
Who are you talking to?
Albert, my AI financial assistant that I can access right in the app. It automates all things finance, moves money, pays bills, creates personalized alerts, finds savings, and so much more.
Your bathroom renovation financial plan is ready. I found cash you can put aside, and to cover the rest, Albert can get you up to $10,000 fast.
Can you find contractors nearby within our budget?
Here's a list of contractors. Would you like help requesting a $10,000 loan for your bathroom renovation?
Yes! Download the Albert app and use promo code MOVE to access Genius. Plus, get up to $10,000 for whatever you need. Just download the Albert app right now and use promo code MOVE to get up to $10,000. That's promo code MOVE.
Most families get their financial advice in pieces. A financial advisor, a CPA there, and a state attorney somewhere else. Everyone means well, but nobody's talking to each other, and those gaps can work against you. Trajan Wealth's family office brings wealth.
with Houston's sports leader, 95.7 The Fan.
Texans training camp is here. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Every season brings highs.
I'm in my drop top, cruising the street.
And lows.
No way, because I know one of you two would have done the same thing that I just did.
Are you kidding me?
This trio always has eyes on the market in H-Town. It's time to buy or sell. It's stock up.
The arrow's pointed up.
Stock down.
They're selling, Mortimer.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. With Tyler out under the weather, I'll do a little stock up and stock down. I'll double it up here today as Texans training camp starts today. We'll do a little stock up, stock down. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. You can jump in here with us. Clint, what is your stock up as we head into training camp with the Texans?
Yeah, my stock up is Xavier Hutchinson, man. It's an easy one for me. When you look up and yesterday the thought was that Tank Dell was going to be, or at least based on their report, the thought was that he would be more active. Today, Nick Caserio tells us he's not. He's in a ramp-up phase. He's not going to be involved in practice. And then obviously the Jalen Knowles situation, which Nick Caserio spoke on as well, with him being out possibly up to 2 weeks. So that doesn't leave much in that wide receiver room of guys that we know what they can do. They're dependable pieces that we know the organization actually depends on and really likes being part of the receiver room. You obviously got Higgins. You obviously have the Nico Collins, but beyond that, two of your top five, at least two of your top hopeful five are out. So that leaves Xavier Hutchinson to play a bigger role and get more opportunity. So I think stock up Xavier Hutchinson is a big piece.
All right, Xavier Hutchinson, stock up, the guy that won't die. Try to kill him off. You always see I remember he was playing in the second quarter of the Hall of Fame game that we went to in Canton a couple of years ago. That's usually not a good sign. And he's in every playoff game every year making plays and being out there. So Xavier Hutchinson, stock up. My stock up, Clint, is to a guy that I believe is destined to have a great season, potentially may take over being the best guy at his position, even though there is a Pro Bowler sitting there next to him that plays the same position, and a guy, Clint, that I think is about to get paid, and that is Henry To'oTo'o. I think Henry To'oTo'o, we've discussed it here, has gotten better year after year after year, and I thought last year he looked really, really good and played really, really well. I think he is absolutely somebody who is in a tough spot because there are so many guys that people think about before they get to him. But he has improved in a major way, and I think he is really destined to have a big, big season this year. I really love Henry To'oTo'o, and I think there's a chance he could be the best interior linebacker. I'm not saying the most impactful in terms of everything he means, but maybe on the field, best interior linebacker they have this year. I really love Henry To'oTo'o.
There is zero doubt about it, Ron, that when you talk about the guy that's made the most improvement, I think you'd have a hard time finding somebody that's made more than Henry To'oTo'o. I mean, I think there's some guys that maybe found their spot. Jalen Petrie found his position since he's been here, obviously, and done some really good things. Kamari Lassiter came out of left field and was actually significantly better than I think anybody thought he was. Definitely better than I thought he would be. But then you look at guys that were playing and just were kind of like, I don't know if that's going to work out. And then all of a sudden they come back in an offseason and they're significantly better. And then the next year they're significantly better. I think Henry To'oTo'o is that guy. And when you talk about playing downhill, playing fast, sideline to sideline, man, you're going to be hard-pressed to find a guy that's better. Like you said, obviously the quarterback of the defense in Azeez Al-Shaair plays a bigger role, but when you talk about just interior linebacker play, he is right there, at the very least, right there neck and neck with Xavier. With Al-Shaair, if not better.
Yeah, Yeah, big time. Yeah, he's going to get paid after this year. He could be somebody that at least maybe doesn't get it because it's early, and his name recognition is not up there. But he is going to play at a Pro Bowl level, I bet. All right, stock up. We just did. How about stock down, Clint? Going into training camp, who is your stock down?
I'm going to go with Woody Marks. We talked about the running backs a little bit earlier. It just seems like, and watching it, just seems like Jawar Jordan's got a little bit of extra juice, and it seems like Woody Marks, based on some comments this offseason from him talking about running routes as well as I can't remember which coach it was, but one of the coaches talking about his expanded job, role of
I think it was the running back coach, Barrett.
Yeah, being a return specialist and getting some in the return game. It seems like, there was a time last year when he was the bell cow, not just a starting running back. Hell, he was the bell cow. And we've had a lot of conversations about him in terms of should it be a 1A and 1B with David Montgomery. And in reality, I hope that I'm right, and I'm going to say this, I'm saying stock down. I hope that I end up being right, that he's that third down back and a return specialist and can do different things, and stay fresh in the process. And so I say stock down just because it doesn't seem like he's a lock and stock, 1A or 1B, obviously, with David Montgomery there. So the jury may be out on whether he's that guy or if Jawar Jordan or British Brooks kind of weasels their way into that number 2 back.
All right, stock down for Clint Woody Marks. Dang, man, I like Woody this year. Stock down for Clint Woody Marks. Let me go with mine. Just right now, Clint, as we walk into training camp, it appears from some in the local sphere and many in the national space, C.J. Stroud, stock is down. His stock is, to me, way down. We got some of his biggest supporters. You played audio yesterday about Dan Orlowski just saying, man, if you told me that they would get just slightly above average court play, that would be my pick to get to the Super Bowl. And if he can just play at a certain level and I mean, people are down on C.J. Stroud. His stock is, to me, down. And nobody needs to play football games more than C.J. Stroud does. Because it feels like anytime many people, not all, many people close their eyes and they think about C.J. Stroud, all they see is the interceptions. It feels like that is all they see is the interceptions. Like, even when he is getting positive things said about him in many spaces, it goes back to, a concern that many people hadn't had. So right now, I would say the quarterback stock is down.
Yeah, I think that's fair. No contract. As you mentioned, it seems like, his most recent outing is going to hang around all summer long and even make its way into training camp. And it's going to be it's a different vibe around the quarterback right now. Absolutely. So yeah, I would say the stock is down any way you slice it.
And also, by the way, shout out to you there on Twitch. Yeah, CJ's outfit just took off. That outfit that he wore in yesterday. This man said walking in looking like Adam Sandler. I saw.
Adam does wear some big britches, doesn't he? I didn't think about it. That's good. That was good. Who said that? That was creative.
Alec on YouTube. But yeah, I heard him. Pat McAfee. They spent minutes on it. Adam Schefter had to address it. So it's stock down all the way around on him, man. He can't even walk into the building without getting criticized right now. So that stock up, stock down. We do that every single Wednesday. Coming up, speaking of the man C.J. Stroud, we'll hear from him as he speaks for the first time as this new season starts. C.J. Stroud coming up next.
Reset your preset.
Illinois.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Texans training camp is here. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Text line coming in saying CJ looked like a 7th grader on the first day. It's just, it did not. He just looked like, Reggie had it good. He just looked real comfortable. It's just real comfortable.
I think Adam Sandler's better.
Oh, yeah, that is real comfortable. I'm just, yeah. Adam does not care. He was real comfortable. He'll wear that to the Grammys. He'll wear that to the Oscars. He doesn't care. Real comfortable. He don't look like he's 8. He don't look like he's 12. Shoot, 7th grade. That's what grade my kid's going to. Jesus, he is, isn't he? Wow, that just happened fast.
Is that what Trey wearing them baggy breeches?
He do be wearing some out of season clothes. I tell you that. Yeah, he do be wearing some hot ass pants all the time. All right, let's hear from the quarterback. Speaking of he's not the 7th grader. He's 24 years old. Okay, C.J. Stroud. Guy gets his hair cut. That's the dreads. The twist made him look older, I guess. Guy gets his hair cut, comes in and wears some shorts and a T-shirt. Now he's a 7th grader. Let's hear from C.J. Stroud after their first day of practice at training camp.
Earlier today, he's had good conversations with David about a potential deal. How does that perhaps make you feel? What do you think about that? Then I got a second quick question after that.
Yeah, I mean, I think, everything has been great. I'm focused on ball, trying to do trying to just hold my bargain down on just the football side and do what I can, and what I should be doing as a quarterback of this team. So I'm letting them handle it, and it seems like everything is going great.
How do you balance, keeping that and not allowing the pressure of that influence what you're trying to do on the field?
Yeah, I think pressure is part of my job, so that's just something I think is part of the gig and something that I'm not, naive to, but also I've learned you got to keep the main thing and, just focus on one day at a time, one play, and the football is what's got me to even having the conversation to be able to get a second contract, so I got to focus on football.
Is there a point here in the preseason where you would no longer want to hear about that or talk about that?
Not really. I mean, I'm leaving that to David. I don't really have that answer for you, so.
CJ, people talk a lot about your teammates, how much they've seen you just grow from last season to this season, the offseason of growth. Can you talk about where you are and how you feel going into the sports training camp?
Yeah, I feel great. I think I've taken steps in the offseason of what it looks like to be, if you're going to be in one place, multiple places, whatever it is, you got to get the work done. So I think I've been able to do that. I've grown as a man. I've grown in my faith. I've grown in, my football ability. So I think I'm taking strides just as a person.
The last 3 years. What are your expectations for this team as you start another camp?
Expectations just to take one day at a time, one play at a time, and then see where we are at the end of camp.
Compartmentalizing, like Jonathan was talking about. Miko Ryans was just saying how work takes care of itself. What you do on the field, you earn the contracts. Is that kind of the approach to say that it will take care of itself as long as you play well and do everything you're supposed to do? If it's going to happen, it's going to happen.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. I think, what I've done is what I've done on the field, and what I will do, we'll see. So I think, I've had some success, and I think, I'll continue to have success as a quarterback in this league. So I'm excited for the future, and past all the contract stuff. I love playing football.
As the excellent O's second year with David Creighton, what have you seen as far as some of the adjustments that have been made, and especially some of that cater to you specifically?
Yeah, I think, last year was, kind of just getting the foundation of the system down, and now, I think a step for him and I is just to take the step on what I like to do on in and out plays, and how I see the game, on flow of the game, on, different downs and distances. So I think we'll be able to do that this offseason, but we took strides in OTAs, and we continue to do such.
So how much of you guys need from that
I think just playmakers, guys who, can take care of the ball, have explosive plays, and, help in pass protection. And I think, we have the guys to do it.
A lot of guys say you've had your best offseason today to be your teammates. What have you done or choose not to do this offseason that's allowed that to be your best in your career?
I don't know. I think I've been kind of consistent. I feel like when I was coming off my rookie year, my first offseason, so I really didn't know what to do. Second one, you're trying to tailor it to like exactly what that looks like, and then this last one is like, okay, I have an idea. So I think anything in life, it just takes time, but I think I just was consistent the whole time, and just focused on me and getting better as my faith, my family, and then with football.
Having said that, once you evaluated, last season, and then you take the off season to work and improve, what did you work on during the summer in order to come back this season?
Faith, family, football. there's little things in there, but that was mostly the big things.
If you can elaborate a little bit more as far as maybe some specifics, talking football and things that you saw yourself, and you look at yourself in the mirror and say, okay, maybe I should do this better, or this is where I want to improve on to be able to, get some more wins.
I think I'll probably keep that to myself. But there's a bunch of things that I worked on, pocket movement, a bunch of different things like that.
Maturation now, particularly when you come into the line of scrimmage, your pre-snap reads, and how do you think you're seeing it now? Is it sort of like doing this, or has your hours sort of focused and tightened up that you can anticipate some things more now?
Yeah, I think I've always kind of been talented in that area, so I don't think I really had an issue in that. But I think I can grow always, so I see myself getting better at it, and just getting the guys lined up and in the right position to make plays. Yeah, I think we brought in some guys who want to win, who have experience in the playoff, have experience in big games. So I think they're going to come in and help, and I think we have a better roster than we even did last year. So I'm excited to get going with these guys. I expect him to be a dominant force, a guy who can make plays first, second, and third levels. And I think he's gotten better. I think he's learning, and he's listening more and wanting to take steps on where he can grow past just the things that he's already good at.
Organization's made a lot of changes with the offensive line in the years that you've been here. They seem to be really focused on it this offseason. What have you seen different up front, and are you excited about what's happening up front?
Yeah, I'm excited. I think there's a lot of experience up there. I think it's something that I'm comfortable, and I'm happy with the moves we made. So I'm excited to get some guys up there who want to do everything and want to be running football, pass protection, everything.
Last week, DJ Jonathan and called that you've gotten leaner, and it's pretty apparent that you've gotten leaner. How do you think that's going to overall help your overall game, just being leaner?
Yeah, I think just quickness, maybe raw, get in the pocket, extending plays.
How have you been able to grow a relationship with David Montgomery, and what has that relationship been like?
Yeah, it's been great. He's a great guy, somebody who's played a lot of meaningful ball, who wants to do everything that we ask him to do. So got to spend a lot of time with him this offseason, and funny dude, great guy, great locker room guy. So excited to get rolling with him.
This is your first offseason without Gerard. What was it like, the process of having to say goodbye, and how confident are you in Jerry pulling that away?
Yeah, it was tough. Gerard has been, in my life since I was 16, and then was in my career since I started in the NFL. So very talented, very talented coach, somebody who's played the game, who sees it well, who really helped me, did a great job. And, I think, he's going to do amazing things in his career. I see him being a top offensive coordinator in this league one day, and, God willing, a great head coach, because he has that type of mindset, and just his ability to see the field and the game and, help the quarterback. But then, yeah, Jerry's come in, he's more of a system guy, somebody who is, been in the system a long time, who's really helped me in that area. And, I think he's been great. Somebody who communicates very well and has done a great job, trying to figure out who I am as a person and then who I am on the field.
Nick told us this morning that we won't get a chance to tech early on as far as practicing on the field. As one of his closest friends, what have you seen from him as far as his, coming back, what he's been doing in the offseason to be able to get himself prepared to come back on the training?
Yeah, he's done a great job. He's close to, returning, and it looks great. I think he's, just getting some of those kinks out, some of those little details that he wants to feel a little better in. But I think he looks amazing. And I'm just excited for him to, to get the peace of mind that he can go play again and be 100% while he's doing it. All right.
All right, that's the quarterback, C.J. Stroud. Spoke about a lot there. There's a lot that he said there, Clint, but I don't know if you feel this, and I'll be honest, I kind of like it. He does feel like he's a bit over it. Just from the sound, like it feels like I think he's ready to play football. Like I think he needs to kind of change the conversation. It's going to be the quickest way he changed the conversation. But he's I don't want to say annoyed, but he just seems to be, less happy-go-lucky. It feels like he's just kind of over things.
Well, he doesn't seem to want to continue to harp on, why he doesn't have another contract.
Yes.
Now either he doesn't want to harp on it, or the messaging to that inside the rooms, it ain't happening this year. So let's just circle back to next year, and he knows that. And so now every time somebody asks, it's like, what's the point? It's not. You can't say it obviously, but it's like, yeah, I'm over it. I'm going to worry about what I need to worry about, which is playing football. I'm going to hold up my end of the bargain and play football and see what happens. So, but yeah, I sense the same thing you do with the questions. It's short, it's quick, it's almost emotionless. I would imagine he's tired of having to answer that question. Definitely needs to play again, get on the field again, and get that bad taste out of his mouth. No question.
Yeah, and over the questions about issues that many people talk about are problems for him, right? Like pre-snap stuff. He really minimizes a lot of that. And like, no, I know what I'm doing. Like you can.
Yeah. That's one of the things, Ron, that really stuck out to me is I agree with you. Like he's like, no, I've always been good at that. I've always been really good at that in my career. But yet you constantly hear about execution and communication and technique and mechanics and this and that. And it is a very interesting contradiction, if you will, because it's almost like he dismisses it and says, no, I've always been good at it. And it's literally the first talking point that a number of people go to about C.J. Stroud and about the Texans offense. So it is it's fascinating, man. It seems like there is it's not annoyance. It's almost like he's hardened. I think you used that earlier last year when it all happened, like he's hardened up to some of the criticism and the situation that he's in. It seems like that may be the case here.
What you got coming up?
Well, I was at practice today. Couple of practice takeaways for sure. There was some action at practice, even though it was quick. It was in and out. But I got a couple of takeaways. I was boots on the ground. I was there. And I'll give you – also, we heard from Nick Caserio a couple things, a couple of big answers with the Texans pass catchers. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610.
Jeremy Pena is the American League Player of the Week.
95.7 The Fan, baby. That wasn't Sports Radio 610, and my ass was at practice today. I was at practice today, and I got a few things to share with y'all. All right? And
please share them.
Share
it all.
It's beautiful. I've got I got three things for you. Boots on the ground, at practice, observations. I got three things for you. Number one, and it's sad that we're here, but it's where we are. And I feel like I've got a responsibility as a former player, as a former quarterback. I feel like it's my responsibility, the responsibility being to all of our listeners out there, our loyal listeners out there, even the sensitive ones that come at me on social media or come at me on the text line. I feel like I've got a responsibility to go to practice, watch all of practice, more specifically the offense, and even more specifically the quarterback position, and report back to the people what I'm seeing. Now, there's some people out there that when they don't like what they hear, they feel the need to go post the fact that I threw 5 interceptions in a season, 4 in one half, the little bit of time that I played in the league, as if I were waiting on a $55 or $60 million contract like C.J. Stroud. But whatever. I mean, or you got the nice ones out there that says, hey, thanks for letting us know, Clint. Hey, good stuff. So to all of y'all, everybody in between the two extremes that I just gave you, I've got some observations for you. And number one, it's about your quarterback. Now, today was a very light day, very quick day. If I had to guess, I would say in a team 11-on-11 drill, I bet C.J. Stroud got max 10 reps today at practice. Very quick practice, not a lot to analyze. That includes running plays, by the way, which is a team that's trying to first and foremost establish the run. And so I do think that, there's probably five max throws in practice, and he threw an interception, ladies and gentlemen. And it was a bootleg, quick run fake, bootleg, get on the edge to the quarterback's right side, right-handed quarterback. Let's roll him right. Something simple we've been doing since Pee Wee football. There's somebody in the flats, there's somebody over the top, and then there's a backside tight end or wide receiver dragging kind of mid-range that you can come back down to as your second or third option. And CJ got out there, kind of just lazily flipped it to the tight end, which was Foster Moreau coming across the field, and Kamari Lassiter undercut him, picked it, and got up and made a little bit of a run afterwards, and kind of a little everybody came together right there. Defense celebrated, all right? And that happened. And here's why it's important. And I don't like where we are with C.J. Stroud, but it's a reality of it, right? No coaches, more specifically no defensive coaches, like to see turnovers, period, point blank, right? Now, the last time we saw C.J. Stroud, he had a turnover problem. And one could argue, I mean, hell, it's not argue, one could say that those turnovers cost the organization a pretty good shot at a down AFC run at a Super Bowl. And so there's no way it's not on the coach's mind. And so why I bring up the interception, Ron, is this has got to be the kind of stuff that DeMeco Ryans, it just drives him crazy, right? Is we're going out here, and we're going to have a very limited practice, very quick practice. We're going to keep it simple. We're going to get in, get out. And on a basic little bootleg, we throw the ball back across to Foster Moreau, and we turn the football over. And that's the kind of thing that if it becomes something that happens more frequently, then it's going to be stuck in the crawl of DeMeco Ryans, the head coach. It's going to be a problem. Would it be a problem for Davis Mills, or would it be a problem for any of the other quarterbacks, most of the quarterbacks around the NFL? No, not a big deal. Just keep it moving. The situation with C.J. Stroud, every throw is going to be under the microscope, and every practice is going to be one that needs to be turnover-free, for being completely honest. And so it happened today in very minimal reps, and it's got to be something that CJ minimizes moving forward.
Yeah, and I do think, obviously, yes, you don't want to get a habit of throwing interceptions. And I know from the outside, which we will be reporting and talking about everything we see, and we're not the only ones that'll be out there talking about everything we see. And yes, I understand, Clint, that when he throws interceptions, it's going to be a thing. In a way that I think is over the top, probably, but a thing just because of how the season ended. Now, the only way to me it's not over the top is, yes, if this is a constant thing, if we come around and, like you said, simple plays that shouldn't result into that, simple reads that it consistently becomes a thing during training camp, and we see it in preseason games, I'm with you. I also think, as you said, it may drive DeMeco crazy, and it might. I think it is also a duty on DeMeco and Nick Caley. However, I don't know that I believe that they think it necessarily is. I think it is a duty for him to play with some confidence and freedom. And I think there's got to be some give and take with that. Like, the best quarterbacks in the game, Clint, you've been around them, you've seen some of them, they're going to throw some interceptions because they play with some freedom. They're going to take some chances. I also don't want them to make him be Alex Smith, to where he just is, all right, like, I'm protected the ball, don't turn it over, don't take a chance to throw it. He's not just NFL open, he got to be high school open. I don't want CJ to get like that either. So I think DeMeco and Nick have to play a kind of a game to understand, like, hey man, be smart, be the smart quarterback you are, but you don't want to completely snip his quarterback nuts from him, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no. I think that should be a big picture, priority for everybody. When you literally And this is a real thing at all levels when you're dealing with quarterbacks. It's magnified when you've got a defensive-minded head coach. It's magnified when you ended the season with the turnover problem. When every time you go out there and you're damn near in a walkthrough situation where we're going to call this boot, hey, if it's not there, just tuck it and run. If it's not there, just throw it out of bounds. Get back in the huddle, not a big deal. We'll keep moving. But instead, you do the one thing you can't do, and you flip it back across the middle, and this defense is going to make you pay for it. And those are the kind of things that again – that the one interception, not a big deal. But if it becomes something that just every 10 plays, every 5 throws, we can't even throw the quick game. We can't even throw the boot game. We can't even do the simple things and just run our offense without somehow, some way the ball getting turned over, right? It's like last year when we were watching practice. Somehow, some way, every time they called a pass, the pass protection, the pocket collapsed. And you're just like, damn, we can't do anything. That's what you worry about with simple interceptions. Like, there is a major difference in, hey, man, we were working on our 2-minute offense. We worked the ball. We had 10 seconds left. We had to get a chunk play. He fired it in there, tried to fit it in a tight window, got tipped, got intercepted, no big deal. There's a big difference between that and, hey, we're just trying to get some simple things done here and get in and out of the huddle and do some simple things, and the ball somehow is ending up in the hands of a defender. What the hell's going on? Like, that is what we're on the verge of, and that's the only reason I bring it up. Now, I know there's a lot of people out there that hurts them. That hurts their feelings now. But that is what happened at practice today with very minimal reps and very minimal risk. The ball still ended up in the hands of Kamari Lassiter somehow, and that kind of turnover has to be a thing that is extremely minimized. It can't just be walk away from it, no big deal. It happens in football. That can't be the approach, and I know for a fact it's not the approach with DeMeco Ryans. May not ever say it, but I know for a fact that ain't one of them. Good gosh, what are we doing? Type of situation.
I'm with you. I'm not saying that I don't think that their mindset isn't what you're saying. I just think, and I think you know this better than anybody, I think it's a slippery slope to have a quarterback thinking about that all the time.
Yeah. Oh, it is. It is. And he's got to. That's one thing he's got to overcome, no doubt. No doubt. I tell you, another thing that we've talked a lot about this offseason, Ron, I think it was number 1 on our list, is DeMeco's defense ruining practice with their tempo going against our offense. That didn't today. Again, it was quick. It was easy. There was not a lot of intensity, not a lot of competition. So one could say that maybe they just didn't have the opportunity, but it did appear that DeMeco's defense was not ruining practice for the offense, even though there was the little interception thrown right there. So that number 1. Number 2, the offensive line, Ron. The offensive line, it appears that there's going to be a heavy rotation. When I say that, I'm not just talking about the center position. I'm talking about left tackle with Trent Brown and Braden Smith, and obviously the center position. I think we saw 4 different centers taking snaps today, or I guess snapping the ball today. You saw Keelan Rutledge at a couple of different positions, guard and center. So there's going to be a heavy rotation. Not much to take away from that other than, this group, they're going to rotate. Hell, they rotate guards through first 8 weeks of the season. They're damn sure going to rotate in training camp heavily. It doesn't look like that the plug and play with Keelan Rutledge, the first-round draft pick at center, is going to happen, which I think most people that are that invested in the Texans would want that first-round pick to be a plug and play center at the position of need.
Yeah, Clint, I think I've been with you on this the whole way. Like, I still feel like when you just put everything together, if that cat, and I don't want to think this, if that cat is going to be looked at as the starting center or even against to be a starting center, he's just not getting enough reps with the guys that are going to be the ones. He's just not getting enough reps, it would appear, just to be at center anyway, being that he never played it in college. And the only time he has played it is at the Senior Bowl. And not to mention, chemistry with the quarterback, understanding calls with Ed Ingram and Wyatt Teller, who you think is going to be there. It just feels like all the way up to this point, Clint, of OTAs, mandatory minicamp, and then now the start of training camp, that he should be getting more reps if he's going to be the viable starter.
Well, you got to. I mean, not being privy to what they really want the end game to be and what they're going to do is tough with this particular position, because it's one of those for me where you go, okay, if you are of the mindset that I am, that it'd be very difficult for a center that's never played center to come in and be the starting center with an organization that has a very difficult offense, that has some level of communication problem going on. To plug and play a center in that situation, a rookie in that situation, is high risk, really high risk, right? So if they're of the mindset that I am, hey, man, rotate them through there and let him get reps at all of them, at the very least be good, solid depth. But if you're of the belief this is our center and this is what we drafted this guy for and he's going to lead our group, then I'm with you. Plug him in there, get him the reps. CJ shouldn't take a snap with anybody but him, kind of deal. So I don't know where they're at in terms of what their best case scenario would be for Keelan Rutledge. If it is just to let it play, be patient and let it play itself out, then rotate the hell out of him. If it is, we need this guy to be our center, then I don't know why you're not plugging and playing him. So we'll see heavy rotation across the board. Not much to take away from it, really, because you've got Braden Smith and Trent Brown rotating at the right tackle position. So there's obviously heavy rotation. A lot of guys getting reps, running them through there, which shouldn't surprise anybody with this group. Last but not least, Ron, I think the Tank Dell piece is a little bit concerning. Look, we heard yesterday he wasn't going to be on the PUP list. Led us to believe that he was going to practice and he was maybe a little further along than we thought. And then we hear from Nick Caserio this morning. Nick Caserio says, nope, not going to practice. So we didn't see him participating in things at practice. He's more of in a ramp-up phase. Just want to keep him present, I guess, at this point in time. That is nowhere. I mean, that is, to me, it's simple. It's the doctors have cleared him to go practice and do football activities, right? That doesn't tell you that the team's comfortable with it. It doesn't tell you that he's ready to get in there and face football violence at all. And in fact, with the general manager literally first rattle out of the box this morning saying Tank's not going to participate, that gives you a realistic look into where Tank Dell is in a sense of practicing, at least during training camp in this first week to 2 weeks.
All right, there it is. A little bit of training camp. Clint was there. His first day starts up, and we'll have people out there every single day of training camp here at Sports Radio 610. Coming up, the Astros. They got a chance to get a big-time sweep, and not just a big-time sweep, but get to 500. And in doing so, the return of one of their injured players, one of their injured pitchers. We'll tell you the latest on him and as they get ready to try to get the sweep over the Angels. As we continue right here live on The Drive.
Houston, starting Thursday, August 13th, Sports Radio 610 is moving to the FM dial. Introducing 95.7 The Fan.
Every touchdown, every tackle, every Thirsty Thursday, Football Friday, and Reaction Monday, every conversation on your drive home, static free across the entire metro area.
Louder, clearer, and better than ever. A new era begins on August 13th with Houston's sports leader, 95.7 The Fan.
Texans training camp is here. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. We'll get back to training camp here in just a bit as we'll talk to Brandon Scott, who is out there covering things. A little Texans report coming up here in the next segment. He'll join the drive. Our guy Tyler is out today under the weather, but shout out to our guy Bryson. If you're on YouTube and Twitch, you can see our man Bryson. He's in the saddle holding us down, doing a great job. The Astros, they got a chance to get a sweep tonight. Cannot wait to see this lineup tonight, baby. They got a chance to get a sweep tonight. And, Clint, we're going to see old Hayden Wisniewski for the first time. He had the Tommy John surgery himself. We have not seen him pitch since May 6th, 2025. I'm pretty certain I was hungover that day. I'd like to bet on it. So that's the day after my birthday. I'm gonna guess I was probably a little laced out, but that's the last time we've seen him pitch. He has been in the minors. He's pitched 15 and 2/3 innings, 14 strikeouts over 4 games, with a 2.87 ERA. So he's thrown the ball pretty well. Ronel Blanco made his debut not too long ago, and now Wisniewski will get the ball tonight. So that's going to be a big thing to watch. And right now, Clint, anybody that they can get in this rotation that could just be solid, man, that would be huge, because they've had to take some guys out. They need to take some guys out. They've just fought consistency really outside of Peter Lambert. They have fought consistency. So This will be big to see if Wisniewski can be one of those guys for him.
Well, look, if Hayden Wisniewski can jump into the starting rotation, and Christian Javier could, number one. Number two, Hayden had shown a little bit of promise, if I remember correctly, coming over in that trade. Cam was obviously the piece that we saw on a daily basis, but I think Wisniewski showed a little bit of promise, and I don't know, I was looking forward to seeing him more and get more burn when he went down, and so. Hopefully coming back from the injury, he's not rusty. Hopefully there's no tweaking of mechanics that's got to get worked through or anything like that. Hopefully he's ready to rock and roll, and we get the best of Hayden Wisniewski, because his timing couldn't be any better. There's definitely an opportunity for him to play a vital role in this thing moving forward. That's for sure.
Yeah, it is. So he'll get the ball tonight. We'll let you know the lineups there, the West Coast. So as soon as we get those, if we do get the lineups before the show starts, we'll get there real quick. Last night we didn't really get to talk about Peter Lambert. He goes 5 innings, 7 hits, 2 earned runs, 6 Ks on one walk. Another, for him, solid start. Didn't have his best stuff throughout, but still was able to get there, qualify for a win, give him 5 innings, 2 earned, and put them in a space to be able to win the game. Do you, in your mind, he was at 90 pitches. Do you feel like Joe should approach him differently now? Do you think Pete has shown enough that Joe should approach him, not, I would say the same way he would Hunter, but maybe somebody that he feels, potentially is bringing more to the table than just, all right, man, let's just hope he gets out of there. I think he has earned the ability to potentially, all right, here, man, let's see if he can start the 6th. Let's see if we can put him in some tougher situations. I just think the way he's pitched, he's earned that.
Yeah, look, I think if you look at his body of work and what he's been able to do, then hell yeah, he's earned it. But I do wonder, given his background and his track, I guess the track history is not fair, but his background of I don't know if he's ever thrown this many high leverage innings at this at this place in his career, at this spot in the season. So I do wonder if there is hey, let's err on the side of caution with the one guy not named Hunter Brown that we can depend on right now. I do wonder if it's, hey man, is getting the sixth inning out of this guy really worth pushing him over, north of 100 pitches in a game at this point in the season after the workload that he's sustained, if you will. So I do wonder if it's a late season load management for a guy that's a critical piece. If you do have a chance to make a run, he's got to be healthy. I wonder if it's more of a decision based on that than a decision on, does this guy have it in the tank or have the ability to go to push the envelope a little bit for the team. If it's with this particular player, if it is, hey man, we're at a point in the season where he's got his mileage is getting ran up there, and we want to limit it as much as we can, I would be okay. I'm typically not a load management guy, but in this situation, I would probably err on the side of caution and be okay with it. But to your point, I got to believe that they got faith in him. Hell, last week he was calling him the ace.
Yeah, that's why. To me, listen, I'm not going to kill it for him. I mean, he felt like, all right, man, I've gone as far as I can. Let's make sure we don't put ourselves in a chance to lose. And then there was something. Now, he struck out the last guy he faced, but there were some hard hit balls. In my mind, I was hoping to see, let him get the sixth. Let's see if he starts the sixth. Let's see if he can get through the sixth based off what he's done. So I'm not going to crush him for it, but I just wonder if they're going to start to trust him a little bit more. By the way, this keeps coming up on my feeds all over the place. This Tony Romo situation was a lot worse than what I read and saw from the mugshot, and now we see the body cam footage that started. First off, I just didn't picture this as just during broad daylight. That's not what I pictured in my mind. That is broad daylight, and then everything else was worse. I mean, Clint, he legit might lose his job over this. I mean, it is a rough watch from him. I mean, he looks bombed, man. I didn't know grown men as old as Tony still said grandma and grandpa. I did not. I'm glad. Listen, there's a lot here. I'm so glad that they got his ass, because that man was in bad shape. Wow, it is 10 times worse than what I imagined it would be.
Yeah, it's worse. I mean, this is a bad deal, man. You're right. I don't know if he loses his job. I don't know exactly where the contract stands, but boy, it wouldn't surprise me if they didn't sit him out the first half of the NFL season or something, because it's a rough look. He should have left the hat on. I mean, the hair was the hair was worse. No product, coming fresh off the hat hair off the golf course. That was bad. The communication. I mean, Tony's a different bird. I mean, I've told you, he's kind of an awkward guy. He's a different bird anyway. So I knew it was going to be. I knew the communication in this thing was going to be odd, whether he was sober or he was busted up. Either way, it was going to be odd. But I'm with you. It was worse than expected. When they flipped over to getting him to the police station, and my man's in doing the track stance and bringing the knees to the chest, trying to loosen his back up from the surgery.
Shoe came off.
Oh my God. I mean, it was just like, what are we doing, man? He threw grandma and grandpa out there. He threw mom and dad's at the airport. I need to call them and cancel the flight. I mean, it was this trying to set the phone up on the bumper of the Jeep or whatever he was driving to video what was going on with the cops was an interesting ploy. I'll be honest with you. I've been around Tony. Tony's not a big guy. Like, I'm bigger than Tony. I mean, he like the cop going, I know you're a big guy squeezing in that. He's not he doesn't walk in the room and you're like, damn, that's a big dude. I mean, either way it goes. So that was an odd back and forth. It was bad, man. It was a rough look.
Hey, man, Clint, I was concerned when he was cuffed and they were trying to walk him back to the car, and they was on that busy ass highway. I'm like, man, he's gonna stumble outside. He's gonna stumble onto the road.
If he stumbles either way, he's gonna go over the wall one way or into traffic the other, man.
I'm just like, man, my man said, because I was at a golf course, you think I'm drunk? He asked the officer. No, fool, because I could look at your ass. I could tell your ass is drunk.
Hey, did you see the part where they searched his backpack? They said, yeah, we searched. She said, we searched your backpack. And he said, you looked all the way through it? She said, yeah. She said, we found, I forgot what she called them, but she was talking about them little airplane bottles, them little shooters of alcohol. We found them. He said, yeah. He said, yeah, but they were full. They hadn't been drank. That's what he said to her. Oh, damn. My boy T, man.
Those hadn't been drank.
Golly.
Man. Yeah. It was the middle of the day, man.
It was a lot worse. It was a lot worse. It was a lot worse than you. I mean, you know what I mean? It was a lot worse than you could imagine. It was about as bad as it could get. Short of being Tiger and having your car upside down in the turning lane, it was as bad as it could get.
He looked worse than Tiger. Coming up, Brandon Scott.
He did. I was talking about his car. His car was in better shape.
Yeah, he looked 10 times worse than Tiger.
Boy, and that's saying a lot with Tiger's hairline.
Man, his hairline,
or hair
his
issues,
eyes
whatever.
That day, man, his eyes, whatever. Brandon Scott, he'll join us. He was out there at training camp as well. We'll get his thoughts on what he saw today coming up.
All right, y'all, look, if you're looking to sell your home,
Texans training camp is here. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as we're live on The Drive, and our guy B. Scott joins us. That means on a Wednesday at 4:40, we're about to move into Texans report now. Brandon Scott, Wednesdays is always a big day during the season. He gets to talk to D'Amico. He gets to talk to C.J. Stroud usually. I would assume maybe Will Anderson will start speaking on Wednesdays as well. And he's always out there holding things down. And it was the first day of training camp. We heard from everybody. We saw everybody. For you, what was the biggest takeaway, the biggest thing day one for you, Brandon Scott, the biggest takeaway for you from training camp?
Well, the biggest piece of news was Nick Caserio saying that there had been productive conversations with C.J. Stroud regarding the contract.
How about that?
And that he I'm paraphrasing here, but it sounded like he wouldn't be surprised. And I thought when Adam Schefter reported this a few days ago that it was him just kind of hedging his bets. I didn't really think that there was much to it. But after hearing Nick Caserio speak himself today, it does sound like there's much more of a possibility that they could agree on a contract of some sort. Now, what does that contract look like? Obviously, we didn't get any kind of insight into that. But it seems like they are much further along in that discussion than I think we were giving them credit for going in. So that to me was the biggest takeaway. Of course, he had said before, we had heard Nick Caserio say before, I think it was with Payne and Pendergast, but earlier in the offseason, that he thought that this was C.J. Stroud's best offseason yet, his strongest offseason. He said it again. So now he said it twice. And on top of that, he said that they've had productive conversations about a contract. So that to me was by far the biggest piece of news that we got today.
Yeah, that was huge. How much, because that's what I was saying with Clint, how much do you buy it? Because, I mean, what would have changed? They seem to have been so, and we've talked about it, Clint. We've heard it from both sides. CJ has said, I'm the quarterback of this year, and Nick has said it multiple times. I just wonder what in the world would have changed to get here to this spot. Because I know Clint said it earlier. I don't know about you, B. Scott. I would still be rather surprised, if not shocked, if we come through and Bryson or Tyler starts to hit that breaking news sounder that C.J. Stroud has a long-term deal and got an extension.
Well, I mean, I agree with y'all that it would be surprising given the fact that it hadn't happened by now. Clint was saying this earlier. There is no more new information. It's not like they've learned anything new about C.J. Stroud, and presumably it's not like C.J. Stroud and his camp has learned anything new about the Texans. I figure they all know just as much about each other today as they did when the season ended or around the time when contract extensions were being handed out or signed. So what's changed to the question? We don't know what's changed. We also don't know who's changed. Like, who is it that's softening up on their stance in these, what Nick Caserio calls conversations? Is it C.J. Stroud and David Mulugheta's side, kind of looking at the writing on the wall and wanting to take the bird in hand, which I personally think would be the smart thing to do given how young C.J. Stroud is, and I think most of us believe that he's a legitimately good quarterback that could make good on that and get another bite at the apple. Like, I would take the money now. What do you say, Clint? Don't pass up some for show for some more.
Never pass up for show for some more.
I would go ahead and get the for show now, knowing and having confidence that I'm gonna get that some more on the back end anyway. I would do that. But so is it that side or is it the Texans softening their stance? I haven't. So we don't know. We don't know what's changed or who's changed, but it is interesting to at least hear them say that they feel like, or Caserio say that he feels like the conversations have been productive.
Well, it's probably some of both, right? I mean, but if again, I know you've heard me say this too. If I'm the Texans, I'm not offering anything close to what he would slam dunk take. And if I'm the quarterback in me, the C.J. Stroud in me says, no, I know he keeps butchering this saying, but I've held up my end of the bargain.
Yeah,
like when I've been supported,
really
when I've been, he did it again today. Showed you hear him? He
maybe he's trying to change it. He's trying to change the entire saying itself.
But the C.J. Stroud quarterback in me is like, nah, boss. I mean, I had a season that the likes of Tom Brady.
Yeah.
I mean, if I wouldn't have been a rookie, I'd have been in the MVP hunt.
Right.
I mean, like this is. And y'all have made poor decisions around me, and there's been injuries around me, and I'm still playing enough to win games. If I'm C.J. Stroud, are we talking about a team-friendly deal where I can go, well, I want my defense to be as good as they are, so I can take 55, right?
Yeah.
Or is it one of them deals where they're asking, hey, man, team-friendly's 40? Sam Darnold type deal. No, I mean, if I'm CJ, I'm like, nah, I'm good. I'm gonna play this thing out, and I'm gonna have a good year. And then next season, it's gonna cost you more money, or you're gonna have to trade me.
And see, all of that sounds good to me. And Clint, you have not told a lie in anything that you have said. But I also feel like this is one of those situations where perception meets reality, or like perception is reality. And one of the few things that has changed, or an update, is we've gotten some insight into how the rest of the league views C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
Since the beginning of this conversation, when we first started talking about it in the offseason, we've gotten to see, and I know we don't necessarily want to put too much into these lists and rankings, but some of these things are based off of their peers and the people around the league. The NFL Top 100 is player voted. He doesn't look like he's going to be on it. That executive coaches and scouts ranking that ESPN, I think Jeremy Fowler did, that's the executives, coaches, and scouts in the league. So you bring all of that together, those guys are leaving him outside of the top 10, barely honorable mention in the conversation, and then he's being left off the top 100 after being on it his first couple of years. That gives you some insight into, even though everything you said is true, the perception and the reality are meeting up, or it kind of converging here, where the perception is the reality, right? And so that's kind of my point about the for show for some more, take that bird in hand. Like if they were to offer him, here's 150, go ahead and get you $150 million. You know Mulugeta is going to get about 90% of it guaranteed. That's probably 135 at least guaranteed.
Yeah.
Just go ahead and get that, ball out, go get it again. That is what makes sense to me. It even gives you the security, and you don't have to really think about it. Feel like you're auditioning for that money. You just go ahead and get it.
It's such a, I mean, it's such a complicated situation. It's not your typical, because CJ is a set the market talent, like just physically. I mean, I hate to hear people talk about the inaccuracies that were, or the mechanics, or the feet, or this. Like he is a set the market talent in terms of playing the position and throwing the football. And then I think the piece that the Texans are against, I've said it a million times, is the pillar, the leadership, the alpha that I think is missing in CJ. And in reality, he lands somewhere in the middle, right? It's to your point, it all lands somewhere in the middle, and where that middle is the hard spot to find. I just think that waiting, if you're going to do it, waiting this long was a bad decision.
Yeah, that's the part that confuses me, and the reason why I didn't buy that much into it before, Ron. I didn't think that there was going to be something that would happen this late in the offseason. Figured they would have done it by now if they were going to do it at all.
Yeah, B. Scott with us here every single Wednesday, 4:40. He'll be doing his Texans report with us. I said this to Clint, and I'm wondering your thought. There was really going to be one competition across the offensive line, and it was at the center spot. But it looks like maybe we should take Trent Brown and his potential to be the right tackle more serious. I just looked at Braden Smith, the money they paid him. All right, there was an injury. That's why he's in there. Are you getting a thought that there is actual more real competition at that spot than maybe one would think?
Yeah, man, I'll be honest with you. I was getting that sense even going back to some of the OTAs and minicamp. Like when they first signed him, I thought like how you thought, right? Like surely this guy, and he's an established guy. Now both guys are established, but Trent Brown, we've seen how this guy moves. Like he's a break.
He looked like he got 6 games in him.
Man, break that, and he played way more than that, just to give him credit. But it's like he looks like a break the glass in case of emergency type of player, as opposed to this is going to be our plan to play double-digit games and into the playoffs type of thing. So I thought that in my mind, Braden Smith was a better plan for that. But really, honestly, ever since we've seen them out there, it has seemed like more of a competition now. Could that just be a splitting of reps based off of, workload or where a guy is in his ramp up? I'm not sure. But, yeah, definitely even going back to OTAs and minicamp, this has felt much more like a competition at right tackle than I thought it was going to be when they first made those moves.
Well, the reality of it is, Ron, I don't know if I'm sure you remember, we had a conversation the first time that Trent got on the field. And if you want one play to show you or symbolize exactly what DeMeco Ryans wants from his offensive line and wants his guys to be able to do, your top 5 plays are going to come from Trent Brown. I mean, his ability to just move mass. Now, there's some warts, obviously, in pass protection and the mobility piece of trying to do some different things. I get it. But when you talk about snap the football, I'm going to lean on this dude, and I'm going to move him completely out of the hole. Or snap the football and in pass protection, I'm going to get my grips on somebody and set them down, and now the pocket is just massive instead of this tight pocket that CJ has to throw from. Trent Brown brings that to the table. Now, are you more worried about the snaps where that's not the case, or is that impressive enough to where you go, hey, we want as much of that as we can get, whether it's 6 games, 10 games, 12 games, or miraculously he stays healthy? We want that in our offense. It's hard to get that out of your head. What you watched from Trent Brown, we know they're more hell bent on this physicality, run the football, move mass on the line of scrimmage than we are just talking about it. So it's got to mean more to them.
Yeah, it's not a coincidence that their run game improved significantly. I don't know how, I wouldn't say significant, but it improved noticeably, say it like that. Not a coincidence that the Texans' run game improved noticeably when Trent Brown became part of the mix. We were talking about it during the season, how this version of the offensive line, if they had it throughout the entire season, maybe the story is a little bit different.
Well, there's moments in there where we all talk about, like when a running back big game, nobody more than Derrick Henry. He'll run his head into a wall 20 times, and then the 21st time, all of a sudden he bounces it or he hits a hole and takes it 80, and he's got 140 yards, right?
Yeah.
Like those games typically come, and that kind of run game typically comes because 1 or 2 plays in a game, a lineman or a couple of linemen create a crease that just you or I could run through.
Right.
Trent's got that ability. Like even if he does it just once or twice, Trent's got that ability to again create so much space for the quarterback or the running back to where even if it just happens 2 or 3 times in a run game and maybe once or twice in the pass game, it's such an advantage that you have a hard time going a different direction.
Yeah, Ron, I know we got to get out of here, but one last thing that I wanted to say on kind of some of my observations. I'm not really worried about Tank Dell. I think that they are being, you might even call it overly cautious, but it seems like they're just handling him with care. Just based off of how, like, they had to remake this man's whole knee, right? And I think that Tank is in a unique position as a player who, while he hasn't played a whole lot because he's been injured so much, when he has played, he's been so transparently good, so transparently talented that there's not as much to really prove with Tank Dell as long as he's moving right. So they want to keep him fresh, keep him moving right. They know he can play football. They know what he brings to the table if he's right and if he's healthy. So I think it was a good sign what we saw yesterday, seeing that he's not on the PUP list, and not as negative a sign what we heard today that he's not going to be as involved as we all want him to be in the team drills and everything like that.
Yep. Yeah. All right, there it is. B. Scott, he's with us every single Wednesday, 4:40, as he was out there live as well. All right, coming up, 5 o'clock fire. We'll get you ready for the Astros, and Hayden Wisniewski gets on the mound for the first time since May of 2025. We'll let you hear from DeMeco, what he said, his thoughts, his impressions of day 1 of training camp, and the latest news on another receiver, Jalen Noel. All of that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
Reset your presets.
Initialize sequence.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show and young Bryson. He's in the building as T-Mill is out today, feeling under the weather. Bryson holding it down. Luckily for you, we have the latest. And the latest is, it is day one of training camp, but also, Clint, the Houston Astros, they have an opportunity to get to 500.
Say it ain't so, baby. Say it ain't so.
500. They got a chance. If they can sweep the Angels, the worst team in baseball, they can get to 500. But don't do that.
Don't do that. Also, to get to 500, they beat one of the hottest teams in the American League 2-3 now.
All right, well, I know that. They've been on a good run, but
don't minimize what them boys have been doing now.
I'm not minimizing it. To get to 500, they got to win the game tonight, right?
Yeah. I know you really emphasize that sorry-ass team they're playing, though. I hear you.
They are a sorry-ass team and bad decision makers.
And they've shown it 2 games in a row.
They've shown it repeatedly. They've shown the ability to lose by walking Yordan Alvarez and lose by just letting him hit. But before we get there, because Hayden Wisniewski is making his first start since May of last year, Clint, I did want to get this across to the people and give our thoughts on this. The Astros, they list to be determined as their starter for Sunday in this huge series coming up against the only team that's in front of them in the West, and that's the Texas Rangers. You know who's supposed to be in that start, don't you?
Who that?
Oh, Imai. That is supposed to be his scheduled turn in the rotation.
That's going to be Javier.
They have it listed as TV right now. The thought is they could go Peter Lambert on 4 days rest instead of Imai, or they could go with options of somebody else, as you said, Javier. I don't know. I don't even know why you would say, "Nah, man, let's pitch Pete." Especially after what you just said a couple of segments ago, like, all right, man, this is a guy that maybe hasn't thrown these high leverage. To hell with it. Let's pitch him on 4 days rest. No, I mean, I would think it's Javier, but I think the big thing, Clint, this is the biggest series of the year coming up. You got a chance to put yourself in position to catch them, go past them, or to really make this real. You're 2 games back right now. Imai cannot start. You cannot put him in a game of that magnitude, in a series of that magnitude. Now, we know Hunter Brown and Ronel Blanco are pitching on Friday and Saturday, but I think the Imai days of starting big games, which all of them are big, are over.
Yeah, they've got to be. Now I'm not saying you can't have him. I mean, I don't even know if you're able and if he's mentally able to be a long reliever if you need him in a spot where he did start. So you could have an extra arm on deck if it were to be Christian Javier. You have somebody to replace him, and in an emergency situation, you could potentially go to him. But I'm with you. Starting him in a game as in a series as big as this Rangers series is for the division would be to me would be a monster mistake by the Astros. So yeah, I think I got to believe that's going to be Christian Javier. 5 innings, 7 strikeouts, no walks, peacocking the mound. No last runs. Time we saw him, no runs. Yeah, I got to believe that this is. I got to believe this has got Javier written all over it.
Yeah, and damn sure Javier over Peter Lambert pitching on short rest. Like on short rest in July, or I mean in early August. Like that, I don't think that's necessary to do that. But that will be Sunday in that series to make that even a bigger series. If they can get a win tonight behind Hayden Wisniewski, who, as I said, has not pitched since he got injured against the Milwaukee Brewers May 6th 2025, ended up having Tommy John, but he has done well since he's been rehabbing in the minors. 2.87 ERA in 4 games, 15 and 2/3 innings, 14 strikeouts against across those 4 games. So this will be one to watch, right? If he can be somebody that's solid, this is another player that you have there that could be in that rotation that can give you what you need down the stretch. I mean, they honestly, if they can just get solid outings, solid 5 innings, you'd like more, but you don't want to be greedy. They just haven't had solid. They've had multiple guys just not make it through the first, not just Imai, others, but not just make it through the first or through the second or third. They need solid, and if Wisniewski can be that, that helps Dana in terms of what they may have to try to get at the trade deadline.
Ron, Hayden may be all I catch tonight. These late night West Coast late night Astros,
West Coast baseball, baby.
West Coast Astro baseball games, and my 4-year-old Liv's morning energy. They don't jive, Chief. She is a monster in the morning. I mean, it is juice, son. Up early. Dad, wife's out of town, so there's nowhere else for her to go, and it is go play. It is persistent, man. I got to get my ass in bed.
Text line coming in. How are the days over? Show it's a regular season game. You need to start him. His ass got paid all that money. It's not the last series of the season. No, common sense. Come on, show. Larry. Hey, Larry. Thanks for listening. No, it is over. All right, just like it's over, it should be over for Homer Mike. There are days left. It's over. All right? It's over for him. To me, I just don't think you can trust him to run him back out there to pitch in games where you need to win all of these suckers. No, yes, when Imai is on and he's on and he can get past the 3rd inning, you may have something. But I just don't think you can chance any more of him doing that. Just can't do it. Can't do it. All right, Texans training camp day 1, Clint, as they got out there. Here is the head coach, D'Amico Ryans, as he speaks to the media. He talked about his thoughts of day 1 and what he saw today.
And from our first day of practice today, I thought it was a lot of good back and forth. Offense made some plays, defense made some plays, special teams guys did a really good job of executing as well. So from what I look for the first day, when you talk about communication, guys working together, being on the same page, we achieved that today. Now, as I mentioned to our guys, is how do you build on the next day? And that's what you look for in camp. It's a steady build. And how do you continue to improve each day?
All right, Clint, we've seen a lot of these. This is our 7th day 1 of training camp together that we have seen. And we've seen 4 coming from D'Amico. And this is year 4. This is a team that has different expectations than they've had in the past. Does this feel like a team, Clint, that feels different, that feels like they've been here before, that knows exactly who they are and what they're doing?
I can't answer that question right now. I like everything other than how D'Amico handled training camp last year. I love everything other than the way that he handled that ending of every practice damn near last year. I love D'Amico's approach. Day 1, let's get out there, let's be crisp, let's just communicate really well, let's get some guys accustomed to being out in this heat and having the pads on, and hey, we're starting training camp, it's 5 to 6 weeks of work. Let's not overdo it the first day. I love the way that D'Amico seems to always have a well-thought-out plan to how he's going to how he's going to straddle the fence of really he's an old-school player, but he's a new-school coach. Like, I love everything that he's done other than the way they handled that camp last year. So I don't have any reason to believe that this team's not going to be a little bit different and have a legitimate championship mindset, but it's too early in camp right now to see, exactly what's going on. Because what I just said that I hated last year, that's not going to rear its head until they turn the volume up, probably on the third or fourth day, for us to tell whether we're going to take that approach or are we going to allow CJ to have a little success here. So jury's still out for me on that topic, Ron.
Yeah, judging by some of the things we've seen, and I deferred to a lot of the things as you were out there, but reported things, it clearly does feel, Clint, that they're in a different stage of the type of football team that they are. I think there are some things to see how they handle things, but they clearly feel like they're in a different spot, in a different space where these guys have been here together before, right? You can tell there's just the fear of this defense for many of these guys. Yeah. You can feel like this is business as usual, not as much learning stuff. Some newsworthy stuff coming out of it, Clinton. We'll get into Tank Dell a little bit more, but the Jalen Knowles situation, we wondered about that as he was placed on the non-football injury list, which many people, or most reasons that people are placed on that is because of injuries away from the team. According to Nick Caserio, the GM, he injured his finger and should be back in a few weeks. Injured his finger catching the ball, should be back in a few weeks. They were very upfront about it, nothing vague about it. They told us the injury and the time frame. So those that were concerned and wondering about the Jalen Knowles situation, which I think was very fair yesterday, it looks like this is something that is minor, and we should see him back soon.
Hey, music to my ears, Ron. That is, as I've said a couple times in the last couple of days, I mean, the Jalen Knowles piece is so critical to this offense and the success. That potential weapon that's shown that kind of chemistry with C.J. Stroud, they just see it the same way, man. There's no denying it. It's not quite to the Tank Dell, C.J. Stroud level, but it's trending that direction. And I think he's going to play a huge role ultimately in this offense if he can get healthy. So it's music to my ears to hear that this isn't some long-term injury. And it's, I hate to even hear 2 weeks because he needs these reps and he's that critical to this offense. But I'll take 2 weeks. I'll take that over some of the stuff we've heard in the past and kind of the unfortunate what we've dealt with the Astros but definitely what we've dealt with the last couple of years with key players like Joe Mixon here with the Texans. So I'll take the 2 weeks and be happy with it.
Absolutely. All right. And other news around the NFL, Clint. This and I don't blame these cats whatsoever. Star running backs Bijani Robinson for the Falcons and Jahmyr Gibbs appear to be hold-ins while they're seeking new deals. Neither Robinson or Gibbs were participating Wednesday with the Falcons or the Lions, respectively, in their first training camps practice for both teams. Both players have had conversations with their teams this offseason about potential long-term contracts. Both players are expected to reset the running back market with their deals. Saquon Barkley currently is the NFL's highest-paid running back with his contract's worth over $20 million a year. And, Clint, I know there are probably fans in those markets that are pissed, but I'm telling you, boy, those at that position, they cannot fool around. They cannot. I'm with them. You talked about this with Will. Clint, if I were either one of them, I would not step on the field. And they are vital to their teams, too. I would not step on the field until I got my extension.
Well, and they're both the caliber backs that deserve to set the market. They're both that important to their team. Yep. They're both that age. They're both, in their prime. They're that big of weapons to their teams that they should set the market. They should set the market even back, a couple years back when the running back wasn't getting the money. They should have gotten big money. So this does bring me back to the C.J. Stroud conversation, though, because I've said this before about C.J. Stroud. Today there was some news or some thoughts that maybe there had been some conversations between Nick Caserio and David Mulugheta, and maybe there is some contract talks going on. I said this before, Ron. It's probably been about a month ago. If I were C.J. Stroud and I knew that there was a contract potentially coming up in the first few weeks of camp, I wouldn't take a damn snap one. And that's exactly what Robinson and Gibbs are doing. They're going, no, we know this deal's coming. I'm not going to go out there and blow my knee out in training camp and before a deal and end up having to wait or whatever. Even though I think they'd probably get the money anyway because they're that damn good. But that's the point is if you thought there was any way that you were going to sign a contract, I don't give a damn who you were, that you were going to go from a rookie contract to a major extension that could potentially set the market. There's no way a week's worth of practice is worth it for you. Right? The only way you practice is if they've told you somehow, some way, hey, man, it ain't happening this year. Okay, well, I got to go play if I'm a player. Robinson and Gibbs are going to get paid before they touch that damn field again.
Oh, it's happening there. It is happening with those two. All right, coming up as we continue, we'll let you hear what Nick Caserio had to say about Tank Dell and what Clint saw from him as he was out there today. Coming up next as we continue right here live on The Drive.
Jeremy Pena is the American League Player of the Week, and it couldn't have come. Houston. Starting Thursday, August 13th, Sports Radio 610 is moving to the FM dial. Introducing 95.7 The Fan.
You know, when I first started covering sports in this city, there was no sports talk. Zero. Then this station took a sledgehammer to the way sports was consumed. Now, we're taking a blowtorch. Every corner of the city, no static, no dropouts, 100,000 watts of power for you, Houston sports fans.
Louder, clearer, and better than ever. A new era begins on August 13th. Houston sports leader, 95.7 The Fan.
Texans training camp is here. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I do. I feel good as well. It is as it is day one of training camp. One down in the books. And now I think the nitty-gritty starts to happen and we get to start to see more. One of the big news stories of the day was actually started yesterday, and that was Tank Dell. Tank Dell was not placed on the PUP list along with guys like MJ Stewart and EJ Speed. He was thought to practice today. Hell, I was riding around the city listening to the other cities talk about, around the NFL stuff, and they were talking about Tank Dell. Tank Dell back at practice. Tank Dell, after that catastrophic injury, he is back, finally cleared to practice. And I want to get the thoughts of what you saw, Clint, before here in just a second. But this was Nick Caley, who spoke with the media before practice started, and an update on where Tank Dell is and why he is not starting on the PUP list.
And as it pertains to Tank, so he's not on the PUP list. I'd say Tank's worked really hard to put himself in a position. I'd say he still has some work to do. So you're not going to see him practice, like he won't be on the practice field. He still has some things that he has to go through. But the reason that we're kind of keeping him alive and keeping him off the list, because it enables him to participate in some drills or activities that you otherwise wouldn't be able to participate if you were on a reserve list or active PUP list. So whether it's our walkthrough, whether it's our precision check, some other things. So, you won't see him practice. You're going to watch practice and wonder where Tank is and say, wait a minute, Tank's not practicing. Well, it's by design. So he's got some ramp-up work that he's still going to do, but there's some other things that we can do with him to kind of incorporate him into some, I would say, team/crossover/walkthrough type situation. So.
All right. He made it clear by design, and basically, Clint, what you just heard him discuss, is that what you saw?
Yeah, I mean, there was, the Tank Dell piece is interesting because of the swing from what we felt yesterday to what we saw today. I mean,
yeah.
Tank Dell, not being a part of practice today, the general manager needing to announce that before practice ever started. I expect at the very least to see a Tank Dell that's engaged, a Tank Dell that's at least, if not participating and getting reps, at least, engaged in practice. And it just didn't seem like that's what we got. So, I don't know, man. I think yesterday had my hopes up, but today I think a little bit of reality set in of, I just think it's a long shot, man. I think it's a long shot that Tank is going to be ready when the season starts. I think that's asking a lot of a guy that's been through some serious trauma, and to think that his leg and his confidence in his leg is going to be at the point where he can do everything this offense asks him to do at the wide receiver position. I think it's just an extreme long shot that he's going to be there to help this team when the season opens.
Yeah, they certainly, Clint, have a plan for him. I am curious what it is.
Well, today Ron was less than what he did in OTAs. I mean, in OTAs, at least we saw him catch a couple of balls. And hell, it was on social media. We saw him catch a few balls in really full go, but it was an accelerated walk. They obviously weren't hitting anybody, but they were full speed. That he waited and got in then and ran some. I didn't notice that he did that today. So that's the part of I think the thought for me the thought creeps in of like, did something happen between what we saw and back in OTAs today that a little bit of a setback? Is this just a ramp-up period? What exactly is going on with Tank Dell? It seems like there's an emotional roller coaster there for us as fans. I can only imagine what it's like for him.
But based on, as you said, what he did in that mandatory mini camp where he ran some stuff with defenders out there, and they've spoken like he has done a great job, and he has been in everything he's done to get to where he is has been great. So, I would assume it's just some sort of a plan and some space of how they want to handle it. It just I do wonder on whatever that plan is, Clint, where and what are the milestones that he has to hit for physical contact to get started. Right? Like, I would assume the first day they put on pads, Clint, he's not going to be in there with pads hitting. Based on the first day they had camp, he didn't participate. But what are we talking about then? Are we talking about 2 weeks away? Preseason game, 1 away? How far are we away? I think it's a good sign they didn't put him on the PUP list. But they are clearly, and I think smart, being cautious. I just wonder what the schedule is because we won't really really be able to base anything until he is out there in pads and and he's running routes and he's doing everything that Nico and Hutchinson and Higgins and everybody else is doing.
Well, it seems like the hurdle at this point that's been cleared is the doctors have said you can do football activities. Now, the coaches have to decide, all right, do I want to run him in here and in a goal line situation, get him to crack a linebacker, right? I mean, do I really want to get him in a position where he's going to get rolled up behind him, or do I really want to put him in a position where he's going to catch a ball over the middle and get clipped, even by accident, by a DB or a linebacker that's out of control and doesn't see the contact coming kind of thing? Are you ready for that? I mean, that is a big stretch. That's a monster step to go from, hey, man, you're good. You can go run routes. You can run routes on air. You can physically do things that the NFL is going to ask you to do from a wide receiver perspective. That doesn't mean that you're ready for contact per se. So I think one of the hurdles has obviously been cleared. Now, what it looks like, to get to a point where Tank is actually full go. I think we're a ways away from that.
And it's not just how they want you to play football as a wide receiver in the NFL. It's how the Texans want you to. D'Amico said it. We're excited to have Tank Dell. He's ramping up on his schedule. He hasn't played ball in 2 years. It's important to get him all those reps because he missed so much time. My mindset is to build him up until he's getting ready to do team drills. We'll see next week. So we're at least, by that, Clint, at least a week away from seeing if he's able to do team drills.
Right. Well, I think the most telling audio as it pertains to Tank Dell that's out there right now from today is right before D'Amico Ryans was asked about Tank Dell. He was asked about the wide receiver room in general, and he went on about the guys, and then he mentioned physicality and being grimy and ultimately blocking in the run game if you're going to make this team. And so that audio is the one. Yeah, we talk about health. Yeah, we talk about when, how, what's it look like, can he get back? Boy, we know who he can be. We know the chemistry of the quarterback. But my man just said you got to be grimy and physical to make this team. Is Tank Dell still in a position where he needs to be in the grimy physical category? Do they make an exception for Tank Dell? Like, where does he fit in? I think that audio from today is pretty telling of more than just he's got to get healthy.
Yeah. Like I said, he's got there's a certain expectation that they have on what he looks like. Someone texted in on the text line, Ron, why are you guys spending so much time talking about someone who may not play until mid-year at best? And I'm a Tank fan. Well, I don't know that your statement is accurate.
Well, I mean, even if it is, look, the general manager made it a point to talk about him. I don't even know if he was asked about Tank. I think that was his opening remarks. Actually, I think he literally led with Tank Dell. I mean, the reason is because to everybody in that building and to most fans and anybody that covers the Tank Dell injury or return from said injury is quite frankly, a lot of folks are hanging their hat on him in the receiving room. So the general manager led with it today. So it's a huge topic.
Yeah, he's not on the PUP list, so I don't think they're intending it be mid-year. And he is one of the more notable players on this team, and potentially, as I think you alluded to, Clint, a potential fix on some of their skilled position, questions if he's right. So yeah, I think one of the biggest stories in camp is Tank Dell right? All I know today, I saw Malik Neighbors out there, running routes and catching balls, and he's the one who just had a second surgery in the offseason. So that kind of puts it in perspective. This has been 2 years for Tank to see how long. I don't have any problem with them taking their time with him. It is just going to be one to watch to see the time frame when you can really see him getting out there and putting himself in a position where he can play games. Coming up, there's no T Mills best bets, but we'll let you know what he did last night. Hopefully you made some money with him. And in these things, you look at the CJs, you look at the Will Andersons, the Nico Collins, the Tank Dells, the big talking points. Who are some of maybe those under-the-radar guys, some guys that aren't talked about as much that maybe stuck out at camp? We'll discuss all of that as we continue right here live. puts him in the green for 4 of 6 this week. Only missed 2 in the green, but under the weather, so he's not going to be able to play. He was right on Altuve. So if you put money on Altuve, 1.5 hits, 1.5 bases, excuse me. He got 2 hits last night. You're in good shape. Hopefully you were able to win a little cash. Again, no best bets today. If you're going to go check at Space City Sharp, you'll be looking at yesterday's news. So no best bets today. But he is in the green so far this week, so it's been a good week for Tyler, who is out today. Our guy Bryson's been in for him, holding it down for us, and we appreciate the great work he has done. Coming up behind us, Texans All Access. Sure, the Flows will be looking at day 1 of training camp. Probably have some guests on there, so stay tuned for that. We'll hand things over to the fellas after we get done here, and then Area 45, the best late-night sports show in all of Houston. Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, and our guy Colin is in the building tonight. They will hold it down. They'll give their thoughts, I'm sure, about training camp, as well as get you ready and prepared for the potential sweep that the Astros have in order against the Angels. Hayden Wisniewski, his first start since May of 2025. They'll have you ready for that, so stay tuned. As baby, we are live and local till 11 o'clock right here on Sports Radio 610. All right, Clint, we've listen, and that's what's going to dominate because those are the big stories. Those are the big names. We've talked a lot about CJ today and how he looked. We've talked about the offensive line. That's also a big point of conversation that has been all offseason. The number one thing that they tried to fix, the most assets they pushed towards. We'll talk about some of the guys on the defense. Will Anderson, we heard from today, Nico Collins. But there are also guys, Clint, that you get a chance up close, maybe for the first time, to put your eyes on and see. Who else caught your eye today? Who else did you look at today and become impressed with and maybe change your thought process on them?
I've got a few. Defensively, it's hard in these kind of practices because, you don't have pads on and you really don't know who's doing what. I mean, Tommy Togiai and with Solomon Byrd, I think is his name. Those two guys get the all shells team. The guys that were going really hard and disrupting things in shells, that'd be those guys. But a couple of guys that really stood out for me, or not even really stood out, but had moments where I was like, damn, who is that? They made me look at my roster, if you will. And that is Marlon Klein, the second-round draft pick this year, one of the second-round draft picks, the second of the second round, and the tight end. He made a catch over on the sideline. It's just one of those deals where you look, I'm like, boy, that's athletic for a big dude. Who the hell is that, And you look down and you find his number on the deal, and it's Marlon Klein. So nothing major, but definitely one of those where you go, okay, I understand why he was a second-round draft pick. The word on the street is raw, needs development, but he clearly is put together in a different way than most of the tight ends on our squad right now. So he's one of them, and then the other one is really no stranger to Texans fans because hell, he had a game last year where he went over 100 yards. He jumped on the scene. Been around for a few years, and his name has been brought up from time to time. Jawar Jordan. We all know that he has obviously the ability. We know that he has the ability to be a depth back in the league and play special teams, and he's reliable. But today, Ron, there's just something different about Jawar Jordan. I think it's interesting how they're handling the running back position, and I don't know the specifics of it, but it seems like today I saw British Brooks, today I saw Jawar Jordan. Today I saw David Montgomery. And Woody Marks was out there, but I just don't remember. You know, those runs get bottled up so quick, it's hard to tell who it is. But the ones that you saw explode and make a little bit longer run were those guys. I did see Woody Marks returning kicks, I believe. And so is there a different role this year for Woody Marks where he's strictly a pass catcher and a return specialist more so than a running back? I wouldn't think so. But where I'm going with all this is Jawar Jordan just looks different. Jawar Jordan, knowing that he has the ability to go for 100 yards, he just looks different today on the practice field. Looks like he's a little bit bigger than what he was, because he was a smaller framed back overall. Looks like he's a little bit bigger. He's got a you know, you said earlier, Jeremy Pena looks like he just got out of the squat rack when he's walking back to the dugout after striking out. He's got that just got out of the squat rack look. And so I had to look at my roster today and go, wait, is that Jawar? Yeah, hell, that is Jawar. So, I mean, I think those two guys today really, on the offensive side, really jumped out and were like, made me check my roster a time or two.
Yeah, Klein is interesting because that is and D'Amico brought it up. They love their room there. That is a crowded room in that tight end room. But I know he's going to make it, right? He's not going to get cut as a second-round pick as a rookie. So he knows he's going to make it. And we'll see where he progresses, because he did have that hamstring issue and had been struggling a bit being able to participate in mandatory minicamps. So it's good to see him back on the field, and you got a chance to maybe see what it is that they looked at when they wanted to bring him in as a second-round pick, as a guy you knew would be a project. So that is big to see. And again, we talked about it. You had said you were, and I think I had agreed with you. Many people did. I'm surprised they didn't do nothing with another back. They didn't draft one. They didn't bring one in, and I think they have been a lot more comfortable with, I think, both Woody Marks and Jawar Jordan than maybe others outside who looked at their running back room and thought they needed more to it. So I think that may be something that we're starting to see right now. And Jawar Jordan came in, as you talked about it, and showed some good stuff. British Brooks as well showed some good stuff. So maybe they're a little bit more comfortable with those guys than maybe we thought they would.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, I would think that a more long in the tooth, more pelts on the wall kind of back would have made sense. Maybe a little bit more proven guy, but the minute I saw Jawar Jordan today bust through one when there was a crease, created there by the offensive line, and looked really, really good, and you go, man, is he at a point where D'Amico Ryans and company has felt like, okay, we saw the 100-yard game last year, he's had the staying power. Was that a breakthrough moment for him to go, okay, we got to take this cat a little bit more serious and feel good about his future here? And kind of like Nick Caserio was talking about of forecasting the future of players when they give him a contract, is he one of those players that, not necessarily for contract reasons, but you